Chapter 1. Both lives calculated for marriage exchange. Yushan village, under a 100-year-old tree, a few women, wrapped in green headscarves and wearing patchcloth jackets, sat on stone benches, stitching shoe soles. Why is Baozhu so stubborn? She has a good officer to marry, but wants to marry a sent-down youth instead. I heard she's desperate to exchange marriages because she thinks the youth is handsome. Good looks can't be eaten, it's still better to be like Qin Shu, a charming woman who knows how to attract men. Who can argue with that? Qin Shu, basking in the sun in the courtyard, overheard the discussions outside. Her black and white eyes flashed slightly, and her fair and beautiful face revealed a teasing smile. Charming woman? Just because of her alluring appearance and voluptuous, soft figure, she was clearly a blessing for her husband. In this era of scarcity, being viewed as an oddity and labeled as a natural seductress was quite absurd. Such a niche term, truly long overdue. From the main house, her mother's voice inquired. "Ah, Shu, the troops are coming to pick you up in the afternoon. Have you packed your things?" Qin Shu lazily replied, "I've finished packing." Her voice was both charming and sweet, with a hint of a coy tone. Her mother urged with concern, "Check again. Don't forget to bring your things." "Got it," Qin Shu responded, but did not move from her position on the lounge chair. When she opened her eyes yesterday, she realized she had been reborn, and her cousin had exchanged marriages with her. Qin Shu quickly realized that Qin Baozhu had also been reborn, but her time was earlier than hers. In her previous life, Qin Shu married a poor sent-down youth. Qin Baozhu married an officer known as the Yama King in the military. The youth Qin Shu married became the richest man in the country, and she became the envy of everyone as a wealthy lady. They raised 4 children and were celebrated as a model couple, appearing in newspapers and being interviewed by television stations. The officer Qin Baozhu married was severely injured on a mission, left with a limp and disfigurement, and became childless. He died from illness a few years later. Qin Shu suddenly recalled something and stood up abruptly, rushing into the room behind her. She climbed up to the Kong head and took out several wooden boxes emanating a faint medicinal fragrance from a paint-chipped cabinet. The Qin family had a long lineage in medicine, renowned for their skills, having once been recognized as national physicians for their ability to compete with Yama for lives. Although the Qin family had declined, their 1,000-year-old medical heritage still remained. Qin Shu wrapped the items she found in a faded dark blue cloth. Since she was young, she could identify hundreds of medicinal materials and was well-versed in human acupuncture points, making her the most gifted child in medicine of her generation in the Qin family. Having studied acupuncture and pharmacology under her grandfather since childhood, she became the 38th inheritor of Qin traditional medicine after her grandfather's death. Now, the officer Xie Lanzhi was severely injured, limping and disfigured. He was on the brink of death. She didn't know how serious his injuries were, or if there was any chance of saving him. She hoped it wouldn't be too tragic. After all, he was a high-ranking officer. If she could heal him, he might hold her in high regard. Xie Lanzhi's background was also notable, being the son of a leader in the capital's elite circles. The Qin family's ability to marry into such a high-status family was not something that could be simply described as climbing up. The reason for this connected back to her late grandfather. More than 30 years ago, Xie's father was just a lowly soldier, severely injured in an explosion. It was her grandfather who carried the dying Xie's father from the battlefield strewn with severed limbs and saved his life. People of that era valued loyalty and righteousness. A life-saving grace was greater than the sky. To repay this life-saving grace, Xie's father verbally promised to arrange a marriage between their children. Qin Shu was supposed to marry into the Xie family, but Qin Baozhu, envious of this marriage, was green with jealousy. Her second uncle's family acted first and sent a telegram to the Xie family announcing that Qin Baozhu was marrying over. By the time Qin Shu's family found out, everything was already set in stone. Sitting at the Kong head, Qin Shu sighed softly. She hadn't expected that in this life, things would be set right again. Knock, knock. "Qin Shu, are you there?" The green-painted, heavily chipped wooden door was knocked on. A girl's loud voice clearly came through the crack of the door. Qin Shu lifted her drooping eyelids, her ink-black eyes fixed on the door. The person outside didn't wait for a response and pushed the door open directly. Creak. The wooden door emitted a sharp sound. The girl who barged in had her hair in 2 braids, uneven blush on her face, wearing a loose floral dress with an exaggerated red belt around her waist and round-toed leather. Shoes on her feet. Her mismatched outfit was almost blinding. The intruder was none other than Qin Baozhu. Seeing Qin Shu sitting on the Kong, she pouted unhappily and spoke with a sense of entitlement. "So you were in here. I've been calling outside for ages. Why didn't you respond?" Qin Shu tugged at her lips and coldly asked, "Is there something?" Her voice, charming yet filled with an icy tone, made one feel a chill. Qin Baozhu, holding the light pink silk hairpin on her braid, spoke in a boastful tone. "Look, this was bought for me by Brother Chuan from the county store. Isn't it pretty?" She touched the beautiful hairpin, her smile full of pride. This naive demeanor drew Qin Shu's expression from shock to a gradually melting winter snow, her eyes narrowing with amusement. Both had been reborn. How could she still be so short-sighted? Qin Shu was almost certain that Qin Baozhu had a very poor life in her previous life, so she complimented, "It's beautiful. It suits you well." Then silently added in her heart, "It makes you look like a clown." Qin Baozhu's heart bloomed with joy upon hearing this, her smile revealing all her teeth. She glanced at Qin Shu's severely worn layered cloth shoes and patched black pants, disdainfully curling her lips. "You must have never seen such good things. This is the favorite hairpin of city girls, expensive and beautiful." Qin Baozhu lifted her foot to show off her small leather shoes, speaking in a condescending tone. "And the small leather shoes I'm wearing cost over $10, Brother Chuan said to buy, and I couldn't stop him." Her gaze toward Qin Shu was filled with contempt, with jealousy and malice lurking in her eyes. When mentioning the sent-down youth Yang Yanchuan, she feigned innocence, adopting an affected tone. It was simply nauseating. Qin Shu suppressed the smile at the corner of her lips and said softly, "I've never seen it." Indeed, it was rare to see such an ugly person making a fuss. This kind of self-righteous pretense successfully disgusted her. Qin Shu's perfunctory attitude made Qin Baozhu's expression freeze for a moment. This was nothing like what she had imagined. The Qin Shu she envisioned would be cursing and resenting her for taking Yang Yanchuan, like a shrew, tearing at her. Qin Baozhu stared at Qin Shu's fair, peach blossom-like exquisite face, the anger in her eyes overshadowed by intense jealousy. The failures, pain, and unwillingness from her previous life completely submerged her, leaving her in urgent need of an outlet. Qin Baozhu's eyes turned, and she suddenly understood. At this moment, Qin Shu still didn't realize what she had lost and what kind of hell she was about to face. She couldn't stand Qin Shu's indifferent, unbothered, charming demeanor. In a moment of impulse, Qin Baozhu stepped closer, leaning into Qin Shu's ear. "You don't know yet, Xie Lanzhi is dying." Her words dripped with malice, excitement laced with glee at someone else's misfortune. Chapter 2. A kidney-deficient man, she doesn't care. Upon hearing this, Qin Shu didn't even blink, coldly glaring at Qin Baozhu. "Do you know what it means to be the one who flirts first is the cheap one?" Not seeing Qin Shu panic or break down, Qin Baozhu was instantly enraged. What does being the one who flirts first even mean? She couldn't understand it at all. Suspecting she hadn't made herself clear, she raised her voice, shouting, "Did you hear what I said?" "I heard," Qin Shu replied, her eyes filled with mockery, nodding good-naturedly. Her delicate brows were raised, her red lips slightly curled, her expression becoming increasingly playful, as if asking. And then, Qin Baozhu knew that Qin Shu was not as gentle and submissive as outsiders saw her. She was proud and rebellious since childhood, unable to tolerate even the slightest loss, causing people to hate her to the core. Qin Baozhu didn't believe that she truly didn't care and persistently asked, "Do you know who Xie Lanzhi is?" Qin Shu smiled lightly and nodded. "Of course, a noble son from the capital, my future husband." Although she had never seen Xie Lanzhi, he was certainly not unfamiliar to her. Qin Baozhu was stunned, resentment quickly growing in her chest. Feeling frantic with nowhere to vent her anger, she unwillingly shouted, "What if he dies? Aren't you worried about becoming a widow?" In her past life, Xie Lanzhi was ruined. Her dream of being a high-ranking official's wife shattered along with it. At that time, Qin Baozhu felt as if the sky had fallen, causing quite a few laughs. Qin Shu tilted her head slightly, pointed at her head, and spoke slowly, "Are you sick or just stupid?" Before Qin Baozhu could respond, she continued, "You probably haven't met Xie Lanzhi, so why are you cursing him to death?" As Qin Baozhu's expression changed dramatically, Qin Shu elongated her tone, saying, "If the Xie family finds out, be careful they skin you alive." Qin Baozhu's expression suddenly froze. Recalling some bad memories, a hint of fear flashed in her eyes, and her body trembled uncontrollably. Qin Shu raised her beautiful willow leaf brows, her expression intriguing. Qin Baozhu's fearful look told her that she had not fared well in front of the CF family in her past life. Qin Shu inadvertently caught a glimpse of the ambiguous kiss mark partially hidden at Qin Baozhu's collar. She suddenly asked, "Did you sleep with Yang Yanchuan?" Qin Baozhu quickly pulled at her collar to cover the kiss mark, her eyes warily fixed on Qin Shu. "I've already married Chuange, so stop dreaming about getting him back." Qin Shu looked at Qin Baozhu with full sympathy. A man with kidney deficiency. "Will he really make you happy?" She smiled slightly and casually replied, "Don't worry, I'm not interested in other people's things." She almost blurted out scum. But Qin Baozhu was relentless. "Who knows if you're just speaking with two faces? You look just like a promiscuous vixen, like your mother, throwing yourself at men." Smack! A crisp slap echoed in the small room. Before Qin Baozhu could finish her words, Qin Shu stood up and slapped her hard. With a fierce, cold glare, she looked down at Qin Baozhu and said word by word, "A man who can barely perform, with nothing but a pretty face. Only you would care." Dazed from the slap, Qin Baozhu covered her quickly swelling face in disbelief. Her lips trembled as she shouted angrily, "How dare you hit me?" "I just did. I've tolerated you for too long." Qin Shu shook her pained hand, slowly questioning with her beautiful red lips, "Did you get kicked in the head by a donkey for slandering your elders because of a useless person?" Her mother was in a second marriage and had often been discussed maliciously because she was beautiful when young. A younger generation like Qin Baozhu dared to talk nonsense. She deserved a slap. Qin Baozhu pointed a finger at Qin Shu's nose, twisting her face into a snarl, and cursed loudly, "Stop slandering. Chuange is not useless. He will do great things in the future. You're just jealous of me, pretending to be high and mighty." Qin Shu stepped forward, forcefully pushing Qin Baozhu's hand away, and coldly laughed, "Fool." When Qin Baozhu heard the word fool, her eyes turned red with anger. She rushed up like a madwoman. "You're the fool." As Qin Baozhu shoved Qin Shu deftly avoided her soft body. She seized Qin Baozhu's wrist, twisted her hand behind her back, and with a forceful push, sent her stumbling forward. Qin Baozhu stumbled a few steps before awkwardly falling to the ground. After such a humiliation, Qin Baozhu's face turned pale, glaring fiercely at Qin Shu. "I'll fight you." She got up like a bull and charged at Qin Shu again. Qin Shu stared at her with sharp peach blossom eyes, her red lips slightly parted. "If you keep making a scene, I will ask the clan leader to open the ancestral hall and invoke family law." Each clan leader of the Qin family was a highly respected elder who presided over clan matters. Someone like Qin Baozhu, who disrespected her elders and attacked her sisters, would be locked in the ancestral hall and starved for 3 days and nights. Hearing this, Qin Baozhu's face turned ashen. Her body trembled like a chaff sieve, clearly very wary of family law. She gritted her teeth and glared at Qin Shu, hatefully saying, "You are ruthless." Bending down to pat off the dust from her clothes, she suddenly looked up, her emotions running high as she questioned Qin Shu. "What did you say about Chuange before?" Qin Shu was puzzled, blinking her alluring peach blossom eyes. Qin Baozhu gritted her teeth. "You said he was useless. So that was it." Qin Shu mockingly asked, "Have you forgotten what I do? You slept with him?" Qin Baozhu's eyes widened in shock, raising her voice in a panic. She recalled her past life, where Qin Shu had 4 children with Yang Yanchuan. If they had been sleeping together for a long time, what if there were children? What would she do? Qin Shu rolled her eyes. "Did you forget I can practice medicine? I can tell if he's capable with just one glance." She had checked Yang Yanchuan's pulse. His kidney pulse was weak. Both yin and yang were deficient, and his body was severely depleted, destined to have no heirs. It was obviously due to his reckless lifestyle that led to his kidney deficiency. That's just nonsense. "I see you're still thinking about Chuange." With half of her face swollen, Qin Baozhu glared at Qin Shu with hatred and threatened in a harsh tone. "Qin Shu, I warn you, if you dare to flirt with Chuange behind my back and interfere in our relationship, I won't let you off." Qin Shu was amused by her anger. She wished she could slap Qin Baozhu's nonsense mouth shut. "You can doubt me, but you can't insult my vision and character to a man who lasts no more than 3 minutes from undressing to finishing. What do I want from him? Am I looking for someone so hidden that I need a magnifying glass to find him? Or am I looking to be his sister?" Qin Baozhu never expected Qin Shu to be so shameless, boldly saying such things. Her face turned from green to white and back to green as she loudly retorted, "You're talking nonsense." Chuan Gu, in his past life, had 4 children. He was vigorous and strong. What Qin Baozhu said had completely exposed her truth of being reborn. Unaware, Qin Baozhu thought, as long as Yang Yinchuan wasn't like Xie Lanzhi, who was destined to have no heirs, their future children could inherit all of Yang Yinchuan's wealth. Past life? 4 children? Qin Shu's eyes flickered. Her curiosity piqued as she asked, "Really?" Inside, she was already laughing. Qin Baozhu didn't know that none of those 4 children were actually Yang Yinchuan's. Yang Yinchuan was a severely kidney-deficient waste. 3 minutes was already his limit that on their wedding night in her past life. She had taken advantage of him while he was drunk, letting the dogman sulk for a long time after that. Feeling miserable, Qin Shu could cure Yang Yinchuan's kidney deficiency, but feared that once he became vigorous, he would come to her, so she abandoned the thought of treatment. If saving one person would sacrifice herself, it was better to coldly watch him continue to self-destruct. The consequence of self-destruction is becoming an unexpected father. Qin Shu was still waiting for Qin Baozhu's answer, noticing her evasive gaze. With such a guilty demeanor, what was there not to understand? Qin Shu couldn't help but laugh out loud. Covering up your illness won't help if you're unwell. You need treatment. Don't hold on, beg me, and maybe I can ensure you a lifetime of happiness. Considering their sisterly bond, she wouldn't mind lending a hand. The premise was that she would be compensated. Returning to this era, she was simply too poor. Qin Baozhu looked like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, her eyes becoming alert and her attitude particularly sharp. "Stay away from Brother Chuan. If you dare to ruin my family, he'll make sure you, this seductress, become infamous in the camp." She thought that as long as she casually slandered Qin Shu a few times, someone would believe her. After all, Qin Shu had a face that resembled a seductress. Feeling the malice from her cousin, the smile in Qin Shu's eyes faded, and she sneered inwardly. Qin Baozhu had gone to great lengths to marry Yang Yinchuan, merely because she valued his status as a wealthy heir and his ability to bear children. But what she didn't know was that Yang Yinchuan not only had no heirs, but also held on to his first love in his heart, and liked to surround himself with young and beautiful women. The scumbag had become the richest man in the country thanks to her connections as a healer, gaining many influential figures' green lights. All the assets owned by Yang Yinchuan were under Qin Shu's name. In this life, without her network, Yang Yinchuan was nothing. Outside, hurried and chaotic footsteps approached. "Ashu, are you ready?" Qin Mother's urgent voice came through the door. Qin Shu's ears perked up as she heard 2 steady and powerful footsteps outside, moving in a very regular rhythm. She had a rough guess in her mind and shouted towards the door. "Mom, I'm ready." Her soft, youthful voice was obedient and pleasant to hear. Outside, 2 tall and sturdy men, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, dressed in well-fitted military uniforms, followed Qin Mother. They wore slightly worn-round military caps and black boots, their expressions exuding a heroic aura. Upon hearing the girl's voice from inside, they exchanged a discreet glance. The voice of the regiment commander's wife was even more melodious than that of the female soldiers in the art troupe. Chapter 3: Arrival at the camp. Xie Lanzhi, on the verge of death. Qin Shu opened the door, and Qin's mother stood outside with 2 strong soldiers in military uniforms. Upon seeing Qin Shu's appearance, the 2 big men outside were taken aback. The girl inside had a charming and beautiful face, with watery peach blossom eyes that were even prettier than the brightest stars in the night sky. She wore faded pants with patched knees, and her oversized top hung loosely. The simple and worn clothes could not hide Qin Shu's slender waist, long legs, and alluring figure. If she were to wear a brand new outfit, no one would doubt that she was a young lady from the city. A man with somewhat deep-set features stepped forward. He was about 1.8 meters tall, with a prominent nose and relatively large eyes. "Comrade Qin Shu, hello. I'm the Garda Commander Xie, named Amudi." Amudi stepped aside and pointed to the slightly shorter man. "This is Comrade Li Gang, who is responsible for procurement and logistics. We have completed our procurement tasks and are here to take you to the courtyard." A somewhat shy Li Gang, with a stiff expression, said, "Hello, Comrade Qin Shu." With his thick brows, big eyes, and square face, he had the standard looks that were popular among women nowadays. Qin Shu smiled and said, "Thank you for your hard work, comrades. I have packed everything and can leave at any time." ignoring the shocked and stunned expression of Qin Baozhu. She walked straight into the house. Just as Qin Shu was lifting two heavy bundles and picking up an old wooden suitcase from the side, a shocked and angry exclamation came from behind her. "Amyuti, why is it you?" The high-pitched scream was particularly grating, making people's eardrums ache. Amyuti was a handsome man from the northwest, with clear and bright eyes, exuding masculinity. He looked like a reliable and upright man. He looked at Qin Baozhu in confusion. "Comrade, do you know me?" Qin Baozhu looked at her ex-husband from her past life. Her eyes filled with a mixture of resentment and an involuntary attachment. She was about to say, "How could I not know you?" when Qin Shu's calm and cool voice interrupted her. "Baozhu, have you met Commander Xie's guard?" Qin Shu walked to the door and lightly patted Qin Baozhu's shoulder. The pat caused Qin Baozhu to tremble slightly as she met Amyuti's probing gaze. Qin Baozhu quickly avoided Amyuti's gaze, her expression filled with disgust. As if she wanted to avoid him entirely, speaking rapidly, "I inquired about Xie Lanzhi before and knew his guard was named Amyuti. But that was in the past. I don't want to be associated with him now." Such an explanation barely passed muster. Upon hearing Qin Baozhu call out Commander Xie's name with both first and last, Amyuti felt no sense of reverence in her words, only disdain, and his attitude was very unfriendly. This left Amyuti with no good impression of the improperly dressed girl before him. Qin Baozhu secretly raised her eyes, meeting Amyuti's fierce black gaze, causing her to involuntarily step back. Thud! She stumbled and fell on her backside. Through her various reactions, Qin Shu realized that Amyuti was not the one who came to pick her up in her past life. The look in Qin Baozhu's eyes was filled with love and hate, longing and attachment, tinged with a hint of clinginess. Amyuti was likely her past lover, or perhaps someone she loved yet could not have, as well as her ex-husband. In short, the two were quite entangled. Qin Shu sighed inwardly, shaking her head. How could such a person give her a chance at rebirth? Wasn't that a waste? Holding two bundles in one hand and the wooden suitcase in the other, Qin Shu stepped over the threshold. Qin's mother watched her daughter with anxious eyes, her hands tightly clasped together. She hesitated to speak, calling out, "A Shu." Qin Shu looked at the middle-aged woman, who was conservatively and simply dressed, her skin and face having aged yet still revealing traces of her youthful beauty. "Comrade Qin Shu, let me help you carry your things to the car." Amyuti noticed that the mother and daughter had something to say and took the initiative to take the bundles and suitcase from Qin Shu's hands. Though he appeared to be a rough man, he was actually meticulous and attentive. Qin Shu did not refuse, smiling in thanks. "Thank you." Amyuti turned and left, while Qin's mother pulled Qin Shu's sleeve and led her into the main house. From the ground, Qin Baozhu watched Amyuti's retreating figure with a resentful gaze, or rather, she was staring at the man's strong and sturdy physique. Yang Yunchuan was indeed handsome, but useless, which made newlywed Qin Baozhu increasingly reminisce about Amyuti's ruggedness. Watching the tall figure of the man disappear, Qin Baozhu suppressed her reluctance and desire. After all, she was now the future wife of a wealthy man. She would have endless delicacies and live a life above others. A man with no future, who only had a good physique, was not worth her lingering feelings. After comforting herself, Qin Baozhu held her head high, leaving like a proud rooster. At the entrance of the Qin family, a military green BJ 212 Jeep was parked. The imposing military vehicle attracted the attention of the entire village, with a large crowd gathering. When Qin Shu was sent out by Qin's mother, several women approached, speaking with envy and jealousy. "Your daughter is so fortunate. She has flown up to the branches like a mountain chicken, turning into a phoenix. This girl, Qin Shu, is naturally beautiful. She clearly has the fate of a high-ranking official's wife. Shu girl, after you become an official's wife, don't forget us in Yushan village. If there's something good, remember to help everyone." The noisy and lively banter, half true, half false, reached Qin Shu's ears. She smiled sweetly at everyone, obedient and quiet, which earned her a round of praise. Qin Shu entered the car through the back door opened by Amyuti, leaving under the watchful eyes of the villagers. The 963rd unit is located at the junction of the north and south of the country. The walls on either side of the camp gate bore the words "Stay alert. Defend the motherland" in bold letters. The bright red letters were especially clear and eye-catching in the golden light of the setting sun. At the camp entrance guarded by sentinels, Li Gang left the military green jeep for Amudi and took a procurement truck to the logistics department of the camp. Amudi led Qin Shu to the guard station to register and obtain entry and exit permits. Once everything was completed, Amudi drove into the camp, heading straight for the clinic. In the clinic on the second floor, a young man with an extraordinary demeanor lay on the hospital bed, covered in wounds. His head was wrapped in a blood-soaked bandage, and half of his face was obscured by the stained gauze. The hospital gown on him was open, revealing bandages wrapped around his upper chest, and his sturdy abdominal muscles were casually exposed. Looking down, the man's left leg was in a cast, suspended in midair, while the other leg was slightly bent. A middle-aged woman sitting at the bedside held a peeled apple in her hand, speaking about some good news. Lanzhi, you obtained very important intelligence in this mission, and the promotion documents have been sent to the camp today. Leaning against the hospital bed, the man with dark, deep-set eyes slightly trembled. I see. His cold voice revealed no emotion, making it impossible to discern his thoughts. The woman sitting by the bed paused her movements. Everyone knew that Xie Lanzhi's promotion meant he could no longer remain in the military. His injuries were very serious. A comminuted fracture of the left tibia, ligament damage to the knee joint, and ruptured tendons in the ankle joint. These were merely the visible external injuries. The internal damage was even more severe, with weakened organs and a very poor condition. The woman by the bedside was the director of the clinic, Lu Min, seeing Xie Lanzhi's pale face. Lu Min turned her head and wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes with her sleeve. I heard your wife is arriving at the camp today. She handed the peeled apple to Xie Lanzhi, forcing a smile. Lu Min wanted to cheer Xie Lanzhi up, but in return, she received only silence from the man. She put down the apple in her hand, and after a pause said, "The marriage report you submitted has been stamped, and the colleagues at the marriage registration office will personally register you too." Xie Lanzhi's chapped and cracked lips slowly moved. Forget it. His low, hoarse voice was as cold as iron. Lu Min's expression changed slightly, and she pressed her lips together to ask, why? The thing she feared the most had happened. Xie Lanzhi's will to survive was weak. Lu Min said earnestly, Lanzhi, you know how many people have been declared hopeless. Yet in the end, they created miracles with their strong will. You can't just give up like this. Think about your parents far away in Beijing. You're their only son. How could they bear to know you're like this? In a situation where medical intervention is impossible, Xie Lanzhi's will to live is crucial. This is his last hope. If he gives up easily, it is tantamount to seeking death. Xie Lanzhi drooped his eyelids and said unsteadily, why burden a pure girl? Lu Min trembled her lips and said, your marriage is arranged by your parents and a matchmaker, and the marriage report has also been stamped by the organization. Xie Lanzhi is currently relying on expensive special medication to keep himself alive. Lu Min hopes that Qin Shu can awaken his desire to survive, making his will to live stronger. A brave and skilled battle hero, still so young, shouldn't have his life come to an end here. Xie Lanzhi's attitude was resolute, and his tone was very serious. One can be selfish in life, but one cannot harm others. If I get a certificate and then leave her a widow, her entire life will be ruined. Lu Min knew very well that once he was gone, the girl named Qin Shu would be considered a second marriage. In the future, it would be difficult for Qin Shu to remarry. But people are all selfish. Report. Amudi's loud voice echoed from outside the ward. Chapter for the extraordinary Xie Tuanzhong. As Qin Shu and Amudi approached the door of the ward, they happened to overhear Xie Lanzhi's words. Undeniably, even before seeing him, the man's recent remarks were enough to spark a hint of affection in Qin Shu. However, Xie Lanzhi's voice was hoarse and muddled. Each word he uttered came out short and uneven, like a candle flickering in the wind, intermittently wavering. From the sound of his breathing, Qin Shu could tell that the man's vitality was severely depleted. His lung capacity was on the verge of collapse, and his life was not long for this world. Upon hearing the announcement from outside the door, both Xie Lanzhi and Lu Min turned around simultaneously, spotting Qin Shu at the entrance of the ward. The young girl's delicate features and strikingly beautiful red lips, coupled with the slightly raised ends of her alluring eyes, seemed to draw in anyone's soul. Her slender waist and the hint of her curves that the loose clothing could hardly conceal made her appearance all the more captivating, easily stirring one's blood. Qin Shu's clear, dark eyes looked at Xie Lanzhi, who lay on a hospital bed with a pale and sickly complexion, appearing weak and dispirited. His head was wrapped in a bandage stained with glaring blood, revealing only half of his handsome face, which was unmistakably that of a beautiful man. Judging by his height of about 6'3", long legs, and the open hospital gown that exposed his perfectly defined 8-pack abs, he could easily be called an extraordinary figure. A glimmer of light sparked in the depths of Qin Shu's indifferent eyes. What a fine-looking man. She slightly raised her gaze, meeting a pair of aggressive eyes filled with curiosity and suspicion. The moment Xie Lanzhi saw Qin Shu, his expression changed slightly, and his gaze darkened. This was not the first time he had seen Qin Shu. The first time he encountered her was when she was diligently bandaging the wounds of a spy who had stolen information. At that time, Xie Lanzhi was on a mission and could not afford any mistakes. Otherwise, he would have had to drag Qin Shu to the confinement room for interrogation. Their second meeting occurred when Xie Lanzhi was escorting an important researcher and passed by a police station in a certain town. He saw Qin Shu, who had been caught in a brawl with some local ruffians, her hair disheveled and her expression fierce. Although she looked young, she had not suffered any harm amidst the attacks from the thugs. After ensuring the safety of his protected subject, Xie Lanzhi returned to find Qin Shu, only to learn that she had already been taken away. Now, this was their third meeting. Before today, Xie Lanzhi had never imagined that the girl suspected of being a spy would be the granddaughter of Qin Lao. Look at this girl, she's really stunning. You must be Comrade Qin Shu. Coming quickly. The moment Lu Min laid eyes on Qin Shu, she was captivated by her stunningly beautiful face. Once she regained her composure, she eagerly approached, warmly taking Qin Shu's hand and leading her to the bedside. Qin Shu closely examined Xie Lanzhi's abdomen, which was covered in scars of various sizes. The tightness of his abs made her want to touch them. Xie Lanzhi followed her gaze, realizing how disheveled he looked, and quickly adjusted his clothing. Qin Shu, quick-witted, reached out and gently grasped his wrist. Your internal organs are severely damaged, and your body is overheating. It's best not to wrap yourself too tightly. Her hand moved quietly, feeling Xie Lanzhi's pulse, and she did not let go for a long time. Xie Lanzhi stared at the delicate, pale hand resting on his wrist. His hoarse voice was gravelly, tinged with a hint of distance. Have you finished? Not yet. Qin Shu's face remained calm, her heart steady. She released his wrist and moved to feel his other wrist pulse. Xie Lanzhi's deep eyes remained fixed on the girl before him, his long, sharp phoenix eyes slightly reddening at the edges. The skin that had been touched felt as if it were on fire. Just as Xie Lanzhi was about to push Qin Shu's hand away, she withdrew her hand first, her lightly pursed lips slightly sinking. Xie Lanzhi's condition was somewhat better than she had anticipated, but it was still far from good. His battered body was vulnerable, and with a slight misstep, he could lose his life. If it were the Qin Shu of her past life at this time, she might truly have been at a loss. Keeping Xie Lanzhi alive for a year or so would have been the limit. However, she now possessed decades of experience and accumulated medical knowledge. Qin Shu pondered, stroking her chin, on how to treat and apply acupuncture to Xie Lanzhi. Her treatment process would involve excruciating pain, and only someone with an iron could endure it. Moreover, they were in a military compound, and many eyes were watching Xie Lanzhi. Any mistake could lead to her own undoing. Lying on a hospital bed, Xie Lanzhi's muscles tensed, and a muffled groan escaped his throat. In a short span of time, a layer of cold sweat formed on his forehead, and pain flickered in his eyes. He gripped the bed tightly with both hands, staring at the green enamel lampshade on the ceiling. Gritting his teeth, he managed to squeeze out a difficult phrase from his tight throat. Amuti, take Comrade Qin Shu to the guest house to rest. Xie Lanzhi's hands, gripping the bed, bulged with veins as if they might burst through his skin. The blood seeping through the bandage on his head expanded, creating a shocking sight. Lanzhi, Lu Min, seeing Xie Lanzhi's condition, immediately realized he was having an episode. She hurriedly opened a drawer beside the bed, took out a yellow transparent pill box, and poured out 2 pills. Lanzhi, take the medicine. It won't hurt after you take it. Lumen attempted to pry open Xie Lanzhi's tightly clenched jaw, her voice filled with pain and pleading. Xie Lanzhi's eyes were tightly shut, his furrowed brows forming a deep crease. The pain seemed etched into his very soul. A low growl emanated from his throat. His back muscles taut, and his body burst forth with astonishing strength. This look of restraint and ferocity resembled a roaring lion on the grasslands. He heard nothing, lost in an endless world tormented by pain. Qin Shu seemed to sense Xie Lanzhi's soul nearing death, unwilling to scream. As a healer, she knew that the pain Xie Lanzhi endured was comparable to a woman's excruciating labor pains, reaching a level 10. Similarly, Qin Shu was also aware of one thing. With Xie Lanzhi's perseverance, he could withstand her treatment. Seeing Lu Min on the verge of tears, Xie Lanzhi still showed no response. Amudi stepped forward to help, attempting to pry open Xie Lanzhi's mouth, but it was futile. Qin Shu took out her acupuncture kit and approached Amudi, commanding him, "Close the door. I can bring Xie Lanzhi back to consciousness." Amudi, seeing Qin Shu open her acupuncture kit filled with rows of silver needles of varying sizes and shapes, widened his eyes in astonishment and hurriedly closed the door. Without Amudi's assistance, Lu Min struggled to hold down the thrashing Xie Lanzhi. When she turned to find help, she saw Qin Shu holding several silver needles. Lu Min's expression changed drastically. "What are you going to do?" Qin Shu did not explain, walking towards Xie Lanzhi on the bed and lifting his clothing. Her movements were like lightning, swiftly inserting a long needle into Xie Lanzhi's upper star acupoint. This was the 10th needle of the 13 ghost needles, targeting the governing vessel, primarily aimed at calming the mind and alleviating pain in the 7 orifices. As Xie Lanzhi lay on the bed, drenched in sweat, his pale complexion visibly improved. Qin Shu then inserted the remaining needles into different acupoints on Xie Lanzhi's body. However, this was still not enough. Xie Lanzhi was struggling to breathe, his breath faint, and he needed further treatment. Qin Shu turned around and took out several silver needles, each over 10 centimeters long, from her acupuncture kit. Both Amudi and Lu Min, watching, changed their expressions. Such long needles, to be inserted into a person's body? Don't let them hurt him any further. Chapter 5. Not remaining a widow. Not remarrying, Lu Min saw that Xie Lanzhi's condition had improved and quickly stepped forward to stop Qin Shu. "Comrade Qin Shu, you can't continue the treatment. Lanzhi has already woken up. If we give him painkillers, he will recover soon." Lu Min held the white pill in her hand and walked briskly towards the person on the hospital bed. Qin Shu was quick and took the pill from her palm, bringing it close to her nose to sniff. "Is this counterpata?" Lu Min looked at Qin Shu suspiciously. "How do you know?" Qin Shu realized what she had said and was startled. She maintained a calm expression and shrugged casually. She pointed to the yellow transparent medicine bottle on the bedside table marked with English. "I saw the name on it." Lu Min asked sharply, "Do you understand foreign languages?" Qin Shu's eyes flickered, and she humbly replied, "Just a little bit." Both Xie Lanzhi and Lu Min seemed to have a strong sense of vigilance towards her. This feeling was subtle, and the reborn Qin Shu found it somewhat uncomfortable. Lu Min wanted to say something, but Qin Shu handed the pill back to her. This medication belonged to a class of psychotropic drugs that posed a risk of addiction, especially for a soldier like Xie Lanzhi. The consequences of long-term use were unimaginable. "Impossible," Lu Min retorted loudly without thinking. Counterpata is a painkiller imported from abroad, and it works very well, providing quick relief for patients. Qin Shu placed the pill back in Lu Min's hand and said softly, "I can't argue about the facts. It's just a suggestion." She shook the several silver needles in her hand towards Xie Lanzhi, who had opened his eyes at some point. "Do you want to continue?" Xie Lanzhi looked down at the silver needles penetrating his skin and then at the terrifying silver needles in Qin Shu's hand. He asked hoarsely, "Is it just for pain relief?" Qin Shu's smile deepened, as if she had finally met someone who understood the situation. "Of course, it's not just for pain relief. Your current physical condition has stagnation of qi and blood with blocked meridians. Every time there is internal bleeding, the pain is excruciating. Using the 9 turns golden needle technique, I can precisely puncture 360 acupoints throughout your body, which will help unblock your meridians, activate the circulation of qi and blood, and expel the stagnant energy in your body. 360 acupoints. Lumin exclaimed. That would turn a person into a sieve. Amyuti's face also paled slightly, showing doubt towards Qin Shu. Only Xie Lanzhi's pale complexion remained unchanged, his dark eyes glistening with sweat, quietly focused on Qin Shu. He asked just one question: what extent can you treat? Qin Shu's lips curled up slightly, confidently stating, in a month, I can make you as good as new. Do you want to take a gamble? She believed that Xie Lanzhi would understand her meaning. More than 30 years ago, her grandfather had saved Xie Lanzhi's father, who had been in dire straits. As the 38th generation heir of the Qin family, and with 2 lifetimes of medical experience, she possessed the ability to heal Xie Lanzhi. Upon hearing this, Amyuti's eyes revealed some uncertainty. Could such a young girl really heal the regiment leader? Lu Min, who understood Xie Lanzhi's physical condition, listened to Qin Shu's confident declaration and became serious. Isn't this nonsense? Even if we invite the best doctors in the capital, there's no guarantee that Xie Lanzhi will recover. A month is far too short to make someone as good as new. It's simply a pipe dream. Lu Min spoke sternly. Comrade Qin, as the director of the health clinic, I firmly oppose your proposal. She would never allow Qin Shu to mess around with Xie Lanzhi's health. Qin Shu smiled good-naturedly, remaining silent, her gaze still on Xie Lanzhi. Xie Lanzhi focused on his broken leg, which was encased in plaster on the hospital bed. He did not keep Qin Shu waiting long, and, when he raised his eyes, gave his answer. All right. His tone was light, but his voice was low and hoarse. The orange glow of the sunset streamed in through the window, casting a warm halo around the man, who exuded a sense of brokenness. Qin Shu's beautiful eyes curved into a smile that she could not hide. Lanzhi. Lu Min rushed to the bedside, looking at him with pain and sadness. Xie Lanzhi's single sentence blocked Lu Min from making any further advice. Aunt Min, she is the granddaughter of the benefactor who saved my father back then, and also the heir to the Qin family's medical skills. Lu Min turned back in disbelief, her eyes burning as she stared at the young and beautiful Qin Shu, the legendary figure often mentioned by Xie's father, who was said to be extraordinary, had never been seen by anyone. Many had doubts about the master Xie spoke of. Lu Min's husband had once been in the same unit as Xie's father and knew that Xie's father was truly in a life-and-death situation at that time. Upon learning of Qin Shu's identity, Lu Min changed her previous wariness and skepticism and solemnly took Qin Shu's hand. Child, are you really confident you can cure Lanzhi? Qin Shu, still holding the frightening silver needles, pushed Lu Min's hand away to avoid hurting her, yet her smile remained. As I said before, give me a month, and I will make Xie Lanzhi as good as new. Lu Min looked into her clear and calm eyes, feeling inexplicably convinced. Xie Lanzhi suddenly spoke. Aunt Min, I want to speak with her alone. All right. Lu Min and Amyuti left the hospital room, closing the door behind them. In the room, only Qin Shu and Xie Lanzhi remained. Qin Shu walked to the bedside and reminded him, it might hurt a bit next, just bear with it. The treatment that has begun cannot be interrupted. Otherwise, all previous efforts will be in vain and could cause further injury. Xie Lanzhi looked at the silver needles over 10 centimeters long and responded with a heavy nasal tone. As Qin Shu approached, a faint, refreshing fragrance wafted over, filling Xie Lanzhi's nostrils. He had never been so close to a woman before and felt a bit uneasy. Qin Shu quickly inserted the silver needle into the acupoint on Xie Lanzhi's body. It indeed hurt. The moment the needle entered, Xie Lanzhi's hands tightly gripped the white bedsheet. His muscles tensed, and his body spasmed in pain, trembling uncontrollably. His fingers, gripping the bedsheet, turned white from excessive force, as if he were going to tear it apart. The pain lasted for a long time before it began to ease. Xie Lanzhi's body started to heat up, and his pores opened, feeling incredibly comfortable. Since his injury a week ago, he had endured torment from pain every day. This was the first time he experienced the lightness he had before being hurt. Xie Lanzhi opened his tightly shut eyes, his gaze heavy as he stared at Qin Shu, who sat in front of the hospital bed. He swallowed hard and hoarsely asked, "What do you want?" His solemn tone carried suspicion and a hint of certainty. Qin Shu was puzzled by his certainty and replied honestly, "I don't want to remain a widow. You will cooperate with my treatment, right?" In her previous life, Qin Baozhu married Xie Lanzhi, but became a widow shortly thereafter. She didn't want to let go of such a high-quality resource like Xie Lanzhi. If they couldn't be real husband and wife, being partners would suffice. She was quite familiar with this matter. Most importantly, the CF family held a prominent position in the capital, and she could take advantage of this big ship for her own convenience. Xie Lanzhi's pale lips pressed tightly together, and he asked slowly, "You want to marry me?" Even though he tried to hide it, a barely perceptible surprise leaked out. He had never thought Qin Shu would truly want to marry him. Qin Shu frowned, her voice deepening a few degrees. "Are you saying you want to back out of the marriage?" Xie Lanzhi suddenly smiled, a faint smile that was fleeting and hard to capture. He weakly said, "How could that be? As long as you don't mind me. We can get our marriage certificate tomorrow." Qin Shu squinted her eyes and said slowly, "I'm fine with that." His execution was rather strong. It wasn't a big deal. As long as she could board the CF family's big ship, that would suffice. Qin Shu glanced at the yellow, transparent medicine bottle on the table, her expression darkening slightly. "Xie Lanzhi, if you want to recover within a month, you have to follow my instructions. Can you do that?" Xie Lanzhi squinted, his gaze roaming over Qin Shu's face, and casually responded. Qin Shu picked up the yellow, transparent medicine bottle from the table and held it in front of the man. "First, this medicine needs to be stopped. You can't continue taking it." Xie Lanzhi lifted his eyelids, staring into Qin Shu's eyes, and asked casually, "How do you know it's dangerous?" Chapter 6. Moving into the family compound. The main wife captures the mistress. Qin Shu held a medicine bottle in her hand, just about to find an excuse to brush it off. Suddenly, she felt a stir in her heart, thinking this was an opportunity. In her previous life, Qin had caused many people to pay a heavy price before it was recognized for its dangers. With the CF family's influence in the capital, perhaps they could ban this drug from being widely abused again. Qin Shu said to Xie Lanzhi, "Many people in Hong Kong treat Qin as a toxin to take." Qin was initially introduced from Hong Kong. The side effects of the drug had already fully erupted there, yet the information had been kept under wraps. Hearing Qin Shu mention Hong Kong, Xie Lanzhi couldn't help but become serious. The situation in Hong Kong was too complex. Ignoring the silver needles stuck in him, Xie Lanzhi struggled to sit up. He tightly gripped Qin Shu's wrist and asked in a deep voice, "Do you have any evidence?" Xie Lanzhi's sharp gaze softened slightly, yet it still exuded a strong sense of pressure. Qin Shu was unafraid, blinking her watery peach blossom eyes, and spoke clearly, "You can have someone investigate over in Hong Kong. My wrist hurts. What kind of man is this? His grip is so strong." Xie Lanzhi looked into Qin Shu's serious eyes, which showed no signs of evasion, glistening with moisture. He immediately released her wrist, but it had already left a red mark on her skin. Xie Lanzhi stared at the red mark, feeling it was very glaring. He lowered his gaze, his tone slow and deep. "I will have someone inquire. I hope you're not lying to me." "Lying to you does not benefit me at all." Qin Shu maintained a calm demeanor, feeling a heavy sigh of relief in her heart. In this life, the CF family's involvement in the matter of Qin would surely save many people. Qin Shu gently rubbed her sore wrist, staring at the red mark for a long time, unable to look away. Half an hour later, it was time for Xie Lanzhi to have the needles removed, and a painful scream echoed in the ward. "Captain, what is going on?" LV Min and Amu rushed in. Lying on the hospital bed, Xie Lanzhi's face was pale, sweat streaming down, and his white lips tightly pressed together. Qin Shu removed the last silver needle from him. She turned around and showed a pure and harmless smile to the two people at the door. "It's nothing," Captain Xie isn't in pain. Just almost cried from the pain. Qin Shu. Hearing Qin Shu's nonsense, Xie Lanzhi couldn't help but raise his voice to call her name. "This is revenge. It's definitely revenge." During the last few needles, he clearly felt Qin Shu increasing the pressure. With an innocent expression, Qin Shu smiled at Xie Lanzhi and said, "I'm not deaf. You don't need to shout so loudly." Xie Lanzhi looked at her rosy, fair face, vibrant like peach blossoms. Then his gaze dropped to the circle of red marks on her wrist. He was speechless for a long time, awkwardly shifting his gaze away. "Amuti." "Yes." Standing at the door of the ward, Amuti stood straight, his voice loud. Xie Lanzhi pointed at Qin Shu. "Arrange for Comrade Qin Shu to stay at my place." "Yes, Captain." Amuti walked into the ward and picked up the luggage that Qin Shu had brought. Qin Shu stood still, frowning, and tentatively asked, "Is your place messy? If it's too messy, she might as well stay at the guest house first." Xie Lanzhi was in severe pain, his pale lips tightly pressed together, providing no response. He looked particularly aloof and arrogant. LV Min's expression was very excited as she noticed the changes in Xie Lanzhi's condition. Just moments ago, he had shouted vigorously, sounding strong, making it hard for anyone to guess he was seriously injured. This girl, Qin Shu, is simply amazing. "Hey, I'm talking to you. Why aren't you speaking?" Qin Shu didn't mind Xie Lanzhi's cold demeanor, looking at him with a smile in her eyes. Xie Lanzhi's hand, hanging by his side, was clenched into a fist, the muscles in his arm bulging. Gritting his teeth, he said word by word, "I don't know." He hadn't been back for over a month. How would he know if his home was messy? LV Min noticed that the couple seemed to be in a quarrel and quickly stepped in front of Qin Shu. "Lanzhi went out on a mission last month and just returned. The house definitely needs cleaning. I'll take you over and help you tidy up a bit." With great strength, she easily pulled Qin Shu out of the ward. Just as Qin Shu stepped out of the ward, she suddenly turned around to look at the man leaning on the bed in pain. "Xie Lanzhi, you'll still be in pain for half an hour? Just bear with it. The upcoming treatment will be even tougher." Xie Lanzhi kept his lips tightly sealed, vowing to keep silent this time. He was afraid that if he spoke, he would let out cries of pain and collapse. How embarrassing. It's better to just play dead and save some face. Seeing that something was off, LV Min explained, "This child has been cold since she was young. You'll be fine once you get to know each other better." Qin Shu looked at Xie Lanzhi's enduring expression, smiling faintly but saying nothing. She followed LV Min and Amu T out of the ward. As the three were going downstairs, they encountered a tall, beautiful woman in military uniform. The woman came forward to greet them. Director LV, Comrade Amu T. Both LV Min and Amu T showed awkward expressions upon seeing the woman. One looked embarrassed, and the other had a guilty look. It was well known in the camp that this woman liked Xie Lanzhi. LV Min exchanged pleasantries with the woman. "Xiaolan, are you here? No rehearsal for the art troupe today? I'm not busy today. I heard Captain Xie can eat now, so I came to bring him some snacks." Wang Xiaolan held up the snacks wrapped in craft paper, her face bright with a shy smile. Her gaze inadvertently fell on the beautiful Qin Shu, and her smile noticeably faded a bit. Upon seeing Qin Shu's outdated and plain attire, a flash of disdain and contempt passed through her eyes. Wang Xiaolan hesitated and asked, "Who is this?" Before LV Min could respond, Amu T stiffly said, "This is Captain Xie's family member." If it weren't for the fact that they weren't officially married, he would have definitely said Qin Shu is the captain's wife. Wang Xiaolan's fading smile returned to her face. "So it's Captain Xie's family. Hello? Wang Xiaolan." She extended her hand to the expressionless Qin Shu, her attitude suddenly becoming overly enthusiastic. "Hello, Comrade Xiaolan, Qin Shu." Qin Shu, holding her things, did not shake hands with Wang Xiaolan, her tone quite cold. From the brief exchange, she understood that Wang Xiaolan was after Xie Lanzhi. She hadn't expected that with Xie Lanzhi severely injured, on the brink of death, there would still be a woman so devoted to him. It made sense, though. Xie's father had a significant influence in the capital, and as a member of the prominent family, many girls would want to marry him. LV Min clearly sensed Qin Shu's coldness and steeled herself to say to Wang Xiaolan, "Lanzhi is already asleep. Please don't disturb him." Wang Xiaolan's expression froze for a moment, looking a bit embarrassed. "All right then, I'll come to see him tomorrow." She turned and left, her back straight and decisive. However, after Qin Shu and the others left by car, Wang Xiaolan emerged from the corner. She watched the car drive away and cursed. "TCH. Seductress." Wang Xiaolan swayed her hips as she went up to the second floor, heading straight for the ward where Xie Lanzhi was. Qin Shu was brought to Xie Lanzhi's residence, a red-tiled house with a vegetable garden. LV Min took the key from under the red bricks on the windowsill and said to Qin Shu, "A new 3-story dormitory has been built on the east side of the playground. If you like it there, you can move over once Lanzhi is better." Nowadays, young people prefer living in small buildings, apart from the poor soundproofing. Everything else is quite convenient. Qin Shu stood in front of the vegetable garden, smiling. "This is just fine. Not only is it far from the playground, but I want to be woken up by the bugle every morning." There is still a large piece of fertile land in the vegetable garden where some medicinal herbs can be transplanted. LV Min unlocked the door, walked over to Qin Shu, and looked at the green vegetables in the garden. These were the vegetables planted by the sisters-in-law for Lanzhi. Now that you are here, it's up to you to take care of them. Qin Shu replied, Okay, let's go inside and take a look. LV Min took the bundle from Qin Shu's hand and pulled her towards the house. The place where Xie Lanzhi lived wasn't messy, just that the furniture inside had a layer of dust on it. Without saying a word, LV Min took a basin of water and started wiping the furniture with cloth. Qin Shu didn't just stand there. She joined in to tidy up the house. And Amu Ti also joined in. While doing housework, LV Min took the opportunity to familiarize Qin Shu with the house. You can see if there's anything missing in the furniture. I'll apply for it later. Everything is new. This is the tap water pipe. Turning this faucet will give you water. It's very convenient. In here is the bathroom, and the switch for the electric light is here. Half an hour later, the room was tidied up, and it was completely dark outside. LV Min looked at the beautiful and nimble Qin Shu and liked her more and more. With a slender waist, ample hips, and a proud chest, she looked very capable of bearing children. The CF family is blessed. The family will surely prosper and have many children in the future. LV Min glanced outside at the darkening sky and said, At this time, we want to have time to cook. Let us go to the cafeteria for a big pot meal. It was Qin Shu's first time in this life to eat the big pot meal from the military. As for the taste, well, the cooking skills can't be compared to later generations. However, in this era, a meal with meat, vegetables, and soup is already quite good. After finishing the meal, LV Min left, leaving the task of taking Qin Shu back to the family compound to Amu Ti. A familiar woman's voice rang out. The tone was very harsh, revealing a hoarse voice as if she had been crying. Wang Xiulan rushed to the dining table. Her eyes red as she glared at Amu Ti and immediately questioned him. Team leader Xie said he's getting married. Who is that woman? The arrogant Wang Xiulan looked like the main wife catching the mistress. Chapter 7. Qin Shu. Xie Lanzhi, he will only marry me. Amuti put down his bowl and shifted his gaze to Qin Shu, who was sitting nearby. Wang Xiulan's furious gaze followed his line of sight, her pupils constricting. She couldn't believe it. It's her. Qin Shu looked at Wang Xiulan, whose eyes were red from crying, her figure appealing, and smiled as she asked, Are you here to bless me and Xie Lanzhi? Wang Xiulan scrutinized the plain-looking Qin Shu and questioned sharply, Did you use some kind of trick to force Commander Xie to marry you? She couldn't believe that this seemingly rustic village girl could be the one Xie Lanzhi wanted to marry, especially not someone who looked so unrefined and promiscuous. Why her? Wang Xiulan had been subtly courting Xie Lanzhi, already considering him hers. Who would have thought that a wild card would appear? Qin Shu put down her chopsticks and coldly glared at Wang Xiulan, whose face was twisted with jealousy. What tricks are needed? My engagement with Xie Lanzhi was arranged by our elders. Wang Xiulan's eyes lit up, and she raised her voice. What era are we in? Still engaging in arranged marriages. Commander Xie shouldn't be burdened by someone like you. This statement instantly drew the attention of many people in the cafeteria. Some soldiers quickly gathered with their bowls, while others, particularly the nosy ones, watched the two with sparkling eyes while eating. Qin Shu ignored the inquisitive gazes around her and clearly stated, Who said our marriage is arranged? Don't you know there's a term called mutual affection? Xie Lanzhi will only marry me. When facing a rival, one must never boost the other's morale while diminishing one's own. The most powerful counterattack is to confront head-on. Wang Xiulan looked at the proud and confident Qin Shu and panicked, her emotions clearly unstable. She shouted without thinking, You, a village girl, are not worthy of Commander Xie. Qin Shu raised her chin and mockingly asked, Then who is worthy? You? She scrutinized Wang Xiulan with a critical eye, shaking her head as if regretting something. Unfortunately, we are getting our marriage certificate tomorrow, and it was Xie Lanzhi who proposed. Hearing that they were getting married tomorrow, Wang Xiulan's eyes turned red with jealousy. You must have forced him. How could someone like Commander Xie possibly like you? Qin Shu smirked, standing up to meet Wang Xiulan's gaze, and sneered, Look at how many people are watching you. Don't let them laugh at you. A young lady should know how to love herself. As the crowd grew larger, Qin Shu didn't want to be the center of attention. She also didn't want to escalate the situation, fearing it would be hard to resolve later. Qin Shu signaled Amudi to leave. Amudi immediately stood up, his gaze coldly sweeping over the surrounding soldiers. Just one look made many of them behave. Amudi led Qin Shu quickly towards the cafeteria's exit. You can't leave. Wang Xiaolan caught up and blocked Qin Shu's path. Arranged marriages are an outdated custom. If you had any self-awareness, you should dissolve your engagement with Commander Xie. Someone like him should marry a well-educated girl who shares common interests. You probably can't even read, right? Don't you feel ashamed? You are not worthy of him. Qin Shu was amused by her anger. A good girl? This was a veiled insult, implying she wasn't a good girl. Wang Xiaolan wanted to trample on her dignity. A cold smile appeared at the corners of Qin Shu's lips as she looked at Wang Xiaolan with disdain. Who are you to Xie Lanzhi? Wang Xiaolan's imposing demeanor instantly diminished, but she stubbornly replied, I am Commander Xie's comrade, a fellow soldier who can stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Qin Shu stretched her tone slowly. So you are just an outsider. Xie Lanzhi and I are already a married couple. What qualifications do you have to interfere? Seeing Wang Xiaolan's face turn red with shame and anger, Qin Shu added, Do you know that it is Xie Lanzhi who is marrying me, not the other way around? Far away in the capital, Xie's father had just recovered from a serious illness and was urging Xie Lanzhi to get married. It was the Xie family pushing the Qin family to marry off their daughter, not the other way around. Wang Xiaolan refused to accept this, saying, But you are not worthy of him. She kept repeating this phrase, as if that was all she could say. Qin Shu raised an eyebrow and provocatively replied, Don't question our marriage. His marrying me is sanctioned by the organization. I believe that soon, we will understand each other deeply. The term understanding each other could also apply to partners. Qin Shu said this without blushing or feeling guilty, with a strong sense of righteousness. This soon reached Xie Lanzhi's ears. His sister-in-law made Wang Xiaolan cry, and she ran out of the cafeteria in tears. Amudi relayed the incident in the cafeteria to Xie Lanzhi. Leaning on his hospital bed, Xie Lanzhi gained a new understanding of Qin Shu. Sharp-tongued, Amudi had come to bring food to Xie Lanzhi, but the meal on the table went unnoticed. Amudi urged, Brother Lan, you should eat something. Xie Lanzhi frowned. I can't eat. Take it back. The smell of the food made him feel nauseous. Amudi grew anxious. You haven't eaten all day. You won't be able to hold up like this. Unable to resist Amudi's persuasion, Xie Lanzhi reluctantly took a few bites. However, the next moment, everything he had just eaten came back up. This was the reason he resisted eating. No matter how much he ate, he would throw it all up. Amudi's eyes turned red with concern, and he dared not urge him further, silently cleaning up the mess. Qin Shu sat on the bed where Xie Lanzhi had slept, organizing the belongings she had brought. From the bottom of her bundle, she pulled out a bulging item wrapped in a handkerchief. Inside was a stack of gray money bills and ration tickets, which her mother had given her when she left home. Qin Shu placed the money under the bedding for easy access when needed. Knock, knock. At that moment, there was a rapid knock on the door. Who is it? Qin Shu put on her shoes and walked towards the door. Sister-in-law, it's me. A familiar male voice came from outside. It was Amudi. Qin Shu opened the door and saw the tall man, standing outside with red-rimmed eyes. She asked in surprise, what happened? Amudi sniffed, his voice restrained, Sister-in-law. The commander hasn't eaten anything for a day. Whatever he eats, he throws up. He really has no way out, which is why he came to find you. Deep down, he hoped she might have a solution. Qin Shu frowned upon hearing this, a look of annoyance spreading across her face. It's my fault. I forgot about this. She welcomed Amudi inside and confidently headed towards the kitchen. Your commander is currently weak due to damage to his stomach and spleen. His digestive functions are abnormal, and the biggest consequence is loss of appetite. Even if he eats, he'll throw it up. Qin Shu entered the kitchen and opened the cupboard, finding rice, flour, eggs, and some seasonings. She told Amudi, please help me pick some vegetables from the garden. Okay. Seeing that Qin Shu really had a plan, Amudi rushed out the door. Qin Shu went to the master bedroom and took out a few wooden boxes from home that emitted a faint medicinal fragrance. By the time Amudi returned with fresh vegetables, Qin Shu had already prepared the dough. Not sure if it was his imagination, Amudi smelled a faint herbal aroma coming from the kitchen. Qin Shu busied herself with the dough, not turning around as she said, "Please help me wash the vegetables." Okay, with Amuti's help. The fragrant little wontons were ready an hour later. Qin Shu packed the wontons into an aluminum lunchbox and had Amuti take them away. In the hospital room, Xie Lanzhi looked at the lunchbox filled with thin-skinned, generously stuffed little wontons, which were crystal clear and very appetizing. The enticing aroma in the air made his mouth water. Xie Lanzhi inexplicably felt a bit hungry, his prominent and sexy atoms apple rolling. He raised his eyes to see Amuti's expectant face. Where did this come from? Amuti grinned and said, "Sister-in-law made them herself." Xie Lanzhi's mind conjured up the delicate and fair face of Qin Shu, along with her pair of cunningly beautiful eyes. A tingling sensation surged in his heart. A warm current enveloped him from the inside out. Xie Lanzhi took the spoon from Amuti's hand and stirred the chopped green onions sprinkled on the soup in the lunchbox. She had just arrived at the camp, and it was so late. Why disturb her? He complained to Amuti about his lack of consideration, but his hand scooped up a wonton and brought it to his mouth. The vegetarian wonton burst with a fresh and tender flavor the moment the skin was bitten open. There was also a faint medicinal aroma that was oddly pleasant. Xie Lanzhi tentatively swallowed it. After waiting for a long time, he did not experience the familiar urge to vomit. A glimmer of light flashed in his eyes as he scooped up another wonton and brought it to his mouth. Amuti saw the commander eat 5 or 6 pieces in a row and was so excited that he was almost in tears. The worry in his heart finally settled down. That night, Xie Lanzhi not only managed to eat a large bowl of wontons, but also had his first stable sleep since his injury. He didn't wake up in pain in the middle of the night, staring out at the dark night alone until dawn. The next day, Xie Lanzhi was awakened by an itch in his leg. He opened his eyes to see Qin Shu holding his wrist with one hand and touching the sensitive area above his casted thigh with the other. This was a very dangerous and sensitive position. "What are you doing?" Xie Lanzhi's voice was hoarse, and his sleepy eyes instantly became alert, seeing that he was awake. Qin Shu hesitated and asked, "Xie Lanzhi, are you unable to?" She had prepared herself for 2 lifetimes of husbands, both of whom were childless. No one told her that this lifetime's husband was a sheep tail. Chapter 8. This man is too sexy, what did you say? Xie Lanzhi's pupils trembled violently, his dark eyes devoid of any light fixed on Qin Shu, as he squeezed out a difficult question from his tight throat. Qin Shu's gaze dropped, sweeping over the automatic gear shift. Everything was unspoken. Xie Lanzhi followed her line of sight. As a normal man, he should have had a reaction upon waking up. But he didn't. Xie Lanzhi's half-face, not wrapped in gauze, did not flush with the slightest embarrassment or anger. He pulled up the blanket beside him to cover his waist, his teeth grinding together. Any man cannot tolerate being told he is incapable. This concerns a man's dignity. Ahem. Seeing Xie Lanzhi shy, Qin Shu coughed lightly to ease the awkwardness. "You should be fine after some proper care. It wouldn't affect future use." As her comforting words left her lips, Qin Shu suddenly realized her mistake. Use what? They were about to get their marriage certificate today and would be legal spouses thereafter. Her earlier words could easily be misunderstood. One might think she was too eager. Qin Shu's fair skin turned a tempting shade of red, making her look quite appetizing. Xie Lanzhi took in her changing expression, and much of his irritation dissipated. He timely shifted the topic. "How did you get here?" "It was just on outside." "Not yet time for the training call." Qin Shu organized her emotions, pointing to 2 acupuncture storage bags spread out on the wooden cabinet to her left. She calmly said, "I brought you breakfast, and then I'll start the treatment." Xie Lanzhi stared at the frightening rows of golden and silver needles, speechless for a long time. "Let's eat first. You need to be full to have the energy for the fuss." Qin Shu handed the lunchbox on the table to the man, leaning against the hospital bed. The word fuss evoked thoughts in Xie Lanzhi's mind, and his lips pressed into a straight line. Regarding the marriage certificate, he began to have second thoughts. With a disfigured face, a damaged leg, and functional impairments due to injury, his reactions were inconsistent. He suddenly realized that as a man, he couldn't provide Qin Shu with the normal life a couple should have. Xie Lanzhi avoided Qin Shu's gaze and muttered, "I haven't rinsed my mouth yet." Qin Shu, unaware of his thoughts, smiled and said, "I advise you to hold on until the treatment is over before you wash up. She firmly shoved the lunchbox into Xie Lanzhi's hands. As the lid of the lunchbox opened, a strong aroma of rice porridge wafted out. Under Qin Shu's urging, Xie Lanzhi forced himself to drink a few mouthfuls, the familiar medicinal scent spreading across his lips and teeth. Just like last night, he felt no urge to vomit. Instead, his appetite surged. Xie Lanzhi's dark eyes, covered by long lashes, glimmered. Outside the window, daylight broke. Xie Lanzhi lay bare-chested on the bed, his body dotted with silver needles of varying sizes. Qin Shu glanced at him, noting his lean, powerful waist and the faint outline of his abs. Broad shoulders and a narrow waist made him appear slim in clothes, but muscular without them. Such a sexy physique made her unable to resist looking twice. The next few needles would hurt. Be prepared. As Qin Shu's words fell, she placed the final few needles into Xie Lanzhi's acupoints like Guan Yuan and Shihai. Her needle technique was gentle and steady, but Xie Lanzhi's body spasmed in pain, his breathing quickened, and muffled sounds of restraint escaped his lips. Qin Shu casually comforted him. You're severely depleted. This is to help replenish your energy. Just bear with it. Xie Lanzhi opened his tightly shut eyes and said to Qin Shu in a low voice, I can endure. That's good. Qin Shu nodded in agreement. She moved to the foot of the bed to examine Xie Lanzhi's left leg, which was in a cast. I'm going to remove the cast from your leg. Xie Lanzhi replied, Okay. Qin Shu continued. Next, you'll be lying in bed for most of the next month. Xie Lanzhi replied, That's fine. Qin Shu added, You'll also need to eat, drink, and take care of other needs in bed. Xie Lanzhi, No problem. If the leg can heal, lying in bed for a year would be no issue. Xie Lanzhi didn't want to walk with a limp, nor could he bear to leave the beloved army. He looked at Qin Shu with hopeful eyes, hoarsely asking, Will this leg really get better? Qin Shu was already in the process of removing the cast, casually saying, Of course. Her demeanor and tone were too calm, as if Xie Lanzhi's leg had only suffered a minor cut. That's good. Xie Lanzhi was half convinced, doubting whether Qin Shu truly understood his meaning. What he wanted was to be able to undergo high-intensity training again and continue serving in the army. While removing the cast, Qin Shu noticed Xie Lanzhi's downcast mood and glanced up at him. Xie Lanzhi turned his head to look out the window, his expression full of negativity, a hint of loneliness lingering between his brows. Qin Shu couldn't quite describe her feelings, and comforting words slipped out. To restore your leg, we need to first use golden needles to clear the meridians, improve blood circulation, and stimulate the nerves in your leg. Once the leg's meridians and nerves recover, we'll apply the special ointment I've prepared, and you'll be healed in a month. Her soft and delicate voice sounded almost like a coquette. Xie Lanzhi looked at Qin Shu's fair and clean face, his eyes revealing a hint of surprise. Qin Shu continued, A month will pass quickly. Xie Lanzhi's thin lips moved. Just do your best. If it doesn't work, I won't blame you. As soon as he finished speaking, a wave of excruciating pain shot through his leg. In the midst of their conversation, Qin Shu had completely removed the cast from his leg. Xie Lanzhi's ankle extended to his calf, revealing an ugly, grotesque wound sewn with dozens of stitches. The wound was treated well, but unfortunately, the internal nerves were nearly dead, and the meridians were blocked. Qin Shu picked up the golden needle storage bag, pinched a needle, and reminded him, This time, the needle will go deeper. Be prepared. Hiss. Just as Xie Lanzhi was about to speak, a suppressed cry of pain escaped his throat. Qin Shu moved quickly, already starting to insert the needle. Xie Lanzhi gritted his teeth, his calm profile cracking slightly. After it was all over, a layer of fine cold sweat appeared on him. When Qin Shu withdrew her hand, she saw a few beads of sweat clinging to Xie Lanzhi's side, rolling down the lines of his sexy abs onto the sheets. The man frowned and tilted his head back, revealing his prominent, sexy Adam's apple. It made one inexplicably want to bite it. Qin Shu forcibly shifted her gaze away, internally cursing herself. That Adam's apple. Xie Lanzhi was just too sexy. He exuded a wild and rebellious charm. Among the patients Qin Shu had treated in her past life, there were some with outstanding physiques, but none were as attractive as Xie Lanzhi. Please help me pour a glass of water. Like someone pulled from the water, Xie Lanzhi's voice was hoarse. Qin Shu came back to her senses, her voice a bit tense. Okay. She brought a red glass filled with water to Xie Lanzhi. At this moment, Xie Lanzhi had no strength to raise his hand and drank from Qin Shu's hand. More, please. After finishing one glass of water, Xie Lanzhi still felt thirsty. I'll pour you another glass. Just as Qin Shu turned to pour water, an unexpected incident occurred. She slipped and lost control of her body, falling toward Xie Lanzhi, who was covered in needles. Qin Shu realized the potential harm this fall could cause to Xie Lanzhi. She pressed her hands firmly against the hospital bed, her delicate body skillfully flipping to the side. The man's heavy breathing, mixed with a bitter medicinal scent, rushed toward her. Qin Shu and Xie Lanzhi, lying on the hospital bed, locked eyes, just a few millimeters apart, their noses nearly touching. However, that wasn't the most awkward part. Xie Lanzhi's sword-like brows furrowed, his pale lips pressed into a straight line, his expression pained as he looked at Qin Shu. He squeezed out a sentence from between his teeth. Get your hand off. His cold, low voice was laced with pain, as if he were being tortured. This reminder made Qin Shu become aware of the sensation beneath her hand, which felt somewhat soft. The sensation was very unfamiliar and strange. It seemed to be moving. Following the enticing mermaid line along Xie Lanzhi's abdomen, she found her hand in a lower position. It was resting in an unspeakable place. Qin Shu's face flushed bright red, and her hand began to tremble. Just then, the slightly open hospital door was pushed open from the outside. Chapter 9, The Magical Ability of the Innate Pregnant Body Creek. The door to the ward was pushed open. Amudi stood outside, his expression one of shock, completely dumbfounded. He saw Xie Lanzhi, pale and sickly, lying on the hospital bed, with one arm wrapped around Qin Shu's slim waist. The delicate and soft Qin Shu, her face flushed, was leaning on Xie Lanzhi's body. Her chest was pressed against the man's muscular arm. Amudi blinked, rubbed his eyes, doubting whether he was still dreaming. If it weren't for the needles all over Xie Lanzhi's body, he would have thought they had just finished an intense battle, utterly exhausted. Xie Lanzhi knew how suggestive his position with Qin Shu was at that moment. This was better than being seen with Qin Shu leaning on him, her hand resting inappropriately. If people misunderstood that Qin Shu was taking advantage of him in his injured state, she would be drowned in their spittle. Xie Lanzhi lowered his gaze to the blanket covering his waist, took a deep breath, and subtly shifted his body to conceal the embarrassing situation. He glanced at the still shocked Qin Shu and said in a low voice, "Get up quickly. Someone else is coming." If he could move freely, he wouldn't be in such a predicament with Qin Shu. Qin Shu's heart was racing, and upon hearing this, she immediately straightened up. She turned her back to the ward, pretending to tidy up the acupuncture kit on the table. In a position where no one could see, Qin Shu wiped her hands on her clothes, trying to erase the sensation of just having touched something unusual. Unexpectedly, she found herself misdiagnosing the situation. Damn it, Xie Lanzhi was simply too impressive. She had never seen someone respond so quickly to a pressure point. Outside the door, Amudi, not daring to look around, failed to notice Xie Lanzhi's embarrassment. His expression was slightly awkward as he scratched the back of his head. Captain, sister-in-law, did I come a bad time? Amudi wished he could find a hole to hide in. It was so awkward. Xie Lanzhi narrowed his phoenix eyes and asked coldly, "What are you here for?" "I brought you food." Amudi quickly raised the aluminum lunchbox in his hand. Xie Lanzhi's gaze moved past him to the two women in uniforms behind. Who are they? Amudi stepped aside, revealing an older and a younger woman, and introduced them enthusiastically. "Captain, these two are from the marriage registration office." He thought the captain and sister-in-law had such a good relationship that they would be eager to register their marriage. Xie Lanzhi's face showed no signs of joy, his expression remaining consistently indifferent. He cast a sidelong glance at the shaken Qin Shu and said coldly, "It's not convenient today. Let them go back." "It's not inconvenient at all." Qin Shu turned around, glaring at Xie Lanzhi with her beautiful eyes, staring directly into his deep black gaze. She squinted and asked, "Are you trying to stall for time?" Having his thoughts exposed, Xie Lanzhi avoided her gaze and looked at Amudi at the door. "I've already had breakfast. You take the colleagues from the marriage registration office to the cafeteria first." Amudi sensed the atmosphere in the ward was off and quickly led the two women away. As soon as the door closed, Qin Shu started to question him. Xie Lanzhi, what are you doing? Xie Lanzhi's pale face was covered in cold sweat, his expression serious, and the corners of his lips curled into a distant arc. His thin lips slowly moved. Emuti's achievements have been suppressed for years. I kept it by my side to let him gain more experience. With his abilities, his future is limitless. In a few years, he will surpass me. He's 1 year younger than me. What do you think of him? Xie Lanzhi's voice was low and hoarse, his pace neither hurried nor slow, quietly looking at Qin Shu. Qin Shu suddenly remembered the first time she met Emuti, and the possibility of them being husband and wife seemed greater. Her heart sank, and she asked expressionlessly, "Do you want me to marry him?" Qin Shu didn't hold back at all, directly placing Xie Lanzhi's good intentions on the table. Xie Lanzhi looked at her flushed, beautiful face, as if she had applied rouge, alluring yet angry. However, the aggressive color in her eyes was evident. She was clearly mad. Xie Lanzhi's tone remained cold, devoid of emotion as he said, "You have good medical skills. You should know my condition. I cannot give you what you want." Qin Shu sneered, sitting up on the hospital bed, ready for a heart-to-heart talk. She asked with a fake smile, "What do I want?" Xie Lanzhi fell silent for a long time under her seemingly alluring yet fierce gaze, slightly turning his head away. His pale lips pressed tightly together, and after a long silence, he finally spoke with some difficulty. "Most of my external injuries are concentrated in my lower body. Marrying you would only delay you." For a man to admit he was incapable was more painful than slapping himself in the face. It was like rubbing his dignity into the ground. Xie Lanzhi had never felt so embarrassed in his 20-plus years of life. Qin Shu opened her mouth. "Wasn't there an improvement just now? Even if you can, I might not necessarily." Her words abruptly stopped. Qin Shu noticed that the once proud man seemed to have been doused with cold water. At that moment, he shed his fierce demeanor and became as quiet as a chicken. All right, it was normal for someone already severely injured to have fluctuating reactions. Qin Shu suddenly realized how damaging this was for a man, and her expression quickly softened. She coughed lightly and confidently stated, "After taking medicine for a week, you will be back to normal." Xie Lanzhi's ears perked up, and the beads of sweat on his eyelashes fluttered. Qin Shu stared at his quickly reddening ears, her eyes brimming with uncontainable laughter. "However, you have ultimately hurt the root." She deliberately paused, noticing Xie Lanzhi's flushed ears twitch again. Qin Shu suppressed her laughter and said, "After you recover, even if you are spirited in that aspect, it will be impossible to have children." "Why?" Xie Lanzhi's already furrowed brows tightened even more. Qin Shu shook her head. If it were just internal or external injuries, there would still be hope for recovery. But with both overlapping, it has caused the decline of spermatogonial cells and irreversible sequelae in your body. Unless you are fortunate enough to meet someone with the innate ability to bear children. Otherwise, it is undoubtedly a lifetime of no descendants. An innate pregnant body has the ability to repair spermatogonial cells. Such women are hard to find among millions. Moreover, they cannot be identified by appearance. Only through intimate relations can it be determined. Once a man has been with them, they would immediately conceive. Upon learning that he would not have children, Xie Lanzhi obviously fell silent. Qin Shu observed his pensive profile and shifted the topic. "Xie Lanzhi, I need to clarify something. I came to the army to find you to fulfill the marriage contract set between my grandfather and your father. If you don't want to marry me, I will return to the village after curing you, and not let you arrange my life from here on out. Don't say I'm not worried about marriage. Even if no one marries me, I am very willing to remain single for life." This was Qin Shu's true thought. The meaningless marriage in her previous life had shown her a great family drama. If it weren't for the marriage contract between the Xie and Qin families, she would have chosen to remain single for life. Cough, cough. Just as Xie Lanzhi was about to speak, he let out a series of urgent coughs. Ignoring the needles in his body, he sat up and firmly grasped Qin Shu's hand. "I don't. Cough, cough. Not want to marry you, I'm afraid. Afraid you will regret it." His voice, fragmented with coughs and gasps, carried a hint of obsessive urgency. "Don't speak yet." Qin Shu pressed her hand against Xie Lanzhi's lung, her slender fingers exploring for a moment before pressing firmly on an acupoint. A wave of warmth quickly rose in Xie Lanzhi's chest. The urgent coughing sound instantly disappeared. Seeing that he was improving, Qin Shu asked in confusion. What would I regret? In her past life, she encountered a disgusting scumbag named Yang Yanchuan, and even helped raise his child. She endured it all. With such a good resource like Xie Lanzhi, even if they end up living separately in appearance, she still benefited. Right? Xie Lanzhi's chest heaved irregularly as he said softly, I regret marrying a useless person. No, is this man really thinking about her? She just wanted to board the grand ship of the Xie family, without considering so much. Qin Shu's eyes flickered slightly as she countered, You're clearly doubting my medical skills. Xie Lanzhi felt guilty. Qin Shu continued, If you truly believed in my medical skills, you wouldn't be introducing me to other men. Xie Lanzhi was left speechless. Qin Shu stood up and walked towards the door of the ward without looking back. There's still boiling medicine for you at home. I'll go back to check on it. You should think it over carefully. Think about what? Whether to go through with this marriage or not. Xie Lanzhi watched Qin Shu's departing figure, a dangerous glint flashing in his deep eyes that was unsettling. Once married, Qin Shu would truly have no way back. In the Xie family's values, there was no divorce in marriage, only widowhood. If you never have children, would you still be willing to marry me? A very serious and uniquely toned question came from Xie Lanzhi in the ward. Chapter 10. Xie Lanzhi. Please take care of me in the future. I never said I wouldn't marry you. Qin Shu stopped in her tracks, speaking without looking back. She opened the hospital room door and walked out. Just as she was about to leave, she caught a whiff of a familiar fragrance in the air. It was the popular snowflake cream that had swept through a century, not only enchanting in scent, but also exceptional in moisturizing effects. The lingering snowflake cream in the air had a rich magnolia fragrance mixed with a hint of bitterness. A petite figure in a white shirt quickly disappeared around the corner of the corridor. Qin Shu's gaze darkened as she suspected someone might have been eavesdropping at the door. She calmly closed the door behind her and strolled away. Not long after Qin Shu left, Immunity returned, leading 2 colleagues from the marriage registration office. Xie Lanzhi, who had previously shown resistance, took the initiative to ask what documents were needed for marriage registration. After receiving a clear answer from the registration staff, Xie Lanzhi said to Immunity, You go back and tell Qin Shu to bring all the necessary documents. Okay, I'm on it. Immunity turned and ran off. An hour later, Qin Shu returned to the hospital room, carrying a pot with medicinal soup, and joyfully received 2 marriage certificates resembling awards. The certificates bore their names, genders, and ages, with handwritten dates at the bottom, stamped with a big red seal. Congratulations to Comrade Xie and Comrade Qin on their marriage. Wishing you both a happy wedding. The 2 staff members from the marriage registration office smiled broadly, blessing the couple. Thank you. Qin Shu pulled out a handful of white rabbit milk candies from her pocket and handed a few to each of them. In this era of scarcity and rationing, white rabbit milk candy was a rarity. Qin Shu had taken these candies from Xie Lanzhi's bedside, originally intending to give them to him after he took his medicine. After some polite refusals among the 3, the 2 staff members happily accepted the candy. The older woman spoke, Comrades Xie and Qin, we wish you a happy marriage. We're heading back to the office now. I'll see you out. Qin Shu escorted them out of the hospital room. When she returned, she found the marriage certificates on the table were missing. Qin Shu glanced at the seemingly nonchalant Xie Lanzhi, who was staring out at the trees outside the window. Seemingly lost in thought, she picked up the pot on the table and poured the medicinal soup into an empty bowl. It's time for your medicine. She handed the bowl filled with bitter soup to Xie Lanzhi. While he was drinking the medicine, Qin Shu casually asked, Where did the marriage certificates go? Xie Lanzhi paused mid-sip, but quickly resumed drinking calmly. Qin Shu, feigning concern, said, I heard that if you don't have the marriage certificate when you divorce, you'll have to reapply for it. Did you keep the certificate safe? Cough, cough. Xie Lanzhi choked on the medicine. Drink slowly. No one is competing with you. Qin Shu helped him pat his back and took away the remaining half bowl of soup. After coughing for a while, Xie Lanzhi finally calmed down and looked at Qin Shu with a serious expression, his brows tightly furrowed. You just got married, and you're already thinking about divorce? Before Qin Shu could respond, he continued, Marriage isn't child's play. We need to take it seriously. We must fulfill our commitment to this marriage. Qin Shu looked at his stern demeanor, which was a stark contrast to her earlier hesitation and confusion, and couldn't help but laugh. The corners of her lips lifted in a barely there smile as she lowered her voice, teasingly said, I didn't know who it was before. But marrying me seemed like a huge loss to you, and you were so resistant to getting the certificate. Xie Lanzhi gazed at Qin Shu's radiant smile, her delicate face full of charm, and he momentarily lost his train of thought. He swallowed hard, his voice low and serious. Marriage is not a joke. It needs careful consideration. I don't want you to regret this choice in the future. Qin Shu's eyes curved into crescent moons as she smiled. So you're quite understanding. Xie Lanzhi cleared his throat, mumbling something indistinctly, as long as you understand. His voice was barely audible, lacking confidence. Qin Shu studied Xie Lanzhi's half-exposed face and vaguely sensed his temperament. This man seemed a bit introverted. She reached out her hand towards him, who appeared more energetic than yesterday. Then, Xie Lanzhi, please take care of me in the future. Her soft, delicate hand caught Xie Lanzhi's attention, causing his heart to skip a beat. He instinctively grasped Qin Shu's hand, his calloused fingers brushing against her skin. Her hand was smooth and soft, like freshly steamed buns. It wasn't mealtime yet, but Xie Lanzhi felt hungrier again. Qin Shu playfully scratched his palm with her finger, teasingly asking, Is it nice to touch? Is it smooth? Comfortable? Her touch felt like a feather, gently teasing his heart. Xie Lanzhi abruptly withdrew his hand, coughed into his fist to ease the awkwardness. The first time he held a woman's hand, his ears turned beet red. Seeing the needles embedded in his legs, Xie Lanzhi's voice trembled as he changed the subject. It seems like it's time. Qin Shu turned her gaze to the gruesome wounds on his legs, which were oozing dark blood. She handed him the remaining half-bowl of soup from the table. You continue drinking the medicine. I'll give you acupuncture. Warm sunlight filtered through the glass window, quietly illuminating the hospital bed. The peaceful room created a perfectly cozy atmosphere. After finishing the acupuncture, Qin Shu noticed that Xie Lanzhi had finished his medicine. She took out the last white rabbit milk candy from her pocket. The medicine is quite bitter. Have a candy to sweeten your mouth. Xie Lanzhi looked at the candy resting in Qin Shu's palm and felt a strange sensation rise in his heart. Was he being treated like a child? Seeing that Xie Lanzhi wasn't taking it, Qin Shu insistently pressed the candy into his hand. This is from your bedside. Feel free to eat it. Xie Lanzhi suddenly looked up, his voice clear but tinged with the remnants of the medicinal soup. Are you sleeping in my room? Qin Shu countered, what else? Am I supposed to sleep in the yard? Xie Lanzhi didn't mention that there was an empty room next to the bedroom. As his bodyguard, Amudi occasionally stayed in that room. Now, Xie Lanzhi's mind was filled with thoughts of Qin Shu sleeping in his bed, using his pillow and covering with his quilt. He wondered if, after a month away, his bed still held any trace of his scent. Would the bed Qin Shu lay on and the quilt she covered with carry the same pleasant fragrance as her? Qin Shu held the medicinal pot and acupuncture kit, facing the man lost in thought on the hospital bed. She reminded him, I'll be responsible for your meals for the next few days. Besides drinking water, don't eat anything else. Xie Lanzhi responded slowly. Okay. Qin Shu said, I'll head back now. Okay. After Qin Shu left, Xie Lanzhi remained in a daze for a long time. His heart raced uncontrollably, and the restlessness in his heart refused to dissipate. After marrying Qin Shu, he suddenly felt the reality of having a wife. An urgent desire to recover surged within him. That evening, Qin Shu returned to deliver dinner to Xie Lanzhi. After he finished eating and took his medicine, Qin Shu picked up the medicinal pot and lunchbox to leave. She didn't notice the man in the hospital bed staring at the empty lunchbox in her hands, with an expression that seemed to hold back words. Qin Shu. Just as Qin Shu was about to walk out the door, Xie Lanzhi called out to her. Qin Shu turned around, looking at him in confusion. What's wrong? Xie Lanzhi said, There's a silk quilt on top of the wardrobe in the bedroom. There's a pocket in the quilt's layer containing my wages and allowances, as well as money sent from home and some ration tickets. Now that we're married, it's your responsibility to manage my living expenses. The money at home should also be handled by you. Qin Shu raised her beautiful eyebrows slightly. Okay, I understand. A man who was so understanding and considerate was hard not to like. Xie Lanzhi said again. That silk quilt, warm in winter and cool in summer, was brought back by Mom from Hong Kong. It's very comfortable to cover, so you can use it when you sleep at night. Qin Shu smiled. Such a valuable thing. You're willing to give it up. The silk quilts of this era are not only genuine, but also almost all handcrafted, and they're not cheap. Xie Lanzhi and Qin Shu exchanged amused glances, feeling as if her eyes could emit sparks. Otherwise, how could his heart feel like it had been struck by electricity, with his heartbeat all out of sorts? Xie Lanzhi turned his head and said slowly, "You are my wife." Qin Shu was taken aback for a moment. Then her eyes sparkled with joy. "Got it. Thank you, husband." The way she called him husband was sweet and soft, making Xie Lanzhi's ears turn red. Seeing the man blush, Qin Shu left in a good mood. She returned to the family compound, stepped on a wooden stool, and took down a silk quilt that felt smooth from the top of the wardrobe in her bedroom. Slap! A slightly heavy bag slid out from the silk quilt. Qin Shu looked down and was stunned. Chapter 11. At first glance, it was obvious that it was a family blessed with good fortune and fertility. Inside the bag that had fallen on the ground were over 10 bundles of brand-new banknotes, along with a dizzying array of various ration coupons. Just the banknotes alone looked to be worth at least 10,000. There were also plenty of fabric coupons, meat coupons, sugar coupons, liquor coupons, and other types of ration tickets. Is this what Xie Lanzhi meant by salary and allowances? That's just too much. Qin Shu, in a daze, placed the silk quilt on the bed and picked up the bag from the ground, dumping its contents onto the bed. Clattering sounds echoed as a gold watch and a piece of emerald jade fell out among the banknotes. Qin Shu stared at these two items, her mind blank once again. Is that imperial green jade? What kind of family is this? Just these two items could provide for the entire village of Yushan for 2 years. Qin Shu set the gold watch and jade pendant aside and began counting the money and ration tickets that covered half the bed. There were 13,846 yuan and 35 cents in cash. The ration tickets numbered in the hundreds, including luxury tickets from this era, such as train tickets, watch tickets, and appliance tickets. Taking a deep breath, Qin Shu redefined her understanding of Xie Lanzhi's family. Truly a family with original shares. Qin Shu took some ration tickets and loose change. Packing everything else away, she only took the household money tickets, stashing the rest in the quilt compartment of the wardrobe. Xie Lanzhi was merely her nominal husband, and she felt she had no standing to share this immense fortune. That night, lying in the bed that still held Xie Lanzhi's scent, covered by the soft silk quilt, she enjoyed a silky sleep. However, she tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep, as if there was a cat clawing at her heart. Suddenly, Qin Shu sat up with a start, exclaiming, "No way, Xie Lanzhi must be sick." The more she thought about it, the more wrong it seemed. She felt that Xie Lanzhi was using money to tempt her. In this era, a household with 10,000 yuan was quite an impressive existence, equivalent to tens of millions in the early 21st century. Not to mention those hundreds of ration tickets, which were even more precious than money. Which comrade could withstand such a test? In her previous life, Qin Shu had struggled for many years, suffering a lot before finally stumbling her way to the peak of her life, with hardships too numerous to mention. If she had Xie Lanzhi's wealth, she could have avoided a great deal of detours. Qin Shu felt a bit tempted. The image of Xie Lanzhi, a perfect figure standing at 1.9 meters tall with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, flashed before her eyes. No, she could not afford to provoke this man. In her previous life, Yang Yinchuan had been subdued with just a little trickery, making the scoundrel too afraid to touch her. But Xie Lanzhi was far too dangerous. Once he recovered, he would be like an uncontrollable fierce leopard, highly aggressive. Money is indeed precious, but life is worth even more. Qin Shu pulled the silk quilt that had slipped off her fair shoulder back up, suppressing her inner temptation, and turned over to continue sleeping. Time flew by, and a week had passed. During these days, Qin Shu was busy at the family compound, cafeteria, and health center, following a 3-point routine. Most of her time was spent either administering acupuncture to Xie Lanzhi, preparing herbal medicine, or concocting ointments. Every day felt insufficient. The bustling life left Qin Shu with no time to interact with the military wives in the family compound. Since she was Xie Lanzhi's newlywed wife, many military wives were familiar with her. Occasionally, when walking down the street, strangers would greet her. One noon, Qin Shu was walking toward the health center, one hand carrying 3 aluminum lunchboxes in a net bag and the other holding a clay pot filled with soup medicine. On her way, She encountered a young woman in a white shirt and a middle-aged woman with short hair. Comrade Xiaoqin, go to see Commander Xie again? The middle-aged woman's eyes lit up slightly upon seeing Qin Shu, and she approached her warmly. Qin Shu recognized the woman as Lu Tsueya, the head nurse at the health center, whose husband was the deputy commander of the 2nd Regiment. She smiled and replied, "Yes, it's mealtime. I'm bringing him lunch." "Quickly go then. Don't keep Commander Xie waiting," Lu Tsueya urged. Qin Shu nodded and brushed past the two women. Her soft body, like a willow branch, was full of resilience, with a slender waist that seemed barely graspable, swaying gracefully as she walked. The young woman beside Lu Tsueya eyed Qin Shu's slim waist and shapely figure with disdain, curling her lip. "Look at her, acting all coy. She doesn't seem like a decent person." In her tone of contempt and mockery, a hint of envy could not be missed. Having been through similar experiences, Lu Tsueya raised her eyebrows and said, "What do you know? Her body is a treasure. She looks like someone blessed with good fortune and fertility." "Oomph." The young woman scoffed, rebutting disdainfully, "Who's born like that? Who knows how many men have played with her?" That remark was clearly over the line. Lu Tsueya's smile faded as she frowned at the young woman. She warned, "Yuzhen, some things are better left unsaid. Be careful of trouble coming from your mouth." Sun Yuzhen retorted sarcastically, "I'm not the only one saying it. If she can do shameless things, can I say it?" Lu Tsueya warned sternly, "She is Commander Xie's wife. Don't meddle with others' affairs." Her words carried a protective tone towards Xie Lanzhi, with a hint of unnoticeable caution. Unfortunately, Sun Yuzhen did not pick up on it and wore a proud and arrogant expression. "Xie Lanzhi is on the verge of dying. Even if he survives, he'll be crippled and will leave the army sooner or later. Once he's gone, my man will take over the 1st Regiment. I'm not afraid of him." Sun Yuzhen's radiant smile seemed to envision her man taking over the 1st Regiment in glory. Xie Lanzhi was currently the main leader of the 1st Regiment. Sun Yuzhen's husband was the deputy commander of the 1st Regiment. If it weren't for Xie Lanzhi's significant contributions this time, at just 26 years old, he would never have been able to become a commander. Now that he was severely injured, even if he survived, the leg that had been blown off was ruined. The camp had already spread the word that Xie Lanzhi was destined to leave the army. His position as commander of the 1st Regiment was nominal and would soon be replaced by the deputy commander. Lu Tsueya looked coldly at the young Sun Yuzhen, her eyes carrying a subtle sympathy. Few people in the camp knew that Xie Lanzhi's family background was not simple. A child of a prominent family from the capital, a military scion, he was a benefactor that many people could only hope to encounter. Not to mention, Xie Lanzhi's health had clearly started to improve. Even if he did leave the camp, his future prospects were limitless. Lu Tsueya said coldly, "My husband is coming back soon. I need to go home to cook for him. You should hurry back too." She was too lazy to say more to the uninformed Sun Yuzhen and hurriedly turned to leave. Sun Yuzhen sensed Lu Tsueya's evident aloofness and stamped her foot in place. Her expression was filled with resentment and anger as she muttered in a nasty tone, "A useless man who is not even worth mentioning. It would be better if he died. Truly disgusting." Chapter 12, smelling a strong scent of blood, Qin Shu became angry. In the clinic, Qin Shu pushed open the door and saw, besides Xie Lanzhi lying on a hospital bed, 7 or 8 men in military uniforms. The middle-aged man closest to the bed had 2 stripes and 4 stars on his shoulder, exuding the authority of a soldier. Just standing there, he radiated a chilling aura. Qin Shu's gaze flickered, realizing that this man was a high-ranking leader of Camp 963. "Sister-in-law is here. Comrade Qin has brought food for Huaxia. Lanzhi, you lucky guy. Married such a beautiful wife." The older men in the ward teased Xie Lanzhi, while the younger ones called Qin Shu sister-in-law. The solemn and tense atmosphere in the room became lively with Qin Shu's arrival. Qin Shu looked at Xie Lanzhi leaning against the bed. He was reading a document with red lettering. The man kept his head down and did not look at her once. Qin Shu nodded to everyone, her lips curving into a gentle smile, appearing obedient and quiet. "You all carry on. I'll go get some water." She put down what she was holding, picked up the water jug filled with water from the corner, and left the room. Once Qin Shu left, the room quickly returned to its original serious atmosphere. After finishing reading the document, Xie Lanzhi took the pen from Amuti's hand and signed it fluidly. He closed the document and handed it to the middle-aged man with half-white hair and 2 stripes and 4 stars, with his face smeared with black ointment. Revealing only his eyes, nose, and mouth, Xie Lanzhi said in a strong and powerful voice, "Lao Luo, I will fully cooperate with the organization's actions." Lao Luo took the document, patted Xie Lanzhi on the shoulder, his gaze filled with affection, speaking in an authoritative tone. "First, focus on healing. The organization might need you at any time." "Yes." Xie Lanzhi straightened his back, his determined and clear eyes revealing a fierce, killing intent. Even if he was battered and bruised, as long as the organization needed him, he would drag his injured body to fight. Lao Luo smiled and said, "Relax. Once you are healed, there will be plenty of opportunities for you to achieve merit." He stepped aside, revealing 3 men in uniforms. "These gentlemen are investigators from the capital city. They have some matters to discuss with you. You two chat for a bit, and I'll go check on Ant-Man." Xie Lanzhi nodded and gestured to Amuti beside him. Amuti personally escorted Lao Luo and a few comrades out, leaving only 3 investigators with Xie Lanzhi in the ward. In the water room, Qin Shu sat bored on a chair, counting the time with her fingers. She planned to return to the ward in half an hour. "Sister-in-law." Suddenly, a familiar male voice reached Qin Shu's ears. It was Amuti. He picked up the water jug that had been placed on the floor and said to Qin Shu, "The commander is tied up at the moment. He asked me to take you to see Director Liu for a bit." Qin Shu remained seated in the chair, her beautiful eyebrows slightly furrowing. "Is it just Director Liu?" Amuti replied. "Lao Luo has also gone over." Lao Luo was the husband of Director Liu Min, the middle-aged man with 2 stripes and 4 stars in the ward, a big shot of the 963 unit. Qin Shu's face showed hesitation as she whispered, "Is that really appropriate?" Amuti said, "There's nothing inappropriate about it. Lao Luo and Director Liu have watched the commander grow up. They treat him like their own son since they have no children." "All right." Qin Shu stood up and left with Amuti. As they approached Director Liu's resting room, they heard a woman's angry voice from inside. "Lao Luo, have you gone mad? Lanzhi is just starting to recover, and you sent him on a mission? Do you think his injuries are too light?" Unexpectedly, the usually mild-mannered Director Liu sounded furious, almost as if she were about to explode. Bang! Something crashed to the ground. The 2 soldiers standing at the door remained calm, their expressions showing they were used to this. "No, I disagree." Bang! Director Liu Min's angry voice echoed again. Something hit the door, causing it to tremble. Qin Shu's eyes widened in surprise. She hadn't expected a couple in their 50s to argue so fiercely. Amuti lowered his voice. "It's fine. They'll all make up soon." As it turned out, he was right. Not long after, the tightly shut door swung open from the inside. Seeing Qin Shu outside, Liu Min's eyes brightened slightly. She stepped out, grabbed Qin Shu's hand, and looked at her eagerly. "Shu, how long until Lanzhi recovers?" "At least half a month." Qin Shu's hand was squeezed painfully, but she endured the discomfort and spoke truthfully. Xie Lanzhi's vitality was gradually recovering. His most serious injury was to his leg, and he would be able to walk next week, fully healing in half a month. Liu Min sighed in relief, but then worriedly asked, "What is your level of confidence?" 90%, Qin Shu replied. In truth, she was 100% sure. Upon hearing this, Liu Min pulled Qin Shu's hand and led her into the room. Lao Luo was sitting on a spring sofa with his clothes disheveled, and his face bore the marks of having been scratched. Seeing Qin Shu enter, he awkwardly straightened his clothes and said, "Comrade Qin is here. Please sit." Liu Min shot Lao Luo a glare and fiercely said, "Did you hear? Lanzhi is seriously injured and cannot take on any dangerous tasks." Lao Luo, looking stern, said earnestly, "This is not something I can decide." "Then go report the situation to the organization. Lanzhi has been through life and death several times over the years. Now he is almost incapacitated. Can you bear to see the old Xie family send off their young?" "What are you talking about? I watched Lanzhi grow up. I treat him like my own son." "Nonsense." Liu Min cursed fiercely, her eyes turning red with anger. Seeing his wife about to cry, Lao Luo softened his tone. The higher-ups might not necessarily need Xie Lanzhi to step in. Liu Min became even angrier. "Do you think I'm easy to fool? The red document has come out. That's a death order. Are we just going to stand by and watch those desperate criminals cross our territory, making a mess and harming our people? As Lao Luo's words left his mouth, he suddenly turned to look at Qin Shu, his sharp gaze piercing. Qin Shu listened to the couple, each raising their voice more than the last, her head buzzing from the noise. Seeing that they had paused, she seized the moment to speak. I'll go check on Xie Lanzhi. Some things were not for an ordinary person like her to hear. It was better to withdraw early. Lao Luo nodded and said gently, "You go ahead and take care of Lanzhi. The organization will remember you, and the CF family won't treat you poorly." Qin Shu forced a smile and hurriedly left the room. She knew that Lao Luo was being cautious since she was present, and some of his words were vague. Even so, Qin Shu had guessed the general nature of Xie Lanzhi's mission. This was the 963 unit, located on the border, with the Tianying Ridge stretching for hundreds of miles behind the troops. The terrain of Tianying Ridge was complex. To the east was the throat of Xiangjiang and Yunjin City, surrounded by barbed wire, yet it still couldn't stop the smugglers trying to reach Xiangjiang. To the west of Tianying Ridge, across a river, was an unmanaged area. That place was a mix of good and bad, home to many desperate criminals. They sold weapons, drugs, and even trafficked women and children. They were truly capable of all kinds of evil. Xie Lanzhi was seriously injured this time by a group of desperate criminals using homemade explosives. On her way back to the ward, Qin Shu bumped into 3 investigators. As she brushed past them, she caught a whiff of a strong scent of blood. Thinking of Xie Lanzhi in the ward, her lively and radiant complexion slightly changed, and her pace quickened. Bang! Qin Shu kicked the door open. Seeing the scene in the room clearly, anger rose on her face, and the slightly charming corners of her eyes turned red. Chapter 13, the heartbeat quickened, and there was a slight dryness in the mouth. On the hospital bed, Xie Lanzhi had the medicine paste removed from his face, revealing a scar over 10 centimeters long on his left cheek. The medicine paste on his left leg was also peeled off, and the bedsheet was dotted with some glaring, fresh blood. Xie Lanzhi's appearance clearly indicated that he had been treated roughly. Shabby. Qin Shu narrowed her eyes, anger causing her to curse under her breath. Xie Lanzhi, who was wiping the blood off his leg with a tissue, looked at Qin Shu in confusion. He asked with a strange expression, "What are you saying?" Without the bandage and medicine paste to cover it, Xie Lanzhi's cold and handsome face was clearly exposed. Sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, a high-nose bridge, lips of moderate thickness, distinct facial contours. He was both refined and handsome. A typical Eastern man with a strong facial structure, exuding an air of nobility. Unfortunately, there was a deep scar on his left cheek, which made people feel a sense of regret upon seeing it. Qin Shu stared at the sweat seeping from Xie Lanzhi's forehead, her anger boiling. "It's nothing." She picked up the things she brought from the entrance and forcefully placed them on the table, taking out 3 lunch boxes from a net bag. One contained medicinal bone soup, another had stir-fried vegetables and scrambled eggs, and the last one was plain white rice. With a cold expression, Qin Shu handed chopsticks to Xie Lanzhi. "Eat while it's hot." Taking the chopsticks, Xie Lanzhi gazed at Qin Shu's fair and delicate face, noticing the anger reflected in her beautiful eyes. A smile gradually spread across his lips as he said in a clear voice, "Thank you." His tone was somewhat cold, devoid of the broken hoarseness, deep and rich, with a magnetic quality. Qin Shu paused for a moment with the medicine jar in her hand, lifting her head to meet Xie Lanzhi's black and white eyes that held a faint smile. She picked up one of the bulging blue floral cloths from the table. Inside was ointment for treating leg injuries and removing facial scars. Suppressing her anger, Qin Shu asked Xie Lanzhi, "Why did you let those people touch your wounds?" Xie Lanzhi's smile faded slightly as he replied softly to confirm the authenticity of the injuries. When he wasn't smiling, his striking face emanated an oppressive aura from within. Qin Shu ground her teeth, asking again, "Did you stop them?" Xie Lanzhi remained silent for several seconds before shaking his head. Qin Shu stared at him, her scarlet lips slightly parted. "Do you know that those people peeling off your medicine paste has rendered your treatment today useless?" She tossed the still steaming ointment from the blue floral cloth into a trash bag. Xie Lanzhi's injuries were severe. Even with medical advancements 20 years later, they might not be able to save his life. Qin Shu couldn't simply do a few acupuncture sessions and apply some ointment to pull him back from the brink of death. Her daily acupuncture and the ointment she concocted were adjusted based on Xie Lanzhi's bodily feedback. Xie Lanzhi looked in astonishment at the discarded ointment, his cold face displaying a serious expression. After a long pause, he said apologetically, "I'm sorry. Why are you apologizing for something you didn't do?" Hearing Xie Lanzhi's apology made Qin Shu even angrier. She sat on the edge of the bed and placed a lunchbox with rice in Xie Lanzhi's hands. "Today's treatment is paused. You should eat first." Xie Lanzhi pressed his pale lips tightly together, feeling a heavy heart, inexplicably uncomfortable. It wasn't because of the delay in treatment, but because Qin Shu's hard work today had all gone to waste, making him feel uneasy. Investigators in the capital were famously rigorous and serious. They wouldn't just go through the motions. Even if his father were here, he would have to follow the rules. And the lower-level investigators would conduct a thorough investigation. Qin Shu noticed the guilt in Xie Lanzhi's eyes, and her anger subsided in her black and white eyes. Suddenly, she leaned forward, instantly reducing the distance between her and Xie Lanzhi. Under Xie Lanzhi's surprised gaze, she raised her hand and gently stroked the scar on the man's left cheek, which still bore dry blood. Qin Shu complained, "They were too rough. It was almost healed, and now the wound has reopened." She was an invisible super beauty enthusiast. When dealing with good-looking male and female patients, her inherent temper always softened somewhat. Xie Lanzhi felt Qin Shu's soft fingertips caressing his face. His heart skipped a beat, and he almost couldn't hold the chopsticks steady. The familiar, delicate fragrance wafting into his nostrils made his face flush, and his expression became unnatural. Xie Lanzhi could hear his heartbeat growing faster and clearer, as if it might leap out of his chest. Seeing that Xie Lanzhi finally no longer looked guilty, Qin Shu bit her lip and smiled silently. She sat up straight and gently urged, "If you don't eat soon, the food I made today will go to waste." Xie Lanzhi's shadowy black eyes discreetly followed the curve of Qin Shu's beautiful red lips. His gaze dropped to her delicate collarbone and further down. A patch of fair skin came into view. One button of Qin Shu's top was undone, revealing a hint of skin. Xie Lanzhi's breathing suddenly became heavy, and he felt a bit dry in his mouth. "Xie Lanzhi," Qin Shu suddenly called out to him. Her hand waved in front of the man's eyes. "Hurry and eat. It will get cold." As Qin Shu moved closer, her unique body fragrance wafted into Xie Lanzhi's nostrils. He held his breath, his gaze flitting away in panic, and asked with a tight voice, "Have you eaten?" "I already ate." Qin Shu looked at him oddly and stood up to tidy up the table. In the quiet hospital room, the subtle sounds of Xie Lanzhi eating broke the silence. After a while, it became quiet again. Qin Shu turned around and saw Xie Lanzhi frowning tightly, staring at the empty lunchbox in his hands. No matter how she looked at it, he seemed unsatisfied. Qin Shu remembered the tall soldier brothers in the cafeteria who could eat 2 or 3 bowls of rice in one sitting. The capacity of a bowl of rice in the cafeteria was about the same as that of an aluminum lunchbox. Seeing Xie Lanzhi's furrowed brows, which looked like they could crush a mosquito, she tentatively asked, "Xie Lanzhi, how much do you usually eat?" Xie Lanzhi's hand holding the lunchbox froze, and in a hesitant tone, he said something unclear. Qin Shu didn't hear clearly and moved closer to ask, "What did you say?" Xie Lanzhi enunciated clearly, 5 bowls. Qin Shu was stunned. So, had she been torturing Xie Lanzhi for the past week? Who dares to eat 5 big bowls of rice in this day and age? Even if someone had that appetite, in this era of scarcity, the average person couldn't afford it. Qin Shu couldn't imagine Xie Lanzhi managing to eat 5 big bowls of rice. When Xie Lanzhi met Qin Shu's shocked, round, and beautiful eyes, his breathing became chaotic. He added, "I usually don't eat that much when I'm not training, just 3 bowls." Qin Shu silently covered her face with her hands. Even 3 bowls didn't absolve her of the fact that she had been neglecting Xie Lanzhi. 1 box of rice was probably just enough for this man to fill his teeth. Qin Shu lowered her hands, maintaining a serious expression, and said, "There's still rice in the pot at home. I'll go get some for you." She turned to leave, eager to make up for the past week's neglect. Xie Lanzhi leaned forward, gripping Qin Shu's hand. "Let Emudi go. You don't need to fuss about it." Emudi, who was waiting outside the hospital room, had keen hearing and peeked his head in. "Should I go now?" Qin Shu urged anxiously. "Quickly go and bring the whole pot of rice." Amuti chuckled and hurried off. Qin Shu turned her head, staring intently at Xie Lanzhi. "You two? Why didn't you say anything if you were still hungry? Do you think I can starve you?" Xie Lanzhi's expression was awkward as he pondered before saying, "I thought this was part of the treatment process. That doesn't mean you should starve." Qin Shu was both angry and amused, unsure what to say to Xie Lanzhi. This mix-up left Xie Lanzhi feeling quite wronged. It was completely normal for soldiers who trained with heavy loads and often patrolled Tianying Ridge to eat 2 to 3 bowls of rice per meal. Unable to bear it, Qin Shu didn't understand the normal diet and portion size of a soldier. Xie Lanzhi rubbed the tip of his nose and suddenly spoke up. "I've been feeling much better lately. You don't have to cook every day. It's too hard. Just go to the cafeteria for meals." While he said that Qin Shu should go to the cafeteria, his gaze lingered on the food box with reluctance. "You think I don't want to?" Qin Shu rolled her eyes, her gaze flickering, and said irritably. Xie Lanzhi recalled the past week. Every meal had a hint of medicinal taste. He tentatively asked, "Did you add something to the food?" Qin Shu shot him a sidelong glance with her beautiful eyes. "Medicine is to be dispelled. Food is to be consumed. Medicine and food complement each other. That is the means of treatment." The meal she prepared for Xie Lanzhi included precious medicinal ingredients worth a fortune, passed down from the Qin family. Xie Lanzhi stared thoughtfully at the dishes in the food box. "No wonder I taste a faint medicinal flavor every time." Qin Shu didn't say anything. It was her grandfather who had saved Xie's father from the brink of death using the Qin family's treasured medicine. She secretly resolved to avoid being accused of mistreating Xie Lanzhi and to make sure he was well fed at every meal from now on. Remembering the large sum of money and food stamps at home, she suddenly realized that they were all meant to fill Xie Lanzhi's stomach. With his astonishing appetite, an ordinary family really couldn't afford to support him. Bang! The door was pushed open forcefully. Qin Shu and Xie Lanzhi both looked towards the door, thinking it was Amuti returning. To their surprise, it was Wang Xiulan, whom they hadn't seen for a long time. She rushed into the room, her face full of excitement. Her gaze fixed directly on Xie Lanzhi, who was sitting on the bed. "Commander Xie, I want to expose Qin Shu for having an improper relationship with someone." Chapter 14. Throwing dirt and messing with relationships? Qin Shu's beautiful counterattack, Wang Xiulan, dressed in a floral dress with 2 braids, had an air of arrogance. Her nose held high. She was clearly well-dressed and looked at Xie Lanzhi with a gaze that seemed to flirt. Qin Shu felt a sense of familiarity with the scene before her, her expression a mix of a smile and something else. She was accused of having an inappropriate relationship. It had been a long time since anyone dared to throw dirt on her. In her previous life, being wronged was commonplace for Qin Shu. She had replayed countless scenarios in her mind, regretting that her retorts weren't perfect enough. And now, an opportunity presented itself right before her. Qin Shu looked at Wang Xiulan with a half-smile, speaking in a calm tone. "Comrade Wang Xiulan, if you're having an inappropriate relationship with someone, please turn left out the door. Those with red armbands will escort you to confess. No need to report to us." At this moment, messing with relationships had serious consequences. The lightest punishment was a lifetime of eating cornbread, while the heaviest could lead to severe repercussions. Wang Xiulan's eyes widened in fear, and she shouted angrily, "It's you. You're the one having an inappropriate relationship, not me." Qin Shu nodded thoughtfully. "You say you're not involved in any inappropriate relationships, but do you have any evidence?" Wang Xiulan stammered, "I didn't do those things, and I don't need evidence." Qin Shu looked at her with sympathy, clicking her tongue and shaking her head. She sighed, "You can't just claim innocence without evidence. No one will believe you." Wang Xiulan's expression turned ugly, and she yelled, "You're slandering me." Qin Shu smiled, her charming eyes sparkling, asking playfully, "Then why am I only slandering you and not others?" Wang Xiulan's expression froze. She had forgotten her purpose for coming here, her mind consumed with finding evidence to clear her name. Qin Shu saw her getting tangled up and was just about to roll up her sleeves to continue talking to Wang Xiulan when a chilling aura swept over her. She turned her head and saw Xie Lanzhi's features covered in frost, half of his scarred face looking particularly cold. Oh no! She had forgotten there was a living person here. Qin Shu withdrew her hand from her sleeve, crossing her arms and gazing steadily at Xie Lanzhi. She said, I was having an inappropriate relationship. What do you think about this? She hoped Xie Lanzhi wouldn't be like that useless young Yunchuan, easily swayed by rumors. Because of that good-looking but useless scumbag, she had been splashed with dirt in her last life, unable to clear her name even if she jumped into the Yellow River. Xie Lanzhi's face was cold, exuding an air of displeasure. Under Qin Shu's sharp, probing gaze, he slowly uttered 3 words. I believe you. The Xie family's tradition was to pamper their wives and not let outsiders bully them. His words jolted Wang Xiulan back to reality. She had come to expose Qin Shu's scandal, but had gotten caught up in her own web. Wang Xiulan gritted her teeth, pointing at Qin Shu with resentment. Captain Xie, this woman is not content in her marriage, flirting and messing around, having inappropriate relationships. Xie Lanzhi sharp. Dark eyes pierced Wang Xiulan, who stood at the door. He spoke clearly and unhurriedly. You slander my wife, and I will report this to your organization. Wang Xiulan was shocked. Normal men who heard their wives were being cheated on would either lash out or get extremely angry. Xie Lanzhi's calm demeanor was unexpected to her. She hastily said, It's not slander. Qin Shu has a lover in the village. Everyone says she flirts with men and can't go a day without seducing someone. That lover is a rural youth and her cousin's husband. A mysterious glint flashed in Xie Lanzhi's eyes as if he recalled something. His lips pressed into a straight line. His brow furrowed deeply. Wang Xiulan continued. That rural youth was her previous fiancé. Their relationship is unclear, and everyone in the village knows. Xie Lanzhi's gaze turned icy, his expression visibly darkening. This was clearly a sign of impending anger. Wang Xiulan was not afraid. She felt triumphant inside. Look, this is how a man should react. She looked at Qin Shu with disdain, full of confidence. Qin Shu's eyes twitched. She didn't expect Wang Xiulan could find out about these rumors. She looked at Xie Lanzhi, meeting his cold, furious gaze. Xie Lanzhi tapped rhythmically on the hospital bed, staring into Qin Shu's clear eyes, and suddenly smiled. I believe my wife. He reiterated his earlier statement, his tone deep and reassuring. Wang Xiulan was left speechless, pointing at Qin Shu, angrily shouting, Look at her seductive appearance, acting coy every day. She's not a decent person. Shut up. Xie Lanzhi's chiseled jaw lifted slightly, coldly staring at Wang Xiulan, his gaze terrifying. You are trying to sow discord between us. It's evident you have malicious intent, and I now suspect your identity, believing you might have been bribed. With his current status, he had every reason to suspect her. What do you mean? Wang Xiulan took 2 steps back, her face paling in fear. If suspected of being a spy and taken for interrogation, her life would be ruined. Xie Lanzhi's dark eyes were filled with indifference as he scoffed. It's exactly what you think. Xie Lanzhi, tonight I'll make you a feast. A sweet, soft voice filled with joy rang out. Qin Shu smiled brightly, her eyes crescent-shaped, unable to hide her good mood. Xie Lanzhi was not only handsome, but also had the ability and awareness to protect those he cared about. This discernment alone was enough to make Yang Yunchuan, that scumbag, pale. In comparison, Xie Lanzhi looked up at Qin Shu, his eyes filled with confusion. Qin Shu smiled lightly, saying to him, Thank you for your trust. Leave the next steps to me. As a soldier and the head of the 1st Regiment, it would not look good for him to be rumored as bullying a young girl. Qin Shu slowly stood up and walked towards Wang Xiulan. You said I'm a seductress? Wang Xiulan glared at her. You're a promiscuous seductress. Slap. Qin Shu raised her hand and slapped her. Wang Xiulan covered her face, shocked and bewildered. Qin Shu mocked. Have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? You've been talking nonsense all day. You bitch, how dare you hit me? Wang Xiulan's features twisted in rage as she raised her hand to retaliate, aiming for Qin Shu's face. Qin Shu seized her raised wrist and retaliated with another slap. Slap. Qin Shu frowned slightly, complaining in a soft voice. Who are you yelling at? I've been afraid of dogs since I was little. Keep your barking down. Wang Xiulan's face twisted in fury, clearly understanding her words. She trembled as she spoke. Why, you're cursing me. Qin Shu looked her up and down, shaking her head with a sigh. You can't assume I won't dare to curse you just because you're stupid. This kind of indirect cursing without any dirty words was the most infuriating. Wang Xiulan's eyes turned red with anger. I'll fight you. She struggled free and reached to grab Qin Shu's long, beautiful black hair. Be careful. Chapter 15, just a little closer. And they could kiss. Behind them came Xie Lanzhi's urgent and worried voice. He believed that Wang Xiulan, who had been dancing for years, had the stamina. And the delicate Qin Shu was no match for her. With a careless move, Qin Shu could easily have her little arms and legs broken. Hearing Xie Lanzhi's tense warning, Qin Shu's eyes flickered slightly, and her soft body quickly dodged. Bang! Wang Xiulan charged in too quickly. She lost her balance and fell awkwardly to the ground. Qin Shu raised her eyes, colliding with Xie Lanzhi's worried dark gaze, and smiled at him reassuringly. She walked over to Wang Xiulan, who was crying on the ground, her smile not reaching her eyes. In a slightly heavy tone, she said, "Apologize to me," although Qin Shu had previously laughed while retorting. The anger in her heart had been suppressed all along. Being accused of being promiscuous and slandered for having an affair with someone else, how could she not be angry? Wang Xiulan burst into tears upon hearing this. Anyone who didn't know would think that Qin Shu was being unreasonable and bullying her. To be fair, aside from the 2 slaps earlier, she and T laid a finger on Wang Xiulan. What was going on? Lu Tsuya, dressed in a nurse's uniform, pushed a medical cart into the room and was taken aback by the chaotic scene inside. What happened? She asked in surprise. Wang Xiulan stopped crying, raised her head, revealing the symmetrical handprints on both her cheeks. Sister Lu, hurry and call someone. Someone hit me. Her voice was sharp and piercing, making people's eardrums ache. Seeing Lu Tsuya, Wang Xiulan looked as if she had found a lifeline, her eyes shining brightly. She pointed at Qin Shu not far away. It was her who hit me. Lu Tsuya glanced at the indifferent Qin Shu and the cold, expressionless Xie Lanzhi. Why did it suddenly escalate to violence? She approached and helped Wang Xiulan up from the ground. Not understanding the situation, Lu Tsuya decided to start with Wang Xiulan. In pain, Wang Xiulan clutched Lu Tsuya's hand tightly, exasperated. Sister Lu, Qin Shu is just a shrew. Before she got married, she had several affairs in the village. She lives immorally, flirting with men, and a shameless vixen like her should get out of the camp. Lu Tsuya had almost helped Wang Xiulan up when she heard this, and quickly withdrew her hand. Bang! Wang Xiulan fell to the ground again. Lu Tsuya hurriedly raised her hand to tuck back the silver-streaked hair by her ear. She looked at Wang Xiulan expressionlessly and sincerely said, "Sorry. I suddenly remembered someone in the next room needs and for." After saying that, she didn't wait for the reactions of the 3 in the room and fled the ward as if she were escaping. What a joke. Who dares to watch the commotion at the prestigious Xie family in Beijing? Xie Lanzhi was the only son of the Xie family. There was no way the Xie family would let him marry a girl of questionable background. "Hey, Sister Lu, Sister Lu," Wang Xiulan on the ground called out anxiously. "You have to believe me. Qin Shu is just a flirtatious vixen. Please help me. I want to expose her true nature." Lu Tsuya, who had just opened the door, turned pale upon hearing this. She glanced nervously at the empty corridor outside, saw no one, and quickly closed the door. Turning back, Lu Tsuya looked at Wang Xiulan sternly. "Comrade Wang Xiulan, you can't say such things. A woman's reputation is very important. If you say this about Comrade Qin Shu, does she still have a chance to live?" Wang Xiulan got up from the ground, choking back tears. "It's true. Qin Shu's reputation in the village has long been ruined." Lu Tsuya was at a loss for words. This girl seemed clever, but was actually foolish. Lu Tsuya found it hard to argue with her, and turned to look at Xie Lanzhi, sitting on the bed, and at Qin Shu, who was whispering close to him. Just then, Qin Shu noticed that Lu Tsuya's attitude seemed a bit off. She was wary of Xie Lanzhi like he was a fierce beast, and out of curiosity, she asked the person involved, "Why is Nurse Lu so afraid of you?" "Not afraid, just subtly wary. She thinks no one has noticed, but it's obvious at a glance," Xie Lanzhi replied, glancing at Qin Shu with a complex tone. "She knows my identity." The short sentence made Qin Shu realize something. She blinked and tentatively asked, "Who else knows your identity here?" Xie Lanzhi said, "Lao Shi, Aunt Min." "Amuti." Qin Shu's eyes widened. "Is that all?" Xie Lanzhi nodded. Qin Shu looked at him with great curiosity, as if she were looking at a rare specimen. A young man from an impressive military family was actually hiding his identity in the army, relying solely on his own efforts to become a senior officer. She had always thought that everyone in the camp knew Xie Lanzhi's identity, and that was how he achieved his current success. Qin Shu felt that her understanding of Xie Lanzhi was too one-sided. At that moment, Lu Tsuya spoke up. "Commander Xie, Comrade Qin Shu, how do you think we should handle this?" It was absolutely impossible for Wang Xiulan to report Qin Shu to higher authorities. Even if it were later proven that her claims were false, Qin Shu's reputation would still be affected. Xie Lanzhi's gaze was icy as he stared at Wang Xiulan and shouted outside, "Muti!" The tightly shut door was pushed open from the outside. Muti walked in expressionlessly, holding a basin of food. "Commander!" Xie Lanzhi pointed at Wang Xiulan, saying, "Take her away and find out what happened." Wang Xiulan's background was ordinary, and it was unlikely she could quickly investigate Qin Shu's situation. Her tone was too certain, making it hard not to suspect who had told her something. "Yes." Muti stepped into the room and placed the basin on the table. Wang Xiulan's face turned pale, panic-stricken. "No, you can't treat me like this." It was Qin Shu who was shameless. It was she. Before she could finish her sentence, Muti covered her mouth and firmly dragged her out of the room. Lu Tsuya also took the opportunity to leave. In the quiet room, Xie Lanzhi and Qin Shu stared at each other. Qin Shu suddenly pouted, extending her red palm, and said in a delicate voice, "It hurts so much." The 2 slaps she had given Wang Xiulan earlier were truly without reservation. She had hit so hard that her hand was now red and sore. Xie Lanzhi stared at her small hand, furrowing his brows, wanting to help Qin Shu rub it. Just as his hand was about to touch her, he suddenly stopped, as if recalling something. Xie Lanzhi nonchalantly withdrew his hand and asked, pursing his lips, "Does it hurt a lot?" Qin Shu scoffed, "Of course it hurts. Hitting someone never feels good. It's a classic case of hurting oneself while hurting the enemy." Xie Lanzhi looked at her feigned grievance and said sternly, "Don't hit people next time." Qin Shu smiled, the corners of her lips curling into a teasing arc. "That's a dilemma for me. When I see someone stupid and cheap, my hand just goes out of control." Wang Xiulan looked pretty cheap, so she was indeed quite annoying. Xie Lanzhi, watching Qin Shu's smiling eyes, suddenly asked a question that seemed out of place. "Are you still in contact with Yang Yunchuan?" Qin Shu's smile vanished, and she frowned, asking, "What do you mean?" Hearing Yang Yunchuan's name from Xie Lanzhi's mouth made her feel strange. Xie Lanzhi gazed deeply at Qin Shu and said, 3 months ago, your second uncle said you had someone you're going to marry, and the Qin family would marry your cousin to me. They mentioned a youth named Yang Yunchuan in the telegram, saying you too." He couldn't finish the rest of the sentence, his expression cold and extremely unpleasant. Qin Shu curiously asked, "What did they say?" Xie Lanzhi turned his head away, coldly replying, "Mutual affection." Qin Shu's red lips curled into a cold smile, her fair face shrouded in a layer of chill. "So that's how it is. Uncle's family really went to great lengths." In her previous life, when Uncle sent a telegram to the capital, rumors started circulating in the village about her being in a relationship with Yang Yunchuan. Qin Shu looked at Xie Lanzhi, who had turned his head, revealing his perfectly contoured profile. This man didn't know the truth, and she felt it necessary to explain. Sitting on the hospital bed, Qin Shu spoke in a gentle and soothing tone. "I have no relationship with Yang Yunchuan. The previous discussions about marriage were because someone in the village spread rumors that I was dating him. At that time, when Uncle sent the telegram saying Qin Baozhu would marry into your family, my family asked me if I was willing to marry Yang Yunchuan. I thought getting married was getting married, so I nodded in agreement." Xie Lanzhi abruptly turned his head, his gaze burning as he stared at the calm-faced Qin Shu. A feeling of panic enveloped him. A tense emotion, like a taut violin string, filled him with dread. If it weren't for Qin Baozhu suddenly backing out of the marriage, Qin Shu would have married that educated youth, and they would have missed this chance. Xie Lanzhi's eyes, dark as ink, pointedly said, "Before your grandfather passed away, he told the Xie family that a girl from the Qin family named Shu would be the daughter-in-law of the Xie family." Qin Shu was taken aback, her throat tightening, unable to utter a word. Her grandfather had never mentioned this to her. Xie Lanzhi's handsome, yet somewhat refined face bore a mocking expression. "Your uncle said you and someone were in tune with each other. My father sent someone to inquire. And after confirming the news was true, he decided to let me marry your cousin. He is not foolish. Through Qin Shu's words, he had already understood the intentions of Uncle Qin's family. Everything had happened too coincidentally. If there was no manipulation behind it, Xie Lanzhi couldn't believe it. Qin Shu's expression grew, even more astonished, shock being the right word. She hadn't expected such hidden truths. The Xie family only decided to marry Qin Baozhu after confirming her affections were elsewhere. Suppressing the tumultuous emotions within, she teased the visibly troubled Xie Lanzhi, saying, "It seems we have quite the fate. After going in circles, we ended up together." Xie Lanzhi remained silent, his gaze fixed on Qin Shu's reddened palm. This time, he showed no hesitation, taking her hand and gently blowing on it. "Don't hit people anymore. It's not worth injuring yourself." The man's cold expression, combined with his softly spoken words, was moving. Qin Shu raised an eyebrow and replied, "Hitting someone can be quite painful, but feels great to vent. If someone bullies you in the future, I'll help you," Xie Lanzhi said, his words carrying a sense of declaration, and he blew on Qin Shu's hand again. Her slender, soft fingers puzzled Xie Lanzhi. Where would such a small hand find the strength to hit? Qin Shu stared at the man, whose expression was serious and filled with pity, and an unfamiliar emotion stirred in her heart. Her gaze was intense, her presence strong. Xie Lanzhi lifted his eyelids, meeting Qin Shu's beautiful eyes that glimmered with a gentle smile. As their eyes locked, a hazy atmosphere of ambiguity enveloped them. Xie Lanzhi's gaze fell upon Qin Shu's slightly pursed red lips, and then he slowly lowered his head. Their distance grew closer, close enough to clearly feel each other's breathing. Just a little closer, and they would be able to kiss. Chapter 16. Xie Lanzhi's wife-protecting maniac, Qin Shu as Huaxia in the world Xie Lanzhi. Did you brush your teeth today? A single sentence from Qin Shu shattered the gradually ambiguous atmosphere. Xie Lanzhi stared at her bright smile, his heart momentarily stopping. He took a breath and replied in a deep voice, "I did." Xie Lanzhi raised his hand and gently rubbed her nostrils a few times. He brought his hand to Qin Shu's eyes, allowing her to see the black marks on his fingertips clearly. Qin Shu glanced at it and casually said, "I accidentally got it on you while preparing the ointment." Xie Lanzhi looked at her with an odd expression and asked nonchalantly, "Why do you ask if I brush my teeth?" Amudi had always been responsible for taking care of his daily needs. Except for the severely injured areas, which were inconvenient to clean, he had maintained his habits before the injury. Qin Shu withdrew her hand and casually made an excuse, saying, "I was afraid you might have bad breath." Xie Lanzhi's face was filled with speechlessness. Qin Shu placed a bowl of rice covered with a cloth on the table into Xie Lanzhi's hands. "This time, there's plenty of food. You can eat to your heart's content." Her teasing, soft voice was filled with undisguised laughter. Xie Lanzhi, feeling gloomy, held the bowl of rice, feeling like a pig. For the first time, he self-doubted whether his appetite was truly a bit large. Qin Shu picked up the tidied items in her hand and waved at Xie Lanzhi. "I'm leaving. I'll bring you a big gift tonight." Xie Lanzhi asked, "What big gift?" Qin Shu smiled and said, "Naturally something delicious." The mention of it again seemed to hint at something. Xie Lanzhi watched Qin Shu's graceful figure disappear from his sight, instinctively feeling that she was up to something. The repeated mention of it suggested that the matter was not simple. Xie Lanzhi's instincts had always been accurate, and his curiosity was piqued by Qin Shu. He picked at the dishes that had not yet cooled, eating rice with a distracted mind, a dim and obscure light flickering in his deep-set eyes. Knock, knock. As the sun set, someone knocked on the door of the hospital room. The departing Amudi returned, his face full of anger. Xie Lanzhi calmly looked at him and asked, "What did you find out?" Amudi angrily replied, "It's our deputy regiment's wife, Sun Yuzhen, who told Wang Xiulan." Sun Yuzhen's husband, Zhao Yongqiang, was the deputy commander of the regiment. Xie Lanzhi frowned. Why would Sun Yuzhen do this? Amudi sneered. "She knows that Wang Xiulan has feelings for you, and said that as long as she tarnishes your wife's reputation, Wang Xiulan will have a chance. I think Wang Xiulan has been used. Zhao Yongqiang has been quite lively lately, and what his wife is doing is to ruin your and your wife's reputation. If Qin Shu were to be spread around as having an improper relationship with a man, she could be drowned in spittle. As her husband, Xie Lanzhi would share in her honor and disgrace, and would also be subjected to people's scorn. Killing two birds with one stone, What a good calculation. Xie Lanzhi showed a contemplative expression, tapping lightly on his uninjured leg. After a while, he asked, "What has Zhao Yongqiang been doing lately?" Speaking of this matter, Muti's expression darkened further, filled with indignation. Aside from his usual training and leading patrols in the mountains, he had been getting close to some of the managers, subtly positioning himself as the one in charge. If Xie Lanzhi really had no hope of recovery or was left with a lifelong disability, he would leave the army forever. But now, with Qin Shu's appearance, a new turning point had come. Muti couldn't hold back his anger. Looking at Xie Lanzhi's thoughtful face, he tentatively spoke up, "Brother Lan, should we do something?" Zhao Yongqiang was too arrogant. He needed a warning to weigh his own identity. Xie Lanzhi shook his head, saying solemnly, "This matter has nothing to do with Zhao Yongqiang." His tone was firm, carrying an inexplicable trust. Upon hearing this, Muti became anxious. How could it be unrelated? He winning people over in front of everyone, and his wife is slandering your wife behind your back. I see them as a couple in cahoots. Xie Lanzhi shot a cold glare at him, his tone serious. Is your head filled with water? His tone of disappointment left Muti speechless. Xie Lanzhi continued. Zhao Yongqiang has achieved first-class merit at the risk of his life. He is a man of iron bones and has his own bottom line. People change, Muti quietly retorted. Xie Lanzhi remained resolute. Although Zhao Yongqiang is good at schemes, he wouldn't use such underhanded and disgraceful means behind someone's back. He and I are sworn enemies. Neither of us yields to the other. We are both adversaries and friends. Knowing both the enemy and ourselves ensures victory in every battle. Xie Lanzhi dared to say that he understood Zhao Yongqiang better than he understood himself. Muti still had a lot of faith in Xie Lanzhi. Hearing this, he furrowed his thick black brows. Then how should we handle this matter? Xie Lanzhi pressed on his injured left leg, the muscles in his face tightening, revealing a look of suppressed pain. The afternoon treatment had not continued, resulting in a long-lost pain in his leg, and his head was buzzing. Xie Lanzhi gently exhaled a breath of turbid air and asked, "Is Zhao Yongqiang at the camp?" Muti shook his head. "No, he took people on a mountain patrol." Xie Lanzhi instructed in a deep voice, "When Zhao Yongqiang returns, tell him everything as it is. Do not embellish it. After all, Sun Yuzhen is a woman. And this matter is not easy for me to handle. Whose wife is it? Whose responsibility it is? I believe Zhao Yongqiang will respond appropriately." Muti recalled Zhao Yongqiang's notoriously bad temper, and his eyes brightened slightly. This idea is good. That night, Zhao Yongqiang brought a can of malted milk and a bottle of canned food to visit Xie Lanzhi at the clinic. The man was in his early 30s, standing at about 178 meters, with well-defined features, bright eyes, and a resolute expression. He looked quite shrewd, clearly good at schemes. When Zhao Yongqiang entered the room, Xie Lanzhi was leaning against the head of the bed, flipping through a foreign language book. Seeing the unreadable title on the cover, Zhao Yongqiang couldn't help but sneer. "They say you're sick and half dead, but you look pretty good to me." Xie Lanzhi closed the book, lifting his cold face, which was slick with fine beads of sweat from pain. He glared at Zhao Yongqiang, retorting, "Not as good as you. Who is healthy, but can't even manage your own home? You're talking nonsense." Zhao Yongqiang was angered, his eyes widening. "When did I ever fail to manage my home? You're just a dog barking at the wrong tree." He slammed the luxury malted milk and canned food onto the table, causing a loud bang. Xie Lanzhi watched the trembling table, nearly falling apart, and the corner of his mouth twitched. This didn't seem like a visit to apologize, but more like a troublemaker. Xie Lanzhi's cold, emotionless black eyes quietly observed the furious Zhao Yongqiang, making Zhao Yongqiang feel a bit uneasy as he avoided eye contact. Finally, he reluctantly asked, "Speak. What did your wife say?" Xie Lanzhi's voice was unsteady, with an unmistakable stutter. Zhao Yongqiang didn't catch on, and sitting on the stool like a quail egg, he stammered, "She's just a woman. What does she understand? She only listens to others' nonsense and follows along. I already taught her a lesson when I came. I told her to keep her mouth shut, and if she keeps talking nonsense, I'll divorce her." Xie Lanzhi frowned slightly, clearly dissatisfied with this answer. He fixed a sharp gaze on Zhao Yongqiang and asked, "Who did she hear it from?" Zhao Yongqiang scratched his buzz cut uncertainly. "I think I heard it while eating in the cafeteria. I'm not sure of the specifics. Should I go back and ask? Xie Lanzhi knew right away that Sun Yuzhen was lying. The cafeteria was mostly filled with soldiers, and it was rare for family members to eat there. If it really was gossip from the cafeteria, Muti would definitely know about it. Zhao Yongqiang noticed that his expression was off and asked, "What's going on? Is there something to this?" I have to say, this man's perception is very sharp. Xie Lanzhi shook his head at him and said, "No need to ask. Just tell your wife not to talk nonsense in the future." Recalling Wang Xiulan's indecent remarks, his expression turned cold, and there was a chilling intensity in his eyes. Under Zhao Yongqiang's probing gaze, he emphasized, "Qin Shu is the daughter-in-law that my parents carefully selected. She comes from a family of doctors and has been expected to study medicine since she was young. She's a bit naive and doesn't understand the ways of the world, and she shouldn't be affected by such rumors." Zhao Yongqiang exclaimed, "Your wife is really a doctor?" "Huh?" Xie Lanzhi voiced his confusion. "Our team has been spreading rumors these past few days, saying your wife is a doctor who pulled you back from the brink of death and even cured your leg, praising her as if she were the reincarnation of Huaxia." Zhao Yongqiang stared at Xie Lanzhi's left leg, which was covered by a blanket, his expression complicated and conflicted. He asked again, "Can she really cure it?" Chapter 17. Xie Lanzhi's expression was serious. Something significant was happening. Xie Lanzhi said in a relaxed tone, "Next month. We might just be able to spar a bit." "Really?" Zhao Yongqiang's eyes widened in disbelief. "When you were carried down the mountain, your bones were sticking out. Can that really be healed?" Xie Lanzhi lifted the blanket, revealing a terrifying scar on his left leg, stitched with nearly 100 stitches. Zhao Yongqiang stared at the gruesome injury that ran through his leg, his throat tightening and his mood growing heavy. He was not unaware of the rumors circulating in the camp recently. Initially, he felt anticipation and joy, but as things escalated, he began to feel a sense of unfairness, frustration, and resentment. "Am I interrupting you?" A soft voice filled with laughter came from the door, belonging to Qin Shu. As she walked into the hospital room, an enticing fragrance wafted into Xie Lanzhi and Zhao Yongqiang's noses. So fragrant, Zhao Yongqiang turned around to see a woman who was both delicate and charming, with fair skin and dressed in a plaid long dress. His eyes widened in awe. Which capitalist's daughter is this? What's she doing here? Qin Shu's clothes had been splattered with soup while cooking that evening, prompting her to pull out the plaid long dress that her mother had bought for her in the county when she was about to marry Yang Yanchuan. Wearing the dress made her slender waist appear even more delicate. Her vividly beautiful face was charming, and her voluptuous figure was captivating. Seeing the enchanting Qin Shu, Xie Lanzhi couldn't help but sit up straight. He grabbed a military jacket from the side and handed it to Qin Shu, who had walked to the bedside. "It's chilly tonight. Put on a jacket." His deep voice carried a hint of unnatural tension. Qin Shu glanced at Xie Lanzhi, puzzled, trying to find a trace of humor on his face. "Where's it cold? Can't you see I'm sweating?" Not wanting to say much, Qin Shu took the military jacket and casually draped it over the back of a chair. She placed the 3 food containers and the covered bowl on the table. Zhao Yongqiang instantly realized this stunning young lady, more beautiful than a fairy, was Xie Lanzhi's wife. He stood up awkwardly, straightened his posture, and politely said, "So this is your sister-in-law? Hello, I'm Zhao Yongqiang, a comrade of Xie Tuan. What a lovely girl. Xie Lanzhi is lucky." Qin Shu smiled at Zhao Yongqiang. "Hello, I'm Qin Shu. Have you eaten? Would you like to join us?" The latter part was just a polite gesture. Zhao Yongqiang had already been about to decline. However, the delicious aroma in the air had awakened his appetite. He quickly swallowed his words and grinned. "I haven't eaten yet, so I'll intrude." Upon hearing this, Xie Lanzhi's face showed displeasure as he glared at him. He urged, "Hurry up and leave. There's no food for you here." Zhao Yongqiang, thick-skinned, grinned and replied, "Your sister-in-law invited me to dinner." Xie Lanzhi unexpectedly kicked him with his good leg. "Who is your sister-in-law? Are you taking advantage of me? You're 6 years younger than me. Shouldn't you call me brother?" After being kicked, Zhao Yongqiang retaliated with a smug smile in his eyes. Just as Xie Lanzhi was about to kick him again, he ran away, proactively moving the dining table closer to the hospital bed. Qin Shu was serving rice on the side, watching the two playfully bicker, and conveniently filled a bowl of rice for Zhao Yongqiang as well. Tonight's meal was quite lavish. Medicinal pigeon soup, braised pork ribs, stir-fried vegetables, and fried eggs. Seeing the 4 dishes and a soup, Zhao Yongxiang was utterly shocked. "You're eating too well." Xie Lanzhi glanced at the beautifully colored pork ribs and the delicious, nutritious pigeon soup, not expecting such a sumptuous meal today. He raised his chin proudly and said, "All made by Qin Shu herself." Zhao Yongxiang gave Qin Shu a thumbs up, generously praising her. "Sister-in-law's cooking is amazing." Qin Shu handed chopsticks to both of them, smiled lightly, and urged, "Eat while it's hot." She took out a plaid handkerchief from her pocket and wiped the sweat from Xie Lanzhi's forehead. "Is your leg hurting again? After dinner, I'll give you a few acupuncture needles." "Okay," Xie Lanzhi murmured, focusing on his bowl of rice, his voice unclear. Zhao Yongxiang watched the warm atmosphere between the couple, feeling a twinge of envy. Soon, his attention was drawn to the enticing dishes that filled his mouth with medicinal flavors. The beautifully colored pork ribs were fragrant with each bite, the meat rich and tempting. The pigeon soup was delicious, with tender meat and a unique aroma that was neither greasy nor heavy. Even the stir-fried vegetables and fried eggs had a distinct deliciousness that Zhao Yongxiang had never experienced before. The bowl of rice that Qin Shu brought contained at least 7 or 8 bowls worth. By the end of the meal, not a single grain of rice was left in the bowl. Yet they were still not satisfied. Qin Shu felt her heart race with cold sweat, honestly thinking that even pigs couldn't eat as much as these two. After finishing the meat off a pigeon leg, Zhao Yongxiang casually tossed the bone into the empty bowl and stared at Xie Lanzhi, who was still sipping his soup. With a mischievous glint in his eyes, he said, "Xie Tuan, I've been working hard managing our team lately. Is it too much to occasionally come and steal a meal? With this kind of food, eating once is enough to last a lifetime." Xie Lanzhi shot him a cold glance, his lips curling into a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "Your face is as thick as a castle wall." Zhao Yongxiang took pride in it. "That just shows we're tough. Otherwise, we wouldn't have survived so many close calls." Xie Lanzhi put down his bowl, staring at the pigeon leg meat inside, remaining silent. His brows furrowed slightly, and a look of confusion crossed his deep-set features. Zhao Yongxiang and Xie Lanzhi had been partners for a long time. They could understand each other with just a glance. Seemingly casual, Zhao Yongxiang spoke up. "I haven't heard that our cafeteria has pigeon meat. It seems the supply and marketing cooperative doesn't have that either." After finishing his sentence, he discreetly glanced at Qin Shu, who was sitting on a stool fiddling with silver needles. Qin Shu looked up, meeting the 2 pairs of curious, probing eyes. She smiled lightly, asking softly, "Is the pigeon soup good?" Zhao Yongxiang smacked his lips and affirmed, "Delicious." Xie Lanzhi pressed his lips tightly together, peering through Qin Shu's smiling eyes and catching a glimpse of the teasing within. Suddenly, he recalled that Qin Shu had mentioned giving him a big gift earlier in the day. Xie Lanzhi asked, "Where did the pigeon come from?" Qin Shu set down the silver needles, reached into her cloth bag, and pulled out something wrapped in red sanitary paper. "What do you think this is?" She unwrapped the sanitary paper, revealing a rectangular small camera inside. "Where did this come from? What is this?" The expressions of both Xie Lanzhi and Zhao Yongxiang became serious and severe as they spoke in unison. They exuded an intimidating aura, their eyes fixed intently on the object in Qin Shu's hands. Chapter 18, I Want a Child? Qin Shu placed the items on the table and said slowly, "I've been seeing a pigeon wandering around the camp these past few days. I wonder what it's wearing around its neck." Xie Lanzhi and Zhao Yongxiang's faces began to turn green. They had almost guessed the origin of the pigeon in their hearts. Qin Shu observed them and continued, "I was so curious that I thought about shooting it down to take a look, but I ended up using too much force, and it accidentally died. So I made it into soup." She spoke with an air of nonchalance, her face full of innocence. Xie Lanzhi and Zhao Yongxiang simultaneously bent over and gagged. They wanted to vomit the pigeon soup they had just consumed. Qin Shu feigned confusion and exaggeratedly asked, "What's wrong with you guys?" Zhao Yongxiang had already stuck his hand into his mouth, gagging so hard that tears fell from his eyes. He looked at Qin Shu with teary eyes and a mournful face, saying, "Sister-in-law, that was a specially trained messenger pigeon that had been fed with banned drugs." Qin Shu's expression remained calm, clearly not surprised by the situation, as she already knew the truth. She subtly looked at Xie Lanzhi. The man's already pale face had turned nearly transparent from gagging. Qin Shu felt uncomfortable in her heart and stepped forward to gently pat Xie Lanzhi's back. The pigeon soup you drank was from a wild pigeon I shot down at the foot of the mountain. She wasn't foolish. Who knew if eating that obviously problematic messenger pigeon would cause any issues? Upon hearing this, Xie Lanzhi and Zhao Yongqiang froze simultaneously. Once they confirmed they hadn't consumed anything toxic, they stared at the small camera on the table. The two exchanged a glance, their eyes revealing fierce intent, and simultaneously shouted, "Amuti! Amuti! Kulme!" The elusive Amuti pushed the hospital room door open and walked in. Xie Lanzhi's cheek muscles tightened as he commanded in a low voice, "Go get Teacher Luo and the political commissar." "Yes." Amuti glanced at the items on the table and quickly rushed out. Qin Shu casually tidied up the lunch boxes and utensils on the table. Zhao Yongqiang secretly glanced at her, making a comical expression at Xie Lanzhi. Xie Lanzhi pretended not to see, his gaze fiercely fixed on the small camera wrapped in red tissue paper on the table. He was no stranger to messenger pigeons. They could be used by people to obtain important intelligence and convey messages across vast distances. This was the first time Xie Lanzhi had seen a messenger pigeon that could carry small machinery. He lifted his eyelids to look at Qin Shu, who had finished tidying up, washed her hands, and was now holding a silver needle delicately. After pondering for a moment, Xie Lanzhi asked, "Is the pigeon still alive?" Since it was a messenger pigeon, it must have been raised by someone. Capturing the person behind, it was crucial. Qin Shu replied calmly, "It's alive. Kept in a cage in my home. It's that big iron cage in the yard, but I don't know what it was originally used for." "I know," Zhao Yongqiang exclaimed. He pointed at Xie Lanzhi and laughed. Last year, he picked up a leg-damaged wolf cub and raised it for several months before releasing it. Qin Shu nodded thoughtfully. "No wonder it smells a bit like a wolf." She shook the silver needle in her hand a few times towards Xie Lanzhi, who was sitting on the hospital bed. The implication was clear. It was time to prepare for acupuncture. Xie Lanzhi's cold, star-like eyes fixed on Qin Shu, showing no intention of cooperating. Zhao Yongqiang stood up and stepped forward, tentatively suggesting, "Sister-in-law, how about I go back with you and bring that pigeon over?" Qin Shu remained silent, watching Xie Lanzhi, who was quietly revealing a hint of obsession. Xie Lanzhi turned to Zhao Yongqiang and said, "You go by yourself. Then I'll go." Zhao Yongqiang's expression was very excited. He secretly glanced at Qin Shu, seeing that she didn't refuse, and quickly turned to leave, fearing that she might change her mind. In the hospital room, only Xie Lanzhi and Qin Shu remained, and the air became stagnant. Xie Lanzhi was the first to break the silence, extending his hand to Qin Shu. "From now on, I'll call you Shu, okay?" His voice was warm and gentle, extremely pleasant to hear, like a clear spring bubbling in the ear. Qin Shu blinked, not understanding what he was trying to do. "All right," she replied. She placed the hand that was holding the silver needle onto Xie Lanzhi's palm. Xie Lanzhi pulled her to sit on the hospital bed, wearing a proper smile, his voice calm and steady. "Thank you for taking care of me during this time. I really like the big gift tonight. Is there anything you want?" He deliberately turned his injured left face to the other side, presenting his perfect profile to Qin Shu. The man's gentle eyebrows overflowed with affection, and even the curve of his lips was soft, looking harmless yet deeply emotional. However, Qin Shu felt a chill in her heart, instinctively sensing that Xie Lanzhi was plotting something. She smiled and said, "I want many things. Are you sure you can give them all to me?" A dark glint passed through Xie Lanzhi's eyes, and he replied with certainty, "As long as it's what you want, I will satisfy you." Qin Shu tilted her head and asked, "What if I want a child?" Xie Lanzhi, the perfect mask on his face, shattered in an instant. The unnatural smile that had been on his lips quickly froze. Xie Lanzhi took a deep breath and forced himself to say, "Change the subject." He could never have children in this lifetime. If Qin Shu wanted a child, it would either mean he was being cuckolded or they would divorce. He wouldn't accept either option. The expression of suppressed frustration on Xie Lanzhi's face made Qin Shu find it amusing. She gently scratched his palm with her pinky finger, teasing him without words. Qin Shu smiled and said, "Stop with the emotional stuff. Just ask what you want to ask." Xie Lanzhi's expression was slightly awkward as he disregarded his own pride and asked bluntly, "Did you already notice something was wrong with the pigeon?" Qin Shu nodded. "That's right. It was circling above my head every day, and it had something hanging on its chest. It would be strange if there was nothing wrong. As she answered, she began to take off Xie Lanzhi's hospital gown. Xie Lanzhi stretched out his arms, cooperating with Qin Shu as she removed his clothing. His upper body, covered in various scars, was a sensual mix of fair and honey-colored skin, exuding a captivating allure under the light. Xie Lanzhi picked up the small camera, wrapped in red tissue paper from the table. He asked Qin Shu again, "You recognize this thing, right?" Qin Shu shifted her gaze from the man's muscular torso and replied flatly, "I've seen cameras similar to this in photo studios, but they were several times bigger." She sat at the foot of the hospital bed, rolling up Xie Lanzhi's pant legs. The man remained silent until the acupuncture was finished. Lying on the bed, Xie Lanzhi stared at Qin Shu's charming face and asked his final question. "How did you know about the messenger pigeon, and how do you know this thing is important?" People who were unaware wouldn't suspect something was wrong with the pigeon at first. They might be curious and directly take it apart, or they might casually throw it away. Pigeon meat looked far more appealing than a black plastic box. Qin Shu chuckled and said, "Finally, you asked the right question." She pulled over a chair and sat opposite Xie Lanzhi, explaining casually, "My grandfather traveled a lot when he was young and has seen a lot. He told me many interesting stories, including about messenger pigeons. In the last century, messenger pigeons caused quite a number of major incidents. I've heard my grandfather talk about the tragedies and victorious cheers caused by messenger pigeons." This was what Qin Shu had prepared in her heart after sensing Xie Lanzhi's suspicion. For some things, she felt no guilt, but since she had done them, it was inevitable that others would have doubts. Qin Shu thought the problem was not significant. She could cover it up. After all, this was not the internet age of the future, where there were no secrets. Bang! The hospital room door was pushed open forcefully. Luo-Shi rushed into the room with a middle-aged man. "Lanzhi, I heard you caught a little spy. Where is he?" Chapter 19. A Makeup Session. Bleeding from the nose, Luo-Shi's stern face was filled with a chilling demeanor as he sharply surveyed the hospital room. Xie Lanzhi, who had needles stuck in him, immediately tried to sit up upon seeing his superior. "Don't move." Qin Shu's voice stopped him. She pressed her small hand on Xie Lanzhi's bare, taut shoulder. "What we're doing now is acupuncture to relieve your pain. Each needle must be inserted precisely. If it goes wrong, you'll have to endure the pain until dawn for the next 10 hours. Her tone was extremely stern, yet with a hint of sweetness, making it sound harmless. Luo-Shi, however, took her words to heart and commanded, "You lie still." He strode over to the bed with the political commissar, noticing the scars on Xie Lanzhi's face, the varying depths of scars on his chest, and the leg with acupuncture needles, the gruesome injuries running through his calf. Luo-Shi's eyes reddened, and his concern was evident. But he did not forget his purpose for being there. "Lanzhi, tell me the specifics." Xie Lanzhi briefly recounted the events that transpired. He patted Qin Shu's hand. "Ah Shu, hand the items on the table to Luo-Shi." "Okay." Qin Shu got up and handed the small camera wrapped in red tissue paper to Luo-Shi. Holding it carefully, Luo-Shi's expression turned serious. "Old Lu, come take a look." Old Lu, wearing glasses, took the item and examined it. His eyes suddenly lit up. An excitement spread across his face. "Old Luo, this is a small camera from abroad, cleverly designed, with its precision mechanics still functioning. It has significant research value." Luo-Shi didn't understand this high-tech gadget, but he could tell its importance from Lu's excited tone. He took a step closer and asked, "Really?" Lu nodded vigorously. "Yes. This matter must be reported to the capital immediately. It's best to send it to the Research Institute. It will undoubtedly help our research a lot." After finishing his sentence, he looked at Qin Shu with bright eyes. "Comrade, is that pigeon still alive?" Yes. I brought it." Zhao Yongqiang rushed into the hospital room, drenched in sweat, carrying a more than 1 meter tall iron cage. Inside, a gray pigeon flapped around energetically, full of life. "Good." Lu's voice trembled with excitement. The two big shots from the 963rd Unit, along with the team leader and deputy team leader, discussed the matter in the hospital room. They ultimately decided to send the preliminary estimated device, which had the capability of recording routes, to the capital overnight. As for the carrier pigeon, they would use it to lure out the snake. "Comrade Qin, you've done a great service in this matter. On behalf of the organization and all members of the 963rd Unit, we sincerely thank you. Before leaving with the small camera, Luo Shi and Lu expressed their gratitude to Qin Shu and gave her a military salute. As night fell, Luo Zhenghua and Lu rushed out. Zhao Yongxiang followed Xie Lanzhi's instructions and took the cage with the pigeon. Qin Shu completed the acupuncture treatment for Xie Lanzhi, feeling in good spirits as she hummed a little tune while leaving. AMU personally escorted her downstairs to the health center. He gazed at her slender, graceful figure fading into the distance, his face filled with unspoken words and a hint of grievance. After all this time, he had not tasted the meals made by his sister-in-law. Zhao Yongxiang, that shameless fellow, had managed to eat his share. Thinking of this, AMU felt a swell of grievance. In the hospital room, Xie Lanzhi leaned against the bed, staring at the dappled shadows of the trees outside, when he suddenly spoke. AMU, send someone to keep an eye on Sun Yuzhen. AMU, who was moving a table, didn't stop his hands and replied yes. Xie Lanzhi continued. Check who she's been in contact with recently. Don't alert her and report any developments in a timely manner. AMU confidently said, understood, as long as she makes any moves, she won't escape our eyes. Xie Lanzhi didn't want Zhao Yongxiang to interrogate his wife, as it might create discord between the couple. He could only ask AMU to keep an eye on Sun Yuzhen and see who she was in contact with to learn about the rumors surrounding Qin Shu in the village. AMU was skilled in intelligence work. He had received professional training and was assigned to Xie Lanzhi by his father. Xie Lanzhi rubbed his slightly weary brow and suddenly paused. He turned to AMU. Have there been any messages from Hong Kong? Not yet. AMU shook his head. But it should be soon, just a few days. Xie Lanzhi frowned and asked again, has there been any suspension of the use of conopathodine in the capital? Conopathodine was an imported drug known for its rapid effectiveness, planned for widespread use among the populace. If the drug had significant side effects, the consequences would be dire. After learning of this, the old man immediately issued an order to halt its use. After MU finished speaking, he dusted off his hands and leaned closer to Xie Lanzhi. Lanzhi, do you really believe in your sister-in-law from the bottom of your heart? Xie Lanzhi shot him a displeased glance, his expression neutral. Mind your own business. He didn't admit it, but AMU knew better. Just because of a single statement from Qin Shu, the news had reached the capital, leading the Xie family to take action to halt the use of conopathodine. The stakes were high, and the pressure on the Xie family was considerable. As a guard and intelligence officer, AMU couldn't see through Qin Shu. Yet, there was an inexplicable ability about her that commanded trust. Xie Lanzhi pinched the bridge of his nose and said earnestly, Qin Shu's situation is a bit complex, and there's a lot that feels off. Don't let her lead you on. The intelligence of the 963rd Unit was a core secret of the Xie family and could not afford any mistakes. AMU joked, the thing your sister-in-law asks me about the most is related to you, Lanzhi. Xie Lanzhi's expression stiffened slightly, and he tried to suppress a smile that wanted to emerge, but it still showed through a little. It's undeniable that being cared about is a pleasant feeling. Xie Lanzhi suppressed his rising smile and spoke seriously. As long as you know your limits. After Qin Shu's acupuncture treatment, his pain had lessened significantly. The fatigue washed over him, making him feel like he couldn't hold on any longer. As he began to slide down the bed, ready to sleep, AMU stepped forward and covered him with a blanket. Lanzhi, sleep peacefully. I'll guard outside. You should take a nap and not overexert yourself. Got it. The next day, Xie Lanzhi resumed his previous treatment. Qin Shu made a hearty meal that evening. She pushed open the hospital room door and saw that Xie Lanzhi wasn't the only one inside. AMU and Zhao Yongxiang were also there, both eagerly watching the door. When they saw Qin Shu appear, their eyes sparkled with surprise. AMU exclaimed. Zhao Yongxiang followed up. We've been waiting for you. Qin Shu's gaze swept over the two before landing on Xie Lanzhi, who sat on the bed with a furrowed brow and thin lips pressed into a line, cold and sharp. Qin Shu's alluring red lips curved into a smile, her expression a mix of humor and teasing. I'm used to seeing people mooching off meals. She placed a lunchbox she was holding on the table and opened the cloth bag. Just then, a pair of calloused hands reached over. Let me help. How can I let my sister-in-law do this little task? Zhao Yongxiang took the initiative to take the lunchbox containing the dishes and placed it on the table. Qin Shu gave him a glance, turned to serve a bowl of rice, and handed the chopsticks to Xie Lanzhi. She didn't serve Zhao Yongxiang or look at the eagerly awaiting AMU. Holding the bowl of rice, Xie Lanzhi's previously dark expression visibly improved. Cough, cough, cough. Zhao Yongxiang coughed a few times, his intention to mooch off the meal clear as day. Amuti looked like a large dog, drooping and downcast, feeling quite disheartened. Xie Lanzhi was enjoying fragrant stewed meat, digging into big mouthfuls of rice, savoring every bite. Qin Shu sat in front of the hospital bed, fiddling with bottles and jars, as well as 2 acupuncture storage bags. The couple ignored the 2 onlookers beside them. Zhao Yongxiang couldn't hold back any longer and leaned over to peek at Xie Lanzhi's bowl of rice. Xie Tuan, tonight's meal smells quite good. Xie Lanzhi was eating with a mouth that looked as if it had been coated with lip balm, making one want to steal a kiss to taste it. He replied without lifting his head, Shu's cooking is indeed good. Zhao Yongxiang knew very well that Qin Shu's cooking was good. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the audacity to mooch off her food. He awkwardly sat to the side, holding back, but still couldn't help himself. Turning to look at Qin Shu. Sister-in-law, look, I just got back from patrolling the mountains during the day, and I haven't had dinner yet. Qin Shu looked up in surprise. You haven't eaten yet at this late hour? Zhao Yongxiang looked embarrassed, not knowing how to respond. Amuti felt even more awkward, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Qin Shu stood up, took out 2 empty bowls from under the cabinet in the room, and filled them with rice. She handed the 2 bowls of rice to Zhao Yongxiang and Amuti. The 2 who received the bowls of rice, disregarding Xie Lanzhi's darkening expression, began to eat ravenously. A full lunchbox of stewed meat was quickly diminished by a third. While the 3 were eating enthusiastically, Qin Shu's gaze fell on Zhao Yongxiang, and she spoke in a calm voice. Xie Lanzhi has suffered serious injuries and is severely depleted of blood. I added nourishing herbs to the meals I prepared for him. It's fine for a normal person to have a hearty meal occasionally, but be careful not to overdo it. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhao Yongxiang's nose began to bleed. P.S. bleeding. Amuti's eyes widened in shock. Chapter 20. You lift your leg a little, don't move around. Next, there was a flurry of activity. Zhao Yongxiang was helped to the toilet to wash up, his head tilted back. When he returned, he stared at the half bowl of rice left on the table. Zhao Yongxiang felt reluctant, gritted his teeth, and continued to pick up the bowl to eat. Amuti looked at him with admiration. Deputy Commander, aren't you afraid of overdoing it? What is there to be afraid of? At worst, I'll bleed again. Zhao Yongxiang, with his mouth full of meat and rice, said with a muffled voice. Xie Lanzhi, who had eaten almost enough, saw Zhao Yongxiang devouring his food like a starving ghost and disdainfully said, Look at you. Zhao Yongxiang retorted. You're so accomplished, you mix tonics into your rice. Yet I don't see you bleeding. The sarcasm was unmistakable, implying that Xie Lanzhi was weak and unable to handle it. For soldiers, such mutual teasing was nothing unusual. However, this remark hit Xie Lanzhi directly. Over the past few days, he had been waking up in the mornings with varying reactions. He hadn't received treatment yesterday, which left him feeling drained this morning. When Zhao Yongxiang noticed Xie Lanzhi's strange expression, he quickly finished the last few bites of rice and stuffed 2 more pieces of meat into his mouth. I still have to go, I'm leaving. He spoke with his cheeks puffed up, his words not very clear, then turned to leave. Xie Lanzhi, with a cold expression, glared at Zhao Yongxiang's back, wishing he could drag him back for a beating. Qin Shu picked up a piece of pork belly and placed it in Xie Lanzhi's bowl. She comforted him, saying, It's okay, don't bother with him, hurry up and eat. Xie Lanzhi, still fuming, turned to Qin Shu and complained. He eats your food and still throws shade at me. Qin Shu soothed him. Then we want tea, let him eat next time. Xie Lanzhi coldly laughed, not even letting him smell it. Qin Shu continued to gently coax him. All right, we'll do as you say. Xie Lanzhi snorted lightly, then focused on eating. Seeing that she had managed to cheer him up, Qin Shu called Amuti to come eat as well. That night, Xie Lanzhi's treatment ended in his sleep, and the pain for the acupuncture didn't wake him. His body was improving significantly every day through acupuncture, medicinal soups, dietary therapy, and topical ointments. Before leaving, Qin Shu looked at Xie Lanzhi who was lying on the hospital bed with a complex expression. Her gaze slowly moved down to the man's indescribable area. She had done some research on urology. Next, it was time to address this issue. However, Qin Shu still didn't know how to communicate with Xie Lanzhi about it. The potent tonics accumulated in the body, and if the effects weren't released quickly, it could lead to complications. Qin Shu silently encouraged herself that by tomorrow at the latest, she must complete this final step. The next day, in the evening, Qin Shu brought steaming dishes, medicinal soups, and ointments to the ward. Neither Immuti nor Zhao Yongxiang was in the room. Today, there were 3 unfamiliar soldiers in military uniforms, tall and long-legged. Sister-in-law. The 3 shouted enthusiastically with loud voices. Qin Shu felt uneasy and turned to look at Xie Lanzhi on the bed, only to find his cold, dark face with emotionless eyes. Great. These were comrades come to mooch food again. Qin Shu was relieved that she had prepared more food tonight than yesterday. However, it would do to keep feeding Xie Lanzhi alone. The daily expenses for him were already considerable. Adding a few more mouths to feed, even if one had a fortune, it would soon be consumed. The 3 soldiers were quite thick-skinned, and when Qin Shu called them, they straightened up and sat properly at the dining table to eat. During the meal, one soldier, named Shun, who was a second-class soldier, lowered his voice to speak to Xie Lanzhi. Commander Xie, the Western Mountain Pass has been a bit restless lately. What's the situation? Xie Lanzhi's expression turned serious as his sharp, intimidating gaze fixed on the man who spoke. Captain Shun said, during the day patrols, our 2nd Regiment found 2 dead bodies with dirt on them. The dirt referred to a type of harmful toxin developed abroad. Were there any survivors? Xie Lanzhi frowned, a sense of disgust and killing intent evident in his cold voice. Captain Shun shook his head. No, it looks like some small faction had an internal conflict. We haven't discovered any outsiders breaching our defenses. Xie Lanzhi's expression remained solemn, his deep voice carrying an order. Ensure your ammunition is fully stocked during patrols. If you find anyone carrying supplies, apprehend them directly. He paused and added, deal with any resistance on the spot and ensure the safety of our personnel. Captain Shun, with a face tanned by the sun, smiled widely, revealing a set of white teeth. Understood, the 2nd Regiment thinks the same. While the 2 were talking, Xie Lanzhi looked down and noticed that the dishes on the table were nearly gone. He raised his head to see Captain Shun and the 2 soldiers, their chiseled faces instantly darkening. Although Captain Shun had been talking to him, he had not forgotten to pile food into his bowl, which was now overflowing. Xie Lanzhi was so angry that he almost laughed, his eyes narrowing as he glared at the 3. What a clever trick! He had been outsmarted by his own subordinates. Captain Shun and the 2 soldiers sensed something was off and quickly stood up to rush out. The bowl. You haven't even put it down? Qin Shu was also taken aback and chased after them, calling out, Sister-in-law, I'll have someone bring your bowl back tomorrow. In the corridor, Captain Shun ran while shoving food into his mouth, raising his voice in response. Qin Shu turned back and walked into the ward, her alluring eyes accusingly fixed on Xie Lanzhi. Are they always this familiar? Xie Lanzhi, who had changed from his usual cold demeanor in front of his subordinates, wore a faint smile tinged with helplessness. Years ago, when life was tough and we couldn't even afford a meal, they got used to mooching off me. Back then, being able to drink a hot bowl of porridge was already a blessing. Reflecting on the past, Xie Lanzhi's face showed a hint of nostalgia and gratitude. He missed the comrades who had died and was thankful that the brutal, bloody war was now a thing of the past. Qin Shu understood that the phrase life was tough in Xie Lanzhi's mouth represented the price of countless lives. This topic was too heavy. She silently began to tidy up the bowls and chopsticks on the table. After dinner, Xie Lanzhi continued his usual treatment, undergoing acupuncture, drinking the bitter medicinal soup, and applying black ointment on his face and legs. Qin Shu packed the used acupuncture supplies, medicine jars, and ointment boxes into a cloth bag. While rummaging through the bag, her fingers touched a hard, round little box. Qin Shu looked up to see Xie Lanzhi, who was lazily leaning against the head of the bed like a lion taking a nap. She took a deep breath and said, Today's treatment isn't over yet. I'll go find a nurse for some supplies. You wait here. Okay. His voice was cold, with a low, magnetic intonation that carried an alluring charm. Qin Shu stood up and hurriedly left, her earlobes flushed with an alluring color. The vibrant hue looked as if someone had forcefully sucked it. Lying on the bed, Xie Lanzhi had his eyes closed, oblivious to the lovely scene. Not long after the door closed, it was suddenly pushed open forcefully. Xie Lanzhi opened his eyes sharply, filled with coldness, and glared at Yuman, who rushed into the room. You better have something important. He resembled a restless leopard, disturbed during the urgent breeding season. Yuman's expression initially tightened. Then he quickly walked to the bedside in 3 strides. He lowered his voice to report, "We have news from Xianjiang." Seeing his serious expression and the anger bubbling in his eyes, Xie Lanzhi guessed that the news from Xianjiang was not good. He suppressed the turmoil in his heart and asked in a low, hoarse voice, "What is going on?" Yuman leaned in and whispered, "The situation over there is worse than we expected. The mixed-up slums have almost completely erupted. If we had just reminded the old man a moment later, the news about the Canapita would have already been spread among the masses. The old man just called, and after learning that you used more than a dozen special medicines, he was furious. The lady knows about this too, and she's been crying at home." Xie Lanzhi interrupted Yuman, ignoring the mention of his parents, and directly asked, "How serious is the situation over in Xianjiang?" Yuman's expression turned grim as he said in a low voice, "Over 90 of the drug addicts in the slums are using Canapita as a toxin." Xie Lanzhi's pale lips tightened, his emotions complex and turbulent. With a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes, he suddenly asked, "According to the CF family's investigation, Qin Shu has never left Yunjin City. How does she know about the outbreak of Canapita in Xianjiang? If it weren't for Qin Shu's insistence on stopping me from using Canapita, I might have ended up like those people in Xianjiang, addicted to drugs. The biggest credit for this matter goes to Qin Shu. If it weren't for her, who knows how many people in the inland would suffer in due time." Yuman pondered, "That's also what I find puzzling. Does sister-in-law have foresight?" Xie Lanzhi shot him a sidelong glance, his tone playful. "If she could foresee the future, she wouldn't have chosen to marry me." The corners of his lips couldn't help but curl up, his dark eyes flashing with a cold, inorganic indifference, as if he were a beast eyeing its prey. In his eyes, Qin Shu was like a mysterious and discordant little sheep. As long as he could grasp her lifeline and strike a fatal blow, he could devour her alive. Yuman, unaware of the deeper meaning, defended, "It's a good thing that sister-in-law can marry you. She'll be living a life of luxury in the future. You should know how many highborn ladies in the capital want to marry you." "How many?" A cheerful voice came from behind. Qin Shu walked into the room, her smile not reaching her eyes, curiously staring at Yuman. "Let me also hear how many people are thinking about this prized possession of Xie Lanzhi." As she approached the hospital room door, she heard Yuman say, "How many highborn ladies in the capital want to marry Xie Lanzhi?" Xie Lanzhi's family background, outstanding appearance, and demeanor destined him to be someone who attracts attention and has a strong romantic fortune. Qin Shu knew that such a man was hard to handle. Hearing that someone was interested in her precious little cabbage that she had painstakingly raised, Qin Shu felt inexplicably unhappy. Yuman stood stiffly, awkwardly turning around, raising his hand to pat his mouth. "Sister-in-law is here. Look at my big mouth, always babbling nonsense. I was just talking nonsense earlier. Please don't take it to heart." Sweat broke out on Yuman's forehead as he moved towards the end of the bed, his small actions revealing a strong sense of stealth. He seized an excellent opportunity to escape, turning and rushing out the door. His cowardly escape made people want to laugh. Qin Shu scoffed, throwing the item in her hand onto Xie Lanzhi's hospital gown, exposing his chest with 8 sexy abs. She said arrogantly, "Take off your clothes." Xie Lanzhi looked down at what was in his hands, a pair of transparent rubber gloves. "What do we need this for?" Qin Shu didn't answer. Pulling the isolation curtain around the hospital bed, turning around with her arms crossed, looking down at Xie Lanzhi. "Hurry up and take off your clothes." Her voice was both delicate and charming, with a hint of sweetness, revealing a touch of impatience. Xie Lanzhi put down the rubber gloves in his hands and obediently took off the hospital gown he had just put on. Outside the window, the shadows of the trees were dappled in the moonlight, and a gentle breeze blew in, creating a gradually enchanting atmosphere in the room. The isolation curtain, illuminated by the light inside, revealed images that made one blush and race their heart. In the center of the bed, Qin Shu sat like a bridge, her voice filled with charming complaints coming from behind the curtain. Xie Lanzhi, your muscles are too tense. Relax. The man's slightly hoarse, sexy, and deep voice followed. Lift your legs a bit. Don't move around. Qin Shu bent her legs and leaned forward, her body swaying slightly, almost falling into the man's sweaty, sexy chest. She bit her red lips, her delicate toes curling up, rebutting, this won't do. Let's stick to the previous method. Xie Lanzhi stared at Qin Shu's damp hair sticking to her slender neck, the inherent bad nature within him surfacing. Chapter 21. Leader Xie caught red-handed Xie Lanzhi. Move a little, Qin Shu urged softly, her voice delicate as she sat on the man's hard abdomen, which felt as solid as a stone bench. Unfortunately, Xie Lanzhi, with his burning gaze, couldn't hear anything. His attention was captured by Qin Shu's long neck and her fair, alluring skin, making him want to kiss her. Xie Lanzhi was a man of action. He acted on impulse. His powerful right arm broke free from Qin Shu's grasp and forcefully pulled her into his embrace. The delicate waist that fit snugly in his hand made him marvel at how good it felt. Xie Lanzhi's eyes swept over Qin Shu's fair skin, and he couldn't help but caress it. It was indeed as delicate as he had imagined. Caught off guard by the sudden embrace, Qin Shu lost her balance and was forced to lean against the man's bare chest. Through the layer of fabric, she could clearly feel the defined muscles beneath, and a cold, intense hormonal scent enveloped her. Qin Shu's body was covered in goosebumps, her hands pressed against the man's strong heartbeat. Xie Lanzhi, what are you going to do? As soon as the words left her mouth, Xie Lanzhi lowered his head, his thin lips landing on her neck. Qin Shu's eyes widened, her back instinctively tensing as she looked at Xie Lanzhi in disbelief. The man's pupils surged with a predatory gleam, as if he wanted to tear apart everything within reach. Panic bells rang in Qin Shu's mind, and she held her breath, quietly pulling a silver needle from her clothing. Her voice trembled as she asked, Xie Lanzhi, you can't possibly want me to help you solve this, right? From the beginning, she had no intention of getting personally involved. She only planned to help Xie Lanzhi transfer the potent medicine in his body to his lower dantian through massage, allowing him to expel the long-accumulated effects himself. Who would have thought that Xie Lanzhi would disregard all rules? Just as it began, the man was already thinking of pushing her down. Xie Lanzhi's teeth grazed Qin Shu's neck, teasingly nipping at the flesh. He couldn't help but murmur, you smell so good. Then he noticed that Qin Shu, sitting on him, was trembling slightly, as if terribly afraid. Xie Lanzhi's Adam's apple rolled twice, his lowered eyelids concealing the ferocity within. His jaw tightened, as if suppressing something, and he slowly opened his mouth, letting go of the reddened flesh he had been biting. Xie Lanzhi's deep, unfathomable black eyes fixed hungrily on the enchanting Qin Shu. I'm sorry. His voice was low and husky, laced with a hint of pity. Although he said sorry, his expression was far from apologetic. Xie Lanzhi's gaze on Qin Shu resembled that of a predator eyeing its prey, filled with a hint of wild aggression. Seeing Xie Lanzhi's emotions stabilize, the large hand gripping her waist eased its pressure. She took a deep breath, discreetly hiding the silver needle in her clothing with practiced ease. Just hold on for a few more minutes. It'll be over soon. Qin Shu coaxed softly, her massage becoming rougher than before. Xie Lanzhi, feeling neither pain nor discomfort, caught a whiff of Qin Shu's alluring scent as she leaned in closer. His gaze shifted, and he could clearly see the prominent Adam's apple on her slightly raised neck, bobbing up and down. While Xie Lanzhi's attention was diverted, he accidentally caught sight of the rubber gloves on the table. He knew very well what was about to happen next. If Qin Shu hadn't informed him of her plans for the night during the massage, he wouldn't have impulsively thought of devouring the woman daring enough to sit on him, her small hands teasing him everywhere. As Xie Lanzhi was lost in thought, Qin Shu unexpectedly pressed down with all her strength against his ribs. Hiss! Xie Lanzhi, caught off guard, couldn't suppress a groan of pain. Following the pathways in his body, Qin Shu pushed the medicine within him toward his lower dantian. She slightly raised her hips, moving from Xie Lanzhi's firm abdomen to his taut legs. At a critical moment, Qin Shu paused her movements. It seemed as if Xie Lanzhi's body was healing itself, provoking her. Qin Shu knew that if the medicine accumulated in his body wasn't dealt with promptly, the backlash could be severe. However, she never expected it to escalate to such a degree. With her peach blossom eyes narrowed, she pressed her hands firmly against the pathways, pushing the energy forcefully into his dantian. Xie Lanzhi's handsome face, usually composed, twisted momentarily in extreme pain. Suddenly, it felt as if a fire ignited within his dantian, and heat surged from his lower abdomen. Xie Lanzhi was engulfed in an unbearable heat, secretly inhaling to compose himself. Qin Shu, covered in fragrant sweat, turned over and got off the bed. She grabbed something from the table and threw it to the man, who was also glistening with sweat. When it starts, remember to use what's in the box. It'll help your recovery. Xie Lanzhi still maintained strong self-control, even on the verge of eruption. He gritted his teeth and endured. He picked up the items thrown onto him, the white rubber gloves and a slightly heavy round box. Opening the round medicine box revealed white ointment inside. Xie Lanzhi stared at the medicine for a moment before understanding its deeper meaning. The corners of his eyes, tinged with red from restraint, lifted slightly, and his dark eyes, filled with a surge of desire, fixated on Qin Shu. Qin Shu picked up a tote bag from the table, not even looking at the man on the bed, and quickly left, pulling aside the isolation curtain. I'm leaving. Remember the time and count. I'll take a statement tomorrow. Bang! The door slammed shut behind the fleeing figure. With Qin Shu's departure, the once charged atmosphere in the room instantly turned cold and stagnant. Xie Lanzhi gripped the medicine box tightly, angered by Qin Shu's businesslike attitude. They had already received their marriage certificate and were officially husband and wife. In such a moment, after having slept with her, it was only natural. Having married a wife but unable to touch her, he had to fend for himself. Lying on a hospital bed, Xie Lanzhi stared at the ceiling, beginning to question his life. Smack! He threw the ointment and rubber gloves onto the floor. Xie Lanzhi didn't bother with a hospital gown, instead covering his head with the blanket and going to sleep. The sound of grinding teeth came from beneath the blanket. In the quiet room, it felt eerily unsettling. Qin Shu, having left, had no idea that Xie Lanzhi was filled with resistance, rejecting her proposal. She also didn't know that her businesslike demeanor today would lead her to regret every night thereafter. A starving wolf dog could turn into a gluttonous wolf, never satiated. The next morning, Qin Shu prepared the medicine and breakfast and headed to the health clinic as dawn broke. On the way, she spotted a somewhat familiar young woman. From a distance, Sun Yuzhen saw Qin Shu's charming figure, her alluring curves captivating without needing to see her face. Sun Yuzhen's eyes flashed with resentment as she wiped her tear-streaked eyes with her sleeve. As Qin Shu approached, she turned into a side alley to avoid crossing paths with her. Qin Shu only felt that Sun Yuzhen looked a bit familiar and her behavior suspicious, but didn't dwell on it. Upon arriving at the health clinic, she was stunned by what she saw in the corridor leading to the ward. Xie Lanzhi was supporting himself with a medical crutch in one hand while holding a porcelain basin in the other, which contained wrung-out white sheets, struggling to make his way to the ward. How did you get up? Do you not want your legs anymore? Qin Shu dropped what she was holding and rushed in front of Xie Lanzhi. Caught red-handed, Xie Lanzhi's pale face, with its sharp angles, tensed as he tried to hide the basin behind him. Chapter 22, The Dreamy Qin Shu makes one blush and heart race. Can she walk? Qin Shu snatched the enamel basin, lifting out the bedsheet that had turned white from washing. She raised her head and stared at the tall, expressionless Xie Lanzhi, who stood at nearly 2 meters. The man was too tall, exuding a strong presence that was overwhelming. Qin Shu felt immense pressure, but still held onto her anger, opening her mouth to scold him. When we wash the bed sheets, why do you have to mess around at this time? You still need 2 days before you can get out of bed, and if you exert yourself now, the pain will be excruciating. Xie Lanzhi's face turned pale from the pain in his leg, and he glanced nervously at the bedsheet that Qin Shu was holding. He confirmed that the evidence of his wrongdoing had been washed clean. He sighed with relief internally and quickly apologized. I'm sorry. It won't happen again. His words felt inexplicably insincere, lacking confidence. He didn't even dare to look Qin Shu in the eye. Xie Lanzhi was indeed reaping what he sowed. Last night, he refused to solve the problem himself, and his dreams were filled with the alluring figure of Qin Shu. Her seductive eyes, soft waist, and the sweet sounds from her red lips. When he woke up the next day, he stared at the soaked bed sheet, momentarily at a loss and silent. To avoid being discovered, he gritted his teeth and, using a cane, trudged to the water room to wash the bed sheet. Just as he thought everything was going smoothly and no one had noticed, Qin Shu, who had come to the clinic early, caught him in the act. Qin Shu looked at Xie Lanzhi with cold eyes. "You better not let it happen again." She helped the man back to his hospital room and then turned to grab something from the corridor. After that, Qin Shu remained silent, her face cold and stunning. Xie Lanzhi quietly ate his breakfast, choosing silence as the best policy. The two of them fell into a tacit Cold War, one sulking while the other felt guilty. It wasn't until Xie Lanzhi finished his soup and the acupuncture treatment ended that Qin Shu took out a notebook and pen and sat by the bed. With a businesslike demeanor, she asked, "How many times last night? How long?" Xie Lanzhi paused his buttoning, his breath becoming disordered. He was almost driven mad by the dream version of Qin Shu. How could he remember how many times? His gaze darkened, and he replied calmly, "Twice about an hour." This was an estimate based on his past experiences. Qin Shu's hand holding the pen paused. Then she recorded it in the notebook, her red lips slightly parted. "Is there any difference from before? Any abnormal reactions?" She thought to herself, "An hour is quite long. Surely your hand wouldn't get tired?" Xie Lanzhi had no idea about Qin Shu's inner thoughts. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to maintain the calm facade on his face. He answered steadily, "No, everything is normal." No, it wasn't normal. He had never experienced the feeling of being almost emptied out in a dream. The dream version of Qin Shu was a seductive enchantress, coiling around him like a snake, unwilling to let go until she drained him completely. Qin Shu lowered her head, not noticing the fleeting guilt on Xie Lanzhi's face. She asked her routine question, was there any anxiety or pressure during the process? Xie Lanzhi replied, "No." He answered too quickly, making Qin Shu suspect he didn't grasp the deeper meaning, so she asked bluntly again, "Was there any dysfunction?" "No, not even once." "No." Qin Shu looked at Xie Lanzhi, her gaze intriguing. Xie Lanzhi's facial muscles tightened, his gaze open and honest, but his expression was somewhat fierce. Qin Shu twirled the pen in her hand, the tip tapping the notebook a few times, her face showing signs of conflict. She touched her nose and asked in a low voice, "Have you had sexual experiences before?" Xie Lanzhi's face turned ashen in an instant, his dark eyes swirling with danger as he scrutinized Qin Shu from head to toe. He ground his teeth and enunciated clearly, "If you hadn't left me alone last night, maybe I could have told you the real process in detail." Provoked time and again. Xie Lanzhi finally couldn't hold back his retort. It was more accurate to say he was teasing her. Qin Shu blinked her long, slightly curled eyelashes. It took her a moment to understand the man's implication. The corners of her eyes turned a shade of charming red from embarrassment, and she lowered her head to draw a big red cross on the notebook. She murmured softly, "So you're still a virgin?" The words were neither light nor heavy, clearly reaching Xie Lanzhi's ears, making him sense a hint of disdain. Xie Lanzhi had never seen a woman like Qin Shu, who dared to say and do anything without blushing or skipping a heartbeat. No, wait. Qin Shu's ears were blushing so much they seemed ready to bleed. The color was as beautiful as blood jade, making one want to reach out and play with it. Xie Lanzhi's irritation dissipated as he quietly observed the feigned calm of Qin Shu. The more he looked at her, the more she resembled a little sheep draped in fox fur. A poke, and her true form would be revealed. Qin Shu asked Xie Lanzhi more personal questions, her eyes glued to the densely written notes. Without raising her head, she said, "The issue of dysfunction has been resolved. To be safe for the next 3 days, you'll have to rely on yourself. If there are no further issues, then congratulations, you've fully recovered." Qin Shu closed the notebook and turned to pull out a small white porcelain bottle from her cloth bag. She handed the bottle to Xie Lanzhi. "This is the ointment you used yesterday. It should last you for the next few days." "Here we go again." Xie Lanzhi's face darkened. glaring at the medicine bottle in Qin Shu's hand, feeling it was painfully bright in his eyes. Did he really have to handle this? Just having a reaction was enough. Didn't need to seem like he was overly needy? Suddenly recalling something, Xie Lanzhi's moderately thick lips curled into a playful smile. Good. Xie Lanzhi accepted the medicine bottle, the smile on his face deepening. He was looking forward to what kind of expression Qin Shu would show when he actually used this ointment in the future. For the next 3 days, every time Qin Shu came to the clinic, she would routinely ask Xie Lanzhi about his condition. Each time, the lazy man would perfectly brush her off, and oblivious Qin Shu showed no signs of suspicion. She directly declared that Xie Lanzhi's dignity, which had been affected, was restored, and he need not worry about underperforming in the future. As for this matter, Xie Lanzhi felt quite calm, not overly joyful. Perhaps as his body improved, he gradually regained his composure, no longer letting his emotions show. Time passed quickly. Soon it was time for Xie Lanzhi to get out of bed. Because he had gotten up early to wash the bed sheets, his actual ability to walk was delayed by 2 days. The hospital room door, which had not been closed tightly, echoed with Qin Shu's anxious voice. Do you feel anything? Does it hurt? Not too bad. Raise your leg a bit higher. Good. Don't stop. Keep going. No, I can't move anymore. Hearing that Xie Lanzhi couldn't move anymore, worry immediately filled Qin Shu's eyes as she hurried to the man's side. Standing by the table, she supported his strong arm, looking down at Xie Lanzhi's injured left leg. Why can't you move? Is your leg hurting? The anxious Qin Shu didn't see the faint smile in the deep black eyes of the man who towered over her. The scar on Xie Lanzhi's face had faded quite a bit during this time. When he smiled, it added to the allure of a mature man. Just as Qin Shu was about to squat down to roll up Xie Lanzhi's pant leg for a closer look, a strong arm pulled her up, and a deep, magnetic voice whispered in her ear, "It doesn't hurt. It just went numb for a moment." Xie Lanzhi looked at Qin Shu, who had tied her hair in a ponytail. Noticing the loose strands near her ear, feeling an urge to tuck them behind her ear, he restrained that impulse, his fingertips brushing lightly. Qin Shu's tightly furrowed brows did not relax as she tilted her head, staring at the man who was taller than her. She asked with concern, "Does it really not hurt?" Right now, Xie Lanzhi's whole body was recovering the slowest from his leg injury. Injuries to muscles and bones require careful rehabilitation, even with the Qin family's priceless treasures. After all, Xie Lanzhi wanted to stay in the army, and his body could not have any lingering effects. Seeing the worry in Qin Shu's eyes, Xie Lanzhi suddenly smiled and couldn't help but raise his hand to ruffle her hair. He said, "It doesn't hurt. I feel like I could run back and forth on a mountain path." Nonsense. Hearing that Xie Lanzhi was really fine, Qin Shu lightly punched his chest. "You should walk a couple more laps to stretch your bones and soft tissues." Under Qin Shu's care, Xie Lanzhi went from unsteady steps at the beginning to walking steadily for more than 10 laps. It wasn't until his body started to heat up and there were signs of sweat on his forehead that Qin Shu ordered him to stop. Xie Lanzhi's cool and refined face was full of emotions that he couldn't hide. He sat on the bench, steadied his breathing, and took a few sips from the cup on the table. From the very beginning, when he was anxious about not being able to keep his leg and was sentenced to lifelong disability, even facing the prospect of imminent death, he felt a sense of despair as if he had given up. Over the past half-month, with Qin Shu's treatment and companionship, he gradually found hope and was eager to recover. With this strong belief, he was finally able to stand up. In front of others, he spoke with composure. And during training, he was the cold-faced Commander Xie. At this moment, his joy was evident. Is he so happy to be able to walk? Chapter 23 questioned. Qin Shu saves again. Qin Shu rested her chin on her hands, smiling as she looked at the man sitting across from her, whose excitement was hard to conceal. Xie Lanzhi put down his cup, his dark, deep eyes filled with gratitude as he gazed at Qin Shu. "I'm happy. Without you, I wouldn't be able to stand up." Each word he spoke was earnest and forceful. Qin Shu replied, "As long as you're happy, that's what life is all about." She was also very happy. Having cured Xie Lanzhi meant she had secured this golden leg. Xie Lanzhi quietly observed Qin Shu, sensing that her sparkling eyes were calculating something. He touched the edge of the cup on the table and suddenly spoke, "There's news from Shanjiang." "What's the situation?" Qin Shu's eyes lit up as she pressed for more information. The worry and urgency in her eyes were about to spill over, and her anticipation was evident on her face. Xie Lanzhi stared at her calmly and said, "There is indeed a significant problem with the Kana Pa." Qin Shu's eyes sparkled. "We'll be banned?" Her heart raced with secret anticipation. Being forced into a marriage exchange by her cousin and saving the near-death Xie Lanzhi had not made the reborn Qin Shu feel secure. She desperately wanted to change the trajectory of certain events from her past life to prove that she could alter her fate in this life. Xie Lanzhi noticed Qin Shu's unstable emotions and, feeling perplexed, nodded at her reservedly. "Your reminder came at a crucial time. Otherwise, this drug with severe side effects would have been widely used. If Qin Shu had reminded them a few days later, this fast-acting medicine would have already been administered to the public." Qin Shu's tense body relaxed slightly, and she let out a big sigh of relief, a joyful smile appearing at the corners of her eyes. She waved her hand modestly, saying, "I just mentioned it casually. It's mainly because you paid attention to this matter and must have put in a lot of effort behind the scenes." Now, she had both saved the innocent people who were poisoned by the drug in her past life and confirmed that she could rely on her understanding of future developments to alter the predetermined tragedies of her previous life. Qin Shu did not take credit for herself, but discussed the matter as an observer. This made Xie Lanzhi feel that she was hiding something even more, prompting him to want to dig deeper into Qin Shu and investigate her thoroughly. Bang! Bang! The door was knocked on urgently. LV Min pushed the door open and said anxiously, "Qin Shu, Comrade Lu's youngest son has broken his arm, is unconscious, and his breathing is weak. He has almost gone. Where's the child?" Qin Shu jumped up and quickly walked to the door. In the emergency room, LV Min pulled her hand, not saying a word to Xie Lanzhi, and dragged her out. After they left, Xie Lanzhi slowly stood up, using his right leg for support, stepping out his sore left leg, and walked towards the ward door. Emergency room. A woman in a blue shirt knelt by the bedside, tightly holding the small boy's hand. "My baby, open your eyes and look at your mother." A few women watching in the room looked sympathetic and urged her. "Sister-in-law, stop crying. Director LV want to find a doctor. The child just fainted from the pain. Once his arm is set, he'll be fine." Comrade Lu's wife heard nothing and kept crying, holding her son's gradually cooling hand. "My baby, woo-woo-woo. If you leave, I won't live either. Make way." LV Min pulled Qin Shu's hand and rushed into the room. The people inside quickly made way, and Qin Shu arrived at the bedside. She saw the small boy lying on the bed, pale and weak. Qin Shu's expression darkened as she opened the boy's tightly shut eyelids and pried open his closed mouth. Then, amid the astonished or doubtful gazes of the crowd, she tore open the boy's clothing. The ribs below the boy's heart were bruised, with 2 spots oozing blood. This child might not make it. Internal bleeding from shock. Dislocated arm bones, and the skin around the joints was about to burst. Qin Shu's pupils constricted. She took out several silver needles and quickly inserted them into the boy's facial acupuncture points. She was so fast that the crowd barely had time to react, only hearing the sound of people gasping in shock. Qin Shu turned to LV Min and said urgently, "Director LV, I don't have enough needles. Please help me get the acupuncture kit from a ward." "Okay, I'll go now." LV Min pushed through the crowd and rushed out. Qin Shu felt the boy's pulse and checked his breathing. It was still weak, but much steadier. As she touched the boy's injured arm, a voice suddenly interrupted her. "Wait." It was a plump army wife, frowning tightly, suspiciously eyeing Qin Shu. "Are you the new doctor? Comrade Lu only has this one child. Don't mess him up." Qin Shu was too young, and others who doubted her abilities began to whisper among themselves. Not only was she young, but she also had a seductive face and an unusual figure, unlike someone raised in a good family. Would someone who looked so unrefined really save a life? "You aren't a new nurse, are you? Don't pretend to understand." Some people, eager for gossip, chimed in with the plump army wife. Qin Shu's eyes, filled with a bone-chilling coldness, swept over those speaking. "Are you doctors, or am I the doctor? If you don't understand, shut up and don't cause trouble." She knew these people were judging by appearance, and coldly retorted as she lowered her head to continue examining the boy's injuries. When Qin Shu looked up, her exquisite and beautiful face resembled a mountain spirit, clearly a restless character. The plump army wife approached Comrade Lu's wife and whispered, "This girl looks unreliable. Don't let her delay the child." Others also began to urge her. Exactly. Who starts by inserting so many needles? Who knows if she might hurt the child? Comrade Lu's wife, devastated, raised her head in confusion and looked helplessly at those advising her. Qin Shu glared at the group of troublemakers and raised her voice. "This is the emergency room. Everyone keep quiet." The room fell into a brief silence. The plump army wife was not afraid of Qin Shu and retorted, "What are you yelling for? If you have no ability and still want to show off, if the child gets messed up because of you, let's see if you can take responsibility." She scrutinized Qin Shu with a critical gaze, filled with hostility. Just then, LV Min returned with the acupuncture kit. She had vaguely heard a few words from outside and shouted, "What are you shouting about?" Little Qin comes from a proper medical family. She's also the wife of team leader Xie. As soon as these words came out, they instantly silenced the plump army wife and others. Xie Lanzhi, the youngest senior officer in the camp. Unfortunately, such a good man had a limp, was disfigured, severely injured, and was not long for this world. LV Min squeezed to the bedside, handing 2 acupuncture kits with different patterns to Qin Shu. She asked worriedly, "How's the situation?" "Not good, but there's still hope." Qin Shu took the kit, pulling out a silver needle over 10 centimeters long. The terrifying silver needle, exposed to everyone's sight, elicited a gasp. Qin Shu pressed on the boy's ribcage. Ugh! The child's mouth opened, letting out a painful whimper. Qin Shu quickly inserted the silver needle into the acupuncture point she was pressing under his thumb. She maneuvered the silver needle, piercing back and forth inside the child's flesh, speeding up her movements. "Director LV, I need alcohol cotton balls. You come to disinfect." "Coming." Elmin approached with a pair of tweezers, holding an alcohol cotton ball. Qin Shu quickly pulled out the silver needle, and a hissing sound was heard. Black blood splattered from the needle hole under the boy's rib. The child's mother, standing closest, was splattered with black blood all over her face, leaving her in a state of shock. Such a horrifying scene made the onlookers gasp in astonishment. Those with weak nerves nearly fainted from fright. While Elmin was disinfecting the child with the alcohol cotton ball, Qin Shu changed her position and repeated the acupuncture treatment. The child's eyelids twitched. Someone exclaimed excitedly. Chapter 24. Xie Lanzhi's bones were weak, and his spirit was gone. Lying on the hospital bed, the pale-faced little boy slowly opened his eyes. Qin Shu stopped the acupuncture and held his broken arm. She leaned closer to the child, her voice gentle. "Don't be afraid. Tell me, how did you break your arm?" The little boy, seeing the soft brows and beautiful smile of Qin Shu, felt a bit of his fear dissipate. Remembering the danger he faced, he choked up and said, "A tree. I fell from a tree." "Okay, I understand. It's all right now," Qin Shu said, feeling the boy's swollen and deformed arm, kneading it a few times. She held the joint firmly, using a bit of skill, pulling and pushing. Quick, fierce and precise. She instantly reset the child's broken bone. Qin Shu smiled at the bewildered child, saying, "All done. Is that it?" The onlookers in the room were dumbfounded. Qin Shu took out a piece of white rabbit milk candy from her pocket and held it out to the little boy. "Good boy. Here's a reward for you." White rabbit milk candy. The boy widened his tear-filled eyes, revealing a joyful expression. He raised his uninjured arm to grab the candy from Qin Shu's hand. Just as he was about to touch the candy, Qin Shu moved her hand away, used the other hand. The boy's eyes sparkled with the candy, and without thinking, he raised the arm that had just been reset. When he finally got the candy, he didn't notice the shocked expressions of the adults in the room. So amazing. A few acupuncture needles and some kneading, and the child's arm was healed. If it weren't for witnessing it firsthand, no one would believe such a miraculous event. Qin Shu had LV Min find a board and bandages to wrap and stabilize the child's arm. The chubby military wife, full of doubt, muttered to herself, "Could be a blind cat meeting a dead mouse?" This time, no one echoed her words, but their eyes on Qin Shu remained half-believing. "Shu, are you ready? I'm here to pick you up." A pleasant voice with a pure tone and an uplifting ending came from the emergency room door. The noble and clear voice struck at the hearts of everyone in the room. Qin Shu looked at Xie Lanzhi, surprised, and asked, "Why are you here?" The man, with a naturally cold expression and a slight, indifferent smile, scanned the room with his dark eyes. Just as the crowd felt a strange tension, Xie Lanzhi's gaze returned to Qin Shu. "I've been waiting for you. Come on, let's go," he said softly. The people in the room, looking at the suddenly appearing Xie Lanzhi, instinctively glanced at his face, then at his long legs. The man wore hospital pants, yet his straight and powerful legs still attracted endless imagination. The scar that ran across half his face had faded. He was still the once feared King of Hell. Standing tall like a crane, exuding sharpness, he was not much different from before. However, without his military uniform, he carried a hint of weariness and laziness. His words, "I've been waiting for you," made it impossible not to misunderstand the importance Xie Lanzhi placed on Qin Shu, having just recovered from serious illness. Xie Lanzhi walked steadily into the emergency room under the nervous and wary gazes of the crowd. His steps were firm and powerful, his gaze deep, like a calm and collected king. His unhurried footsteps stepped on the hearts of those feeling guilty. This was no longer the crippled man. He seemed even more imposing than before, a formidable aura surrounding him, making it hard to breathe. Xie Lanzhi stood beside Qin Shu, looking down at Lu Jinbao, who was lying on a hospital bed with candy in his mouth. He ruffled the boy's hair, stating, "Bao is being naughty again." Lu Jinbao pursed his lips and obediently called out, "Uncle Xie." Xie Lanzhi glanced at the blood on the sheets and the bloodied face of the political commissar's wife. Feeling his heart sink, he gently told the child, "You need to be good from now on, understand?" "Understood." Lu Jinbao seemed to be quite afraid of him, nodding obediently. Li Xiaohong saw her son was awake and his temperature had returned, changing from her previous frantic demeanor. She wiped the tears and blood from her face, got up from the ground, and bowed to Qin Shu in gratitude. Thank you. If anything happened to Bao, I wouldn't be able to live." Li Xiaohong, who couldn't read a word, was in a panic without her husband by her side when her child was in trouble. She had been holding her child's increasingly cold hand, feeling a chill in her heart. If it weren't for Qin Shu's appearance, she feared she wouldn't have survived. Qin Shu walked around the head of the bed and helped the political commissar's wife up. "Sister-in-law, there's no need to be so polite. The Qin family has inherited medical skills for generations, and we practitioners take healing and saving lives as our duty." Li Xiaohong couldn't express pretty words, just continuously thanking Qin Shu. After LV Min fixed Lu Jinbao's arm with the board, she pulled Li Xiaohong aside to instruct her on how to care for the child. This somewhat alleviated Qin Shu's awkwardness. Qin Shu looked at Xie Lanzhi's leg, her brows slightly furrowed, and quietly asked, "Does your leg hurt?" "It's fine," Xie Lanzhi replied succinctly. While the couple exchanged words quietly, someone curiously asked, "Commander Xie, is your leg healed?" The questioner was the chubby military wife who had previously doubted Qin Shu. Xie Lanzhi's gaze landed precisely on that military wife. His tone was distant as he replied, "It's healed, and I'll be able to return to the team soon." The chubby military wife persisted, "Really healed? No lingering issues?" Xie Lanzhi's smile became even gentler, yet the warmth didn't reach his eyes. He strolled around the room casually, his confident and steady steps radiating a sense of lethal energy. Seeing was believing, and now the chubby military wife had nothing more to say. Another person curiously asked, "Commander Xie, was your leg treated by your wife too?" Xie Lanzhi slightly lowered his chin, adopting a humble and polite demeanor, but his words were anything but modest. "My Shu is a little miracle worker. If it weren't for her, I might have to lean on a cane for the rest of my life." With Xie Lanzhi's confirmation, the way everyone looked at Qin Shu instantly changed. Her resetting of Lu Jinbao's broken bone might have been a lucky coincidence. But Xie Lanzhi had suffered severe injuries and was declared disfigured and crippled, a dying man with no medical hope. In less than a month, the scars on his face had faded, and he could move his leg freely. A person on the brink of death had been saved by Qin Shu. Could it be that she really was a little miracle worker? With such a miracle worker in the 963rd unit, everyone felt they could share in the benefits. Thinking of this, they surrounded Qin Shu, eager to get closer to her. Qin Shu coldly responded with a few perfunctory words and pulled Xie Lanzhi away from the emergency room. As they returned to the ward, Xie Lanzhi's face quickly turned pale, and a layer of fine sweat appeared on his forehead. "What are you trying to show off for? Your leg just got better, and you're acting recklessly." Qin Shu helped Xie Lanzhi sit on the bed, squatting down to roll up his left pant leg. Sure enough, the previously healed wound was red and swollen from prolonged exertion. Fortunately, there was no bleeding. Otherwise, the injury would worsen, and he would have to lie in bed for another 2 days. Xie Lanzhi looked at Qin Shu, who was squatting in front of him. He tugged at his lips and said softly, "I just can't stand them bullying you." Upon hearing this, Qin Shu looked up, meeting Xie Lanzhi's serious gaze. She couldn't help but laugh. "It wasn't bullying. I thought they were just barking like dogs, yet you stubbornly held on despite the pain." Qin Shu took a stool from under the bed and sat down, applying a layer of ointment to the swollen area on Xie Lanzhi's left leg. Her movements were so gentle that Xie Lanzhi twitched his leg slightly a couple of times, unable to bear it. "Does it hurt?" Qin Shu frowned, asking worriedly. Xie Lanzhi bit his lip, making a sound that was hard to interpret. Qin Shu thought he was in pain from the medicine, so she leaned in close and gently blew on the wound. This blow was light and soft, almost making Xie Lanzhi's bones feel like they were about to crumble. And it took his breath away. He shivered all over, and goosebumps began to rise on his skin. Taking a deep breath, Xie Lanzhi pulled Qin Shu, who was sitting on the bench, down. Qin Shu, pressed down on the bed, still held a cotton ball smeared with ointment in her hand. She blinked, surprised, and asked, "What's wrong?" Xie Lanzhi gazed into her beautiful eyes and voiced a thought that had been brewing in his heart for a long time. "Given my current situation, can I go home now?" Qin Shu instinctively responded, "Isn't it too soon? Discharge? That would mean living together with Xie Lanzhi." She wasn't ready for that. Internally, Qin Shu resisted the idea, though she didn't show it on her face, maintaining a demeanor that seemed to consider Xie Lanzhi's well-being. She earnestly said, "You just started to walk. For the sake of your recovery, it's better to stay a few more days. Every extra day counts, in this life and the last." She had never shared a bed with anyone. There were 2 bedrooms in her house, one of which was once occupied by Muti. She couldn't just take the master bedroom for herself and send Xie Lanzhi to the other room. Xie Lanzhi, with a distant and detached gaze, casually glanced at Qin Shu's tightly clenched hands, raising an eyebrow. Was she hoping he wouldn't go home? He rubbed his sore left leg and softened his voice. "All right, I'll go back in a couple of days." Qin Shu breathed a sigh of relief, her tightly clenched hands gradually loosening. Xie Lanzhi noticed her small gesture, and a playful smile flickered in his deep-set eyes. Suddenly, Qin Shu's sweaty hand was grasped by the warm palm of the man. "Shu, we are already husband and wife, right?" Qin Shu had a bad premonition in her heart and nodded, "Yes." Xie Lanzhi's long fingers caressed the delicate back of her hand, and he spoke slowly, "So we will have to live together sooner or later. I hope you can get ready as soon as possible." Chapter 25. We are a couple. Sharing the same bed, officially. Qin Shu. This direct hit came unexpectedly. Qin Shu instantly understood that her little thoughts had been seen through. Feeling both embarrassed and a bit startled, she took a breath, shook off Xie Lanzhi's hand, and stood up to tidy up the things on the table. Seeing that he had upset her, Xie Lanzhi took the initiative to help. After a while, he noticed something was off. Qin Shu had taken everything out of the cabinet and neatly placed it on the table, not even leaving out the kettle in the corner or the wash basin. Xie Lanzhi's heart sank, and he tentatively asked, "What are you doing?" "Tidying up. We're going home together," Qin Shu replied without raising her head, her voice both delicate and fierce. Xie Lanzhi had been in the clinic for more than half a month. The snacks, candies, malt essence, canned goods, and brown sugar piled up quite a bit in the cabinet. Qin Shu finished organizing the items into large and small packages, and it was almost noon. She stood in place, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and turned to look at Xie Lanzhi, who was making the bed. The man's leg was limping as he walked, and he occasionally paused for a moment due to the pain. Qin Shu rolled down her sleeves and casually asked, "It's getting late. Are you going back with me or resting for a while?" The clinic was not close to the family compound, and making the trip would definitely be hard on Xie Lanzhi's leg. Xie Lanzhi stared at his leg and pondered, "And Muti will come over later. I'll wait for him to arrive, and we'll take the things back home together." Qin Shu nodded, "Then I'll go first and take some of it." She picked up a somewhat heavy bag and took the net bag she had brought along, heading home first. Xie Lanzhi's discharge from the hospital needed to be celebrated. Qin Shu returned home, barely steady on her feet, and took the ration tickets and meat tickets to the supply and marketing cooperative. Unfortunately, all the pork was sold out today. The salesperson said that the nearby village had a wedding and bought all the meat. After turning around, Qin Shu bought 2 pieces of tofu, some dried noodles, and various seasonings. On her way back to the family compound, she stopped by the military cafeteria and came out with a small bag of bone sticks. "Sister-in-law, we're back." Qin Shu was cooking in the kitchen when she heard Mudi's voice coming from the living room. "Sister-in-law, have you made something delicious again? I'm almost drooling from the smell." Following was Zhao Yongqiang's loud and boisterous voice. Qin Shu, holding an iron spoon, lifted the kitchen curtain. The 3 men in the living room were placing their large and small bags on the floor. Xie Lanzhi returned in his hospital gown, his expression calm and collected, standing out among the crowd. He scanned a freshly cleaned and tidy home, feeling the warm and cozy atmosphere. Xie Lanzhi's dark and steady eyes inadvertently met Qin Shu's gaze. Their eyes locked, and a tacit understanding quietly arose between them. Qin Shu's expression froze slightly, and she was the first to look away, warmly addressing Zhao Yongqiang and Mudi. "You've worked hard. The meal will be ready soon. Stay for dinner." "All right. We were just waiting for you to say that," Zhao Yongqiang replied. "Thank you, sister-in-law," Mudi added. To celebrate Xie Lanzhi's discharge from the hospital, Qin Shu managed to whip up 4 dishes and a soup. There was braised tofu with radish and vermicelli, bone broth, braised eggplant, stir-fried greens, Crucian carp soup, and handmade noodles. Qin Shu brought the stewed bone to the table, and Xie Lanzhi slowly walked out of the master bedroom. He had changed into a fresh outfit, wearing army green pants and a white shirt, with the sleeves neatly rolled up to his forearms, revealing his toned muscles. Looking clean and sharp, Qin Shu glanced at his upright posture and his long legs that seemed strong and powerful. The man could walk again, and he wasn't wasting a moment. She met Xie Lanzhi's gaze with ease and smiled. "Dinner is ready." Xie Lanzhi responded and did not head to the dining table, but followed Qin Shu into the kitchen. Qin Shu was holding the dishes, and when she turned around, she saw him towering there. "How did you get in here?" Xie Lanzhi glanced at the dishes on the cutting board and succinctly said, "Helping." He took the steaming dishes and soup, stepping away with a steady, measured pace. After lunch, Qin Shu sent away the hungry Mudi and Zhao Yongqiang and sat back lazily on the spring sofa, bathed in the sunlight streaming in through the window. Her delicate and fair face was slightly flushed. Qin Shu suddenly spoke up. "The medicine I brought from home is almost used up. I want to go to Tiny Ingling to find some herbs." Xie Lanzhi had consumed quite a bit of medicinal materials in the past month and a half. For continued stable treatment, he needed some effective herbs. Sitting at the desk, repairing a desk lamp, Xie Lanzhi raised his head, his brows tightly knitted. He scrutinized Qin Shu and asked in a deep voice, "You want to go into the mountains yourself?" Qin Shu raised an eyebrow. "Is there a problem?" Xie Lanzhi's jaw tightened, and after a moment of silence, he coldly replied, "It's too dangerous. Write a list of the herbs you need, and I'll have Mudi go buy them." Qin Shu's expression dimmed slightly as she shook her head. "You can't buy them. The age and efficacy of the herbs need to be strictly controlled." "No way." Xie Lanzhi pondered for a moment, his attitude still resolute. Qin Shu furrowed her brows. "Aren't you recovering?" Xie Lanzhi continued to repair the desk lamp, dismissing her with a single sentence. "The mountains aren't safe lately." He clearly had other concerns, which Qin Shu noticed. She stood up and walked over to Xie Lanzhi, poking his shoulder with her finger. Xie Lanzhi ignored her, so she continued to poke him. This teasing was hard to resist. Xie Lanzhi was quite helpless against her unconventional way of being affectionate. He lifted his dark, cool eyes to stare at Qin Shu and said in a cold tone, expressing his worries, "Tiny Ingling is too dangerous. You as a girl can't handle the harsh environment in the mountains." Qin Shu knew he was worried not about the mountain environment, but about the greater dangers in the deep mountains. She lowered her voice and pleaded softly, "I know it's dangerous in the mountains, but I can't possibly walk 100 miles to a dangerous place. I'll just wander around the outskirts, looking for some fresh herbs. I won't get into trouble." Upon hearing this, Xie Lanzhi's gaze assessed Qin Shu from head to toe. He estimated that this small frame would tire out after walking 10 kilometers up the mountain. Seeing a hint of softness in his eyes, Qin Shu continued, "I promise to be good. Apart from gathering herbs, I absolutely won't run around. Her luscious lips opened and closed, her captivating big eyes gazing at Xie Lanzhi pitifully. Knowing she was pretending to be obedient, Xie Lanzhi's internal resolve began to waver. Yet he still didn't relent, his thin lips pressed tightly together. Qin Shu squinted her eyes and huffed softly, "Don't think I don't know. The nearby villagers often go into the mountains to gather pig grass. And some even hunt in the mountains. I think you just don't like me and have a problem with me." Xie Lanzhi stared at her fair face, which had a faint pink hue, and her haughty, alluring demeanor. His heart felt like it was scratched by a cat's paw, making him feel a bit itchy inside. Xie Lanzhi's gaze darkened slightly, and he asked sharply, "Do you really want to go into the mountains?" Qin Shu nodded eagerly yes. Xie Lanzhi seemed to compromise, speaking softly. "All right, immunity must follow you." "Sure." Qin Shu immediately beamed, her eyes crescent-shaped, adding a few more shades of color to her charming face. By nightfall, she could no longer smile. Qin Shu had already prepared to share a bed with Xie Lanzhi. She thought the man's leg was inconvenient, and nothing could happen between them. But Xie Lanzhi seemed to think otherwise. The man walked into the bedroom bare-chested, water droplets glistening on his chest from washing his dark, shining eyes fixed intently on Qin Shu. The visitor did not come in peace. Leaning against the headboard, Qin Shu's heart raced, realizing the situation was a bit dire. She nervously swallowed twice and slid down into the silk quilt. "I'm tired. I'm going to sleep first." The steady and powerful footsteps echoed, particularly clear in the quiet room. The sound grew closer and stopped at the bedside. With her eyes tightly closed, Qin Shu felt her heart almost leap out. No way. Xie Lanzhi's injury isn't healed yet. He shouldn't be this needy. Hiding under the quilt, Qin Shu was still trying to comfort herself when, in the next second, the quilt covering her was suddenly pulled away. Immediately after, the bed sank. A warm body, wrapped in moisture, naturally lay down beside her. Qin Shu's hair stood on end, and her body tensed instantly. She didn't dare to open her eyes, quietly tugging at the quilt, and whispered, "I left some quilt for you. Don't crowd me. I don't have enough to cover. It's okay, being close is warmer." The man's low, hoarse voice clearly reached Qin Shu's ears. She opened her eyes wide in shock, seeing well-defined abdominal muscles just inches away from her, with not a hint of fat. Qin Shu's voice became unsteady. "Why are you so close to me?" Xie Lanzhi leaned over, propping himself up with one hand on the side of the bed, firmly pinning Qin Shu beneath him. He gazed intently at her startled face, his calloused fingertips brushing against the collar of her cotton tank top. His fingers casually fiddled with the collar, the meaning unspoken. Qin Shu's eyes widened as she stammered. "Why, you're still injured. We need to take it slow." "I think it's fine." Xie Lanzhi's gaze lingered on her fair skin and delicate collarbone, his eyes growing increasingly deep, his voice low and husky. Qin Shu felt that Xie Lanzhi's stare was too intimidating, as if he were about to swallow her whole. She nervously swallowed again, silently looking for an opportunity to escape from under him. In a soft voice, Qin Shu tried to negotiate. "I'm scared. Give me some time." "Isn't half a month enough?" Xie Lanzhi observed all her small movements, a playful curve forming on his slightly pursed lips. His long fingers curled slightly, touching Qin Shu's rounded, delicate shoulder with the back of his hand. As Qin Shu's soft body slid down, just as she was about to escape his grasp, her waist was caught by a large hand. Xie Lanzhi held both her hands with one hand, forcefully pinning them on the pillow above her head. He leaned closer, staring directly into Qin Shu's startled, beautiful eyes, his thin lips slowly moving. "Shu, we are husband and wife, sharing the same bed. It's only right." Chapter 26. The passionate Captain Xie. Driven crazy, every word from Xie Lanzhi struck hard against Qin Shu's heart, leaving her speechless. His desire to sleep with her was already evident. Qin Shu looked at the seemingly cultured Xie Lanzhi, who spoke so roughly, showing no hint of tact. She twitched her lips and said, "Can't you be a little more subtle? Can subtlety get me to sleep with you?" Xie Lanzhi raised an eyebrow, his deep and ambiguous voice carrying a hint of playfulness. Qin Shu. She was utterly speechless, feeling the grip of his hands on her waist tightening. Qin Shu wanted to shout at Xie Lanzhi that it was impossible, but in her completely suppressed state, She had no ability to resist. Was she really going to give in tonight? Qin Shu wasn't particularly averse to matters between men and women. She was simply afraid of pain. Xie Lanzhi noticed her body trembling slightly, and the teasing emotion in his eyes faded. He released his tight grip on her slender wrist and asked in a low voice, "Are you scared?" Qin Shu rolled her eyes at him in her heart. Of course she was scared. Just look at how terrifying his gaze was. Qin Shu forced a smile, ready to say a few soft words to persuade Xie Lanzhi not to act impulsively. The man flipped over and casually pulled up the silk quilt that had slipped down. Qin Shu was momentarily stunned, not understanding what he was doing. Xie Lanzhi leaned against the headboard like a lazy lion, his gaze calm as he stared at her, his lazy voice carrying a hint of chill. "I know you're bold, but there are some things you need to approach with caution. Tianying Ridge has strange, ancient trees, and there are many poisonous insects and fierce beasts. It's really dangerous inside." Qin Shu realized that this man didn't intend to do anything with her. He was simply trying to scare her. She widened her beautiful eyes and said, "In the end, you just don't believe me." Xie Lanzhi did not refute her. Instead, he candidly admitted, "Venturing deep into the mountains can be fatal. Amity is supposed to accompany me." Lying under the quilt, Qin Shu relaxed her body, slightly pursing her lips as she whispered in rebuttal. Xie Lanzhi's gaze fell on her injured left leg, his eyes deep and cold as he said softly, "I can't walk properly right now. Otherwise, I wouldn't let Amity accompany you. Remember not to venture deep into the forest tomorrow. If you can't find the herbs, come back, and we'll think of other ways." "Got it, you're so naggy." Knowing that Xie Lanzhi was just trying to scare her, Qin Shu was no longer afraid of him, and her tone became much more casual. Xie Lanzhi's hand landed on her head, gently ruffling her hair. "Sleep." Saying more was less effective than reminding Amity tomorrow to keep an eye on her. With someone else around, Qin Shu took a long time to finally drift off to sleep. She slept soundly, but Xie Lanzhi was set ablaze by her uninhibited sleeping posture. Qin Shu was restless in her sleep, her hands and feet not staying still under the quilt, occasionally poking out for air. It was fine to get some fresh air, but she insisted on teasing the passionate Xie Lanzhi. Slap! Qin Shu's delicate little hand landed on Xie Lanzhi's sweaty chest. If that hand had remained obedient, it might have been fine, but it also occasionally rubbed against him. Xie Lanzhi's arm rested on his forehead, concealing his dark eyes filled with desire, his expression one of restraint and distress. After a while, Qin Shu's long, smooth leg draped over Xie Lanzhi's heated abdomen. Xie Lanzhi's temples throbbed. His thin lips pressed tightly together, and the tension in his mind was on the verge of breaking. He turned his head, glaring fiercely at the sweetly sleeping Qin Shu, who was pouting her lips in a cute manner, making it hard for him to wake her up. Xie Lanzhi's Adam's apple rolled slowly as he struggled to suppress his inner emotions. In her dreams, Qin Shu moved closer to him, instinctively wrapping her arms around his lean, taut waist. With that proximity and embrace, she had come right to him. Xie Lanzhi could feel Qin Shu's even, warm breath, carrying a sweet fragrance. He looked at her serene, sleeping face, gritted his teeth, and pulled both her and the quilt into his arms. Qin Shu not only did not struggle, but found a comfortable position to continue sleeping. Finally, she was no longer restless, and he could finally sleep soundly. Xie Lanzhi let out a sigh of relief. If this continued, he couldn't guarantee he wouldn't do something. Holding his little wife in his arms and inhaling her unique, fragrant body scent, he contentedly closed his eyes. The next day, Qin Shu had breakfast, changed into a pair of long pants and a long shirt, and tied the cuffs with a rope. Xie Lanzhi picked up the bamboo basket containing the herb-picking tools and gently reminded her, "There's a big temperature difference in the mountains, so I brought you an extra piece of clothing." "Got it." Qin Shu turned her back to Xie Lanzhi and took the lightweight bamboo basket on her back. She picked up a dark red scarf from the table and skillfully wrapped it around her head. On the kitchen stove was chicken soup with cordyceps, which will be ready by noon. When you come back, just serve yourself a bowl of noodles. There are still some handmade noodles I left over from last night in the cupboard. Qin Shu was halfway through her sentence when she turned around, her expression serious as she stared at Xie Lanzhi. "You can't eat anything else now. Aside from water, anything you want to eat needs my approval." Listening to her gentle reminders, Xie Lanzhi felt that the young girl was more nagging than his own mother. He didn't show any impatience, chuckling softly and nodded in agreement. Be careful when you go into the mountains. Qin Shu replied lazily, her mind filled with thoughts of herbs. Not long after, a meteor arrived, and Qin Shu left with him, carrying the bamboo basket on her back. At the foot of Tuning Ridge, nearby villagers were cutting pigweed, with children following behind to help. The rugged mountain path was difficult to walk on. The deeper they went, the sparser the population and the narrower the road became. Qin Shu walked with Amidi, stopping and starting, and as they ventured deeper, the temperature dropped. She took out Xie Lanzhi's coat from the bamboo basket and put on. After a long time, the ancient trees overhead blocked out the sun, and the atmosphere gradually became eerie. Qin Shu skillfully moved deeper, while Amidi's eyes shifted slightly, and he spoke up to stop her. Sister-in-law, we can't go any further. Since entering the mountains, the innocent smile on Amidi's face had vanished, and his sharp gaze scanned the surroundings warily. Qin Shu halted in place, assessing her surroundings while using tools to dig into the soil beneath her feet. Based on the environment and soil moisture, she inferred that there were herbs nearby that she was looking for. I'll take a look around. You can rest here for a bit. Qin Shu carried the bamboo basket and headed towards the moss-covered ground. Amidi did not stay behind, but followed closely behind her. Before long, Qin Shu found several desired herbs, each at least 50 or 60 years old. She knelt on the ground, carefully digging up the roots of the herbs, not wanting to damage even a single root. Half an hour later, she finally finished digging up the precious medicinal plants. Qin Shu suddenly spoke. Based on the shadowy area we're in, there should be a sunlit slope nearby. And indeed there was. Amidi thought for a moment and pointed toward the east, saying, There's a slope over there, a few hundred meters away, but the path isn't easy. Qin Shu smiled in satisfaction, adjusted the bamboo basket on her back, and headed east. Let's go take a look. Seeing her determination, Amidi felt that there was not much danger there and led her over. Unfortunately, plans couldn't keep up with changes. Before they reached the slope, a deafening gunshot rang out. Bang! Followed immediately by the piercing screams of a wild beast. The birds roosting in the trees were startled and scattered, emitting sharp cries. Amidi quickly crouched down, leaping in front of Qin Shu and drawing a loaded gun from his lower back. He whispered, Sister-in-law, don't be afraid. It's probably someone hunting. I'm not afraid. Qin Shu listened carefully to the rustling sounds coming from afar. Something was running this way, with noisy and chaotic footsteps, and the ground was slightly shaking, indicating there were quite a few of them. Qin Shu carefully discerned the sounds, and her expression changed suddenly, her pupils constricting sharply. Amut quickly climbed the tree. Chapter 27. Surrounded by soldiers, calling sister-in-law, she turned and ran toward the nearest ancient tree, quickly climbing several meters high. Amut looked on in confusion as she blinked and ascended the tree. Seeing Amut frozen in place, Qin Shu shouted, It's a wild boar herd. Get up the tree. Amut's expression changed, and he ran toward a tree on the left. Just as he climbed up, a group of wild boars, bearing their sharp tusks and squealing loudly, came rushing in. Altogether, there were more than 20 of them, all plump and robust, clearly well-fed. Bang! Another gunshot rang out, followed by the wretched cries of the wild boars. Qin Shu and Amut, crouched in the tree, witnessed one wild boar being hit. The enraged boar herd, seeing red, began to scatter and attack everything around them wildly. Qin Shu squatted on a branch, observing the chaotic scene below, her brows tightly furrowed. The combat power of the wild boars was comparable to fierce beasts, with devastating strength. A single misstep could lead to death. If someone showed up now, they would surely become the target of their fury. The ancient tree where Qin Shu was located was already being violently rammed by several wild boars that had come searching for the scent. She clung tightly to the trunk, coldly watching the wild boars crashing into the tree. Over there, the sound of boys cheering came from below. Qin Shu looked in the direction of the voice and saw several boys in their teens. Her cold, beautiful face immediately darkened, and she growled, Get up the tree. The boys, full of bravado, stared wide-eyed at the wild boars and were unwilling to heed Qin Shu's warning. One boy, carrying a hunting rifle, aimed at a wild boar charging towards them. Bang! Another wild boar fell. But before the boys could cheer, the boar herd rushed towards them in a frenzy. As the tragedy was about to unfold, Qin Shu grasped a branch in front of her and leaped down, her agile body swinging through the air. "Get up the tree," she shouted again, her voice rising. The deafening roar not only startled the boys, but also attracted the attention of the wild boars. Gripping the branch tightly in midair, Qin Shu kicked off the trunk of the opposite tree and skillfully switched to another tree. Her large movements caused the herbs in her backpack to fall to the ground. Seeing the wild boars about to charge, the herbs were on the verge of being trampled under their hooves. Ignoring the danger, Qin Shu released her grip on the trunk, leaping down and landing on the ground. Amudi saw Qin Shu risking herself and fired 7 or 8 shots at the wild boar closest to her, taking it down. Qin Shu picked up the herbs and tossed them into her backpack, climbing swiftly to the nearest tree at her fastest speed. She had no time to calm her racing heart. She pulled out several silver needles and flicked them towards the area just above the eyes of the wild boars below. The silver needles struck home, and wild boars fell one after another, emitting sharp howls. Out of the more than 20 wild boars, only 7 large ones and 1 very stout young boar remained. Qin Shu glanced at the boys who had climbed the tree and shouted impatiently, "What are you waiting for? Shoot them." Wild boars always repay grudges and do not stop until their opponent is dead. If they didn't take care of the remaining few, none of them would be able to escape. The boy with the hunting rifle, startled by her shout, fumbled and raised his gun in a panic. With a clatter, the rifle fell to the ground. The wild boars turned and charged at the trees where the boys were, shaking the massive trunks as they collided. "Ah, help! Someone save me! I don't want to die!" The boys cried out in terror. Qin Shu felt like slapping each of the crying boys, thinking, "Now you're scared? Were you earlier?" Holding the last 3 silver needles in her hand, she looked toward Amudi on the tree diagonally across from her. "Amudi, how many bullets do you have left?" Amudi checked his gun chamber and raised 3 fingers. Qin Shu's gaze was as cold as a knife as she said, "We each take 3. Let us take out some of them first." "Okay." As soon as Amudi finished speaking, he shot down 3 wild boars without hesitation. Qin Shu also accurately took down 3 wild boars with her silver needles. Her skill amazed the boys watching from the other tree. Amudi pulled a dagger from his pants leg and slid down the thick trunk. He said to Qin Shu, "Sister-in-law, I'll go down and deal with the remaining 2. You don't take any more risks." "No." Qin Shu sternly stopped him. "Wait. I want to think of a plan." Her delicate face was serious as she calmly pondered. The enraged wild boars were relentless. This was no laughing matter, and one slip could cost lives. Qin Shu's peripheral vision caught sight of the hunting rifle lying on the ground, and her eyes brightened. She pointed to the weapon on the ground and said to Amudi, "I'll attract the wild boar's attention. You go grab the weapon." Amudi looked at the hunting rifle, which was over 10 meters away from the tree he was on. After estimating, he nodded, "Okay." Qin Shu used the same method as before, gripping a sturdy branch and swinging through the air with all her might. Whoosh! She let out a sharp whistle, drawing the wild boar's attention. Taking advantage of the distraction, Amudi quickly slid down the tree and rushed to grab the hunting rifle. Bang! Bang! 2 deafening gunshots erupted. The 2 wild boars charging at Qin Shu suddenly collapsed, bleeding profusely. Seeing the wild boars dealt with, Qin Shu released her grip on the branch and landed steadily on the ground. Amudi rushed in front of her, holding the hunting rifle, and whispered, "Be careful. Wild boars can play dead." Qin Shu remained vigilant. The 2 of them carefully checked the wild boars, shooting any that were still alive to ensure they were all dead before finally relaxing. Qin Shu set down her backpack, leaned against a tree trunk, and wiped the sweat from her forehead. She stared at the wild boar carcasses and said softly, "This herd of wild boars is quite large. Usually, a wild boar group has only about 6 or 7. Amudi explained, "Wild boars are rampant here. Herds of over 20 are quite common." He took out a bag of powder from his pocket and sprinkled it into the blood left by the wild boars. Qin Shu sniffed the air, which was rich with the smell of blood, now replaced by a pungent, sour odor. She asked in confusion, "What are you doing?" When patrolling comrades occasionally passed this way, They need to process it to avoid attracting other large beasts, Emmuti replied, his expression grave and his voice low as he continued working. Qin Shu understood he was thinking of their comrade's safety and stepped forward to help. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. What if we run into patrolling soldiers? Emmuti thought for a moment and said, there's a 70 chance. He glanced back at the pile of wild boar carcasses stacked like a small mountain behind them. If they encountered patrolling comrades, it would be no problem to carry the wild boars down the mountain. Big brother, are you a soldier from a nearby unit? Sister, can you teach me that incredible skill you just used? We saw these wild boars first. We want a larger share. Several excited boys climbed down from the trees and surrounded Emmuti and Qin Shu, chattering away, completely unaware of how dangerous the situation had been earlier. Hearing their voices, Qin Shu felt her anger bubbling up and couldn't be bothered to say a word to them. Emmuti's face darkened, and he glared at the boys with a fierce gaze. Tianying Ridge prohibits children from entering. Where are your guardians? His words turned the boys' faces pale. Qin Shu, picking up her bamboo basket again, felt secretly pleased at this scene. The leader of the boys, the one who had shot the wild boar earlier, protested angrily. Mind your own business. Just give me back my gun. Weapons confiscated. Emmuti hung the shotgun on himself and said with a forced smile, I'll notify your family when we get back. They all need to receive criticism and education. The other children panicked upon hearing this, chattering away to speak up for the boy. We beg Brother Amiao to take us into the mountains. We're about to run out of food at home. We just wanted to find something to eat in the mountains. Big brother, you can't tell Brother Amiao's family. His parents will beat him to death. Emmuti looked at the several children who were skin and bones, and at the rebellious-looking Amiao, who was even skinnier than a stick. His expression softened a bit, and he asked, which village are you from? The children replied in unison, Huaxia. Emmuti knew that village. Every household there had a bunch of children, at least 5 or 6, and often more than 10. It was already difficult to support these children, and filling their stomachs was even harder. But Tianying Ridge was not only perilous. It also had many smugglers and desperate people lurking around. Emmuti, showing no mercy, said seriously, this matter can't be kept secret. We must inform your families. As the boys looked despondent, a low growl of warning came from higher up the slope. Who are you? Raise your hands. More than 10 black gun muzzles were aimed at Emmuti, Qin Shu, and the several boys. It's us. I'm a guard for the regiment leader, Emmuti. Emmuti raised his right arm, revealing a red cloth from his sleeve, waving it vigorously while shouting back loudly. From the other side of the slope charged down more than 20 soldiers, dressed in solemn military uniforms, standing tall and straight. They looked proud, their eyes fierce, and an overwhelming aura of aggression rushed toward them. One of the soldiers recognized Emmuti and immediately changed his expression, revealing a simple and honest smile reserved for comrades. It's you, kid. Upon seeing the pile of wild boars, they couldn't help but widen their eyes in shock. I was wondering why there was gunfire. You poked a wild boar's den? My goodness. How long will it take to eat all these wild boars? Emmuti, your regiment definitely can't finish all this. Give us a few so we can have some meat too. A group of soldiers joked and surrounded Emmuti, wanting to take a few wild boars from him. Emmuti had no authority to decide this, and he quickly explained what had happened earlier to everyone. One of the soldiers' eyes widened in excitement as he scanned the surroundings. Where is she? Where's the wife of team leader Xie? He had heard that the wife of this regiment leader was even prettier than the female soldiers in the art troop. Smack! The team leader slapped the soldier on the head. That's team leader Xie's wife. You have to call her sister-in-law. The soldier quickly replied, Yes, sister-in-law. Where is she? Emmuti pointed not far away to Qin Shu, who was squatting on the ground digging with a tool. He raised his voice and called out sister-in-law. Chapter 28. The infertility of Xie Lanzhi, known by all. Qin Shu crouched on the ground, using a small shovel to dig through the wet soil, picking up a clump of dirt and tossing it into a bamboo basket. Hearing Emmuti's call, she turned back with a faintly aloof smile. I found some herbs. You all carry on. I'll be done soon. It was highly likely that Emmuti would head down the mountain after encountering this group of patrolling soldiers. She still needed to gather many herbs, so she took the opportunity to dig up some easily accessible ones. Qin Shu smiled back. her finely sculpted and charming features clearly visible to everyone. Many were mesmerized, feeling the dark surroundings brighten up. Captain Xie's wife has such a sweet smile, and she's so fair and clean, with big clear eyes that seem to speak. This is just too beautiful. If she were my wife, I would cherish her in my palms. A few soldiers stared at Qin Shu, inadvertently voicing their thoughts. Some even recited poetry to compliment her. Is she a fairy descended from the heavens? A glance back, and her smile surpasses the brilliance of the stars. Amudi shot them a disdainful look and sternly scolded, "Stop staring. Your eyes might fall out." His fierce gaze and warning did not deter the group of bachelors. Instead, their gaze on Qin Shu became even more fervent. Their looks were purely innocent and straightforward, filled with admiration and affection for beauty, without any overstepping. Yet Amudi still glared at them unfavorably. "Sister-in-law is Lanzhi's wife. What are you rascals staring at?" The captain of the second team, seeing Amudi's increasingly fierce expression, coughed lightly and spoke in a serious tone. "Clear your heads. This is the captain's wife. You should call her sister-in-law." One soldier jokingly lamented, "I also want a wife." This remark sparked a chorus of mockery from the others. "Shut up, as if we don't want one. Who doesn't want to work hard all day and come home to a warm bed with a wife and kids?" Seeing the chaos among the group, the captain of the second team looked on indulgently. After a moment, he said, "Calm down a bit. Don't scare Captain Xie's wife." The young soldiers, resembling little wolf dogs, immediately returned to their serious and imposing demeanor as they had when they first arrived. Amudi and the captain of the second team huddled together, discussing how to carry the wild boar's carcass down the mountain. Qin Shu, with her bamboo basket, made her way to the sunlit slope Amudi had mentioned earlier. Her eyes brightened as she spotted a patch of wild gastrodia entering its mature phase. Without a care for her image, she knelt on the ground and began to dig with her small shovel. After an unknown amount of time, Amudi's voice came from behind her. "Sister-in-law, we should head back." "I'm almost done." Qin Shu placed the gastrodia covered in dirt into the bamboo basket, not turning her head. She quickly dug out the remaining gastrodia, peeking through the soil, and, picking up the slightly heavy bamboo basket, walked towards Amudi. When Qin Shu returned to the spot where the wild boar had been attacked, she found that the carcasses had already been distributed. Even the young Miao and a few others were carrying 3 smaller wild boar carcasses. "Sister-in-law, hello." As soon as Qin Shu appeared, the soldiers carrying the boar laughed and revealed their big white teeth, calling out to her. These youthful and enthusiastic soldiers easily made one feel their warmth. Qin Shu smiled gently and replied, "Hello." On the way down the mountain, she realized that these simple soldiers seemed to be overly enthusiastic. "Sister-in-law, you look really beautiful. Do you have any sisters at home?" "I'm the only daughter at home." "Sister-in-law, I heard you studied medicine and healed Captain Xie's leg. Is that true?" "My family has practiced medicine for generations." Captain Xie's leg injury wasn't too serious. He cooperated well, so his recovery was quick. Qin Shu answered every question, appearing to have a good temperament. This made some soldiers restless. One soldier carrying a wild boar kicked the shy soldier closest to Qin Shu and gave him a knowing look. The shy soldier stole a glance at Qin Shu and stammered, "Sister-in-law, I heard your cooking is excellent." When Captain Xie was hospitalized, many came to eat, and Qin Shu's culinary skills had already spread through the camp. It was said that her meals were delicious and memorable, making one want to eat them for a lifetime. Qin Shu slightly narrowed her beautiful eyes, scanning the other eavesdroppers around her, and understood their intentions. She said generously, "If it weren't for you all today, Amudi and I wouldn't know how to get down the mountain. To show my gratitude, let's find a time for everyone to come to my house for a meal." Qin Shu did not set a date, deciding to discuss it with Xie Lanzhi later. "Really? Thank you, sister-in-law. Sister-in-law is so impressive. I've always wanted to taste your cooking." One soldier chimed in, "Captain Xie wouldn't mind us visiting, would he?" Qin Shu raised her eyebrows slightly, thinking to herself that this young man was a bit forward. She smiled and said, "Of course not. Lanzhi is very hospitable." The hospitable Captain Xie sat in Luo Shi's office, flipping through documents, when he couldn't help but sneeze. Luo Shi, sitting at the desk with a teacup, glanced at him with a smile and teased, "It must be Comrade Qin thinking of you." Xie Lanzhi raised his eyebrows, the corners of his lips curling slightly as he seriously retorted, "That girl is carefree. How could she have time to think of me?" As someone who had been through it all, Luo could see that Xie Lanzhi was likely quite satisfied with Qin Shu. He set down his teacup and said earnestly, "I think that girl is quite caring and has medical skills. Your Aunt Min said that on her first day here, she had the house tidied up nicely and even made wontons for you that night. She personally prepares your meals. Such a good comrade. You can't let her down." Xie Lanzhi touched his nose. "How would I dare? She's the daughter-in-law my dad picked." The level of satisfaction his father had for Qin Shu was evident from the fact that he directly established her status without holding a wedding. Luo thought of the old leader far away in the capital, his expression showing sadness and a hint of regret. "Your dad had it tough too. Back in the day, he fought on the battlefield and suffered numerous injuries that left him with hidden ailments." Hearing his father mentioned, Xie Lanzhi's dark eyes dimmed slightly, and he tightened his grip on the documents. Luo continued, "He has been hoping to hold his grandson. Once you recover, make an effort with Comrade Qin." Xie Lanzhi closed his eyes, filled with pain, feeling an immense heaviness in his heart. He was infertile. Where could he find a grandson for his father? In his lifetime, not to mention a grandson, he couldn't even give him a granddaughter. Bang! The office door was suddenly pushed open with force. The only person who could be so reckless was Lu Min, sure enough. Before she even entered, her furious voice echoed in. "These gossiping busybodies. All they do is talk nonsense. They're so loathsome." Seeing his wife in such a rage, Luo quickly tried to calm her down. "Calm down. What's wrong?" Lu Min, hands on her hips and chewing on her cheeks, said, "Someone said Lanzhi is infertile and will never have children. It has spread throughout the entire camp." Chapter 29. The Jade-faced King of Hell returns to the team. Finding a place for his wife sitting in the chair, Xie Lanzhi's facial muscles were tense, and his eyes suddenly burst with sharp light. LV Min, who had been secretly observing his expression, felt her gaze tremble and her face turn pale. Luo was completely unaware of this and laughed heartily, waving his hands repeatedly. "What a mess. Don't take it seriously. They're just too idle in their lives." He picked up the teacup on the table, took a sip of strong tea, and maintained a nonchalant smile on his face. After a while, the quiet atmosphere in the room made Luo feel something was off. "Lanzhi, is what they said true?" A trembling voice of disbelief came from behind him. It was LV Min. Luo suddenly turned around, his eyes wide with horror as he looked at his wife and the extremely grim-faced Xie Lanzhi. Under the puzzled, worried, and heartbroken gazes of the two elders, Xie Lanzhi slowly stood up. He methodically adjusted his military uniform, the corners of his lips curling into a cold, emotionless arc. "Who spread this?" Xie Lanzhi's voice was low, asking casually, but carrying a dangerous undertone, like a storm was approaching. He neither refuted nor defended himself. His silence clearly acknowledged the issue of being childless. Luo and LV Min's faces turned pale, and they felt as if the sky was about to fall. Clang! The teacup in Luo's hand fell to the floor, splattering strong tea everywhere and soaking the surface of his shoes. He stumbled a few steps, bracing himself against the desk, looking at Xie Lanzhi with a complex expression, the veins on the back of his hand bulging. Luo murmured, "How could this happen?" LV Min rushed to Xie Lanzhi's side, tears welling in her eyes as she asked, "Are you joking? This can't be true." Xie Lanzhi's abstinent and refined face froze. Standing quietly in place, his eyes filled with a piercing coldness. "It's true. I will never have children in this life." He accepted this reality well, only feeling sorry for his parents. Luo's facial muscles trembled as he gritted his teeth and asked, "Is it because of this injury?" Xie Lanzhi's gaze flickered slightly, tilting his head slightly to avoid his sharp gaze. Silence was tantamount to acknowledgement. Luo, in pain, wiped his face and collapsed into the chair. His voice nearly choked with emotion. "I owe it to the old leader. If I had known this, I should have had you transferred back to the capital at the beginning of the year." LV Min also completely broke down, covering her face and crying uncontrollably. "What kind of karma is this? How could this happen?" Xie Lanzhi couldn't bear to see them so self-reproachful and sad. His thin lips curling up slightly as he spoke in a gentle, soothing tone, It's fortunate that I survived. Not being able to have children is not a big deal. He said it lightly, but LV Min cried out, how is it not a big deal? The old CF family is going to be extinct. Luo Shi stared blankly at Xie Lanzhi, asking gravely, have you informed the family about this? Xie Lanzhi supported the trembling LV Min and helped her sit on the sofa. Upon hearing Luo Shi's question, his gaze became complex and indistinct, the corners of his lips curling into a helpless arc. He pondered, my dad's health isn't good. This matter doesn't need to be told to him for now. No. LV Min, just sitting down, stood up abruptly. She hurried towards the door, saying, I'm going to inform your parents right now. This matter cannot be hidden. LV Min believed this was her and her husband's fault, and this matter needed to be explained to the old leader as soon as possible. Aunt Min, Xie Lanzhi, despite the injury on his leg, took large strides and blocked her. I have my own arrangements for this matter. Please do not disturb them. LV Min's attitude was resolute. How can such a big deal be hidden? Given your dad's health condition, if it gets into the ears of someone with ill intentions, and something really happens to him, you will regret it for a lifetime. A few months ago, Xie's father had fallen seriously ill, and although he was recovering now, his condition was still not great. This matter could be serious or minor, and if someone with ulterior motives took advantage of it, it could really lead to trouble. Xie Lanzhi's expression suddenly froze, his heart sinking like it had been filled with cold lead. The charming face of Qin Shu appeared before his eyes, and suddenly he felt enlightened, a hint of determination appearing in his dark eyes. Xie Lanzhi's tightly furrowed brows relaxed, and a light smile emerged on his lips as his cool and gentle voice slowly spoke. I haven't finished speaking yet. You all know that Ashu is a doctor. She can help me recover in a short time, and being childless is just a matter of time for her. This statement was pure nonsense. During his recovery, Xie Lanzhi received a letter from home, written by his mother. The content of the letter was filled with concern for his father's health. His mother simply tasked him with returning home quickly to spend more time with his father. Luo Shi and LV Min were unaware of this matter, and upon hearing Xie Lanzhi's words, both showed expressions of joy. Really? The couple asked in unison. Xie Lanzhi, feeling guilty, nodded. Really? That's great, that's great. LV Min clasped her hands together, closed her eyes, and silently prayed, Heaven bless, Bodhisattva protect. Luo Shi slumped in his chair, also relaxed and let out a deep breath. After calming the two down, Xie Lanzhi's expression suddenly darkened, a chilling coldness bursting in his eyes. He asked sharply, Aunt Min, who leaked the news about my being childless? At the mention of this matter, LV Min's face also darkened. Who else could it be? Those relatives who have nothing better to do, gathering together every day to gossip, not afraid of their mouths getting them into trouble. Xie Lanzhi stood in place, his eyelids drooping, remaining silent for a long time. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly straightened his back and saluted Luo Shi. I, Xie Lanzhi, request to return to the team. Luo Shi, picking up the teacup from the floor, almost dropped it again. He stared wide-eyed and scolded, what nonsense! Xie Lanzhi's jawline was tight, his expression as calm as ever, remaining unperturbed. He argued earnestly, aside from my leg being inconvenient, I am fully capable of fulfilling the tasks assigned by the organization. Please allow me to return to the team immediately. Upon hearing him mention the tasks assigned by the organization, Luo Shi's face showed a conflicted expression. LV Min, on the other hand, was not having it. She frowned and said, You know your leg isn't healed yet. Given your injury, even if you lay in bed for 100 days, you might not be able to walk again. Qin Shu worked hard to heal you, and you want to ruin your body like this. Xie Lanzhi's attitude was resolute, his tightly clenched jaw lifting slightly. I, Xie Lanzhi, request to return to the team. Luo Shi narrowed his eyes and glared at him. If I don't agree, are you planning to go against my wishes? Xie Lanzhi's deep, tranquil gaze met Luo Shi's, neither admitting nor refuting. Luo Shi knew that he was determined. Once he made a decision, even 10 horses couldn't pull him back. He waved his hand. Granted, but take it easy during training. The physical condition of the 963rd unit is still lacking. Yes. Xie Lanzhi interrupted Luo Shi, lowering his hand from his forehead and turning to leave the office. LV Min watched his departing figure and immediately turned to complain to Luo Shi. You agree just like that? Luo Shi sighed lightly. That kid, you know his temperament. Then he changed his tone and smiled, saying, besides, he not really returning to the team. He clearly finding a place for his wife. LV Min was confused. What do you mean? Luo Shi asked. Do you think Lanzhi cares about being childless? LV Min recalled Xie Lanzhi's calm demeanor and shook her head. Luo Shi smiled. Exactly, he's worried that Qin Shu will be gossiped about, becoming a topic of conversation in the camp. And he wants to deal with those who can't control their wives. He understood Xie Lanzhi's temperament, although he and Qin Shu were still in the adjustment phase. Since they had obtained their marriage certificate, he would protect her under his wings. LV Min furrowed her brows tightly. Isn't this a bit of an overreaction? Is it really appropriate to do this? What's inappropriate? Luo Shilao said, don't forget another layer of Lan Zhi's identity. Besides being the son of the old leader, he is also a special talent highly valued by the higher-ups. It is a lucky and glorious thing for the soldiers of the 963rd Unit to be trained by him. LV Min looked confused and speechless. As the sun set, warm yellow light enveloped the camp, creating a tranquil and cozy atmosphere. When Qin Shu, Ti, and others returned, they found the camp unusually quiet today. At this time, there were usually many people coming and going at the entrance. Today, apart from the sentry on duty, not a single person was visible. In the past, when the patrolling soldiers returned with wild chickens or hares, the sentries would usually greet them with a few words. Now, they clearly saw everyone carrying a wild boar, yet they still stared straight ahead, not even glancing sideways. Qin Shu didn't notice anything wrong and walked straight toward the camp. Ti and the soldiers from the 2nd Regiment sensed that something might be wrong. Sister-in-law, wait. Ti pulled the bamboo basket on Qin Shu's back. Qin Shu turned around, puzzled, and asked what's wrong. Ti lowered his voice and said, the situation is a bit off. Let's wait a moment. After saying this, he approached the sentry on the left and asked in a friendly tone, why is it so quiet today? What happened? The sentry recognized Ti's identity. His eyes shifted slightly, and he lowered his voice to say, the King of Hell has returned. Ti's face stiffened, and his expression turned grim. There is only one person in the 963rd Unit nicknamed the King of Hell, and that was Xie Lanzhi, who had parachuted here a year ago. When Xie Lanzhi first arrived at the camp, he looked refined like a young master, and many people were unconvinced and frequently provoked him. Later, people realized that he was not a young master at all, but rather the Yuman Yanwang. Xie Lanzhi was ruthless when it came to training, pushing people to their limits, causing many to cry out for their parents in distress. Ti remembered that Xie Lanzhi's injury had not healed yet, and upon hearing this, he turned and ran into the camp. Qin Shu watched as Ti, who had just stopped her, suddenly dashed toward the camp, feeling both angry and amused. It wasn't until the team leader of the 2nd Regiment behind her softly muttered, isn't Xie still injured? How could he return to duty? That the smile on Qin Shu's face vanished, her beautiful eyes widening as she hurried after the direction Ti had gone. Xie Lanzhi, you're something else. Can you not stir things up for a day? Don't you feel uncomfortable all over? Chapter 30, Show Off Husband Xie Tuan, caught in a 1 vs. 5 situation camp, playground. Soldiers, dirty and disheveled as if they had rolled in the dirt, stood densely on the playground. They maintained a rigorous standing posture, looking straight ahead at the man dressed in a large 5-leaf camouflage uniform and military boots. The man stood tall, exuding a strong aura that commanded respect without anger, giving off a vibe that kept strangers at bay. This person was none other than Xie Lanzhi. He coldly scanned the crowd, stepping forward with his injured left leg. Walking steadily a few steps ahead, Xie Lanzhi asked with a commanding yet approachable tone, you all must be having a tough time, right? Not tough at all. A deafening response shot up to the sky, echoing across the horizon. Xie Lanzhi's lips curled into a slight smile, his tone steady and powerful. Good. You're all doing great. Before the crowd could breathe a sigh of relief, he added, since it's not tough, training continues. All of you, lie down. The soldiers on the playground were dumbfounded, their minds going blank. They had already been training continuously under the high temperature for over 4 hours. Continue? Were they not going to let them live? More than half of the soldiers, under Xie Lanzhi's command, quickly dropped to the ground, while some were a beat slow. Out of the large group, Only 5 rebellious-looking youths remained standing. I refuse. One of the tall youths glared angrily at Xie Lanzhi. Xie Lanzhi's icy gaze swept over the 5, his tone indifferent. If you refuse, you can withdraw. Withdrawing was easy, but who knew if there would be consequences afterward? The tall youth's face grew increasingly angry as he blurted out, "Is it revenge for saying you have no heirs? You really have to take it personally? Besides, we didn't say it. The whole camp is talking about it." As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd fell silent. Xie Lanzhi's strong aura pressed down, causing those nearby to breathe lightly. The vast playground fell into a bone-chilling silence, as cold as ice. Xie Lanzhi, dressed in combat gear, smiled instead of getting angry, walking steadily towards the 5. As he approached, his height advantage gave him a commanding presence that made the 5 feel uneasy, unable to meet his gaze. Xie Lanzhi stopped in front of the tall youth, gently brushing off the dust from his shoulder. He lowered his brow and asked softly, "Have you gotten married?" The overly warm inquiry left the tall youth at a loss, and he answered honestly, "Yes." Xie Lanzhi's pitch-black eyes, capable of devouring everything, glimmered with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "I also got married just half a month ago." Then, he turned the conversation, his expression slightly helpless, his tone filled with distress. "My wife is young, 7 years younger than me, simple-minded, easily distressed, and at an age when she cries easily." The tall youth's expression turned blank. He knew Xie Lanzhi had gotten married, but didn't expect his wife to be so young. Nor did he think it necessary to brag about it. The tall youth didn't notice that when Xie Lanzhi mentioned Qin Shu as his wife, an unnatural look flashed across his face. He pouted and said bluntly, "What does that have to do with me?" Xie Lanzhi's smile faded slightly as he glanced at the 5 standing in front of him, then surveyed the onlookers who had perked up their ears to listen. His tone turned unusually serious. "What you discuss behind my back is irrelevant. It won't cost you anything, but it cannot affect my wife." "Hey, you should have said so earlier. I'll tell my wife not to gossip." "Xie, you care for your wife, but you've trained us for 4 to 5 hours. That's not fair." A group of soldiers suddenly understood, voicing their agreement, and some even began to complain. Even the tall youth and the other 4 soldiers who were defiant spoke up, saying they would manage their family members well. Xie Lanzhi raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet, his gaze filled with authority. "What do you think today's training is for?" The crowd fell silent. No one dared to accuse him of personal revenge. Xie Lanzhi lifted his chin slightly, his thin lips pressed into a straight line, his voice cold as he dropped a bombshell. "The Longting Special Operations Brigade will select 20 elite personnel from the 963 unit. If you don't meet the physical standards, why should you be chosen?" Upon hearing this, many soldiers lying on the ground jumped up like startled fish. "Xie, is what you said true? Oh my God, that's the Longting Special Operations Brigade. The Longting Special Operations Brigade is picking people from us?" "Xie, you're not lying to us, are you?" some exclaimed excitedly, while others looked confused. "What is the Longting Special Operations Brigade?" A bespectacled soldier explained. The Longting Special Operations Brigade was established last year to select good candidates from across the country and train them into special forces with tri-service operational capabilities. "I heard the leader of Longting has already been decided. He is an all-around elite, like a land tiger, sea dragon, and air eagle, highly regarded by the higher-ups, and has been battle-tested." "How do you know so much?" "Of course. My family is in the capital, and Longting is in the capital." Xie Lanzhi glanced at the sky, his expression serious, raising his voice to shout, "All right, continue training, timing for 1 hour." A group of blood-boiling soldiers fell silent, instantly revitalized. They shook off their earlier fatigue and eagerly began to team up for training. The 5 rebellious youths, led by the tall one, also prepared to return to the group for more training. "You 5, Xie Lanzhi called out to them, his indifferent voice unyielding. "You've been eliminated. You don't need to train anymore." The tall youth was stunned. "On what grounds?" Xie Lanzhi replied, "Obeying orders is the basis for maintaining organization and discipline. From the moment you disobeyed orders, it was already destined that you would be eliminated." The 5 turned red-eyed, shouting loudly, "I refuse." Xie Lanzhi pointed at the uniforms they wore, saying, "Wearing this uniform, obeying orders is your duty." Not following your duty is your greatest mistake. His voice, though gentle, exploded like thunder in the ears of the five. The tall youth, his eyes red, indignantly protested, I still refuse. You didn't notify us in advance. Xie Lanzhi's cold gaze revealed a hint of displeasure as he looked at the other four. Do you also refuse? We refuse, the four said defiantly. Xie Lanzhi let out a light laugh. He slowly rolled up his sleeves, revealing a long, strong arm. I'm giving you an opportunity now. Come meet together. If you can make me fall, I'll allow you to continue participating in the selection. The five instinctively glanced at Xie Lanzhi's injured left leg. The entire camp knew that his left leg was severely injured, nearly costing him his place in the army. Xie Lanzhi rolled up both sleeves and, following their gaze to his left leg, smirked. Are you scared? This is your only chance to participate in the selection. Miss it, and it will be gone forever. Who is scared? The tall youth clenched his fist and was the first to charge at Xie Lanzhi. The other four exchanged glances and gritted their teeth, rushing in as well. Whoosh! TYCOON is mighty. Charge! Attack his left side. Amudi and Qin Shu arrived at the playground, witnessing Xie Lanzhi facing off against five at once. The crowd whistled and cheered, with some shouting commands and excitement. Xie Lanzhi, barehanded, used sharp and ruthless techniques, overwhelming the five soldiers and pinning them to the ground. His movements were swift and smooth, looking incredibly cool, causing those watching to gasp in amazement. This was still Xie Lanzhi in a not fully healed state. His combat prowess was so fierce that one could only wonder how formidable he would be at full strength. Xie Lanzhi did not find it as easy as everyone thought. After taking down the five men, he unsteadily adjusted his disheveled clothes. His left foot slightly lifted off the ground. The piercing pain in his left leg made Xie Lanzhi's face, which was already beaded with sweat, turn slightly pale. As soon as Qin Shu saw his expression, she knew his injury must be serious. She trembled with anger and shouted, Xie Lanzhi. However, her voice, which was inherently charming and carried a hint of a sweet, spoiled tone, lacked any real intimidation. Standing there, Xie Lanzhi's body suddenly stiffened, feeling inexplicably guilty. Then, he met Qin Shu's beautiful eyes, which were lit with two small flames of anger. Qin Shu fixed her gaze on Xie Lanzhi, her cheeks puffed up with rage. Suddenly, her angry expression shifted. Watch out, Lanzhi, be careful. Amudi also called out loudly, rushing over like a gust of wind. Chapter 31. The Temptation of Team Leader Xie. Full of sexual tension, Xie Lan's eyes were filled with Qin Shu, and when he was distracted and sensed the danger approaching from behind, it was already too late to counterattack. The impact from behind caused his body to lean forward unsteadily. Xie Lan quickly steadied his stance, enduring the intense pain in his left leg, and turned to throw a punch. The tall attacker squatted to evade, launching a particularly insidious move. Monkey stealing peaches. Hiss! Xie Lan's thin lips let out a heavy gasp. He stared at the tall figure who had ambushed him, his cold, deep eyes filled with complex emotions. It seemed unbelievable that someone would use such a dirty trick to target a man's vulnerable spot. Taking advantage of Xie Lan's shock, the tall figure tackled him to the ground like a bull. TYCOON, you lost. The breathless voice rang out from beneath Xie Lan. The tall figure remembered that Xie Lan was injured, and in the moment of falling, used himself as a cushion. Xie Lan couldn't help but laugh in anger, enduring the pain in his leg as he patted the arm tightly locked around his waist. He quietly scolded, let go. You lost. The tall figure not only didn't let go, but tightened his grip instead. Xie Lan looked at Qin Shu rushing over and said impatiently, I know, let go quickly. Upon hearing him admit defeat, the tall figure released his iron arms and lay flat on the ground, his clear and joyful eyes fixed on the sky. A big smile on his face. Xie Lan nimbly stood up, and Qin Shu was already in front of him. Do you not want your leg anymore? Her eyes blazed with anger, as if she wanted to burn Xie Lan to ashes. Xie Lan glanced at the onlookers around, his voice cold. Sorry, urgent military matters. Qin Shu sensed the soldiers' heated, gossiping gazes. Gritting her teeth, she said softly, I'll settle the score with you later. The soldiers on the field stared intently, their eyes fixed on the slender-waisted, long-legged Qin Shu. This is TYCOON's wife who is so young and cries easily? She looks as pretty as a doll, delicate and charming. If you touch her, she might really cry. Ah, a high-pitched scream rang out. It was the tall figure. Amuti kicked him and angrily scolded. You little rascal! How dare you ambush Xie, Tuan's brother? Using such despicable tricks, no martial ethics. The tall figure, holding his kicked leg, sat on the ground, defiantly shouting. On the battlefield, it's all about winning or losing. Winning is what matters. Amuti snorted coldly. You said it's a battlefield. Is this it? The tall figure's face was full of shame and anger, but he still stared defiantly at Amuti. Amuti mocked. Why aren't you talking? Lost your voice. He recalled the earlier scene, feeling a draft beneath him, experiencing a sense of shared pain. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he raised his foot to give the tall figure another kick. Amuti, enough. A low, clear voice of Xie Lanzhi stopped him from behind. He looked at Qin Shu, whose eyes were tinged with anger, and softly said, Wait for me a moment. Let's go back together after I finish this. Qin Shu's gaze fell on Xie Lanzhi's left leg, wrapped in camouflage pants. Without needing to look closely, she already knew that the wound on that leg had split open and was bleeding, smelling the faint scent of blood in the air. She pressed her lips down and said, Finish it quickly. All right. Xie Lanzhi turned and walked towards Amuti and the tall figure. He extended his hand, covered in calluses from handling guns, towards the tall figure now sitting on the ground, his arrogance gone. You little rascal, pretty ruthless. Xie Lanzhi smiled and asked, What's your name? The tall figure pursed his lips and shyly replied, Langyi. He reached for Xie Lanzhi's hand, wanting to use it to stand up. The moment he applied force, the world spun around him. Bang! Langyi was thrown to the ground by Xie Lanzhi's swift shoulder throw, landing heavily. He widened his eyes, completely bewildered. Xie Lanzhi stepped forward again, offering his hand once more, gently asking, How old are you? Langyi, lying on the ground, looked at the bony hand before him, which contained terrifying strength, with a face full of resistance. He swallowed hard and cautiously replied, 19. Xie Lanzhi frowned slightly, surveying Lang Ye's youthful face. Married at 19? Yeah, Langyi mumbled, getting up from the ground. Xie Lanzhi's deep gaze assessed him, and after a long pause, he said, You can continue to participate in the selection. Really? The anxiety in Lang Ye's eyes was replaced by a strong joy. Really? Xie Lanzhi revealed a harmless, gentle smile, but what? Lang Ye's emotions were lifted high. Xie Lanzhi unexpectedly lifted his foot and kicked Lang Ye's leg, rushing forward to twist his hands behind his back. His handsome face was icy, and his cold eyes stared at Lang Yi, gripping his neck with one hand. You can have no bottom line against enemies. But if you use such despicable means against your own people, I'll ruin you. Lang Yi was young, physically fit, and had decent combat abilities. His only flaw was his untamed wildness and a rough demeanor. Lang Ye's face turned pale from the pain, and he shouted loudly, I won't do it again. Xie Tuan, let go quickly, let go. Xie Lanzhi's thin lips curled into a cold arc, smiling as he asked, Do you know it hurts now? Lang Yi spoke rapidly, I know. Seeing him in pain, Xie Lanzhi released his grip and waved at Amuti. You keep an eye on them and let them continue training. Dismiss them in an hour. Yes. Amuti stood straight, legs together, and saluted. Xie Lanzhi subtly exhaled, maintaining his usual cold expression, and walked to Qin Shu's side. He extended his long hand. Give me the backpack. Qin Shu shot him a sidelong glance with her alluring eyes. There's no need. She turned and walked away, her steps filled with anger. Xie Lanzhi raised an eyebrow and hurried after her. As they left, the playground instantly became lively. Ah, Moti, does Xie Tuan's wife really cry easily? Lang Yi, you little rascal, how dare you reach for Xie Tuan's private parts? Impressive. Xie Tuan's wife looks so young. It seems like Xie Tuan could lift her up with one hand like a toy. Seeing them get more and more outrageous. Amuti shouted with a stern face, All right, continue training. In the family compound, the moment Qin Shu returned, she threw the bamboo basket into the corner by the door. She walked into the bedroom, took out her acupuncture kit and the medicated plaster from a drawer. Qin Shu sat on the bed for a while, not seeing Xie Lanzhi come in. She shouted outside, Xie Lanzhi, come in. Xie Lanzhi, who had just washed his face and was wearing a tank top splashed with water, lifted the curtain of the bedroom door. Leaning against the door frame with his tall figure, his deep black eyes quietly stared at Qin Shu. The emotionally reserved man asked coldly, "What's wrong? Why aren't you wearing clothes?" Qin Shu's face turned red as she looked at Xie Lanzhi's damp white tank top clinging to his neatly arranged 8-pack abs. The subtly visible wetness was extremely alluring, the sexual tension reaching its peak, perfectly embodying desire. Xie Lanzhi slightly furrowed his brow, looking at the military pants he was wearing, and suspiciously said, "Isn't this wearing clothes?" He looked at Qin Shu, whose face was flushed with embarrassment, puzzled. He had been nearly naked before. Yet Qin Shu hadn't been this shy. Qin Shu forcibly shifted her gaze away from Xie Lanzhi, silently reciting a calming mantra in her heart, and opened her acupuncture kit. "If you don't want her leg anymore, come here for acupuncture." Her tone was fierce, inadvertently revealing a flurry of panic she was trying hard to conceal. Xie Lanzhi looked at Qin Shu's calmness, which was different from before, and slowly realized something. The corners of his lips curled up slightly, a playful smile appearing in his eyes as he walked toward the bed. Qin Shu raised her eyes and saw the man standing in front of her, the strong scent of male hormones hitting her face. Just as she had steadied her heart, she almost couldn't hold back. She nearly reached out to touch the abs within reach. Qin Shu glared at Xie Lanzhi in embarrassment and anger, her beautiful eyes tinged with a hint of displeasure. "What are you standing there for? Get on the bed." Xie Lanzhi stood still, his dark, bright eyes fixed on Qin Shu. He lifted the corner of his tank top and casually asked, "Do you want to take off your clothes?" Chapter 32. Qin Shu was thrown onto the bed by the man. She watched as his long fingers slowly lifted the hem of his clothes, revealing a muscular, enticing waist. Just as she widened her eyes to continue watching, Xie Lanzhi suddenly stopped his movements. "Forget it. Better not let anyone say I'm not wearing clothes." He let out a pleasant low laugh from his throat and laid down on the bed with his long legs stretched out. Qin Shu looked at Xie Lanzhi, who was lying on the bed with a serious expression, in disbelief. This man was definitely teasing her. He had started to flirt, but suddenly stopped, like taking off his pants only to leave it at that. "Xie Lanzhi." Qin Shu took a deep breath and called out to him. Xie Lanzhi, with his arm resting behind his head, responded in a nasal tone. Qin Shu smiled with a hint of sarcasm and said, "You're so flirty." This man was not just shy, but openly flirtatious, a mystery that was hard to decipher. Xie Lanzhi's expression froze for a moment, his dark, dangerous eyes fixated on Qin Shu, whose smile was as bright as flowers. She looked like a cunning little fox that had stolen something it shouldn't have. It made one want to bully her until she cried, to see her eyes redden as she begged for mercy. Suddenly, Xie Lanzhi smiled, leading the way, leaving a lingering charm. His words were filled with arrogance and a detached indifference. Hearing his tone, Qin Shu felt he was quite proud. To avoid any more surprises from Xie Lanzhi, she rolled up his pant leg. With a silver needle in her hand, Qin Shu quickly jabbed it into the swollen, blood-stained wound. The sudden pain made Xie Lanzhi gasp. His strong arms pressed against the bed, his lean waist tense with energy. They say a man's waist is a deadly weapon. With a casual sway of his hips, Xie Lanzhi looked both handsome and flirtatious, exuding endless charm. Qin Shu stared at his defined waist, inwardly lamenting that encountering Xie Lanzhi was a curse of her life. This man was clearly her nominal husband, and touching him was no big deal. But deep down, Qin Shu felt a bit of fear towards him. She always sensed that provoking this man would lead to terrible consequences. Xie Lanzhi gritted his teeth through the excruciating pain and said, "This is revenge." Qin Shu lifted her eyelids, her peach blossom eyes sparkling with laughter, forming a beautiful crescent shape. She retorted sarcastically, "Commander Xie is injured but can still take on 5 opponents. How impressive! How domineering! How could I dare to take revenge on you?" Recalling Xie Lanzhi's ferocity in a 1 versus 5 situation, Qin Shu maintained a calm facade but felt increasingly intimidated inside. This man was too ruthless. With her small frame, she could easily be overpowered by Xie Lanzhi. Suddenly, Qin Shu shivered, beginning to dread the day Xie Lanzhi fully recovered. What if he wanted her to fulfill her marital duties? She would have any room to resist. For the sake of her own life, she decided to provoke this unpredictable man less. with her mind occupied. Qin Shu finished treating Xie Lanzhi's wound and applying ointment to the broken skin before leaving him alone on the bed. She went to wash the herbs she had picked from the mountains and the food she had dug up. Xie Lanzhi, sweating profusely, leaned against the headboard, turning his head to watch Qin Shu busying herself outside the window. His gaze was scrutinizing, and his deep eyes showed no emotion, making one feel uneasy. An hour later, Mud arrived carrying pork and a whole rack of ribs. Sister-in-law, Qin Shu was sitting beside the vegetable garden, washing the dirt off the wild gastrodia. She looked up at the sound and saw Mud bringing a lot of meat. Why so much? Mud smiled widely. This is wild boar meat we brought down from Tianying Ridge. Master Luo said the weather is hot, and the meat won't last long. So he decided to divide half for the nearby villagers and the rest for the soldiers in the cafeteria. Qin Shu stood up, taking the pork from him with a frown. This is too much. We can't finish it. Who says there is such a thing as too much meat? If we can't finish it, we can make jerky that lasts longer. Mud still had a smile on his face, but there was a hint of curiosity in his eyes as he looked at Qin Shu. Most people will be thrilled to see so much meat. Qin Shu said to him, "Take the meat to the kitchen. After I finish cleaning the herbs, I'll make some stew for you guys in the evening." All right. Mud headed into the house with the meat. Qin Shu sat on a small stool, continuing to wash the wild black truffles that looked like dirt clods in the basin. This stuff sells for quite a bit in the future, often fetching tens of thousands. In the bedroom, Mud handed a wet towel to Xie Lanzhi, who was leaning against the bed. "Are you training today to vent for sister-in-law?" He had already heard the rumors at the camp during the day. "What are you thinking?" Xie Lanzhi tossed the towel he had wiped his face with at Mud's face. Mud caught the falling towel and asked in confusion, "Then why are you doing this today?" Xie Lanzhi replied coldly, "To select special forces for the Longting Special Operations Brigade." What he said was somewhat true, but he was also using this opportunity to find out who spread the rumors about his infertility. Xie Lanzhi didn't mind if people knew about his infertility. He just didn't want Qin Shu to suffer from this baseless disaster. It was one thing for a woman to marry a man who couldn't have children, but facing derogatory comments and being pointed at was trivial. He was more afraid it would attract ill-intentioned and scheming individuals toward her. Although gender equality was emphasized now, in this remote area, the local customs were not very tolerant of women. Mud did not know Xie Lanzhi's concerns and was filled with doubts, not entirely believing his words. He watched Qin Shu's busy figure outside and recalled the incidents in the mountains, showing a hesitant expression. "Do you have something to say?" Xie Lanzhi noticed Mud's struggle through the glass reflection. Mud hesitated. "Brother Lon, sister-in-law, seems a bit off." "What seems off?" "I feel like she's been to Tianying Ridge and knows its layout very well." Xie Lanzhi's fingers resting on his thigh moved slightly, his tone turning serious. "Tell me specifically." Mud recounted how Qin Shu had confidently walked deeper into the mountains after entering, and how she remained calm when facing the wild boar, as well as her unusual and strange skills. After listening, Xie Lanzhi furrowed his brows tightly and turned to look outside at Qin Shu. He said softly, "You don't need to worry about this. I'll handle it." Mud also mentioned Qin Shu's subtle aversion to the wild boar meat. "Brother Lon, sister-in-law doesn't seem like a typical village girl. Should we investigate her background?" Xie Lanzhi lightly tapped his fingers on his thigh, shaking his head in refusal. "No need. The Xie family figured out all of Qin Shu's background months ago. If there was something to uncover, we would have found it by now. There are only two possibilities. Either there's no problem, or it's too deeply hidden." Xie Lanzhi had already noticed something unusual about Qin Shu, but due to the lack of substantial evidence, he had held back. There was no rush with this matter. After all, Qin Shu was still by his side. If there was truly a problem, it would eventually come to light. Seeing that Qin Shu had finished her work and was walking in with a wooden basin, Xie Lanzhi withdrew his gaze and said to Mud, "The people who fought with me during the day, find time to talk to them." Mud asked in confusion, "What is wrong with them?" Xie Lanzhi replied with certainty, "They should know who started the rumors during the day. Follow the clues to find out who's behind it." Mud nodded. "I'll contact them in the next couple of days." Clatter. A sound of a ceramic basin shattering on the ground came from outside. Xie Lanzhi straightened his body, tilting his head to look outside, but the curtain blocked his view. Go see what happened. Before Amuti could move, Xie Lanzhi added. Qin Shu is working hard cooking alone. Help her out a bit. Okay. Amuti rolled up his sleeves as he walked, his steps steady and powerful. With an extra pair of hands for dinner, Qin Shu obviously felt much lighter, and even made 2 more dishes. Braised wild boar with potatoes, sweet and sour ribs. Crispy pork belly, stir-fried meat with green peppers, and meatball soup. Amuti brought dish after dish, all colorful and flavorful, to the table, and an excited Xie Lanzhi, who had just walked out of the bedroom, exclaimed, Brother Lon, tonight is a meat feast. In this era, families that could eat so extravagantly were few and far between. Even during the New Year, one couldn't enjoy such a sumptuous meal. Amuti was genuinely happy from the bottom of his heart. Xie Lanzhi told him, Tonight, eat your fill. The enticing aroma of meat in the air was enough to show how good Qin Shu's cooking was. If this continued, his stomach would be spoiled by Qin Shu. Qin Shu brought out a full bowl of rice and looked at the 2 men standing at the dining table. What are you waiting for? It's time to eat. During the meal, Xie Lanzhi noticed that Qin Shu rarely picked meat, only eating potatoes, green peppers, black truffles, and the greens in the meatball soup. He casually asked, Why not eat meat? Qin Shu didn't expect him to notice and replied helplessly, I have a sensitive palate. The wild boar meat was cleaned, but it still has a strong taste that I can't handle. Amuti paused slightly as he picked up meat, chewing a few times. No way. He took another piece of meat, savoring it carefully, and confidently said, The wild boar meat I had before had a taste, but I can't taste anything tonight. Xie Lanzhi brought the braised meat from his bowl to his mouth and added, Indeed, there's no strange taste. Qin Shu smiled at the 2 of them and said, I've tasted many herbs since I was a child. My taste buds are different from yours. Xie Lanzhi and Amuti exchanged a subtle glance. This explained why Qin Shu had been picky about wild boar meat before. After dinner, Amuti cleaned the bowls and chopsticks and tidied up the kitchen before leaving. Xie Lanzhi took a quick shower and was about to go back to his room when he saw Qin Shu coming out with a silk quilt and pillow. His thick eyelashes hung low, and his dark eyes, wet from the water, roamed over Qin Shu. Where are you going? Xie Lanzhi stepped forward, blocking Qin Shu's path, leaning down to stare straight at her. Qin Shu felt the suffocating pressure, as if a mountain was pressing down on her, and nervously said, Starting today, we need to sleep in separate rooms. No matter how much Xie Lanzhi fussed, it wouldn't be long before his leg healed. Qin Shu decided it was best to move out of the master bedroom while she still could. Otherwise, she might end up being consumed by this unpredictable man, leaving no remnants behind. Xie Lanzhi narrowed his eyes, staring at the delicate, fair skin of Qin Shu's collarbone, where there was an ambiguous red mark. He raised his hand to press and rub that spot. His voice, How did this happen? Qin Shu felt a ticklish sensation where he touched and couldn't help but take a step back, avoiding that annoying finger. She casually replied, There are many bugs in the mountains. I must have been bitten. Xie Lanzhi responded in a low, hoarse voice. His hand landed on Qin Shu's shoulder, pushing her toward the bedroom. Let's go back to sleep. Qin Shu furrowed her brows tightly, her voice cold. I said we need to sleep in separate rooms. Let me go. Got it. Xie Lanzhi didn't move aside and domineeringly said, I don't agree. On what basis do you disagree? Qin Shu stared fiercely at the man, her sultry voice tinged with anger. Xie Lanzhi clicked his tongue lightly, not wasting words, and directly hoisted Qin Shu up by the waist. He walked into the room, kicked the door shut behind him, and headed straight for the bed. Qin Shu was carried back to the room and unceremoniously tossed onto the bed by the man, who showed no regard for her feelings. Chapter 33. Qin Shu is fierce. Xie Xiao is gentle and comforting in a dizzying turn. Qin Shu was thrown onto the bed in a jumbled heap. Although the bed was soft, her delicate body felt a bit pained from the impact. Xie Lanzhi shook out the silk quilt and rather ungraciously covered Qin Shu, succinctly saying, Sleep. Sleep my ass. Qin Shu propped herself up on her arms, her beautiful eyes blazing with fury as she glared at Xie Lanzhi. Xie Lanzhi, I want a divorce. I can't live like this anymore. They had been married for less than a month, and this dog of a man was already abusing her. Xie Lanzhi frowned tightly, looking at Qin Shu with a disapproving gaze. His thin lips moved, his voice slightly cold. Stop making a scene. Who is making a scene? Qin Shu trembled with rage, her charming voice sounding almost like a spoiled child. I once let myself be bullied. She stood up from the bed, hands on her hips, looking down at Xie Lanzhi from a height. If we don't divorce, then we'll sleep in separate rooms. You choose. Xie Lanzhi looked at the fierce Qin Shu and found her soft and adorable. He hadn't yet realized the seriousness of the situation. Speaking in a tone that was somewhat unfamiliar to him, sleeping in separate rooms is impossible, and divorce is even more so. Just be good. His handsome face was stern, and his words were typically commanding. This didn't sound like he was softening up. It felt more like a warning to Qin Shu. If you keep making a scene, I want to be polite. Qin Shu blinked her beautiful eyes, her vividly colored cheeks flushed with anger. She laughed in frustration, pointing at Xie Lanzhi's prominent nose and raising her voice. You're abusing me in this marriage. You're forcing me to share a room with you. I want a divorce. This dog of man, no matter how handsome or fit he is, what use is it? Back then, that useless scumbag, Yang Yanchuan, didn't even dare to lay a finger on her. Xie Lanzhi clearly was not on the same wavelength as Qin Shu. Frowning in confusion, when did I ever abuse you? He didn't hit women. Even if he did, with Qin Shu's petite frame, he could send her flying with just a fraction of his strength. Just now, you knocked my waist. Qin Shu rubbed her sore lower back, her eyes revealing obvious grievance. Xie Lanzhi recalled the earlier moment when he deliberately used less than 10% of his strength for fear of hurting Qin Shu. He never expected her to be so delicate. Just carrying her back to bed could cause her waist pain. Xie Lanzhi had a new understanding of Qin Shu's overly sensitive and fragile body. He sighed helplessly in his heart and asked again, when did I force you to share a room? Although the charming demeanor that Qin Shu occasionally showed would attract his attention, and he occasionally dreamed of being with her, he had no intention of forcing her to share a room. As for this matter, Qin Shu's gaze shifted, her eyes falling on the scattered silk quilt on the bed. This is evidence. I want to sleep in a separate room. You're forcing me to share a room. Xie Lanzhi's lips twitched slightly, completely speechless due to Qin Shu's antics. However, that wasn't all the mistakes he had made. Qin Shu continued fiercely. You're still being fierce with me, threatening me. Where did this come from? Xie Lanzhi was utterly speechless, a faint smile flickering in his eyes as he asked good-naturedly. Qin Shu pursed her red lips and coldly snorted. You said no separate rooms, no divorce. And yet you want me to be good. Xie Lanzhi. He raised his hand to his forehead, his elegant and handsome face showing an expression of helplessness. I told you to be good because I was afraid our voices were too loud and the neighbors would misunderstand we were arguing in the middle of the night. Xie Lanzhi didn't speak the whole truth. He was worried that if things got too loud, people would misunderstand that he was still recovering from his injuries and was fooling around with Qin Shu. Tonight, Xie Lanzhi learned why it was best not to argue with women, because there was simply no chance of winning. I didn't know my own strength and hurt you. I'm sorry, it won't happen again. Xie Lanzhi seemed to have opened a floodgate, looking at Qin Shu, who was sulking, his voice softening as he comforted her. With such a handsome guy speaking softly to you, who could resist? No matter how angry Qin Shu was, she felt her anger dissipating somewhat. But she hadn't forgotten her goal of wanting to sleep separately from Xie Lanzhi, saying sternly, what good is an apology? You've already hurt me. Qin Shu pretended to bare her teeth, her hand still rubbing her not-so-painful lower back. Xie Lanzhi took her seriously, stepping forward and lifting her up by the waist. He sat on the edge of the bed, letting Qin Shu lie across his lap, lifting her shirt to reveal her slender waist. Her pale waist was like jade skin, extremely eye-catching. Hey, Xie Lanzhi, what are you doing? Qin Shu lay horizontally across the man's firm and slightly hard thigh, feeling very uncomfortable and struggling restlessly. Don't move. A warm, strong hand clamped down on Qin Shu's side waist. Ha ha, don't touch. Ha ha, it tickles, ha. Take your hand away, ha. Qin Shu struggled more and more vigorously, her soft and pale waist twisting with her increasing laughter. This made it quite difficult for Xie Lanzhi, who was being rubbed against so much. Suddenly, Qin Shu's laughter came to an abrupt halt, her body tensing as she lay on his leg. Her beautiful eyes widened in shock, her expression one of horror. Good heavens! What on earth did Xie Lanzhi grow up eating? How reckless is he being? Xie Lanzhi's face turned beet red, feeling speechless about his own inability to control himself. The two of them seemed to be paused, like tightly connected sculptures, not daring to move. In the cramped bedroom, a thick atmosphere of ambiguity spread, making one feel hot all over. Xie Lanzhi took a deep breath, awkwardly lifting Qin Shu and gently placing her back on the bed. Your lower back is red. Let me put some medicine on it. His deep, slightly hoarse voice sounded in Qin Shu's ear. Xie Lanzhi opened the bedside drawer and took out a bottle of medicinal oil. It might hurt a little, bear with it. Qin Shu, lying on the bed pretending to be dead, felt a wave of crimson color rise over her entire body upon hearing such suggestive words, like a boiled shrimp. This was only because she recalled the unusual feeling she had just experienced through her clothes. It was truly shocking. Xie Lanzhi poured the medicinal oil into his palm and rubbed it warm, turning back to see Qin Shu's visibly enticing change in complexion. His jaw tightened, the prominent Adam's apple rolling quickly, his breathing becoming heavy. Xie Lanzhi hoarsely asked, "Are you feeling unwell?" "No. Hurry up," Qin Shu said angrily, her face flushed with embarrassment. She had no idea how charming her voice sounded at that moment. It was like a nightingale singing, intoxicating enough to make one feel weak in the knees. Xie Lanzhi swallowed a few times, steadying himself, and placed his hand on Qin Shu's smooth and pale lower back. Ah! Qin Shu felt a sharp pain, letting out an involuntary sound of discomfort. Xie Lanzhi's hand jerked, almost embarrassing himself in the unexpected sound. This girl was truly his bane. Xie Lanzhi slowly exhaled, his voice hoarse as he asked, "Are you okay? It hurts, be gentler." Qin Shu's long brows furrowed tightly, her voice soft and whiny. She didn't see the dangerous glint in Xie Lanzhi's dark eyes as he stared at her, as if he wanted to seal her mouth to prevent her from making any noise. Sweat beaded on Xie Lanzhi's forehead as he glared at Qin Shu, wanting nothing more than to silence her. His hand on Qin Shu's lower back shifted from gentle to applying more pressure. "It hurts! It hurts!" Qin Shu cried out in pain, nearly sitting up to slap Xie Lanzhi. She suspected that the man was taking revenge on her, without giving Qin Shu a chance. Xie Lanzhi quickly stood up and said at a rapid pace, "I'm going outside for a smoke." Chapter 34. He domineeringly pulled her into his arms, wrapping around her slender waist. He left in a hurry, his fleeing figure falling into Qin Shu's eyes, leaving her feeling inexplicably confused. Qin Shu propped herself up on the bed, thinking that after being ravaged by Xie Lanzhi, she would definitely be grimacing in pain. However, as soon as she sat up, she realized that the previous pain had disappeared, and even the soreness from climbing the mountain earlier in the day had eased. Familiar with human acupoints, Qin Shu immediately realized that Xie Lanzhi had worked on the acupoint in her lower back. Hearing the sound of the iron bolt being pulled back from the door outside, she crawled on her knees to the window on the side of the bed. Under the warm yellow light of the street lamp, she saw Xie Lanzhi walking to the vegetable garden, skillfully tilting his head to light the cigarette he had in his mouth. With one hand in his pocket, he stared ahead, the crimson tip of the cigarette flickering. Watching Xie Lanzhi like this, Qin Shu felt that his expression should be indifferent, with a refreshing coolness swirling in his dark eyes. She had always felt a sense of fear towards Xie Lanzhi because of his inherently cold nature, exuding a wolf-like aura. Compared to the high-ranking patients she had encountered in her previous life, he made her feel even more vigilant, having lived more than half her life in her previous life. Qin Shu had seen all kinds of people. A man as inscrutable and cunning as Xie Lanzhi could make her feel danger. He was certainly not a good person. After finishing a cigarette, Xie Lanzhi felt much calmer, the smell of smoke dissipating as he returned to the room. He lifted the curtain and found Qin Shu lying on the bed, sleeping on her side. He deliberately stepped lightly and stopped at the edge of the bed. Xie Lanzhi stared at Qin Shu's peaceful sleeping face, his eyes filled with unprecedented indifference and coolness. After a while, he lifted the quilt and lay down, inhaling the faint, refreshing scent that lingered in the air, slowly closing his eyes. Xie Lanzhi did not fall asleep, but quietly waited for something. Not long after, Qin Shu, who had been sleeping, began to stir restlessly just like the day before. When touched by Xie Lanzhi, he, having gained experience, dominantly pulled her into his arms. His deep, star-like eyes slightly lowered, gazing at Qin Shu's sleeping face so close, clearly seeing the red marks on her collarbone from insect bites. Xie Lanzhi's hand, which was holding her slender waist under the quilt, unconsciously rubbed lightly a few times. He slowly closed his eyes, choosing not to look at the bright red marks that resembled kiss marks. The next day, Qin Shu opened her sleepy eyes and still did not see Xie Lanzhi by her side. Therefore, she did not know that she had been held while sleeping last night. Qin Shu got up, folded the quilt, and walked out of the bedroom, only to find that Xie Lanzhi was not at home either. She walked into the kitchen, familiar with the surroundings, and used the wild boar meat left over from last night to cook a pot of lean meat porridge, stir-fried eggs with black truffle, and made a few vegetable pancakes. While making these 3 dishes, Qin Shu added a powder scrape from a piece of blackwood and mixed it evenly. For more than half a month, all the food Xie Lanzhi had eaten had included this precious treasure of the Qin family. She brought the dishes to the table, then returned to the kitchen to get a small bowl of pickled radish strips. After sitting on the stool and waiting for a while without seeing Xie Lanzhi return, she got up and walked outside. Brother Lan, the villagers at Luoxi Slope are too greedy. If it weren't for me and my sister-in-law, those little brats would have been lost in the mountains. They not only want to take back their hunting rifles, but also demand all our wild boar meat. How can people be this greedy? As Qin Shu stepped out of the house, she saw Xie Lanzhi in military uniform walking from a distance with Xie Lanzhi had a glaring blood mark on his face, surrounded by a chilling and gloomy aura. He said coldly, "This matter is not something we can interfere with. Let the local authorities deal with them." Xie angrily replied, "I'm just upset. No matter how tough the local customs are, they shouldn't lay hands on you." Just as Xie Lanzhi was about to say something, he raised his eyes and saw Qin Shu standing at the door. The corners of his lips, which had been pressed down, relaxed slightly, and his voice became much gentler, going out. "I was looking for you because I couldn't find you." Qin Shu focused closely on the blood mark on Xie Lanzhi's face, which was clearly caused by someone's nails. She squinted and asked, "Did someone scratch you?" Xie Lanzhi rubbed the blood mark with the back of his hand and casually said, "It's nothing serious." Xie raised his voice, indignantly stating, "If that woman had longer nails." Brother Lan's eyes would have been poked out. Qin Shu felt an indescribable anger in her heart. She hated it when others laid hands on her patients. For a healer, this was a blatant provocation. Qin Shu suppressed her temper and said coldly, "The food will get cold. Let's eat first." She turned and went back inside, while Xie Lanzhi exchanged a glance with Xie. Xie uncertainly asked, "Brother Lan, is sister-in-law angry?" Xie Lanzhi sensed that Qin Shu was suppressing her hidden anger, but did not understand why she was angry. It couldn't be because she was worried about him. Xie Lanzhi shook his head lightly and walked straight into the house, with Xie following behind. During breakfast, Qin Shu did not eat the porridge with wild boar meat, but only had a corner of a vegetable pancake. She learned from Xie about the events that had occurred that morning. The parents of the few boys had stormed into the camp, demanding hunting rifles and wild boar meat. Xie, puffed up with anger, said, "Sister-in-law, you should have seen how unreasonable those people were. It was simply unbearable. Even when we tried to reason with them, they wouldn't listen, especially those women. If they couldn't win an argument, they would still resort to violence." Brother Lan just stood there without fighting back. If it were me, I would have thrown them out long ago. They even wanted all the wild boar meat. How dare they? The Tianying Ridge, stretching for hundreds of miles, and the vast mountains all belong to the state. Logically, the game hunted by the boys in the mountains should belong to the state. It was already generous of Luo-Shi to divide half of the wild boar meat with the villagers of Luoxi Slope. But they were not satisfied and wanted to share the remaining half of the wild boar meat, which infuriated Xie. After listening to the general account of events, Qin Shu asked faintly, "Who took the lead in this matter?" As soon as she said this, both Xie Lanzhi and Xie paused their eating. The two looked at Qin Shu with surprise. Xie grinned and asked, "Sister-in-law, how did you know someone was leading?" Qin Shu clearly analyzed, "This is a military camp. Ordinary civilians would feel intimidated. If it weren't for someone organizing them, those villagers wouldn't have the guts to rush in here and demand weapons and game." Xie Lanzhi glanced at Qin Shu with a subtle expression, while Xie gave her a thumbs up. Sister-in-law analyzed it well. The leader is Amiao's parent. Qin Shu remembered that the hunting rifle belonged to Amiao's family and frowned, asking, "How did you persuade those villagers to back down?" Xie Lanzhi smiled slightly and said, "We notified the local police. They have a way of handling this." His voice was low and cold, and his slow speech made one involuntarily shiver. Qin Shu had a feeling that what the man referred to as having a way was definitely not simple. Muti gleefully said, "Those villagers were all handcuffed and put on a truck. They will receive severe warnings and penalties." Qin Shu asked, "Didn't they resist or cause a scene?" Muti replied, "Well, they would have to be able to cause a scene first. If the local police couldn't handle these people, they would have long gone back to farming." After saying this, he looked at Xie Lanzhi, who was drinking porridge, and worriedly said, "Brother Lon, Amiao's family values that hunting rifle very much. His mother will probably cause a scene." Xie Lanzhi said lightly, "Once the gun is in our hands, there is no possibility of it being taken back. The gun prohibition order is about to be issued." Muti still felt uneasy. "Next time that woman comes, you should stay away. The way she scratched you was really ruthless." "Was it Amiao's mother who scratched you?" Qin Shu interjected. Amu nodded. "That's right. That woman is quite strong, and she doesn't hold back when she strikes." Qin Shu inexplicably remembered this matter. Soon after, she met Amiao's mother and had a confrontation with her. While Xie Lanzhi was in training, Qin Shu took a bamboo basket and left the camp, heading to a small creek at the foot of Tianying Ridge. A few days ago, she discovered that this creek flowing down from the mountain had wild fish and shrimp. Qin Shu found a good spot in the clear-bottomed creek, placed the bamboo basket horizontally in the water, and sprinkled in a special powder. Before long, some small fish and shrimp swam over, attracted by the scent. Qin Shu lazily lay on a large rock in the creek, watching the fish and shrimp swim into the bamboo basket, unable to suppress the smile at the corners of her lips. Half an hour later, when the fish and shrimp had eaten most of the powder, Qin Shu got up and lifted the bamboo basket that was submerged in water. It was half full of lively fish and shrimp. Not only could she fry a plate of crispy fish and shrimp, but she could also make some shrimp cakes to eat. Qin Shu, carrying the somewhat heavy bamboo basket, waded through the water towards the shore. She noticed that someone was standing by the bank. She didn't know when. It was a burly woman with a blue floral scarf wrapped around her head, her gaze intentionally or unintentionally fixed on Qin Shu. At first, Qin Shu didn't pay much attention. It wasn't until she put on her shoes and was about to leave that the woman blocked her path. The woman, speaking in the local dialect, said rudely, "Put down what you have in your hands." Chapter 35. Xie Lanzhi's jealousy. The hot breath brushed past Qin Shu's ear, and she suspected she might have heard it wrong. Otherwise, how could someone be robbed in broad daylight? "What did you just say?" Qin Shu's clear black eyes scanned the stout, middle-aged woman with deep facial creases. The woman was none other than Miao's mother, the notorious shrew of Luoxapo village, Qiao Jianmei. Seeing Qin Shu's delicate appearance, Qiao Jianmei repeated her earlier words, her tone vicious. "Dump out all the fish and shrimp in your basket." Qin Shu let out a cold laugh, her voice frosty. "Why should I?" Qiao Jianmei, with a smug expression, raised her chin and declared, "This creek belongs to our Luoxapo village. Outsiders aren't allowed to fish here." Qin Shu laughed, but the smile didn't reach her eyes. The woman before her was talking nonsense. The women and children from the family compound often caught fish and shrimp in this creek. If she hadn't heard someone mention it in the cafeteria, she wouldn't have come here. She pointed downstream, where a few young men and women were energetically fishing with nets. "There are people fishing over there. Why don't you go bother them? Do you think I'm easy to bully?" Qiao Jianmei, her thoughts exposed, became furious and rolled up her sleeves, shouting loudly, "Hand over your stuff quickly, or I'll make a move." Qin Shu thought to herself that Qiao Jianmei was quite polite, notifying her before taking action. She sneered, bypassing Qiao Jianmei while preparing to leave this troublesome place. "Stop!" Qiao Jianmei grabbed Qin Shu's arm, her eyes greedily fixed on the fish and shrimp in the bamboo basket. She licked her cracked lips and reached out to grab it, unaware of the layer of coldness spreading across Qin Shu's eyes. At the moment Qiao Jianmei's hand touched the basket, Qin Shu swiftly turned her wrist and struck a pressure point on her arm with force. "Ah!" A piercing scream rang out. Xiao Jinmei felt a wave of excruciating pain radiate from her arm. She stared at Qin Shu in horror, as if looking at a monster. What did you do to me? She had only been lightly touched, yet it felt like her entire arm was about to break. Qin Shu brushed the wrinkles from her sleeve, her sharp gaze piercing like a sword toward Xiao Jinmei. There was no need to show kindness to someone who bullied the weak. With a cold smile, she warned, "If you dare to touch me again, I'll throw you in the creek." Xiao Jinmei was frozen in place by Qin Shu's icy and fierce gaze, her expression filled with resentment and frustration. She had thought Qin Shu was delicate and weak, an easy target to bully. Who would have guessed that the seemingly frail girl was not easy to mess with? Having rarely suffered such a setback, Xiao Jinmei was filled with unwillingness but suddenly realized that her arm had regained feeling and no longer hurt. The fear in her heart dissipated, and she glared at Qin Shu with fierce eyes. "You little vixen, dare to scare me? I'll tear you apart." Relying on her height and strength, Xiao Jinmei charged at Qin Shu with a ferocious expression. As Xiao Jinmei reached out with her dirty, fingernail-filled hand, Qin Shu swiftly pulled out a silver needle from her sleeve and quickly jabbed it into Xiao Jinmei. Xiao Jinmei abruptly stopped. Her eyes rolled back as she stared at the trembling silver needle on her forehead. Pain surged through her, and Xiao Jinmei screamed like a pig being slaughtered. "You little wretch, you dared to stab me with a needle." She tried to pull out the needle from her forehead, but found her arms too weak to lift. Qin Shu stepped forward, her slender legs moving gracefully toward Xiao Jinmei, her tone mocking. "You better keep your mouth shut. Your breath stinks so bad. One would think you ate poop." She had warned this person not to provoke her, or she would throw them into the creek. Qin Shu kept her word, grabbing the motionless Xiao Jinmei by the collar and using all her strength to drag her to the creek's edge. Splash! The creek, over a meter deep. Splash high as Xiao Jinmei fell in. Qin Shu held the removed silver needle, watching with interest as Xiao Jinmei floundered in the water. "Next time you bully someone, remember to keep your eyes open. Otherwise, you won't even have a chance to beg for mercy." Xiao Jinmei struggled for a long time, looking like a drowned rat. When she finally stood up from the water, she found Qin Shu had vanished, and several people had gathered on the bank. It was the young men and women who had been fishing downstream earlier. A woman in a white shirt and military green pants looked at the waterlogged Xiao Jinmei with glee. "You thought you could steal someone else's hard work? You got what you deserve today." Xiao Jinmei's eyes turned red with anger as she cursed. "Shut your filthy mouth. If you dare to laugh at me, I'll deduct your work points." Her husband was the village captain, and it would be easy for him to deal with these young intellectuals. The few young intellectuals who had once feared Xiao Jinmei now looked at her with mocking disdain. The female intellectual's eyes were particularly resentful as she gritted her teeth and said, "You don't know, do you? The new policy has come down. We'll be returning to the city soon." Qin Shu, who had just shouldered her bamboo basket, froze in place upon hearing the female intellectual's words. This didn't make sense. In her previous life, the young intellectuals would only return to the city the following year. How could their return be moved up this time? After the young intellectuals mocked Xiao Jinmei, they turned to leave. As they passed by Qin Shu, the female intellectual who had mocked Xiao Jinmei stopped. She sized up the charming and curvy Qin Shu and said in a tone of someone with experience, "That crazy woman loves to bully those who are weak. In the future, when you see her, be a bit fiercer. Otherwise, life won't be easy if she sets her sights on you." Qin Shu looked at the female intellectual in surprise, her captivating eyes revealing a smile that reached her depths. "Got it, thank you." Although she was not afraid of Xiao Jinmei, she still appreciated the kind reminder from a stranger. Seeing Qin Shu's sweet smile, the female intellectual couldn't help but stare, exclaiming, "You're really beautiful." Qin Shu was momentarily taken aback, her delicate face suddenly flushed with an enticing blush. She was used to being called a seductress, a fox spirit, or a little vixen. Very few people had ever straightforwardly complimented her beauty like this. Noticing Qin Shu's shyness, the female intellectual continued, "That woman is not to be trifled with. She has an adopted son at home whom she treats like an animal, beating and scolding him, and doesn't even feed him. You should have seen that poor kid all covered in wounds. To avoid drawing the madwoman's attention, you should come here less often, and it's best to go out with family." At this moment, Qin Shu was unaware that the child the female intellectual mentioned was a Miao. She sincerely thanked the female intellectual again and returned to the camp, her mind heavy with thoughts. The young intellectual's return to the city had been unexpectedly moved up. This clearly differed from her previous life and made Qin Shu uneasy. She had only been reborn for less than a month, and having done nothing, it was impossible for a so-called butterfly effect to occur. In a state of confusion, Qin Shu had no appetite to cook. After roughly boiling a pot of dumpling soup, she sat on the living room sofa, staring blankly into space. So absorbed in her thoughts, she didn't even notice when Xie Lanzhi returned. Upon seeing Qin Shu's expression shift between frustration and worry, reminiscent of a conflicted child, he deliberately increased his footsteps, approaching her and waving his hand in front of her eyes. "What are you so tangled up in? Did you get into trouble?" His casual teasing not only snapped Qin Shu back to reality, but also startled her, making her shiver. Qin Shu glared at Xie Lanzhi with a fierce expression, just about to retort, when suddenly her eyes lit up. She grabbed the dust-covered sleeve of the man and urgently asked, "I heard the young intellectuals are returning to the city. Do you know about this?" Xie Lanzhi's originally gentle and scholarly face darkened slightly as he asked in a deep voice, "Is this what you've been thinking about?" Qin Shu sensed the low pressure surrounding him and nodded in confusion. The man's pitch-black eyes suddenly emanated a chilling coldness that sent shivers down her spine. Qin Shu swallowed nervously and asked, "What are you angry about?" "I was just asking. If you don't want to say, then forget it." She stood up and brushed past the man, who exuded a dangerous aura, preparing to escape this cramped space. However, just as Qin Shu took a step forward, she was grabbed by Xie Lanzhi by the wrist. "Are you very concerned about that educated youth with the surname Yang?" Chapter 36. Team leader Xie fiercely protects his wife. Su is exploding. The hot breath brushed lightly against Qin Shu's ear. The man's voice was like a horse bass, seemingly smoked, carrying an inexplicable danger that made her heart tighten. Qin Shu's back was pressed against Xie Lanzhi's chest, suppressing the rapid heartbeat in her chest as she quickly recalled in her mind. A youth named Yang? Her beautiful peach blossom eyes suddenly widened, and she turned to look at the unfriendly expression on Xie Lanzhi's face. Qin Shu tentatively asked, "Are you talking about Yang Yanchuan?" Xie Lanzhi's deep-set eyes revealed a coldness, his lips tightly pressed into a straight line. Although he didn't speak, his increasingly foul expression indicated that Qin Shu had guessed correctly. Her eyes flickered, and she smiled, saying, "What are you thinking? Why should I worry about him? I'm indifferent even if I have to attend his funeral feast." If Xie Lanzhi hadn't brought it up, Qin Shu would have long forgotten about that useless person. Xie Lanzhi released his grip on Qin Shu's wrist and coldly asked, "Then why are you concerned about the youth's return home?" Qin Shu thought to herself that this was related to her fate and future, and she couldn't help but care. She casually replied, "I ran into a few youths today, and they mentioned it briefly, so I was just curious." Xie Lanzhi looked into the emotions hidden deep within her eyes and said softly, "There is indeed such a matter," seeing that he clearly knew the inside story. Qin Shu's eyes brightened, and she casually probed, "Why did they suddenly allow the youths to return to the city? Had T heard anything before?" Xie Lanzhi's gaze remained calm as he stared at Qin Shu and said slowly, "It's not sudden. Someone has been following up on this matter. And my dad is also involved." Hearing that Xie's father was handling the youth's return to the city, Qin Shu's eyes widened, and an intense suspicion arose in her heart. She asked urgently, "Does your dad know that you are recovering quickly?" Xie Lanzhi frowned, saying, "He only knows that I was injured, but he doesn't know how serious the injury is." Qin Shu was stunned. If it wasn't because she cured Xie Lanzhi, leading to his father being freed to handle official business, allowing the youths to return home early, then where did the problem lie? What caused such a significant change in the originally planned trajectory? Qin Shu furrowed her brows tightly, her delicate, fair face revealing an expression of frustration and entanglement. Xie Lanzhi's probing gaze remained fixed on her as his thin lips moved. "You care a lot about this matter?" "Just a bit puzzling," Qin Shu replied absent-mindedly, lost in her own thoughts. Xie Lanzhi asked, "What is puzzling?" This time, Qin Shu didn't speak, but tilted her head back and looked deeply into the man's eyes. Suddenly, she asked, "Xie Lanzhi, Do you think your father really doesn't know that you are severely injured? At this question, Xie Lanzhi's profound eyes visibly trembled. Clearly, he was not entirely sure about this matter. Although Xie's father was stationed in the capital and had a network of relationships, it was indeed uncertain. Qin Shu's eyes brightened slightly as she continued to ask, "Is it possible that your father knows you are unwell, unaware of the official business? And after confirming that your injury is stable, he continues to follow up on the youth's return to the city, allowing them to return early for the new year?" She remembered very clearly that in her previous life, the matter of the youths returning to the city was only finalized after the new year. That year, youths from all over the country were celebrating, and the youths from Yushan village were no exception. Ultimately, Xie Lanzhi did not answer. But Qin Shu found the answer she wanted on his face. What kind of person was old Master Xie, having been tempered by the flames of war? He was a founding hero of the original shares. With old Master Xie's capabilities, it was impossible not to know that his only son was severely injured. Qin Shu believed she had found the root of the change, and her heavy heart lightened considerably. After lunch, she processed the tianma that she had cleaned yesterday, slicing them and setting them out to dry. In the afternoon, Xie Lanzhi was training people on the playground when Amudi ran over from a distance. "Brother Lan, something happened to sister-in-law." Xie Lanzhi stepped on a soldier doing push-ups and raised his boot, his gaze turning cold as he fixed a sharp look on Amudi. Amudi, panting heavily, spoke rapidly. The villagers from Huaxia came looking for trouble, saying sister-in-law beat someone from their village and went to find Master Luo for an explanation. Upon hearing this, the soldiers doing push-ups, drenched in sweat, all looked up. Team leader Xie's wife beat someone? With Qin Shu's petite frame, it was surprising that she wasn't bullied, let alone that she could hit someone. Xie Lanzhi thought the same, but Amudi's expression was full of hesitance. He lowered his voice and said, "The one who was beaten is a Miao's mother. Her forehead is swollen for being pricked, and one of her arms seems to be broken." Having seen Xiao Gunmei's injury with his own eyes, Amudi knew it was indeed Qin Shu's doing. Xie Lanzhi asked coldly, "What do they want?" Amudi replied, "Master Luo wants you and sister-in-law to go and see how to resolve this matter." Xie Lanzhi was about to leave, but suddenly paused after taking a few steps. He turned back to the soldier he had just stepped on and sternly said, "Your posture is still not quite standard. Keep your waist and legs straight, tighten your abdominal and glute muscles so your body muscles don't get injured." "Yes, sir." The soldier beamed, shouting loudly. Xie Lanzhi nodded at him and quickly left. Amudi caught up, "Brother Lan, aren't you going to call sister-in-law to come with you?" Xie Lanzhi replied without looking back, "The visitor is not here for good intentions. There's no need to let her be criticized. If the visitor were other villagers, he might have gone back to ask Qin Shu what happened. But since it was Xiao Jinmei, this matter clearly had its intricacies, and it was very likely that Qin Shu had been wronged. On the way, he thought a lot about how Qin Shu had provoked Xiao Jinmei to come to the camp so dramatically. At noon, he had noticed any injuries on Qin Shu, so she probably hadn't suffered much. With a face like cold frost, Xie Lanzhi hurried to Master Luo's office. "Report." A resonant bass voice echoed in the crowded office. "Lan is here, coming quickly." Master Luo, who was annoyed by the noise, sighed in relief upon hearing the voice outside. Xie Lanzhi's long legs stepped into the office, welcomed by more than a dozen upward gazes. Xiao Jinmei, noticing the bloodstains on Xie Lanzhi's face, recognized him as the one in charge during the day, and her attitude became even more arrogant. "You are that little vixen's man? Your wife beat me up. You must give me an explanation." Xie Lanzhi narrowed his cold eyes, sizing up Xiao Jinmei, whose forehead was swollen and one arm was hanging in front of her chest, not knowing what he had discovered. A flicker of obscure emotion passed through his eyes. Xie Lanzhi slowly replied to Xiao Jinmei, "My wife is a military family member. Your slander against her constitutes defamation, and I can report it to the local police." Xiao Jinmei's face changed slightly at Xie Lanzhi's warning. She had just been in that hellish place and had no desire to go back again. "Then you have to give me an explanation for the injuries on my body." Xiao Jinmei pushed her injured arm forward, questioning haughtily. Xie Lanzhi ignored her and walked directly to Master Luo's desk. He first saluted, revealing a hint of sadness on his noble face, and said in a mournful tone, "I originally didn't plan to mention this matter, But now that the person has come looking for trouble, I must report it to you. Master Luo, thinking something serious had happened, asked urgently what happened. Xie Lanzhi spoke at a steady pace. A Shu went out of the camp today, and when she came back, she was crying so hard she could barely breathe. No matter what I asked, she wouldn't say a word, just kept crying. I saw she was terrified, almost fainting from crying, and it was only after I softly coaxed her that she finally told me the truth. She was bullied outside, and her body was covered in bruises. A Shu is young and innocent, coming all the way to find me alone. As her husband, I can't protect her fully. What face will I have to meet my in-laws in the future? Xie Lanzhi, who speaks nonsense with such emotional flair, can be said to have superb acting skills. The pain and pity in his eyes are almost overflowing, making one sigh that he is a man who cares for his wife. Xiao Jinmei, listening to Xie Lanzhi's twisted words, was almost driven mad with anger. She raised her injured arm, angrily pointing at Xie Lanzhi, and spoke rudely. You're talking nonsense. I only cared about a few rotten fish and shrimp. I never laid a hand on her. It was she who intentionally broke my hand while pushing me and even pricked me with a long needle. Look at my forehead, it's still swollen. Xiao Jinmei, with her hand bound to a wooden board, pointed at her forehead, looking exasperated. She didn't notice that everyone in the room was staring at her injured arm with strange expressions. The villagers of Huaxia couldn't bear to look directly, and a few silently covered their faces. Xie Lanzhi watched Xiao Jinmei move her arm freely without showing any surprise. He had already noticed upon entering that she was faking it. Normally, a person wouldn't dare to move their arm easily after an injury. Xiao Jinmei was tapping the wooden board under her arm, looking quite pleased. Xie Lanzhi then thought of testing her, but didn't expect her true colors to be revealed so quickly. In a cold, iron-like voice, he sternly questioned, So you're saying that you wanted to steal a Shu's fish and shrimp, and she injured you with a needle for self-defense? Chapter 37. Folk Remedies for Childbearing. Xie Tuanlong, with a fierce demeanor. And Xiao Jinmei realized she had let something slip and quickly tried to remedy the situation. Who stole her stinky fish and rotten shrimp? I was just taking a look. Who knew that little tease? Under Xie Lanzhi's sharp and intimidating gaze, she quickly changed her words. Who would have known she was so unreasonable to actually hit me? Xie Lanzhi approached Xiao Jinmei, his voice low. My wife comes from a medical family, and as a healer, she used needles on you for self-defense. He suddenly grabbed the woman's arm and tore off the makeshift wooden board and bandages. Xiao Jinmei's arm was slightly swollen, but showed no signs of injury. Xie Lanzhi's voice grew colder. My wife is delicate and weak. She doesn't even have the strength to move a table. How could she possibly break your arm? Xiao Jinmei, who had been dragged and thrown into the creek by Qin Shu. Such a fierce girl, delicate and weak? Are your eyes defective? Xiao Jinmei was about to say something when her companion pulled her arm. The other person whispered, Jinmei, don't make a scene, let's go back. Why should I? Xiao Jinmei shook off her companion's hand, raised her chin, and pointed at Xie Lanzhi's nose. Your wife not only pricked me with needles, but also pushed me into the water. If I hadn't been lucky, I would have drowned long ago. Xie Lanzhi looked surprised, sizing up the sturdy and robust Xiao Jinmei from below. He asked suspiciously, Are you sure? Xiao Jinmei replied, Otherwise, did I jump into the water myself? Xie Lanzhi raised his hand to gesture at her body, his voice slow. Forgive me for being blunt, but with your excessive weight. You should weigh a few pounds more than me. My wife, with her petite frame, probably couldn't even pull you. Xiao Jinmei's face turned green upon hearing this, her expression shifting like a palette of colors. She hated being called fat and chubby. Xiao Jinmei suddenly lunged at Xie Lanzhi, raising her hand to scratch his face again. Xie Lanzhi quickly sidestepped. Xiao Jinmei missed and turned to pounce again. Bang! The sound of the table being hit echoed. Master Luo, witnessing the absurd drama unfolding before him, angrily said, What do you think this place is? He fixed a sharp gaze on Xiao Jinmei, slandering military families, pretending to have a broken arm. Not a word of truth. Who gave you the guts to cause trouble here? Xiao Jinmei sneered, hands on her hips, shouting, I will cause trouble. If you have the guts, kill me. She was used to being unreasonable. The more others were domineering, the more spirited she became. Master Luo huffed angrily. Where's the guard? Here, sir. A middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance and a gentle demeanor stepped out from the corner. Master Luo pointed at Xiao Jinmei. Take them all away. From now on, villagers from Huaxia are banned from stepping into the camp unless they have legitimate business. Yes. The guard called for people from outside and forcibly escorted everyone away. Xiao Jinmei, who was still planning to cause a scene, saw the armed guards come in and left with the villagers, looking dejected. The commotion from the office was loud, attracting many onlookers. The camp was like one big family. Any disturbance spread quickly. It was said that Xie Tuanlong's wife was bullied and even cried. It was rumored that Xie Tuanlong was furious over the matter. It was said that Xie Tuanlong's wife was young, loved to cry, delicate and timid. Unbeknownst to Qin Shu, the rumors about Xie Lanzhi being unable to have children were also circulating. This originated from the son of Lu Zhenwei. Qin Shu had saved Lu Jinbao at the clinic, and Lu Zhenwei, returning from an errand, only learned of this matter in the afternoon. He brought his wife and child, carrying a bottle of white wine and snacks. To express his gratitude, Xie Lanzhi was not home, and Qin Shu felt it inappropriate to accept their gifts, so they refused each other. Lu Zhenwei directly left the items behind and took his family away. Qin Shu stared at the wine and snacks on the table, deciding to let Xie Lanzhi handle it when he returned. The relationships here were complicated, and she didn't want to attract any unknown troubles for herself or Xie Lanzhi without knowing. At that moment, a weak voice came from behind her. Comrade Qin Shu, I have a few words to say to you. It was Lu Zhenwei's wife, Li Xiaohong, who had returned. Qin Shu immediately smiled, warmly inviting. If there's something, come inside and say it. I'll get you a glass of water. Li Xiaohong looked at Qin Shu, who appeared like a city dweller, bustling around for her, feeling flattered and surprised. No need, I just have a few words. You don't have to fuss. Ignoring her objections, Qin Shu poured 2 cups of warm water and placed them on the table. She sat on a stool, smiling as she asked, Is there something wrong with Jinbao's arm? Li Xiaohong quickly waved her hand. No, Bauer can eat and sleep well. He's doing great. Then what is it? Qin Shu couldn't help but feel puzzled. Li Xiaohong seemed a bit nervous, picking up the cup and taking a few sips of water. She took a deep breath, suddenly leaning towards Qin Shu and lowering her voice. I know about yesterday's incident. Xie Tuanlong can't have children, but it's not without a solution. My husband and I were childless for 8 years, and it was only after taking a folk remedy for a year that we had Bauer. As she spoke, she took out an old-looking, somewhat worn piece of paper from her chest. This is the folk remedy I use to give birth to Bauer. Li Xiaohong shoved the paper with the remedy into Qin Shu's hand, encouraging, You and Xie Tuanlong should give it a try. Maybe you'll have a big, chubby baby next year. Qin Shu froze like a statue. What on earth is this? She unfolded the old paper, which contained prescriptions for nourishing women's blood and enhancing men's physical strength. For those with weak bodies, this could indeed be a remedy for having children. But that wasn't the point. After a moment of thought, Qin Shu realized this matter involved Xie Lanzhi. She looked directly into Li Xiaohong's eyes and asked, What happened yesterday? Li Xiaohong looked at her in surprise. You don't know? Qin Shu shook her head. I went into the mountains to gather herbs yesterday. Li Xiaohong salapit herteich. Looking regretful. It's my fault for being talkative. Just pretend I said nothing. She snatched the remedy back from Qin Shu and stood to leave. Qin Shu stopped her, her voice soft and pitiful as she pleaded. Good sister, just tell me. I promise not to spread it. She pulled Li Xiaohong's arm closely, catching a familiar scent. It was the smell of snow flower cream, with a hint of bitterness. As Qin Shu recalled this familiar scent, Li Xiaohong softened and told her, Yesterday, everyone in the camp was saying Xie Lanzhi can't have children, that he is sterile. Qin Shu's thoughts instantly shifted, her face changing dramatically with a mix of shock and anger. She suddenly remembered the familiar scent from Li Xiaohong, which she had smelled in the clinic's hallway. It was the same day she told Xie Lanzhi that he would never have children. That day, someone seemed to have been eavesdropping outside the ward. Qin Shu's expression shifted as she linked her arm with Li Xiaohong's, speaking in a friendly tone. It's all just gossip from outsiders. It can't be taken seriously. Li Xiaohong stared at Qin Shu's exceptionally proud chest, her gaze drifting down to her waist and hips. With such an alluring appearance and a curvy figure, what man could resist at night? Li Xiaohong looked at her with sympathy. Xie Tuanlong's injury must be healing well. Haven't you two consummated yet? Though it was a question, her tone was certain. As someone who had been through it, she could see that Qin Shu was still a virgin. Qin Shu's smile instantly faded, her fair cheeks turning awkwardly shy. Li Xiaohong's eyes lit up with understanding as she handed the folk remedy to her, confidently saying, "If you trust me, taking this remedy for a while will ensure that the captain will be vigorous and full of energy in the future." Chapter 38. What did you put on yourself? It smells so good. Qin Shu's hand trembled slightly as she held the prescription, unable to imagine that the already spirited, fierce, and menacing man might transform into a teddy bear if he took this medicine. Taking a deep breath, she skillfully changed the subject. "Sister-in-law, did you put something on? It smells so good." Her eyes sparkled with a light smile, her gaze fixed on Li Xiaohong with a hint of thoughtful suspicion. "No, I didn't," Li Xiaohong replied, puzzled, as she lowered her head to sniff her sleeve. Indeed, there was a sweet, rich fragrance. She couldn't help but laugh. "There is a scent. I must not have noticed when I bumped into someone on my way here." Qin Shu narrowed her eyes slightly, her lips parting as she casually asked, "Oh, who did you bump into?" Without much thought, Li Xiaohong candidly answered, "It was Comrade Sun Yuzhen, the wife of Deputy Team Leader Zhao." She frowned, her voice suddenly rising in anger. "I don't know what she was in such a hurry for, almost bumping into my precious little one. If I hadn't stopped her, my baby would have fallen to the ground." Li Xiaohong continued to speak, oblivious to the subtle expression on Qin Shu's face. Upon hearing Sun Yuzhen's name, Qin Shu surprisingly felt little shock. Xie Lanzhi had mentioned it to her. Wang Xiulan from the art troupe knew about the rumors in Yushan village that Sun Yuzhen was behind. She just didn't know how Sun Yuzhen got the information. It seemed she knew quite a bit, almost as if she were from Yushan village herself. If Xie Lanzhi had still been bedridden and his legs had not received timely treatment, the best window for care would have been missed. Zhao Yongqiang, the deputy team leader, was the next in line for the position. Sun Yuzhen had harbored resentment towards her and Xie Lanzhi over this matter and had been doing quite a bit of behind-the-scenes work. It was just unexpected that the person who eavesdropped outside the hospital room would turn out to be Sun Yuzhen, to avoid wronging an innocent. Qin Shu chatted with Li Xiaohong for a while longer. Then she casually asked, "What does this Sun Yuzhen do?" Li Xiaohong replied, "Oh, she is a nurse in the pharmacy at the health clinic." Qin Shu raised her eyebrows slightly, having basically confirmed her suspicions. The person who eavesdropped in the hospital was most likely Sun Yuzhen. Her earlier guess had been only 70% certain, but now that she knew Sun Yuzhen was a pharmacy nurse, her confidence had risen to 90%. The fragrant Yulon-scented snow flower cream carried a hint of bitterness. That bitter scent was likely the chemical synthesis or the medicinal aroma extracted from natural products. After seeing off the warm-hearted Li Xiaohong, Qin Shu flipped through the tianma drying in the yard, locked the door, and headed to the health clinic. To eliminate the remaining uncertainty, she decided to verify it herself. She wanted to see if it was indeed Sun Yuzhen who had spread the news about Xie Lanzhi's inability to have children behind his back. This was a matter concerning a man's dignity and face. Xie Lanzhi had indeed remained composed, not mentioning a word about it. As Qin Shu passed the playground, she spotted Xie Lanzhi in his large 5-leaf camouflage uniform standing in front of a dense crowd of soldiers. At 6 feet 3 inches tall, with a slender build and spirited demeanor, he was destined to attract everyone's attention. Xie Lanzhi possessed striking looks and figure, exuding an air of righteousness, stability, and a strong sense of security, not to mention his impressive family background. This high level of desirability made him a favorite among women, both now and as he aged. "Hello, sister-in-law." As Qin Shu was watching Xie Lanzhi, she heard a greeting from beside her. Turning her head, she saw a sunny, handsome young man with a bright smile and a tanned face. Qin Shu smiled and nodded. "Hello." The soldier in uniform looked towards the playground and asked meaningfully, "Is sister-in-law here to find team leader Xie?" Qin Shu noticed that the young man's gaze towards her seemed a bit strange. There was no malice, just a sense of bewilderment. She replied gently, "No, I'm just going to the health clinic to get some medicine." The young man showed a hint of regret, staring at Qin Shu's enchanting eyes and noticing they were indeed a bit red. A smile flashed in his clear, innocent eyes as he candidly said, "Sister-in-law, if someone bullies you again, don't cry secretly." Team leader Xie may seem cold, but he actually protects his own. After saying this, he turned and ran towards the playground, leaving Qin Shu standing there, puzzled. What was that about? When did I secretly cry? Hey, come back and clarify. Just as Qin Shu was about to call out, she noticed Xie Lanzhi's deep, sharp gaze looking in her direction. The tall man exuded a calm and powerful aura from a distance. Dressed in a well-fitted combat uniform, he lifted his foot to step in her direction. Qin Shu quickly averted her gaze, hastening her steps towards the health clinic. At that moment, she did not wish to interact with a man who radiated aggression. At the health clinic, Qin Shu casually found a doctor who prescribed some traditional Chinese medicine that could be used as a seasoning. She took the handwritten list to the pharmacy. At the first counter stood a middle-aged man in a white coat, while a woman was at the second window. Qin Shu stared at the woman's face, feeling a vague sense of familiarity, but she couldn't recall where she had seen her before. Approaching, Qin Shu placed the list on the counter and spoke softly. "I'd like to pick up my medicine." The woman looked up, and upon seeing Qin Shu's exquisite fair face, a fleeting look of guilt and unease flashed in her eyes. Qin Shu's cold gaze fixed on the woman, not missing the change in her expression. With just one look, she realized that this evasive woman was the Sun Yuzhen she was looking for. Sun Yuzhen did not expect to run into Qin Shu. She quickly grabbed the list from the counter and hurriedly handed over the medicine. Qin Shu took the medicine, her peach blossom eyes shimmering. She asked, "You are Sun Yuzhen, right?" Sun Yuzhen squinted her eyes and replied in a low voice, "Yes, what do you want?" Qin Shu's gaze suddenly sharpened, her lips curling slightly. "I came to deliver a message." "What message?" Sun Yuzhen glanced around anxiously, fearing others would notice them. Qin Shu's face displayed mockery, her tone taunting. "Don't make yourself sick and then prescribe medicine to others." Sun Yuzhen furrowed her brow tightly, angrily questioning, "What do you mean? Don't understand?" Qin Shu's voice turned icy, her words cutting like a knife. "I mean, you talk so much because you've grown an extra tongue?" At this point, no matter how much Sun Yuzhen tried to disguise her emotions, the guilt and panic on her face were impossible to hide. She lowered her head, pretending to tidy up her things, and spoke rapidly. "I don't understand what you're talking about." Qin Shu had no intention of doing anything to Sun Yuzhen right now. She just wanted to confirm whether it was her who had been spreading rumors behind Xie Lanzhi. Her cold eyes, filled with a chilling aura, scrutinized Sun Yuzhen behind the counter until the latter felt a slight tremor throughout her body. "Take care of yourself." Feeling bored, Qin Shu turned on her heel and left with the medicine. The moment she stepped out, Sun Yuzhen, drenched in cold sweat, rushed out of the pharmacy. Ugh! Sun Yuzhen reached the corner outside the health clinic, leaning against the wall as she began to dry heave. Chapter 39. The first kiss taken away. Leaving her stunned, she vomited all the food she had eaten in the cafeteria at noon. "Qin Shu, you bitch, may you die a terrible death. You little slut who only seduces men, a whore who lets thousands ride over you." Sun Yuzhen cursed Qin Shu in a cold, resentful tone from a stinky corner, every word unbearable to hear. "Achoo! Achoo!" Qin Shu, who had already walked far away, sneezed twice in succession. She immediately associated it with Sun Yuzhen, feeling that it was that woman cursing her behind her back. Qin Shu let out a cold snort, the corners of her lips curling into a sneer, deciding to go back and complain to Xie Lanzhi about this matter. It was time for her golden thigh, Xie Lanzhi, to shine. On her way home, Qin Shu stopped by the supply and marketing cooperative and found that fresh lamb had just been delivered today. This was a hot commodity, and she had come too late. There were only 2 pounds of lean lamb left. In this era where meat was scarce, fatty meat was far more popular than lean meat. Qin Shu asked the salesperson to pack up all the remaining lamb and waited to buy it. In the evening, after Xie Lanzhi finished training and had not yet entered the house, he smelled the enticing aroma of food. No need to say, it must be Qin Shu cooking something delicious at home again. Zhao Yongqiang, who was walking alongside Xie Lanzhi, caught the scent of meat in the air and looked enviously jealous. "Xie Tuan, your sister-in-law cooks meat for you every meal, while we who eat radish and greens every day are about to turn green with envy. When mealtime comes, smelling the delicious scent from your house, I can't help but want to rush in and steal a meal. Xie Lanzhi glanced at him sideways, his tone sarcastic. I don't see you missing meals. Zhao Yongqiang chuckled. If it weren't for the nosebleed I got from overeating a few days ago, I'd be squatting at your door with a bowl every day. Xie Lanzhi kept walking, a hint of shallow joy in his cold eyes, jokingly said, If you give me some meal money, it wouldn't be impossible to reward you with a bowl of food. Go to hell, you miser. Zhao Yongqiang laughed angrily, raising his foot to kick Xie Lanzhi's leg. Xie Lanzhi seemed to have eyes behind him, dodging his sneak attack. Zhao Yongqiang didn't really think he could kick him, quickly retracting his leg to avoid falling over from his forward momentum. The two had grown used to joking and teasing each other, developing an unspoken understanding. At the intersection, Zhao Yongqiang waved his hand. I'm leaving. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Xie Lanzhi's lips curled slightly as he walked forward, his long legs wrapped in military pants. In the kitchen, Qin Shu, who was frying shrimp cakes, heard the commotion at the door and knew Xie Lanzhi had returned. She shouted outside, Xie Lanzhi, come in and serve the dishes. Just as Xie Lanzhi was about to wash his face, he turned his steps and walked straight to the kitchen. He rolled up his sleeves as he walked, lifted the cloth curtain, and saw Qin Shu standing in front of the stove. The temperature in the kitchen was high, and Qin Shu had beads of sweat on her forehead, her damp hair sticking to her long, fair neck. Xie Lanzhi's dark eyes flickered slightly, his gaze shifting to see two dishes and a soup on the cutting board. One plate of crispy fried small fish and shrimp, one plate of bright red braised lamb, and a bowl of wild boar meatball soup. He walked to the sink to wash his hands and said in a cool tone, Amidi isn't coming for dinner tonight. No need to cook so much. Qin Shu paused in her action of picking up shrimp cakes from the frying pan. Feeling a bit regretful, I thought he was coming tonight. If I had known, I wouldn't have made so much. Amidi had been coming over for meals these past few days, and she had gotten used to cooking for one more person. It's fine, it won't go to waste. Xie Lanzhi reassured her gently as he picked up the dishes on the cutting board. Qin Shu quickly understood what he meant. Xie Lanzhi ate 5 bowls of rice and finished the dishes meant for 2 people without any sign of reluctance. Although he ate quickly, he was not rude. Instead, he had a refined demeanor. Qin Shu's expression was something to behold, her eyes widening in disbelief. She tentatively asked, Was training very tiring during the day? Xie Lanzhi replied, It's okay, just consumes energy. Qin Shu understood in her heart that when the man had said at the clinic that eating 5 bowls of rice during training was a conservative estimate, she silently rubbed her forehead, gaining a new recognition of Xie Lanzhi's appetite. A true foodie indeed. While Xie Lanzhi was drinking soup, Qin Shu mentioned the matter of sending gifts to Lu Zhengwei's family during the day. Lu Zhengwei just threw the stuff down and left. I don't know the interpersonal relationships here, so it felt wrong to accept their things. Xie Lanzhi looked up at Qin Shu, surprised by her understanding of social etiquette. After a moment of contemplation, he said, It's not that you can't accept non-valuable items. After all, you saved their son. If you don't accept, they'll feel uneasy. Qin Shu became intrigued and asked with a smile, Then what kind of valuable items can't be accepted? Xie Lanzhi took out a shiny silver pen from his pocket, placed it on the table, and pushed it toward Qin Shu. Items like this worth dozens. It's best not to accept. Qin Shu picked up the pen that had been popular nationwide in her previous life, a faint smile appearing on her lips. Got it, but I'm curious. How come you as a regiment leader have so much money and food coupons? She looked at Xie Lanzhi with her captivating peach blossom eyes, grinning like a sly little fox. Xie Lanzhi felt his body heat up under her gaze, an inexplicable thirst rising within him. He tightened his brows, his gaze drifting, his facial muscles tense, and he said unsteadily, My mom is worried that I can't take care of myself outside, so she sent me things every so often. Most of what she sends is money and food coupons. I eat in the cafeteria and usually don't use them, so I keep them. Xie Lanzhi's usually cold eyes were swirling with a hint of warmth. His throat felt dry and tight, a dangerous urge rising within him. Qin Shu didn't notice anything unusual about him and nodded in understanding, then brought up Sun Yuzhen again. Lu Zhengwei's wife mentioned something to me during the day. Everyone is talking about your inability to have children, and I know who's behind the gossip. Xie Lanzhi's hand tugging at his collar paused. His cold eyes suddenly lifted, staring intently at Qin Shu. Who is it? Qin Shu's red lips parted slightly. It's Sun Yuzhen. She noticed that Xie Lanzhi's usually composed face was turning an unusual shade of red, his eyes swirling with an unfathomable darkness. Why are you sweating so much? Is it hot? Her concerned and charming voice reached Xie Lanzhi's ears, making his breathing even more erratic. I feel a bit hot. Xie Lanzhi pressed his brows together, coldly asking, How are you sure it's Sun Yuzhen who spread it? Qin Shu replied, When you were staying at the clinic, someone was eavesdropping on us, and I sensed that person's presence left lingering in the corridor. She connected the sense on Li Xiaohong and Sun Yuzhen, speculating that the eavesdropper was Sun Yuzhen. To ensure she wasn't wrongfully accusing someone, she briefly explained to Xie Lanzhi that she had personally confirmed it at the pharmacy that afternoon. Qin Shu's charming and gentle voice carried a hint of moisture, particularly alluring. Xie Lanzhi felt as if he had been brushed by a feather across his heart, his whole body tingling. Seeing his restrained expression, Qin Shu stood up and walked over, patting his tightly clenched fist resting on the table. Relax. Xie Lanzhi instinctively loosened his fist, her cool fingers brushing against the inside of his wrist. His pulse raced rapidly, like a dense drumbeat. Strong and chaotic, it resembled a tumultuous symphony. Qin Shu looked down in surprise, seeing something that was completely inconsistent with Xie Lanzhi's gentle exterior. She incredulously asked, Did you take the wrong medicine? Otherwise, how could this man suddenly become emotional? Xie Lanzhi's sharp black eyes suddenly lifted from the empty bowls and plates on the table. What did you add to the food? His voice was as cold as ice water, carrying a hint of accusation. Xie Lanzhi, with his self-control, would not suddenly be overcome by desire, especially not so quickly. Qin Shu, questioned in such a manner, felt her underlying worries replaced by an unnamed anger. She shook off the man's wrist and coldly said, What? Do you suspect that I drugged you? She wasn't afraid of her life being too long, actively presenting herself to Xie Lanzhi for torment. With his height of 1.9 meters, her small frame would definitely be overwhelmed. Xie Lanzhi's body gradually lost control, but his mind remained clear and rational, and he instantly retracted his anger upon hearing her words. I misspoke. His voice was hoarse as he unsteadily stood up and poured himself a glass of water. A gasp came from behind. Qin Shu looked at the table, where the plate of braised lamb had been completely eaten. Her expression changed as she suddenly realized, I know where the problem lies. Xie Lanzhi turned around and saw the guilty look on Qin Shu's face, his eyes showing a hint of panic. She anxiously said, Well, it seems it really is my fault. As soon as these words came out, Xie Lanzhi gritted his teeth and asked, What happened? Qin Shu pointed at the finished braised lamb, her voice barely audible. The lamb combined with the medicine you took has a kidney-strengthening effect. Xie Lanzhi, his face, filled with suppressed desire, turned ashen. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I really forgot about this. Under the man's fierce gaze, Qin Shu earnestly apologized, her survival instinct kicking in. There were at least 100 foods that should not be eaten together with the soup medicine Xie Lanzhi had taken. She only remembered the more serious, incompatible foods. Who knew that one oversight would lead to the lesser-known, kidney-strengthening food that complemented lamb? What could Xie Lanzhi do? The situation had already occurred, and he could only find a way to remedy it. He closed his eyes and calmly asked, How long will it take to be resolved? This feeling was too uncomfortable. He felt like he was about to explode and urgently needed an outlet. Qin Shu remained silent for a long time, and Xie Lanzhi lifted his eyelids, scrutinizing her. He swallowed hard and hoarsely asked, Why aren't you speaking? To come out. Qin Shu stammered. It'll be fine. Xie Lanzhi asked uncertainly, What will come out? As soon as the words left his mouth, he realized something, and his chest tightened. Xie Lanzhi gritted his teeth and asked in a deep voice, Isn't there any other way? Qin Shu saw the frantic expression on his face and lowered her head in guilt, nearly burying it in her neck. To put it this way, if a lamb tail was accidentally consumed, then the medicinal herbs combined with the lamb would be like a withered tree meeting spring, causing a surge of adrenaline, blissfully lasting until dawn. Not to mention the gradually recovering Xie Lanzhi, it would certainly be a super buff. It felt as if he had been injected with adrenaline. Not only would his temper escalate, but he would also become very fierce. To describe Xie Lanzhi's state in one sentence: extreme bungee jumping with a safety rope cut. No one knew what would happen next. Already on edge, Xie Lanzhi looked at Qin Shu, who was pretending to be meek and understood everything. This meant that apart from practice, there was no other solution. It felt as if a fire had ignited within Xie Lanzhi, nearly burning away his rationality. Looking at Qin Shu, who was curvaceous and graceful, embodying the unique charm of an Eastern woman, he couldn't suppress the fire in his heart. He strode toward her with an imposing gait. This fire was ignited by you, so you must be responsible for putting it out. Xie Lanzhi tightly wrapped one hand around Qin Shu's slender waist and grasped her delicate chin with the other. Forced to tilt her head back, she revealed her alluring red lips. Just as she was about to protest, Xie Lanzhi suddenly lowered his head, fiercely claiming the sweet taste from her mouth. The domineering and heated demand left Qin Shu, who had her first kiss taken, completely stunned. MMM. Chapter 40. The Dominant Leader, Xie. The Jade-faced King of Hell Qin Shu pounded on Xie Lanzhi's solid chest, making a whimpering sound. The usually composed and aloof Jade-faced King of Hell held Qin Shu tightly, refusing to let her escape. He was too dominant, instilling fear in others. Qin Shu felt like a docile little lamb, her struggles against the overly forceful leader, Xie, appearing utterly powerless. Xie Lanzhi, don't do this, she pleaded, feeling as if her lips were chapped, her voice delicate and full of grievance, wavering slightly. Xie Lanzhi's gaze was filled with a dangerous intensity as he locked onto Qin Shu's enchanting eyes, which resembled autumn waters. Then he noticed a glistening tear rolling down the corner of her slightly alluring eye. Seeing Qin Shu's tear, Xie Lanzhi suddenly stopped. Is she crying already? His lips, which were slightly pursed, reached out to touch Qin Shu, his voice hoarse and barely recognizable. The breaths between them were close enough to fill the air with tension. You are too much. Qin Shu felt pain from his kisses and thought she wasn't even allowed to cry. Her beautiful eyes brimmed with tears, looking both wronged and pitiful, which only fueled a desire to bully her further. It made one want to see her in a state of sorrow, like a pear blossom in the rain. Xie Lanzhi had the flaws of a normal man, even more straightforward and fierce. In an instant, 100 ways to make Qin Shu cry flashed through his mind. The images were too alluring, almost causing him to lose his reason again. Holding the person in his arms, he swallowed hard, letting out a barely audible sigh. Qin Shu's wrist was gripped painfully, and sensing the danger, her struggles abruptly froze. Perhaps her overly quiet and obedient demeanor made Xie Lanzhi feel a hint of compliance. As he gently stroked the back of her head, he kissed her again, this time clearly more tender, with a touch of pity. But even in this gentleness, Xie Lanzhi exuded a wolfish aura from his very bones. A strong desire for possession surged over him, as if he wanted to meld Qin Shu into his very being. The domineering nature that radiated from him reached deep into Qin Shu's heart. Her heart trembled slightly, feeling a bit panicked, and she murmured, "I can't breathe." Xie Lanzhi ignored her words, his rationality gradually being consumed, and his aggression grew stronger. His fingertips brushed against Qin Shu's collar button, tentatively wanting to overstep boundaries. Trapped in a man's embrace, Qin Shu was on the verge of collapse. Xie Lanzhi, don't scare me, I'm afraid. Tears glistened in her eyes, and her face turned pale from fear. Hot tears fell onto Xie Lanzhi's face, instantly restoring the rationality he was about to lose. His heated black eyes fixed on Qin Shu as his thin lips slowly moved. Don't want to? His hoarse voice, tinged with different emotions, clearly reached Qin Shu's ears. I'm scared. She seemed to be trapped in a terrifying memory, her delicate face pale to the point of transparency. Xie Lanzhi's breathing became erratic, his dark eyes trembling, releasing a ferocious killing intent. Qin Shu's fearful and resistant demeanor forced him to think in a twisted way. He had seen similar extreme reactions to touch in certain groups before, but those people had experienced inhumane harm and unimaginable physical and mental torment, leading to such ingrained overreactions. Looking into Qin Shu's eyes filled with terror, he abruptly released his grip on her slender waist. His suppressed emotions were chaotic, his body controlled by passion and desire. Yet his mood was plunged into uncontrollable rage, thinking that Qin Shu might have been humiliated by someone. Thus her aversion and fear toward intimacy, his anger, flared even hotter. Xie Lanzhi gritted his teeth, pinching his palm, his dark eyes quickly regaining clarity and rationality. He raised his hand to wipe the tears from Qin Shu's face. Speaking in an unnatural gentle tone, Shu, no matter what you've been through, marrying me now makes you my wife. As your husband, I will protect you and won't harm you. I'm sorry for what happened before. Xie Lanzhi did his best to speak these short, yet powerful words in a calm and composed manner. Under Qin Shu's surprised gaze, he stumbled toward the bedroom next door. Xie Lanzhi's movements were too urgent. The moment the door was slammed shut, it opened a large crack. It was through this crack that Qin Shu caught a glimpse of the man shedding his clothes, revealing his perfect, sexy physique. The polyester curtains that hung in the air slowly fell. The view inside the room was quickly obscured by the curtain. However, under the light in the room, a shocked expression covered Qin Shu's startled eyes. A shadow fell distinctly on the curtain, reflecting an image that resembled a stunning masterpiece. Even from a distance, Qin Shu still felt the overwhelming sense of danger approaching her, causing her heart to race. Suddenly alarmed, she rushed into the bedroom without even tidying up the dining table. Her footsteps echoed clearly in the quiet room. The shadow on the curtain clearly paused. After a long while, soft moonlight poured into the room, blending with the warm light on the ceiling. A gentle breeze swept through the window. The polyester curtains in the guest room fluttered, with light and shadow dancing, creating a mysterious and hazy atmosphere. In the living room, one could vaguely hear heart-fluttering sounds. The source was precisely the room next to the bedroom. That night, Qin Shu tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. She kept her eyes open until deep into the night, but Xie Lanzhi had yet to return to the room. Outside, the moon hung high, and as Qin Shu could no longer hold on, she fell asleep, but her sleep was restless. The experiences she had endured in her past life replayed in her dreams, bringing her back to a cramped and suffocating space. In the elegantly decorated, retro luxury room, Qin Shu, leaned against the head of the bed, using golden needles to seal her pulse and prevent her consciousness from being consumed by drugs. The door was pushed open, and a young man in a casual suit walked in. "Aunt Qin, I heard you haven't slept with my dad yet?" His greasy voice was disgusting to Qin Shu, who continued to insert needles without raising her head. "Aunt Qin, even though you're older, you still look like a young girl." The man approached without fear, his tone laced with a hint of mockery. "How do you keep your face so youthful after so many years? Can you teach me?" Qin Shu lifted her head, her eyes filled with the experience of witnessing countless things, glaring at the lewd young man. "You little beast, dare to scheme against me? You don't want to live anymore?" Called a little beast, the young man's expression twisted into a grimace as he yanked Qin Shu's hair, pulling her closer. "You call me Aunt Qin and really think you're my elder? Today, I'll sleep with you, and let us see how you can still act arrogant. From now on, you'll obediently be my dog." Qin Shu braced herself, the golden needle she held in her fingers thrusting swiftly into the man's arm. "Damn, bitch!" The man jumped up, pulling out the golden needle, glaring at Qin Shu with a vicious look. "You filthy whore, being so shameless. Just wait till I deal with you." The young man unbuckled his belt, smugly saying, "The drink I gave you is imported from abroad. It's something that will make you feel good." At the sound of the belt hitting the ground, Qin Shu closed her eyes, unwilling to see the nauseating scene for even a moment. The young man continued to be arrogant. "Aunt Qin, just be obedient, and I promise to serve you comfortably." Qin Shu's body tensed as she leaned against the head of the bed, waiting for the effects of the golden needle to kick in. Hearing the man's disgusting words, she parted her lips slightly. "You little beast, I will kill you." The young man cursed under his breath, furious. "If you want tea, let me. The bodyguards outside aren't pushovers either. How about letting them take over?" As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Shu, sitting on the edge of the bed, moved. The ground was covered in a vivid crimson, and the heavy smell of blood was nauseating. Qin Shu's stunningly beautiful face, which had remained captivating for decades, was splattered with a few drops of fresh blood, making her look like a ghost from hell. In reality, plagued by nightmares, Qin Shu lay in bed, gritting her teeth and cursing angrily. "Don't come over! Get away! How disgusting! You little beast! I will kill you!" Just then, the tightly shut bedroom door was pushed open by Xie Lanzhi, who was enveloped in a mist of steam. Chapter 41. Xie Lanzhi's Self-Control. Easily crushed by Shu, Xie Lanzhi walked into the room and saw Qin Shu lying on the bed, covered with a silk quilt, her curvaceous and graceful figure visible. He heard the person in her dreams muttering something through gritted teeth. Xie Lanzhi approached the bed, lifted the quilt, and lay down. A faint, refreshing fragrance enveloped his nose in an instant. The next moment, Qin Shu slapped him. Smack! Her delicate, soft little hand hit Xie Lanzhi's damp, bare chest. His body stiffened suddenly, and his well-defined abs tensed up. Qin Shu angrily shouted, "Get away! You little beast! How dare you bully me? I'll kill you, you bastard!" Though she was scolding fiercely, Xie Lanzhi could detect a hint of fear in her trembling voice. He imagined her pale little face, filled with tears and fear. He mistakenly thought that tonight's recklessness had triggered Qin Shu's memories of being bullied in the past. A woman's beauty, being overly outstanding, is not necessarily a good thing. Over the years, Xie Lanzhi had traveled extensively and witnessed the worst and darkest sides of human nature. He knew that beautiful women without the ability to protect themselves, after being humiliated, would not receive sympathy from others. Instead, they would be blamed for their own lack of decorum and shame. Especially women in remote areas. Many lived like walking corpses. They were born under the sun, but seemed to live in hell. Thinking of Qin Shu being bullied, Xie Lanzhi felt an indescribable anger and frustration surge within him. He pulled her small, fragile body into his arms, his gentle voice unfamiliar as he comforted her. "Don't be afraid. I'm here. No one will bully you anymore." Perhaps his comfort was effective, as Qin Shu's emotions calmed down, and her body nestled closer into his embrace. Xie Lanzhi brushed the hair scattered across her face, tucking it behind her ear. This casual action made Qin Shu feel a bit ticklish on her ears, causing her to shake her head slightly. Her soft, alluring red lips left an imprint on the man's long fingers. Xie Lanzhi froze as if electrocuted. He remembered that just a few hours earlier his hand had. Xie Lanzhi's Adam's apple slid down, and his breathing grew heavier. He was desperately trying to suppress his urges, but his body was on the verge of losing control. Qin Shu, unaware of her actions, continued to hold onto the man's sturdy waist, immersed in her dreams. Yes, the dream was still ongoing. Qin Shu had personally incapacitated the little beast that wanted to bully and humiliate her. The young man knelt on the ground, covering the bleeding wound below his abdomen with both hands. Aunt Qin, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. I was so bold. My brain went wrong. Please let me go." Qin Shu wiped the blood from her fingertips with a handkerchief, her cold gaze fixed on him. "Let you go? So your mother can kill me again?" The young man, stripped of his foundation, didn't he hear her words and was reliving the same scene from his past life. He continued to cry and plead, "Aunt Qin, spare me. Spare me." Watching the scene unfold just like in her previous life, Qin Shu knew she was dreaming. Even so, her anger only intensified. It was because she had a soft heart and spared that inhumane little beast that led to her tragic death at the hands of that little beast's White Lotus mother later on. With new grudges and old hatred, even in dreams, she had to kill her opponent. Qin Shu picked up the blood-stained dagger that had been thrown on the carpet and walked towards the young man. Aunt Qin, please let me go." The man was nearly scared to death, screaming heartbreakingly. Just as Qin Shu was about to vent her anger in the dream, the door was pushed open from the outside. Dressed in a fitted military uniform, Xie Lanzhi entered with a serious demeanor, as if a soulless robot, stepping in with military boots. His strong brow furrowed as he surveyed the blood-stained scene, as if a murder had occurred. Qin Shu stared at Xie Lanzhi in shock, seeing his hand reach towards his lower back, her pupils constricting in fear. She shouted urgently, "Xie Lanzhi, no." It was too late. Xie Lanzhi had already drawn his weapon from his lower back. The sound of the bullet being chambered echoed clearly in the room, with blood on her hands. Qin Shu quickly explained, "Xie Lanzhi, it's not what you think." Bang! The gunshot rang out. Xie Lanzhi didn't give her a chance to explain. As Qin Shu looked down and saw blood gushing out from her chest, she yelled, "You imposter! Bastard! Xie Lanzhi, you're not like this." After shouting this, Qin Shu's head tilted, and she died. In reality, bastard, Xie Lanzhi. In her sleep, these few words reached the ears of the man holding her. Xie Lanzhi stared at Qin Shu's slightly twisted, charming face, his dark eyes showing a hint of coldness. What had he done to deserve her calling him a bastard? As he was still reflecting on himself, a dull pain shot through his shoulder. Qin Shu, furious, was actually biting him. Not only was she biting hard, but she was also grinding her teeth back and forth. Xie Lanzhi watched as her cheeks puffed up from biting him, inadvertently revealing a cute charm. He gently stroked the back of Qin Shu's head, his voice low and hoarse, helplessly saying, "Let go." The Qin Shu, nearly driven to madness in her dream, couldn't he possibly hear his barely audible voice. However, after a while, she finally released her bite. Free from the torment of her dream, Qin Shu pouted her delicate lips and fell back into a deep sleep. This was a tough time for Xie Lanzhi, who had just been slapped, teased, and then called a bastard, only to be bitten next. He secretly regretted that perhaps he shouldn't have returned to the room tonight. It wasn't because Qin Shu was restless while sleeping and was either hitting or scolding him. It was because the vigorous Xie Lanzhi, after mistakenly eating mutton, had lingering desires within him. In just that moment, holding the tempting Qin Shu, whose alluring fragrance filled the air, his blood surged like hot water. Xie Lanzhi's breathing quickened. He released her and tried to sit up, but the sleeping Qin Shu clung to him tightly, refusing to let go, mumbling in a spoiled manner. Xie Lanzhi's deep eyes turned red, constantly reminding himself to stay calm and not let his mind run wild. Daylight was approaching. Xie Lanzhi's patience reached its limit, a fire in his chest threatening to explode. As Qin Shu turned in her sleep, he seized a moment to get out of bed, hurriedly leaving the room. Having grown up in a military environment, Xie Lanzhi, who had been in the army since his teenage years, was most averse to losing control and being unable to manage his emotions. For over 20 years, he had maintained a calm and rational mind, never letting any emotion sway him. Yet, facing Qin Shu, the self-control he prided himself on could be easily shattered by her. Xie Lanzhi disliked this feeling of losing control. Early in the morning, he ran several laps around the playground, gradually calming his body and mind. When Xie Lanzhi returned, in order to prove he had regained his rationality, he slowly pushed open the bedroom door. Then he saw a scene that suddenly threw his thoughts into chaos and made his breathing difficult to stabilize. After exercising and regaining his calm, his body almost instantly protested politely. No, it was still not calm. It could still greet him. What it urgently needed now was a hug from the alluring beauty on the bed. Qin Shu, who lay sleeping on the bed, had kicked the silk quilt to the floor. She wore a homemade cotton spaghetti strap dress, her petite body curled up with a lack of security. The hem of the dress rolled up, loosely piled at her waist, exposing large areas of flawless, fair skin that could not be fully covered. Qin Shu lay quietly, relying on her bright and charming appearance, her delicate and graceful figure enough to captivate anyone's soul. Her alluring demeanor and myriad charms made one lose their senses just by looking at her. Xie Lanzhi could no longer deceive himself. He could not maintain his rationality in front of Qin Shu. Xie Lanzhi slowly lowered his gaze, disbelief reflected in his eyes, along with a deep doubt about his proud self-control. Everything that was happening seemed to mock him ruthlessly as he struggled to resist the temptation of Qin Shu, running against the wind. Standing at the door, Xie Lanzhi took a deep breath and stepped into the room. Chapter 42. The bite mark on the woman's shoulder? He picked up the silk quilt from the ground and covered Qin Shu, who was curled up due to the chill. Xie Lanzhi stood by the bed for a long time, without moving, his deep gaze fixed on the sleeping person. After a while, his light footsteps gradually faded away, carrying a sense of resigned compromise. Qin Shu opened her eyes, and sunlight filtered through the thin curtains, spilling onto the messy bed. She sat up, stretched lazily, and let out a sleepy sound. The curtains were suddenly pulled open. Outside, the sun was shining brightly, clearly approaching noon. Qin Shu stared in shock at the glaring sunlight, then glanced at the time. her eyes widening in disbelief. She scrambled to get up and rushed into the living room to wash up, then headed to the kitchen. Today was the first time since Qin Shu arrived at the camp that she had overslept. She neither cooked nor performed acupuncture for Xie Lanzhi or prepared herbal soup. In her haste, she had long forgotten the awkwardness of last night. When Xie Lanzhi returned from training, she didn't hear any noise. After busying herself for over an hour, Qin Shu finally finished making lunch. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stir-fried vegetables, and sweet steamed pork with loofah. The tomatoes at this time were a mix of red and green. Very sweet, just like eating fruit. She sat in front of the stove, eating tomatoes while keeping an eye on the herbal soup simmering in the pot. Qin Shu didn't notice that a pair of deep, dark eyes were watching her from behind. The gaze was heavy, serious, and focused. After finishing the tomatoes, Qin Shu felt a bit sticky on her hands and got up to wash them. She stood up too quickly, lost her balance, and fell backward. "Watch out! A low, slightly anxious voice came from behind. Xie Lanzhi rushed forward in a swift motion, using one hand to support Qin Shu's lower back, smoothly pulling her into his embrace. Qin Shu, startled, was enveloped by the strong scent of his hormones. The heat of his breath sprayed against her neck, seeping into her clothes. The ambiguous memories of last night surged into Qin Shu's mind like frames of a movie. Her fair cheeks instantly flushed with a deep red, her gaze evasive. Not daring to meet Xie Lanzhi's eyes, a moment of silence ensued. The air was thick with uncontainable ambiguity, quickly fermenting and spreading. "Are you okay?" Xie Lanzhi loosened his grip around her slender waist and asked softly. Qin Shu's tiptoed feet flattened, her racing heart gradually calming down as she awkwardly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. "I'm fine, just didn't pay attention to my feet when I got up." She bent down to set the fallen stool upright and lifted the lid of the pot steaming with rice. Xie Lanzhi stepped forward to help. "Let me do it." Their hands accidentally brushed against each other. Qin Shu's body stiffened slightly, and she suddenly looked up, meeting a pair of deep black jade-like eyes. Xie Lanzhi's brows showed a hint of detachment as he gently moved her soft hand away. He calmly said, "It's a bit hot. Let me do it." "Ah, okay." Qin Shu stepped back, avoiding the area enveloped by the man's strong aura. She turned to serve the dishes, her hurried footsteps sounding as if she were fleeing. At noon, the two sat across from each other, finishing their meal in an awkward silence. Xie Lanzhi followed the routine into the bedroom to prepare for acupuncture treatment and noticed the unmade bed. Qin Shu followed behind him, slightly tilting her head to see the messy bedding. She forced herself to remain calm and said, "I overslept today and didn't have time to make the bed. Why don't we go next door?" Xie Lanzhi quickly replied, "No need, right here is fine." Although the next room was tidied up, it still had some lingering odors. Qin Shu didn't insist further, rolled up the quilt on the bed, and tossed it to the side. She sat on a stool at the edge of the bed, pulled out the acupuncture kit from the drawer. Xie Lanzhi took off his military boots, stretched his long legs, and relaxedly laid down on the bed. Once she got in her medical professional mode, Qin Shu transformed, adopting a serious and businesslike attitude. Xie Lanzhi noticed this and, looking at Qin Shu's bright and captivating face, felt an inexplicable sense of relief. During the acupuncture session, Qin Shu asked him, "Have you noticed any changes in your leg these past 2 days? It's stronger than before." "This morning during training, I almost couldn't help but spar with him a bit," Xie Lanzhi replied, resting one arm behind his head, slightly tilting it as he gazed out at the lush vegetable fields. When he mentioned this morning's training, a warm smile appeared at the corners of his lips. Qin Shu lifted her head, about to scold him, when the image of the sunlit man caught her eye. Xie Lanzhi, with his brows softened by the warm sunlight, had a face sculpted like a carefully crafted artwork. Even the gradually fading scar on his profile seemed to enhance his wild and unruly charm. Qin Shu was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained her composure, softening her voice to remind him, "Don't think about putting any burden on it until your leg is completely healed." Hidden within her gentle tone was a hint of shyness. Xie Lanzhi keenly picked up on this, raising an eyebrow and tilting his head to look at Qin Shu. "I know, I just thought about it." Qin Shu replied softly, "It won't be long. Just endure a little longer." Xie Lanzhi responded with a different, sexy nasal tone. After Qin Shu finished the acupuncture, She got up and left the room. Not long after, she returned with a bowl of steaming medicine. I've increased the dosage today. You might need to take a nap. As she handed the medicine to Xie Lanzhi, her gaze intentionally or unintentionally lingered on his arm. There, a neat row of bite marks was imprinted. She remembered clearly that the man hadn't had these marks on him yesterday. Xie Lanzhi didn't ask why the dosage was increased. Took the bowl and drank it all in one go. He drank the medicine boldly but not rudely, exuding a casual and carefree vibe. After taking the medicine, Xie Lanzhi quickly felt drowsy and didn't even realize when he fell asleep. When he woke up, his mouth dry and parched. An hour and a half had passed. There was a cup of water on the table, and Xie Lanzhi picked it up and drank most of it. It was obvious who had left that cup of water. No one but the attentive Qin Shu would do such a thing. Xie Lanzhi lifted the silk quilt, lightly scented with her body fragrance, and sat on the edge of the bed to put on his military boots. Just as he was about to get up and leave, a cool sensation rushed over his shoulder. He rolled up his sleeves, revealing the red and swollen bite mark from last night, which had been covered with a layer of transparent ointment. Xie Lanzhi couldn't help but curl his lips, thinking that Qin Shu was quite conscientious, knowing to apply medicine afterward. However, he overlooked a crucial detail. How could the sleeping Qin Shu possibly think that she had bitten him? After Xie Lanzhi fell asleep, Qin Shu carefully examined the neat bite marks. She was certain that they had come from a woman. Qin Shu couldn't help but think more, wondering if Xie Lanzhi had cheated on her after she rejected him. Unaware of Qin Shu's misunderstanding, Xie Lanzhi stepped outside. Yudi was sitting in the living room, fiddling with the weapon in his hands. He was happily disassembling and reassembling it at a rapid pace. Hearing the footsteps, Yudi looked up. Langu, you're awake. Xie Lanzhi lazily leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed over his chest, and asked softly, "What are you doing here?" "Sister-in-law asked me to come. Said she wanted to keep an eye on you. She went into the mountains." Yudi skillfully secured the assembled gun at his lower back and stood up. "Into the mountains?" Xie Lanzhi's expression darkened, his voice rising a few notches. Yudi shivered slightly and quickly explained, "It's not really going into the mountains. Just turning around at the foot of the mountain." Seeing Xie Lanzhi's expression improve, he stepped closer, speaking mysteriously, "Langu, I've made contact with Lang Yi and the others, and I actually found out something. Guess who's been pulling strings behind the scenes?" Chapter 43, Qin Shu beckoned, and the man's soul was lost. Xie Lanzhi had already learned from Qin Shu that it was Sun Yuzhen who was gossiping. He lowered his thick eyelashes and asked coldly, "Who is it?" Yudi said, "Zhao Yongqiang's wife, Sun Yuzhen." Xie Lanzhi's brows furrowed slightly, and the coldness in his eyes deepened. Sure enough, it really was this woman. Sun Yuzhen was too strange. Why was she fixated on you and your sister-in-law? Yudi felt very puzzled by Sun Yuzhen's actions and thought she must have a problem with her mind. Xie Lanzhi tugged at his lips, a hint of mockery evident in the corners of his eyes and brows. In this world, some people are born with malicious intent and cannot stand to see others do well. Xie Lanzhi asked sternly, "Did you find out about the things she said about Qin Shu last time?" Speaking of this matter, a look of excitement spread across Yudi's face as he lowered his voice and said, "Speaking of this, we have to mention Lang Yi. What does he have to do with it? It's a long story. Then make it short. Sister-in-law is from Yushan village, and Lang Ye's wife is also from Yushan village. That woman is not only 13 years older than Lang Yi, but she also has 2 children." Xie Lanzhi was initially listening with little interest, but as he heard more, his expression gradually darkened. "Who else knows about this?" His low and cold voice came from his moderately thick lips. Yudi pouted and said sympathetically, "Almost everyone who knows Lang Yi knows about it. This kid is not only unfortunate, but also lacks fortune." Xie Lanzhi pondered. Lang Yi is a wild character, sharp and ruthless, with a certain drive. He is a seed that can be cultivated. Yudi frowned and said, "Better forget it. He is an orphan married to such a wife. She could drag him down." Xie Lanzhi replied, "You should get to know him better. Pay more attention." At the same time, far away at the foot of Tianying Ridge, Qin Shu happened to run into the villager Yudi mentioned, who was Lang Ye's wife. Qin Shu was carrying a bamboo basket, rummaging through the grass for common medicinal herbs when a mocking voice came from behind her. "Oh, look who it is. the little vixen from Yushan village. It was a familiar, nauseating voice that she hadn't heard in decades, at least 30 or 40 years. Qin Shu turned around and saw a sharp, monkey-like face, harsh in appearance, ugly at first glance, and even uglier upon closer inspection. Oh, isn't this the protagonist of the nationwide sensation, the wife-murdering case, Qin Zhaodi? Qin Zhaodi? Qin Shu called out the woman's name uncertainly. Returning to 40 years ago, her memories had blurred over time, and many people and events were not very clear. Qin Zhaodi strutted over with her thick waist, sneering as she said, "I've only been married for a year, and you pretend not to know me? Indeed the real deal." Qin Shu's eyes changed instantly. Her cold and lethal peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly, making her look intimidating. She scrutinized Qin Zhaodi and asked in a deep voice, "Is your man in the 963rd Army?" "Of course, he is young and strong, 13 years younger than me. Unlike you, who married an old man 7 years older than you, and he's even lame." Qin Zhaodi's smug and disdainful expression was nauseating, making Qin Shu want to slap her. Anger and worry surged in Qin Shu's heart. She restrained the impulse to strike, calmed her racing heart, and retorted, "You, a woman who's been married 3 times, and scrupulously stealing your own niece's fiancé. What face do you have to be arrogant? That innocent boy was forced to marry you. He probably can't even bear to touch you. You wouldn't be lonely and stealing men, would you?" Usually good-natured, Qin Shu rarely spoke so sharply and harshly, but the woman before her was simply too hateful. Qin Zhaodi was hit where it hurt, pointing her finger at Qin Shu and loudly cursing back, "Little slut, what nonsense are you talking about? My man is full of vigor, and those who get involved with him are always overwhelmed." Her already abstract face twisted with a fierce rage that was hard to look at. Qin Shu knew Qin Zhaodi was talking nonsense. As far as she knew, that man had never touched Qin Zhaodi. Why should I believe that? Her voice was slow, deliberately provoking Qin Zhaodi. Qin Zhaodi raised her chin, smugly saying, "Believe it or not, you will never experience my joy in this lifetime. You must be exaggerating, right?" Qin Shu looked at her with suspicion, clicked her tongue twice, and shook her head. "Nonsense." Qin Zhaodi glared at her, then proudly and triumphantly said, "My man is called Langyi. So it's him." Qin Shu's scalp tingled, and her mind felt like it was going to explode. In her past life, the sensational wife-murdering case had the murderer as Qin Zhaodi's husband. This meant that the young man who ambushed Xie Lanzhi on the playground a few days ago was the same person. He brutally killed Qin Zhaodi and incapacitated 2 stepsons. If Qin Zhaodi had merely swapped her niece's fiancé and married Langyi, who was more than 10 years younger than her, it could only be said that Langyi was unlucky at a young age and would not lead to murder. But what Qin Zhaodi did was truly heinous. Her lover colluded with foreign forces, and during one operation, she went to tip them off, causing many of Langyi's comrades to die tragically. Those soldiers' bodies sank in the riverbed, separated from the no-man's land area to the west of Tunying Ridge. Qin Zhaodi was caught by the devastated Langyi and stabbed nearly 100 times. None of the stabs were fatal, but they were deep enough to see the bone. In the end, she bled to death. Qin Zhaodi's end was miserable, but no one sympathized with her. This tragedy, more than 30 years later, was still made into a film and television work. Qin Shu remembered that it was in that year when netizens dug up Langyi's old case. After killing Qin Zhaodi, on his way to surrender, he encountered his 2 stepsons, who were humiliating a girl by hanging her from a tree. Langyi, blinded by rage, did not spare the 2 boys, making the eunuchs of the old era reappear. Langyi did not kill his stepsons, but his hands were stained with the blood of a child. He gave up on surrendering and returned home to write a suicide note. If it weren't for running into Qin Zhaodi today, Qin Shu would have truly forgotten about this incident. At the time, she only knew that the deceased was Qin Zhaodi from her village. Regarding the tragic fate of the murderer and his subsequent actions, she only sighed for a moment before casting it aside. After all, at that time, Qin Shu had just gotten married. She was busy outsmarting Yang Yinchuan, while also trying to find ways to make money. Qin Shu didn't know whether to sympathize with Xie Lanzhi's good opinion of Langyi or to pity Langyi, who had encountered such a troublesome person as Qin Zhaodi. Once she confirmed who Qin Zhaodi's man was, Qin Shu lost interest in continuing to entangle with her and turned to leave with her bamboo basket. She was lost in thought, considering how to prevent such a tragedy from happening again. Hey! Qin Zhao's shouting came from behind. Why are you running? I haven't finished talking. Upon hearing the urgent footsteps behind her, Qin Shu quickened her pace. Qin Zhao was like a stubborn adhesive that she couldn't shake off. She kept buzzing in Qin Shu's ear with ill intentions. Your man is useless, and he is infertile. You can't possibly keep vigil in an empty room every night. If you ask me, with your vixen looks, you could easily capture many men's souls. Qin Shu was fed up, her face darkening as she glared at her. What exactly do you want? Qin Zhao, with a look of envy, leered at Qin Shu in a somewhat lewd manner. I know a few strong men with brawn. Do you want to give it a try? Her tone was as if she were doing Qin Shu a favor. Try what? The taste of being violated? Qin Shu thought Qin Zhao must have a serious mental problem. She sneered, don't demean yourself and think everyone is like you. What are you talking about? Qin Zhao immediately turned hostile. She rolled up her sleeves and was about to wrestle with Qin Shu. Slap! A crisp sound of slap echoed. Chapter 44 Husband? The iron bones have been softened by the shout. The deafening sound of slaps makes one feel the pain just by hearing it. Qin Shu's hands had long begun to itch. Even though she knew hitting someone would hurt, she still slapped Qin Zhao hard. A fierce light flickered in Qin Shu's crystal-clear eyes as she coldly warned, seeing you annoys me. Don't provoke me. Qin Zhao's face was slapped askew. Covering her continuously painful face, she was momentarily dazed. Once Qin Zhao came to her senses, she let out a sharp, piercing scream. I felt pity for you and thought to help you. Yet you, ungrateful wretch, repay kindness with malice. She reached out to grab Qin Shu's hair, looking like she was ready to fight desperately. Qin Shu was much more agile than her heavy body, easily dodging the attack. You can keep the humiliation of being trampled underfoot for yourself. The fierce Qin Zhao glared at Qin Shu with a menacing gaze. You vixen, just watch me tear you apart. She picked up a branch from the ground and wildly swung it towards Qin Shu. Unruly, seeing the situation was not good. Qin Shu turned and ran. Faced with the burly Qin Zhao, she really found it hard to retaliate. If she accidentally injured her, things would get lively, unless she could use silver needles. Unfortunately, she had changed her clothes today and forgotten to hide the needles on her person. Vixen, don't run. Just watch me lash you until your skin splits. Qin Shu ran ahead, with Qin Zhao swinging the branch, relentlessly pursuing her. The two enacted a chase scene that drew the attention of busy passersby. Qin Shu's stamina was still decent, provided she hadn't spent several exhausting hours gathering herbs. As she ran, she began to tire. When she turned back to see Qin Zhao closing in, she suddenly crashed into a hard wall. No, it wasn't a wall. Whose wall is so warm and strong? Qin Shu looked up to see who it was. Her body lost balance, and she was about to fall to the side. The person she bumped into firmly grasped her wrist and pulled her into a muscular embrace. This time, Qin Shu caught a familiar, distinct scent. It was the overwhelming aroma of male hormones. Qin Shu's delicate waist was suddenly gripped by a pair of large hands, pressing against the man's solid abdomen. How careless! Did you get hurt anywhere? The familiar voice, usually cold, came close to Qin Shu's ear, clearly reaching her. She felt the warmth of the man's breath as it brushed against her ear, causing a tingling sensation. Xie Lanzhi, you scare me to death. Qin Shu's tense body relaxed as she patted her chest and exhaled. She had thought it was Qin Zhao's lover. Those people could kill without blinking, and Qin Shu had no intention of putting herself at risk by getting close to them. Xie Lanzhi steadied Qin Shu's body, his chilling gaze lifted, heavily scrutinizing the approaching Qin Zhao. He glanced at the branch in her hand, then looked down at Qin Shu. Did she hit you? His voice was as heavy as water, laced with a storm's brewing anger. Finally able to rest for a moment, Qin Shu waved her hand. No, she's too fat. She can't catch up to me. Confirming that she wasn't hurt, Xie Lanzhi glanced at Qin Zhao, whose face bore the imprint of a slap. His voice was cold as ice, questioning, what do you want to do to Ah Shu? Qin Zhao knew that Xie Lanzhi held a high position, and, although he was childless, he was highly valued by Master Luo. Without a second thought, she dropped the branch in her hand, her expression awkward and guilty as she said, I didn't do anything, just playing around. Xie Lanzhi frowned, not buying it at all, the coldness in his eyes dropping a few degrees. He pointed at the branch on the ground, asking sternly, "Is this how you play? If you hurt Shu, will you take responsibility?" Qin Shu dismissively replied, "I'm from the same hometown as Qin Shu. Chasing and playing rough is common, isn't it?" Upon learning her identity, Xie Lanzhi emitted a suffocating, oppressive aura. He asked coldly, "You are Qin Zhaodi?" Qin Zhaodi exhibited a surprised expression, exclaiming, "You know me?" She didn't notice the disgust in Xie Lanzhi's eyes as she quickly adjusted her clothes and smoothed her disheveled hair. Then, she thought of herself as still charming, strutting towards Xie Lanzhi with her thick waist. "So, Commander Xie has been paying attention to me all along. As a woman, life is not easy. I finally met someone from my hometown and just wanted to reminisce. Who knew that this child, Qin Shu, would actually disdain you for being childless and claim you can't meet her physical needs?" Qin Zhaodi spoke nonsense with her eyes provocatively fixed on Xie Lanzhi. Just as she raised her hand to touch Xie Lanzhi's chest over his clothes, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Slap! Qin Zhaodi's hand was slapped away. Qin Shu had long been unable to listen any longer. After hitting someone, she calmly retracted her hand. With fierce eyes, she glared at Qin Zhaodi, growling, "What are you doing with your claws?" Qin Zhaodi twisted her face, about to curse loudly, but thought better of it with Xie Lanzhi present, forcibly suppressing her anger. She rolled her eyes and, in a sarcastic tone, said, Shu, it's you who disdains Commander Xie. I'm just comforting him." Her nauseating voice made one's skin crawl. "Damn, so disgusting, as if no one else can speak in a normal voice." Qin Shu cleared her throat and looked up at Xie Lanzhi, wrapping her arms around the man's. She too adopted a delicate tone, sweetly saying, "Husband, this woman said she wants to introduce a man to me. Wanted me to secretly be with someone else behind her back." After saying this, Qin Shu couldn't help but shudder, shaking off the goosebumps. Not to mention Xie Lanzhi, who was affectionately linked to her arm. That sweet-sounding husband made his iron-like frame go weak all over. "You're talking nonsense." Qin Zhaodi's expression changed dramatically as she pointed at Qin Shu's nose, blurting out clearly, "It's you lewd wretch who wants a man." Qin Shu's delicate face, the size of a palm, was covered in an icy chill, her gaze sharp as a knife, fixed on Qin Zhaodi. "Your mouth is so foul it's practically marinating in the latrine. You just spew filth, whether being called a seductress or a lewd wretch." She wondered who she had offended. Did they really think she was a soft persimmon with no temper? After being scolded, Qin Zhaodi no longer cared about maintaining her image and charged at her ferociously. "You little wretch, just watch me tear your mouth apart. Come on, who is afraid of who?" Qin Shu's stamina restored. She rolled up her sleeves, ready to fight. However, bang! Before Qin Zhaodi could get close, she was kicked several meters away, landing awkwardly on the ground. The one who acted was none other than Xie Lanzhi. Witnessing this scene, Qin Shu almost jumped up to applaud the man. Well kicked. That kick landed right in her heart. Filled with rage, Xie Lanzhi, after reflexively kicking her, immediately felt regret. This was his first time ever laying hands on a woman. He had truly acted impulsively. Xie Lanzhi looked at Qin Zhaodi, who was sprawled on the ground and unable to get up, saying without any remorse, "Sorry, it was a reflex. Keep your distance from me. I tend to be aggressive." He absolutely would not admit to having vented his anger on her. Not only because Qin Zhaodi dared to bully Qin Shu, but also because she had used underhanded tactics to marry Lang Yi, cheating on him, and had bullied the villagers relying on her military spouse status. Wow! Qin Zhaodi was momentarily dazed, then opened her mouth to let out a miserable scream. "Help! The officer hit me. He's going to kill me. I can't live anymore. Such a high-ranking officer is bullying a woman like me." People who had gathered to watch the commotion scattered like migratory birds upon hearing the words. A few shouted loudly, "I was just passing by. I don't know anything. I didn't see anything. It might rain today. I need to hurry home and collect my blankets. I still have clothes drying in my yard. Let's go, let's go." The crowd dispersed as quickly as sand dunes in the wind, disappearing in the blink of an eye. This scene left Qin Shu dumbfounded. She looked at Xie Lanzhi with a stunned expression, while he seemed even angrier. Qin Shu asked in confusion, "What is going on? Those villagers don't seem to be scared." Seeing Qin Zhaodi being dealt with, they actually looked quite expectant. Xie Lanzhi's chest heaved with anger as he pointed at Qin Zhaodi, who was lying on the ground, equally dumbfounded. This woman had been bullying the nearby villagers, taking their hard-earned results, relying on her status as a military family member. Hearing a Moody say it made him feel nothing at first. But seeing the villagers' hatred for Qin Zhaodi made him understand the situation more deeply, and his anger intensified. Qin Shu looked at Qin Zhaodi in disbelief and criticized. "How shameless can you be? They all willingly gave it to me." Seeing everyone run away, Qin Zhaodi refused to back down, defiantly shouting. Qin Shu mocked. "You even snatched your own niece's fiancé, sneaking into a young man's bed at night, forcing him to acknowledge you. A woman like you, with no shame, never speaks a word of truth." Without waiting for Qin Zhaodi to retort, Qin Shu pulled Xie Lanzhi's arm and turned around. "Let's go. This woman, Qin Zhaodi, deserved her fate. If it weren't illegal to kill, Qin Shu would want to do what Langyi did in her past life and get rid of this harmful person." As Xie Lanzhi was pulled forward, he was quickly shaken off by Qin Shu, who looked at him with disdain. With a stern face and an expressionless demeanor, Qin Shu changed her attitude faster than flipping a book. Indeed, a woman's heart is as elusive as a needle at the bottom of the sea. Xie Lanzhi found himself reminiscing about the delicate Qin Shu who sweetly called him husband, so soft and sweet. He glanced at Qin Shu, his thin lips slowly moving. "Are you still angry?" Qin Shu paused for a moment. Xie Lanzhi immediately slowed his pace, his calm gaze fixed on her. Qin Shu lifted her eyelids, staring at the arm covered by his clothes, marked with the bite marks of a woman. Learning unexpectedly about the tragic events of her past life made her feel anxious and irritated, and her patience with Xie Lanzhi was limited. She straightforwardly asked, "Xie Lanzhi, do you have someone outside?" Chapter 45. When you're slightly offended, do you cry and say you're scared? Xie Lanzhi was full of questions. A romantic interest? Where did that come from? He had only been transferred to Camp 963 for about a year, and the number of female colleagues he knew could be counted on one hand. This included teacher Luo's wife and the head nurse from the clinic. Xie Lanzhi frowned, his deep voice slightly heavy. "Don't talk nonsense. Where would I have a romantic interest?" Qin Shu, seeing him deny it, didn't show it on her face, but felt a mocking smile in her heart. Indeed, no man was a good thing. Xie Lanzhi denied it. And Qin Shu wasn't too disappointed. She was looking to develop feelings with him. They were just living a life of mutual benefit. A layer of faint detachment shimmered in Qin Shu's eyes as she changed the subject. "I heard from others about Xiao Jianmei finding the army. Thank you for that." This matter had spread throughout the camp. When she came out in the afternoon, she ran into several military wives and learned about it from them. At that moment, Qin Shu was still angry with Xie Lanzhi, thinking that he already had a mistress outside, but still kissed her so passionately. Hearing this, before she could even cultivate her gratitude, she learned of Xie Lanzhi's slander against her. She immediately felt a surge of anger. Xie Lanzhi immediately sensed Qin Shu's detachment and estrangement, the lines on his forehead deepening. He said solemnly, "You are my wife. This is what I should do." Qin Shu's lips curled into an ambiguous arc as she dissatisfiedly replied, "Even though you helped me, you can't tarnish my reputation. Others are spreading rumors that I cry easily, am timid, and am weak, making me seem like a delicate porcelain doll. You need to clarify this. I'm not that pathetic." Xie Lanzhi looked at the petite, curvaceous Qin Shu and felt there was no need to clarify. A kiss here and there that brought tears. Wasn't that crying? Kissing fiercely and saying she was scared was also a fact. As for being delicate and weak, Xie Lanzhi had felt the peaks and valleys, held Qin Shu's little hand, and wrapped his arms around her waist. While he couldn't say Qin Shu was completely fragile, she definitely could be considered delicate and soft. Following the man's gaze, Qin Shu looked down at her collarbone. "What are you looking at?" Her beautiful eyes slightly widened, arms crossed defensively in front of her, angrily questioning Xie Lanzhi. Her eyes, full of charm, were as clear as a spring, containing gentle and vivid emotions. Xie Lanzhi felt as if he was in a pool of spring water, indescribably comfortable. He awkwardly touched his nose and said softly, "No need to explain. It's all related to you, and this is quite good." "What's good about it?" Crying, being timid, not able to carry a shoulder, being reduced to a despised, lazy woman. And that's good? Moreover, how did she get associated with being timid and crying? Was this really how she was perceived by this man? Qin Shu glared at Xie Lanzhi with fierce eyes, so angry she wanted to bite him. Why would I think of biting someone? How strange. Qin Shu shook off the chaotic thoughts in her mind and said fiercely to Xie Lanzhi, I don't care. In any case, you can't let others say that about me. It's too embarrassing. Seeing her eyes redden in anger, with tears glistening as if she would cry any moment. Xie Lanzhi's heart stirred, and he instinctively soothed her. Got it. At least you're sensible. Qin Shu was satisfied, raising her chin proudly. As for crying, that was impossible. She just showed her emotions on her face. The two of them returned to the camp as if on a stroll, greeting a few acquaintances along the way. Xie Lanzhi sent Qin Shu home and hurried off to the training ground. Alone at home, Qin Shu took out the heavy suitcase she had brought from home. She rummaged through it and pulled out a vintage gold chain with a silver-plated compass inlaid with a golden dragon. Qin Shu gently stroked the densely packed symbols and characters on the compass with her fair fingertips. She stared at the golden dragon on the compass for a long time, her eyes filled with heavy emotions. After a while, Qin Shu hung the compass around her neck, looking at the somewhat heavy compass. It felt weightless when worn around her neck. Qin Shu tidied up her things and processed the more common medicinal herb she had dug up today. In the evening, Xie Lanzhi returned with Amudi. While they were eating, they casually mentioned the training from that day. Amudi curiously asked, Brother Lanzhi, did teacher Luo pick a group of people to go today? Focused on his meal, Xie Lanzhi succinctly responded. Amudi became interested and eagerly asked, I heard they're going into the mountains to stretch their muscles and bones. Is that true? The so-called stretching muscles and bones meant participating in combat operations that could result in casualties. Xie Lanzhi stopped eating, his deep gaze piercing towards Amudi. He asked coldly, Who told you that? Everyone is discussing it, Amudi said, trying to flatter him. Brother Lanzhi, I also want to participate in the operation. No way. Without a second thought, Xie Lanzhi decisively refused. Amudi looked disappointed. Why can't I? I have more combat experience than them. Xie Lanzhi replied sternly. This operation is related to my last mission. You need to stay behind. Amudi became anxious. Then I want to participate even more. I want to blow up their hideout and take revenge for Brother Lanzhi. Xie Lanzhi's expression softened slightly, but still did not agree. This time, only fresh faces are needed. The operation is a matter of courtesy before aggression. Amudi was left speechless. He had interacted with certain forces in the no man's land and had revealed his identity. For negotiating operations, he was not suitable being someone who had mixed in the no man's land. Qin Shu, upon hearing this, didn't he connect the situation to the catastrophic disaster that led to the complete destruction of the army in her previous life? After finishing acupuncture for Xie Lanzhi that night, Qin Shu handed a bowl of bitter black soup to the man leaning against the headboard. Change the medicine again? Xie Lanzhi took the bowl, and with just one glance, he noticed it was different. Qin Shu waved her hand, trying to dissipate the bitter herbal smell lingering in front of her nose. Having dealt with herbs for years, she was already suffering from it. It was easy to imagine how hard it was for Xie Lanzhi to swallow the medicine. However, Xie Lanzhi seemed to have lost his sense of taste, drinking it down without changing his expression. Qin Shu slightly parted her red lips. Surprised. Don't you find it bitter? Xie Lanzhi handed the empty bowl back to her, his expression calm and composed, saying something that seemed ambiguous. The bitterness on the taste buds was just a sensation passed to the brain, something that could be tolerated or ignored. Qin Shu gave him a thumbs up. You're impressive. She understood in her heart that the bitterness of taste was nothing compared to the psychological and mental suffering. Xie Lanzhi looked young, but had experienced significant and famous battles. The unspeakable spiritual pain brought by war was the most unbearable torture. In the past, Qin Shu would have continued the conversation, discussing her feelings with Xie Lanzhi to better understand him. But tonight, she had other matters on her mind. After applying ointment on Xie Lanzhi, she lay on the bed, eyes closed in contemplation. The matter of Qin Zhaodi's affair with foreign forces weighed heavily on her. Without substantial evidence, Qin Shu couldn't expose it baselessly. She didn't want to take risks to approach those people. Having lived a life again, she was still very cautious about her life. Qin Shu grasped the compass around her neck, racking her brain for ideas. She imagined countless plans, only to quickly overturn them. Ultimately, she concluded that there was no perfect solution other than taking risks. In the bedroom, illuminated by the silver moonlight, a helpless and resigned sigh echoed. Xie Lanzhi, who hadn't fallen asleep yet, turned his head at the sound, catching a glimpse of Qin Shu's blurred facial outline in the darkness. He asked with a slightly nasal voice, "Why aren't you asleep yet?" "I was about to sleep." Qin Shu made a decision in her heart, closed her eyes, and stopped tormenting herself. After she fell asleep, it wasn't long before she naturally rolled into Xie Lanzhi's arms. Xie Lanzhi also skillfully wrapped his arms around Qin Shu, who had one leg draped over his waist. The distance and unfamiliarity between them during the day dissipated into silence as they embraced each other in the deep of night. Qin Shu thought she could sleep until dawn. At 3 a.m, the door was knocked on loudly. "Lan Yi, something's happened." "Lan Ge, get up. It's a big deal." Chapter 46, holding her tightly, so forcefully that it merges into the soul, is Amuti's anxious voice, loud and clear. The moment the door was knocked, Xie Lanzhi opened his slightly sharp eyes. Qin Shu nestled in Xie Lanzhi's arms, her arm draped around his waist, drowsily opening her eyes. Rubbing her eyes, her soft voice asked vaguely, "What's wrong?" "I'm not sure. I'll go check outside." Xie Lanzhi lifted the quilt, got out of bed, and tucked in the corner of the blanket for Qin Shu before leaving. After he left, Qin Shu also got up, picked up the men's shirt draped over a chair, and casually put it on. "Brother Lan, something happened in the mountains. Several injured from the 2nd Regiment have been brought to the health clinic. It's that group from To. They are carrying a lot of dirt materials and all have weapons. Master Luo wants you to go over immediately and participate in the combat operation today. The others have been gathered and can leave at any time." As soon as Qin Shu stepped out of the bedroom, she heard Amuti speak rapidly. "To." She stood frozen in place, a flash of light passing through her mind. It's him, the culprit behind Lang Yi and their complete annihilation. Xie Lanzhi took his combat uniform from the wardrobe in the living room, putting it on while calmly saying, "I'll go over immediately. You go check the health clinic. If the situation is serious, please have Qin Shu come over." He hadn't forgotten how incredible Qin Shu's medical skills were. If those soldiers were in serious condition, she might be able to save their lives. "No need, I'll go check it out right now." Qin Shu walked into the living room, standing beside Xie Lanzhi, hesitating to speak as she looked at him. Xie Lanzhi's eyes were filled with restrained gratitude, and he said softly, "Thank you for your hard work." Qin Shu originally planned to find Qin Zhaodi after dawn to probe for information, or if that didn't work, to contact her lover to find substantial evidence. But the turn of events came too quickly. In her past life, Xie Lanzhi was bedridden with a serious illness, unable to participate in combat. This time, he was personally involved in the battle that had a painful ending in her past life. Qin Shu knew the urgency of the situation and that action was necessary. She swallowed a few times, seemingly having something to say, but not knowing how to express it. Seeing Xie Lanzhi getting dressed, Qin Shu almost ordered Amuti, who was waiting nearby, "You go out first. I need to talk to Xie Lanzhi for a few minutes." Amuti looked at Xie Lanzhi upon hearing this. After the man nodded, he turned and left quickly. Qin Shu locked her gaze on Xie Lanzhi's eyes, directly asking, "Are you going to fight?" Seeing her face pale, Xie Lanzhi thought she was scared and gently reassured her, "It's just a negotiation." Negotiation? Qin Shu felt that describing it as a strangulation was more accurate. In her past life, when she came to Tianying Ridge to gather herbs, the area was heavily guarded, and it was a time of peace. The forces in the no man's land did not dare to cross the border and provoke anyone. The situation was different now. They were a group of ruthless criminals, severely endangering the safety and property of the people. Given that things had reached this point, Qin Shu felt it was better to be straightforward. She looked up and met Xie Lanzhi's eyes, her voice tense as she asked, "Do you trust me?" Xie Lanzhi did not answer immediately, his deep eyes fixed on Qin Shu. "What do you want to say?" His magnetic voice was soft, as if afraid of alarming someone. Intuition told Xie Lanzhi that what Qin Shu was about to say might be very important to him. Qin Shu chose her words carefully, each word emerging from her red lips with clarity. Xie Lanzhi, if you trust me, go capture Qin Shu right now. If she leaves the camp, you should not take any action tonight. Her lover has connections with certain forces across the river. If those people are prepared in advance, this might be a trap, and you would suffer great losses. Qin Shu had no time to think about how to smooth things over after saying this. Therefore, when Xie Lanzhi fixed his probing, scrutinizing gaze on her, Qin Shu instinctively added, I don't want you to get into trouble. She was unaware of how panicked her expression was, her eyes flickering with tension and unease. Xie Lanzhi, looking down at her, clearly noticed these emotional changes on her face. He didn't ask anything, but raised his voice and called, Amudi, Brother Lon? Amudi, standing outside the door, leaned in to peek. Did you hear everything? You go capture her yourself. Understood. Before Amudi finished speaking, he had already run far away. Qin Shu widened her eyes, trembling as she pointed at the doorway. He was just standing there eavesdropping? Her horrified and flustered expression fell into Xie Lanzhi's eyes, and a faint smile appeared on his cold face, fleetingly. Amudi is my personal guard. He won't leave me more than 10 meters in unsafe situations. Qin Shu had a subtle feeling. In other words, her presence was the unsafe factor. Xie Lanzhi's dark eyes fixed on Qin Shu, his soft voice gently asking, Do you have anything else to say to me? Qin Shu thought for a moment and felt that since the conversation had reached this point, there was no need to hide anything. That person named Tuo, I have a very bad feeling about him. He sounds like a treacherous and cunning person. If possible, I hope you can capture him alive and bring him back for our judgment. Qin Shu remembered in her past life how the film featuring Tuo became a huge hit. The character who tortured countless soldiers was hated to the bone. Even so, the director said what was filmed did not compare to reality's cruelty by a tenth. Whether for selfish reasons or seeking justice, Qin Shu wanted that beast, who had been on the run for more than a decade before being caught in the mainland, to face judgment as soon as possible. Xie Lanzhi's eyes deepened with inquiry, but his tone remained gentle. All right, I will do my best to bring him back. And wait for me. Qin Shu clutched the golden dragon compass around her neck and rushed back to the bedroom. She was barely inside for 3 seconds before emerging with a dark green brocade box. This is for you, for your protection. Xie Lanzhi took the small brocade box, which was less than half the size of his palm. Just as he was about to open it, Qin Shu reached out to stop him. Don't open it. The effectiveness of the medicine will quickly diminish upon exposure to light. Xie Lanzhi tightened his grip on the brocade box, realizing the precious medicine inside. He asked cautiously, when should this medicine be taken? Qin Shu casually replied, as long as there is still breath, take the medicine inside, and I can bring the person back. This was the life-saving medicine she couldn't take out even when she was on the brink of death in her last life. She had bled from multiple wounds and painfully died. The flash of hatred on Qin Shu's face was caught by Xie Lanzhi. He felt he was increasingly unable to see through her. There was an insurmountable gap between them. Xie Lanzhi put the medicine into his pocket and said to Qin Shu, Thank you for your medicine. I have to go now. Qin Shu nodded. Go ahead, be careful. I will also visit the health clinic. Wear more clothes. The temperature difference between day and night is significant. Got it. Qin Shu saw Xie Lanzhi off at the door, standing still for a long time. Xie Lanzhi was very perceptive and intelligent. He sensed something was wrong from her flawed words, but he asked nothing and took action based on her vague statements. This partner was more comfortable and had a better sense of boundaries than Yang Yanchuan. Aside from having a lover outside, he seemed to have no other flaws. Xie Lanzhi was simply a perfect collaborator. The tension in Qin Shu's heart and her taut body completely relaxed. She turned around, changed her clothes, and headed to the health clinic under the bright moonlight. The situation at the health clinic was dire, with the doctors and nurses coming and going, all stained with blood. Comrade Qin Shu. Someone with sharp eyes spotted Qin Shu and rushed over, tightly clutching her wrist. Thank God, I was just about to go to the family quarters to find you. But I didn't expect you to come here yourself. The person pulled Qin Shu and rushed towards the operating room, explaining anxiously, a soldier has lost too much blood and fainted during surgery. Dean Liu asked me to find you to help. After a quick disinfection, Qin Shu was pushed into the operating room and became busy. Her 9-turn golden needle technique and unique hemostatic methods saved the dying soldier. After saving one, another severely injured soldier was quickly brought in. One of the soldiers had his legs blown off. Covered in blood, Qin Shu stood in front of the operating table. Her pain relief and acupoint sealing techniques steady. No one saw the worry and anger reflected in her lowered eyes. Those inhumane beasts are simply too arrogant. Qin Shu was busy in the operating room until dawn, and as she leaned against the wall, her legs felt weak as she walked out. Just as she came out, she saw a tall figure in military uniform disappearing down the corridor. Qin Shu instinctively called out, "Xie Lanzhi." The man's footsteps paused, and he slowly turned around, revealing a face with a cold, murderous aura. Xie Lanzhi strode over, almost running to Qin Shu, wearing an open surgical gown and covered in blood. Qin Shu quickly turned away as he opened his arms. "Help me untie the straps at the back first." Xie Lanzhi quickly untied the straps and embraced Qin Shu from behind. He held her tightly, as if trying to merge their souls together. Chapter 47, holding her waist. He gently kissed her flushed earlobe. "I'm going into the mountains soon," Xie Lanzhi's gravelly voice, tinged with grit, followed. This time, he would be gone for at least 10 days to half a month. "Wait for me to come back at home." "So long?" Qin Shu, nestled in the man's embrace, blinked her eyes slightly. Xie Lanzhi's voice was muffled. "The situation is quite serious and cannot be resolved quickly." Qin Shu turned to look at him, frowning as she asked, "When do we leave?" Xie Lanzhi replied, "In half an hour." With all her strength, Qin Shu broke free from his strong embrace and turned to look up at the man. She asked, "Are we gathering at the playground to leave?" Xie Lanzhi nodded, "Yes." "Wait a moment, I'll go home to get something." Qin Shu turned and rushed outside, her speed showing no trace of the fatigue from before. Half an hour later, Qin Shu, clutching a small cloth bag, hurried to the playground, only to find that the main group had already left. She chased after them to the camp entrance, where soldiers in military uniforms were densely packed. Xie Lanzhi, unable to find him, Qin Shu raised her voice and called out loudly. Her tired voice, no matter how loud, was drowned out by the heavy, rhythmic footsteps. A soldier who recognized Qin Shu saw her sweating and anxious expression and immediately ran to the front of the line. Before long, Xie Lanzhi's tall and sturdy figure stepped out from the orderly ranks. Qin Shu spotted him at once and rushed towards him with her small bag in hand. Xie Lanzhi also took large strides towards her. This mutual rush caught the attention of onlookers, who couldn't help but marvel at the couple's strong bond. In fact, as soon as Qin Shu reached Xie Lanzhi, she couldn't help but complain. "Didn't you say we gather at the playground and leave in half an hour?" She hurried and rushed, and if she had been even a moment late, she would have missed him. Xie Lanzhi looked at her with solemn eyes, his lips pressing into a straight line. Military orders are not to be disobeyed. Qin Shu knew this was not a game. It was a life-and-death matter that allowed for no mistakes. She only complained verbally and stuffed the slightly heavy cloth bag into Xie Lanzhi's embrace. "This is the medicine I prepared for you, the ointment for your scars, and I've also made your usual decoction into pills. Although you can move normally now, intense physical activity will still cause leg pain, so don't stop taking the medicine. And you must come back safely. I'll be waiting for you at home." Qin Shu spoke rapidly, her eyes looking serious as she fixed her gaze on Xie Lanzhi. The golden leg she had saved with great difficulty could not just disappear like that. She was still waiting for Xie Lanzhi to take her flying, to stand at a higher place and admire a scenery different from her previous life. Xie Lanzhi was unaware of Qin Shu's thoughts. Hearing her last words, he felt a deep sense of emotion. After many years away, it was the first time someone told him to wait for him to come home. Xie Lanzhi held the bag tightly, disregarding the marching troops beside them, and hugged Qin Shu tightly. His voice was hoarse as he said, "All right, I will come back safely." Qin Shu felt how hard the man's chest was pressing against her. He was holding her so tightly it was almost suffocating. She gasped softly, "Can you loosen up a bit? I'm not comfortable." Instead of loosening his grip, Xie Lanzhi tightened his hold around her waist, lifting her off the ground, and leaned in close to her flushed earlobe. "You stay at home obediently. If anything inconvenient happens, you can find him Yudi. I've told him about it." This statement was quite subtle. Qin Shu sensed a profound meaning behind it. It seemed that whatever earth-shattering thing she might do, Yudi would do his utmost to help her. "Okay," Qin Shu replied obediently. She suddenly noticed that many people in the long line leaving the camp were frequently looking this way. Qin Shu buried her head in Xie Lanzhi's shoulder, her face flushed with embarrassment. So many people are watching. Let go of me. Xie Lanzhi suddenly raised his head, his eyes dark and sharp as he scanned the crowd. His gaze was filled with a predatory intensity, warning them not to stare. Xie Lanzhi's hand pressed against Qin Shu's lower back, and his lips moved. I forgot to say earlier, thank you for your reminder. Huh? Qin Shu, struggling to breathe, felt a bit dazed. Xie Lanzhi's dark eyes fixated on her small, reddened earlobe, and he gently placed a soft kiss there. The touch was so brief, it felt like an illusion. Qin Shu doubted he might have accidentally brushed against her. Xie Lanzhi said to her in a low voice, Qin Zhaodi has been captured, and she revealed quite a bit, which is very useful for our operation. After saying this, he released her, his eyes filled with a solemn allure, lingering on Qin Shu. Qin Shu's gaze darted away. This matter was only helpful for them. I'm leaving, take care. Xie Lanzhi said nothing further and turned to leave with steady, imposing strides. His decisive and tall figure seemed to exude an aura of virility, handsome and captivating. Qin Shu's heart raced, the suffocating feeling for being tightly embraced still lingering within her. She stood at the camp entrance, watching the dashing troop gradually disappear from sight. Sister-in-law. Mudi's voice came from behind. Qin Shu turned back, a distant smile on her face. Are you here to see Xie Lanzhi off? Mudi looked at her with a complex expression and shook his head. No, Brother Lan asked me to ensure your safety. Qin Shu smiled and dismissively said, I'm just staying in the camp. What else there to protect? She tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear and turned her steps towards the clinic. Mudi silently followed behind her, deliberately slowing his pace to match hers. Mudi suddenly spoke up. Sister-in-law, Qin Zhaodi was captured at Huaxia village by someone named Bo Lu. Qin Shu's expression turned cold as she looked at Mudi. Did she go to leak information? Mudi nodded. Qin Zhaodi told Bo Lu our basic battle plan. By the time we arrived, Bo Lu had already fled. At first, when they went to capture him, he thought he could get away with holding a woman. Soon, he was slapped in the face. The information extracted from Qin Zhaodi made Master Luo furious. He smashed a cup, and even he was sweating profusely. Mudi couldn't imagine how severe the casualties would have been if Qin Shu hadn't reminded them. Hearing that Bo Lu had escaped, Qin Shu asked anxiously, not catching him, will it affect Xie Lanzhi's operation? No, Brother Lan is leading the team himself. He will adapt the strategy according to the situation. That's his forte. Mudi's eyes revealed a hint of pride, showing immense trust and admiration for Xie Lanzhi. Qin Shu also breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Xie Lanzhi was prepared, it would be fine. The major disaster of her previous life should not happen again this time. Mudi escorted Qin Shu to the clinic's entrance. Sister-in-law. Watching Qin Shu walk into the clinic, Mudi suddenly called out. Qin Shu turned around, looking at him with a questioning gaze. Mudi stood straight, legs together, and earnestly saluted her. Sister-in-law, thank you for saving Brother Lan. He looked at Qin Shu with deep gratitude, as if she were a savior. Qin Shu felt a shiver run down her spine at his serious demeanor. Her emotions stirred. What are you doing? He is my husband. Saving him is the least I could do. She had merely lived another life, knowing of certain significant events from her previous life, and reminded him because it was on her mind. There was really no need for such a fuss. It made her feel quite embarrassed. Mudi did not explain further and politely said to Qin Shu, Sister-in-law, I'll come to pick you up at noon. Qin Shu refused without thinking. No need. I'll go to the cafeteria for lunch. I still have to be busy at the health center in the afternoon. Mu nodded and said, Then I'll come to pick you up at night. Qin Shu couldn't help but laugh at him. Did he really treat her like a child? Afraid she would be bullied or that she wouldn't know the way home. Qin Shu waved her hand at Mu and turned to walk towards the health center. Mu watched her graceful figure gradually disappear from view. Qin Shu might not know that when the investigator from the capital came last time, Xie Lanzhi signed a red-headed document. The contents of that document were closely related to today's mission. The organization was not being unfeeling, allowing the seriously injured Xie Lanzhi to continue executing this highly dangerous task. Rather, He was the only one who could successfully complete the mission. Xie Lanzhi had once lived incognito in a no-man's land for 2 years for a confidential mission and was well-versed in the local dialect and customs. If this mission could be completed smoothly, the final task of Xie Lanzhi's coming to the 963 unit would also be resolved. All people and events were interconnected, contributing to the smooth development at present. If it weren't for the key presence of Qin Shu, things would become a mess. She was like a lucky star, bringing good fortune to others. AMU recalled Xie Lanzhi's instructions before he left, to meet all of Qin Shu's needs as much as possible, without violating the interests of the organization and the country, and to protect her thoroughly. Time passed quickly, and 3 days had gone by. Qin Shu, with a pair of panda eyes, arrived at the health center to visit the soldiers who had been treated. A total of 7 injured patients had been sent, 3 of whom were severely injured and almost lost their lives. As soon as she walked into the ward, she saw Lu Min standing in front of a hospital bed, changing the 4 medication bottle. When Lu Min saw Qin Shu, her gaze fell on the dark circles under her eyes caused by lack of sleep. She suppressed a smile and teasingly asked, "Didn't T sleep well again last night?" "Uh-huh," Qin Shu replied lazily. She resembled a withered flower, no longer vibrant and beautiful as before. Lu Min stepped forward, held Qin Shu's small hand, and sighed softly. "I can understand you. This feeling is unpleasant." Qin Shu looked surprised and confused that Lu Min understand her. Was she also inexplicably suffering from insomnia? Seeing Qin Shu's beautiful eyes widen slightly, Lu Min patted the smooth back of her hand. "I know you and Lianji are newlyweds. It's supposed to be a passionate time." Chapter 48. Xie Lanzhi climbs into bed at midnight for a kiss, but he is a soldier with responsibilities. No matter how much you think of him, you can't neglect your own well-being. You should eat, drink, and sleep properly without constantly worrying about him. "No, I'm not. This is a huge misunderstanding." Qin Shu's face turned pale, and she anxiously explained, "Director L, you misunderstood me. I'm not." Elmin thought she was just shy because her feelings had been exposed, and she awkwardly comforted her. "You're young, so it's normal to be shy. You don't have to deny it." She was used to seeing the haggard looks of young couples who missed each other after parting. Qin Shu couldn't hold back and raised her voice, saying, "No, you misunderstood. I'm not thinking about him." This sudden outburst had quite an effect. In the hospital bed, 3 pale-faced soldiers were startled. The wife of the CF family had quite a loud voice. Her face seemed a bit too thin-skinned. Elmin looked meaningfully at the dark circles under Qin Shu's eyes. She said nothing, yet it felt like she had said everything. Everything was left unspoken. Qin Shu paused, realizing that no amount of explanation would help. At this moment, her explanations seemed more like a cover-up. Heaven knows she wasn't thinking about Xie Lanzhi. She was just inexplicably sleepless, waking up suddenly in the middle of the night for 3 consecutive days. Due to lack of sleep, Qin Shu felt a dull pain in her head and wearily rubbed her temples. She looked at the 3 patients in the hospital bed and changed the subject. "How are they recovering today?" Director L smiled with satisfaction and said, "They're all doing well, no infections or fevers." "That's good." Qin Shu walked toward the nearest patient. A soldier who had lost a leg lay weakly on the hospital bed. Qin Shu touched his injured wrist, carefully feeling for his pulse, her voice gentle. "It's hard to recover blood and energy in a short time. You should eat more nutritious food." "Got it. Thank you, Dr. Qin." The young soldier, with a pale and youthful face, wore a smile of relief after surviving. He looked no more than 20 years old, and his mindset was stable. But his life was just beginning, and he would have to accompany a crutch for the rest of his days. Qin Shu felt heavy-hearted. She truly hadn't thought about Xie Lanzhi before, but now she couldn't help but feel worried for him. She wondered if he would get hurt facing those ruthless beasts. With life-saving medicine on hand, he probably wouldn't face any major issues. After taking the pulses of the 3 patients and improving their prescriptions, Qin Shu was pulled away from the ward by Elmin. On the first floor, in the second room from the front, Elmin pushed Qin Shu to a table piled with prescriptions, stethoscopes, pens, and papers. "We agreed that you are now the only traditional Chinese medicine doctor at the health center." Qin Shu looked up at Elmin and smiled. "Director L, I never said that." Elmin looked at her with a pitiful gaze. I know. Come when you have time. You don't have to come every day." 3 days ago, Qin Shu's skill in the 9 turns golden needle technique, and the 13 needles of the Ghost Gate had truly opened eyes. Elmin was envious of such a good talent. She didn't hesitate to put on a long face, coaxing and pleading to invite her to the health center. Elmin smiled at the newly recruited Dr. Qin. Today, just get used to it. If you have any questions, ask me. She sat down in the opposite position and skillfully organized the handwritten prescriptions. With decades of medical experience, Qin Shu found diagnosing patients, observing, and asking questions to be second nature. On her first day as Dr. Qin, the patients she encountered were all tall and strong soldier boys. These people were either suffering from headaches or stomach issues, or they had injuries from training accidents. In one day, Qin Shu's hands had touched the muscles of more than 10 robust soldiers. However, they didn't seem to have the same impressive muscles as she remembered. Xie Lanzhi's firm muscles, with a hint of elasticity and softness, felt exceptional to the touch. In comparison, Qin Shu quickly lost interest in the soldiers' muscles. She shifted her focus to their sunny and handsome or mature and steady faces. Then, she compared them to the man in her memories. Xie Lanzhi had a good appearance, with a noble bone structure and a cold, handsome face that carried a hint of a brooding charm. He had a distinctive East Asian beauty. If one overlooked his cold and fierce aura, he would definitely be a top-tier male god in terms of looks. Unfortunately, Xie Lanzhi's strong aura made people subconsciously ignore his outstanding appearance. Continuously thinking of Xie Lanzhi led Qin Shu to dream about him at night. In her dream, she was ambushed from behind by Xie Lanzhi. His warm hand gripped her neck, turning her to press against the wall. The next second, Qin Shu was kissed so fiercely that she couldn't breathe. In the dream, Qin Shu, suffocating, had to comply, letting out indistinct whimpers. Soon, her soft waist was also captured by the man's long and powerful hand. The kiss was so intense, so deep, it felt like punishment. "Baby, do you like me kissing you like this?" The man's sexy and teasing voice echoed in Qin Shu's ear. How could any woman resist such teasing, especially when he softly called her baby? It was simply intoxicating and addictive. In the dream, Qin Shu was completely enchanted by Xie Lanzhi, actively wrapping her arms around his neck. Moving towards him, Qin Shu nibbled and bit, treating the man who lured her as a delicious pig trotter. His breath was refreshing and invigorating. So familiar. The natural and fresh scent was just like the real person. Suddenly, Qin Shu awoke in shock from the sound of pain near her ear, quickly opening her eyes. With her sleepy eyes, she clearly saw a shadow standing by her bed in the moonlight that spilled into the room. "Who is it?" Qin Shu suddenly sat up, grabbing the few silver needles she had placed by her bedside before sleeping. With a crisp sound, the lights in the room were turned on. The glaring light made Qin Shu squint. Then, she saw Xie Lanzhi, who had been away for 3 days, standing in her room, looking weathered. What was strange was that there was a glaring bloodstain on the man's slightly pursed lips. Qin Shu concealed her panic and incredulously asked, "Xie Lanzhi, why are you back?" Xie Lanzhi lowered his voice and said, "Came back to get something." He wiped the blood from the corner of his lips with his thumb, his gaze deep and sorrowful as he stared at Qin Shu. Seeing that he was wiping more blood, she curiously asked, "What happened to your mouth?" She climbed out of bed and opened the drawer of the wooden cabinet beside the bed, taking out a round, flat box of ointment. She leaned forward and handed it to Xie Lanzhi. Xie Lanzhi did not take it, his tone cold and emotionless as he said, "I was bitten by a little cat." Qin Shu's hand, which was suspended in mid-air, froze. That sounded creepy. A little cat? It couldn't be the mistress outside, right? Qin Shu's flirtatious eyes instantly turned cold, mocking, "So you're cheating now and not even hiding it." With a slap, she slammed the ointment onto the table. Xie Lanzhi's eyes darkened. A certain uncontrollable emotion surged in his chest. By the time he realized it, he had already leaned forward, pinning Qin Shu firmly onto the silk quilt. Chapter 49. Don't kiss too hard before. My lips were a bit swollen. Xie Lanzhi's dangerous eyes, as dark as ink, looked down at Qin Shu from above. "When I came back, I heard you calling my name. As soon as I got closer, you wrapped your arms around my neck, kissed me, and even bit me, then tried to frame it on someone else. Qin Shu, you can't just deny it like that." His voice contained a suppressed displeasure, each word clearly reaching Qin Shu's ears. Qin Shu was shocked and pale, recalling the memory of her actively hugging Xie Lanzhi and kissing him in her dream. At that moment, she thought the kiss felt so real. In the dream, she bit him like a pig's trotter, and outside of the dream, she had actually bitten Xie Lanzhi's lips. Did she really do that? Qin Shu lightly pressed her lips together, her tongue instantly sensing a metallic sweetness. The taste of blood. It was actually real. So embarrassing. So awkward. Realizing that she was the little cat that bit Xie Lanzhi, Qin Shu wished she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. The atmosphere of confrontation in the room instantly became awkward. Qin Shu's throat moved slightly as she swallowed a few times, then awkwardly said, "I didn't mean to. I misunderstood you. I was just crying thief to catch a thief." Her way of apologizing was both shy and honest, emphasizing that she dared to take responsibility. Xie Lanzhi stared at Qin Shu's flushed face and teased, "Still a flower thief." Qin Shu looked at him with a strange expression. A flower thief? No matter how good-looking Xie Lanzhi was, he had nothing to do with flowers. But Qin Shu quickly nodded, babbling to appease him. "Yes, I'm a daring flower thief. You're more beautiful than flowers. I shouldn't covet your beauty." As soon as she finished speaking, the man's knuckles pinched her delicate chin, lifting her face up. Xie Lanzhi's dangerous gaze fixed on her. More beautiful than flowers? Being pinned down on the bed, Qin Shu keenly sensed the impending danger. With no power to fight back, she wisely said, "Then, flowers are more beautiful than people?" Xie Lanzhi chuckled in anger, his rough finger gently rubbing her delicate, soft lips. The corner of his mouth lifted into a faint smile. "Your mouth is too disobedient. It should be punished." Upon hearing this, Qin Shu instinctively covered her mouth with her hand. "No." Her muffled refusal came from behind her palm. Xie Lanzhi squinted his dark eyes and asked in a deep voice, "Then how should we account for you biting me?" Qin Shu stared at his blood-stained lips, the corners of her mouth curling into a wicked arc, comparable to a Western vampire in the dark night. She had indeed done something unethical by biting him. Qin Shu removed her hand from her mouth, bravely lifted her head, and said recklessly, "Then you kiss me back. Kiss me enough." She closed her eyes tightly, raised her slender neck, her long eyelashes fluttering, her cheeks flushed. Her slightly parted lips were stunningly colorful, her brows and eyes imbued with countless charms. This alluring and tempting appearance was both wild and lustful. Xie Lanzhi, who originally just wanted to tease her, was bewitched and slowly lowered his head. The scorching breath grew closer. Qin Shu felt it. Her heart in her chest began to race. A hint of red appeared at the corners of her eyes, and she trembled as she said, "Don't kiss too hard. My lips are a bit swollen from before." Speaking now made her lips sting. She didn't even know who had bitten whom before. "Okay," Xie Lanzhi said, his warm breath brushing against Qin Shu's face. Before she could breathe a sigh of relief, the man continued, "Just a light bite. A bite." Qin Shu suddenly opened her eyes wide. A shadow came over, and she was blocked by the familiar scent. Xie Lanzhi lowered his head and gently bit Qin Shu's luscious red lips. With fear in her heart, Qin Shu was ready for the man to bite her lip as well. But Xie Lanzhi merely held her with his teeth, not making any further moves. The man's deep eyes sparkled with laughter as he playfully stared at her. Qin Shu immediately realized that Xie Lanzhi was deliberately scaring her, and she visibly relaxed. In the next second, Xie Lanzhi turned over and elegantly got off the bed. He walked to the wardrobe, rummaging for something inside. Lying on the bed, Qin Shu turned her head curiously and asked, "What are you looking for?" Xie Lanzhi replied without turning his head, "Money, food stamps, gold." Qin Shu climbed up in surprise and asked, "Aren't you going into the mountains? What do you need those for?" Xie Lanzhi didn't answer, turning around with a cold, handsome face shrouded in a layer of seriousness. He held a bag containing cash, food stamps, and gold in one hand, and a piece of traditional clothing in the other. Xie Lanzhi's thin lips moved. "There's no time. I need to change clothes in the room." Qin Shu immediately turned around, sitting cross-legged on the bed, her heart racing. Soon, the sound of rustling clothes came from behind. After Xie Lanzhi changed his clothes, holding the bag, he walked in front of Qin Shu. I'm leaving, you continue to sleep. Qin Shu stared blankly at the man whose aura had changed dramatically. Her red lips slightly parted, revealing a hint of her small red tongue. The Xie Lanzhi in front of her was nothing like the image in her memory of him wearing a military uniform, full of righteousness. He wore a traditional open-collar jacket on top and a men's tubular skirt called buso below, just a piece of cloth tied around his waist. On his feet were a pair of cheap plastic slippers, giving him a somewhat unkempt appearance. No one could connect him with the valiant soldier in full military attire. Under Qin Shu's gaze, Xie Lanzhi skillfully tucked the bag containing the cash and stamps behind his waist, in a place where law enforcement was lax. The locals never worried about being robbed. As long as one had the courage, they could tuck anything behind their waist. Qin Shu suddenly understood something and asked, "Are you going to the other side of the river?" Xie Lanzhi bent down, his long fingers lifting Qin Shu's chin. His stubble brushed against her delicate, enchanting cheek. Qin Shu's tender skin immediately turned red, and a sting followed. She frowned slightly and pouted, "It hurts, be gentle." Xie Lanzhi, who wanted to get closer to Qin Shu, didn't he expect her skin to be so tender, so delicate? She looked even more exquisite than a porcelain doll. Soft and fragile, just like a little porcelain doll. Xie Lanzhi sighed helplessly, saying, "Go to sleep. I'll turn off the light for you." He picked up the pull-string lamp by the bed and pulled it down. In an instant, the room was enveloped in darkness. Sitting on the bed, Qin Shu watched the tall figure of the man leave. The sound of the door being closed echoed, and the bedroom returned to its previous quietness. If it weren't for the lingering cold scent that belonged to Xie Lanzhi in the air, Qin Shu might have mistakenly thought everything that had just happened was an illusion. She got up and pulled back the curtain, seeing Xie Lanzhi walking alongside a man in the moonlight. The two familiar figures grew further apart, quickly blending into the darkness. Qin Shu lowered the curtain and lay back down on the bed, rubbing her stinging cheeks. Xie Lanzhi came and went in a hurry, keeping his lips sealed, making it impossible to know how his actions were progressing. As Qin Shu's mind wandered, she thought tonight would be another sleepless night. But when she opened her eyes again, it was already noon. She had slept quite deeply. After a restful sleep, Qin Shu's complexion had returned to its previous alluring and vibrant state, her beauty captivating. She energetically arrived at the health clinic and ran into Sun Yuzhen, who was holding medicine. This time, she neither avoided Qin Shu nor stared at her with anger. However, the glee in her eyes was almost overflowing. It was as if Qin Shu was about to face disaster. Qin Shu felt puzzled, and as they brushed past each other, Sun Yuzhen finally spoke. "I saw everything last night." "Saw what?" Qin Shu tilted her head in confusion, looking at her with a puzzled expression. Sun Yuzhen's gaze was like a venomous snake, tightly fixed on Qin Shu. "With team leader Xie not around, you were sneaking a man into your room last night." Chapter 50. In the middle of the night, Xie Tuan climbed over the wall to get into bed, becoming a wild man. Qin Shu was completely stunned. Did she steal a man? Wasn't it Xie Lanzhi who climbed over the wall to get into her bed at midnight? Qin Shu's speechless expression fell into Sun Yuzhen's eyes, making her think that Qin Shu was scared. With a high and mighty attitude, she smiled contemptuously. "I advise you not to provoke me. Otherwise your affair will become known to everyone." "Oh, I'm so scared." Qin Shu retreated a couple of steps, as if startled, pretending to be afraid while patting her chest. Her perfunctory disguise showed no sincerity, with a faint mockery in her eyes. Sun Yuzhen, overly pleased with herself, didn't notice. She looked at Qin Shu with jealousy and mocked. Sure enough, a seductress can't live without a man, full of a whorish stench. Her self-righteous judgment was unpleasant and nauseating. A cold glimmer flickered in Qin Shu's eyes as she waved her hand in front of her nose, her face full of disgust. "Did you smear your mouth with a laxative? It reeks of shit." Her tone was extraordinarily gentle, yet she showed no mercy when retorting. Sun Yuzhen's smugness vanished. Her face twisted into a grimace, her eyes coldly glaring at Qin Shu. She stepped closer, coldly questioning, "Aren't you afraid I'll expose your scandal?" Qin Shu was supposed to kneel at her feet, crying and begging. But instead, she maintained her lofty and proud demeanor, making people grit their teeth in hatred. Qin Shu's indifferent gaze swept toward the medicine in Sun Yuzhen's hand. A few words clearly reflected in her eyes. Qin Shu's expression changed slightly, her red lips curling into a mocking arc. Even if you exaggerate, I am innocent. A clean person is not afraid of shadows. Then she turned her words, but you, don't tell me you did something shameful, and now, see, everyone is the same. When Qin Shu said this, her gaze was fixed on the medicine in Sun Yuzhen's hand. Sun Yuzhen instinctively hid the medicine behind her back, flustered and fiercely retorted, "Stop slandering me. I'm not as shameless as you." Qin Shu lazily replied, "No need. Since you don't have it, I'll give it to you." At this moment, her emotions were stable. She even had the mood to spar verbally, making Sun Yuzhen's face turn green with anger. In terms of verbal sparring, Sun Yuzhen was no match for her. The two exchanged blows several more times. Sun Yuzhen was so furious that her chest heaved, her face growing increasingly ugly. She gritted her teeth at Qin Shu. "What are you so proud of? Stuck with a useless man, living in loneliness. Last night you were so empty and lonely that you stole a man, proving you are nothing but a cheap whore at heart." Qin Shu's icy, beautiful eyes glared at Sun Yuzhen as she calmly asked, "Do you know that a person who is cheap will be cheap for life?" If it weren't for something she couldn't confirm, Qin Shu would have slapped Sun Yuzhen against the wall long ago. Sun Yuzhen took a while to realize she had been insulted. She was too lazy to maintain her facade and stared at Qin Shu with malice, voicing her dark thoughts. "Qin Shu, I'm giving you a chance. Kneel down and beg me now, or I'll expose your affair." Excitement and anticipation crawled across Sun Yuzhen's distorted face. She was eager to see Qin Shu kneeling and begging for mercy. Qin Shu let out a light snort, her mocking laughter carrying a cold cruelty. A cheap person should be aware of their cheapness. Those as cheap as you often end up dying a miserable death. She couldn't understand why Sun Yuzhen came to provoke her. The gossip in the village, the private matter of Xie Lanzhi's inheritance, and her current malice, all of it puzzled Qin Shu, making her wonder when she had offended her. After being scolded, Sun Yuzhen was instantly incensed, cursing indiscriminately. "You are the cheap one. You won't find another seductress as cheap as you in the entire camp." Qin Shu suddenly stepped forward, unexpectedly pinching Sun Yuzhen's wrist with her fingers. "What are you doing?" Sun Yuzhen shouted. "What? Are you angry and want to hit someone?" Her angry yet feigned weak voice intentionally rose, seemingly to attract the attention of others. Qin Shu felt Sun Yuzhen's pulse, and her expression changed in an instant. A smooth and flowing pulse. Qin Shu looked at Sun Yuzhen with disdain and flung her hand away in disgust. "Get away from me, or I might accidentally cause you to lose your life." What stroke of bad luck. She was afraid of a cheap person being pretentious. She was afraid of a cheap person getting pregnant. That was the most disgusting situation, one that couldn't be hit or even touched. If Sun Yuzhen cried and made a scene, regardless if it was right or wrong, everyone would stand by her side. In her past life, Qin Shu had countless clashes with Yang Yunchuan's pregnant mistresses. Initially, she always ended up at a disadvantage, but later she slowly summarized her experience. Keeping a distance and ignoring them was the best way to avoid getting involved. Qin Shu rolled her eyes and brushed past Sun Yuzhen. Sun Yuzhen stood there, her muscles tense, her face pale, her hand clutching the medicine, trembling uncontrollably. Qin Shu, I want you to be disgraced." A twisted smile of madness appeared on Sun Yuzhen's face. Qin Shu thought that if she took a step back, the matter would pass. In the afternoon, the incident broke out. Sun Yuzhen had a miscarriage at the health clinic. When Qin Shu learned the news, she was busy setting a broken bone for a soldier. She didn't even flinch, quickly realigning the misaligned bone. On the surface, Qin Shu was calm, but inside, she was far from peaceful. It felt like she was back in the nightmare of being framed and slandered by mistresses. It was simply a nightmare. The head nurse, Lu Tsueya, who brought the news to Qin Shu, subtly scrutinized her. "Qin Shu, who was the man in your room last night?" "Oh, he was just bored at midnight and came to chat with me." As for Xie Lanzhi returning to the camp, she wasn't sure if it was confidential, so it was better to keep it under wraps for now. Qin Shu's ambiguous statement led Lu Tsueya to be momentarily stunned. The soldier lying in bed also widened his eyes in shock. Qin Shu patted the man's arm, saying, "All right, pay attention during training. Go to the pharmacy and get 3 days' worth of plasters." The soldier, blushing and avoiding her gaze, thanked her. "Thank you, Dr. Qin." Qin Shu handed over the prescription to send him away, then turned to look at Lu-Tzu, whose expression was complex. She quietly asked, "What's the situation with Sun Yuzhen?" Lu-Tzu replied with sympathy, "The child is gone. She is crying and making a scene." Qin Shu let out a cold laugh and asked again, "Does she say I pushed her and caused her to lose the baby?" Lu-Tzu nodded. "That is what she said. This matter could be big or small, and if not handled properly, it will affect you. You know, Sun Yuzhen has been in the camp for several years. You just arrived and are so beautiful, attracting a lot of attention. You could easily suffer in terms of popularity." Qin Shu was not afraid at all. She walked over to Lu-Tzu and whispered a few words. Lu-Tzu was taken aback. "Are you sure he is in the camp?" Qin Shu nodded. "I saw him." "All right, I'll go find him now." Lu-Tzu hurriedly left. Qin Shu walked away with her hands in her pockets, strolling towards the ward area. "Woo, my child is gone. I can't live anymore. The child that I and Changgu have been waiting for so long is gone." Before Qin Shu stepped into the ward, she heard Sun Yuzhen's heart-wrenching cries. "You're still young. Don't think like that. Don't be sad. You will have children in the future." Qin Shu is too ruthless, actually taking action against a pregnant woman. Everyone in the room is sympathizing with and comforting Sun Yuzhen, and some are even criticizing Qin Shu. At the door of the ward, Qin Shu knocks on the door. As everyone turns to look, her melodious and smiling voice gradually rises. "Let me clarify. The child in Sun Yuzhen's belly was caused by her own injection of an abortion drug." "You're talking nonsense." Before Qin Shu can finish, she is interrupted by Sun Yuzhen's angry voice. She sits up, holding onto the edge of the bed, her eyes red and filled with resentment and fury as she glares at Qin Shu. "It's clearly you who was exposed for cheating last night, and in a fit of rage, pushed me down. If it weren't for you, my child wouldn't be gone. You have to pay for my child's life." Sun Yuzhen seems to hate Qin Shu to the core and gets out of bed to confront her. "Yuzhen, calm down first. It's not good to be too emotional right now. Don't get angry." The people surrounding the hospital bed hurriedly push Sun Yuzhen back down. The weak easily evokes sympathy from the crowd. Some people are glaring at Qin Shu with hostility, as if she is a despicable woman that everyone despises. Qin Shu has experienced even more morally challenging situations in her past life. At this moment, she feels completely calm inside, her cool voice steady. "I remember that all the medications here have receipts, which are with D&L. Why don't we ask D&L to verify and see if the pharmacy is missing an abortion drug?" Faced with Qin Shu's accusation, Sun Yuzhen, who should have been heartbroken, suddenly stiffens. Panic appears on her face, her gaze drifting uncertainly, and she grips the blanket tightly. In the next moment, Chapter 51, The Dysfunctional Man, Unexpected Fatherhood. "Woo-woo. I can't go on living. You killed my child and slandered me. How could I bear to hurt the child I have longed for so long?" It's the same old story. Sun Yuzhen is making a scene, and those sympathetic to her in the side room are eating it up. Someone sarcastically said to Qin Shu, "Little Sun is a decent person, always honest. Are you trying to drive her to death?" Qin Shu retorted, "Who isn't a decent person? What I've done, I have no regrets. Others couldn't stand her either. Since you came, how many troubles have emerged? Flies don't buzz around a seamless egg." Qin Shu replied seriously, "Are you the fly? If so, then you decide." Someone nearby couldn't take it anymore and couldn't help but complain, "What's wrong with you, child? Why are you being unreasonable?" Qin Shu was surprised. "So you all know you're in the wrong. Your mouth is really impressive." A familiar male voice came from behind. It was deep and rich, mixed with pleasant laughter. Qin Shu straightened her body, leaning against the door, and looked at the person with her shimmering eyes. She respectfully called out, "Hello, Mr. Luo." It was Luo Zhenghua in a Zhongshan suit, along with LV Min, Zhao Yongxiang, and Lu Tzuya. The dignified Mr. Luo spoke in an unusually gentle tone, laughing. "All is well, all is well." When Sun Yuzhen saw Zhao Yongxiang among the newcomers, her already sickly face turned pale as paper, and she nearly screamed. LV Min walked into the ward, her sharp gaze glancing at Sun Yuzhen, then sweeping over the other women. "I've heard everything you said earlier. Before you clarify the situation, keep your mouths in check." A plump army wife was unhappy and retorted in a low voice. She cheated with a man and caused little Sun to have a miscarriage. This is just not decent behavior. LV Min asked in a low voice. Did you see it with your own eyes? The plump army wife pointed at Sun Yuzhen. Raising her voice, little Sun saw it with her own eyes. As soon as this was said, everyone's gaze focused on Sun Yuzhen. She seemed to be greatly frightened, shivering violently, nervously swallowing her saliva. LV Min took Qin Shu's hand and walked to the bedside, asking in a slightly heavy tone, Sun Yuzhen, did you see Qin Shu bring a man home? Sun Yuzhen raised her head, stealing a glance at Zhao Yongxiang, whose expression was cold and indifferent. She dared not look directly at him and, suppressing her hateful voice, weakly said, Last night, there was a man in Qin Shu's room. I saw it with my own eyes. LV Min sneered. Then I have to ask, what are you doing at 2 in the morning when you weren't asleep? Sun Yuzhen's gaze darted. I couldn't sleep and came out for some fresh air. You're talking nonsense. LV Min exploded, turning to pull Zhao Yongxiang over. You tell us what happened last night. Zhao Yongxiang's next words were like a clap of thunder, shocking everyone. Last night, I came back with team leader Xie and personally saw him home. 4 days ago, he entered the mountains with the main troop. Because the combat plan changed, he was left at the camp waiting for orders, and I didn't expect to encounter such a farce. The women who had previously spoken up for Sun Yuzhen looked surprised and embarrassed. So the man with Qin Shu was team leader Xie. This was truly a big misunderstanding. Comrade Qin Shu, I'm sorry. I was just too angry before. Only the plump army wife complained to Qin Shu. You too? Why didn't you say it earlier? Qin Shu's voice was cool and laced with a hint of mockery. What if this is military intelligence? If I said it, wouldn't that be a huge mistake? The plump army wife was left speechless, glared at her, and turned away in silence. Ahem. Luo Zhenghua cleared his throat, his tone serious. There's nothing going on. Everyone disperse. Some sensed the situation wasn't right and wanted to stay to watch. Mr. Luo, I'll stay to take care of little Sunday. Luo Zhenghua said in a deep voice. No need. I have some matters to verify with comrade little Sunday. This was said in a tone that was almost an order. A few women realized the issue seemed serious and quickly left. The woman, Li Tsuya, who had been asked by Qin Shu to find Zhao Yongxiang, also left. In the room, only Qin Shu, Luo Zhenghua, LV Min, Zhao Yongxiang, and the trembling Sun Yuzhen remained. Qin Shu exhaled a breath of frustration and took the lead in moving. She pinched Sun Yuzhen's chin with her slender fingers and lifted it forcefully. Her slightly gloomy and resentful eyes were clearly exposed to everyone. Qin Shu said indifferently, I'm a reasonable person. Let's get to the point about your slander against me. Sun Yuzhen's eyes were filled with hatred as she gritted her teeth and cursed. Bitch. Slap. Qin Shu immediately slapped her hard. Sun Yuzhen's face was knocked askew. Luo Zhenghua and the others were left speechless, stunned by Qin Shu's sudden action. Qin Shu frowned lightly, shook her slightly painful hand, and slowly spoke. I said, I'm a reasonable person. If you insult me, you'll get hit. Bitch. Godi. Sun Yuzhen suddenly stood up, grabbing Qin Shu's collar, ready to tear at her. Qin Shu pressed one finger against Sun Yuzhen's forehead, softly warning, I advise you not to move, or you might bleed heavily, and if you're not careful, your uterus might fall out. Sun Yuzhen's body stiffened suddenly. In the next moment, she fell back onto the hospital bed. Sun Yuzhen's face turned pale. Her hand covering her belly, realizing blood was flowing out. Suddenly, she glared at Qin Shu's pale, jade-like arm and raised her hand to claw at her fiercely. Qin Shu's reaction was extremely quick, avoiding it at the fastest speed, but still got scratched, leaving a bloody mark. A burning pain surged. She raised her hand and slapped Sun Yuzhen again. Slap. The sound was louder and harder than before. A trace of blood oozed from the corner of Sun Yuzhen's lips. The expressions of Luo Zhenghua, LV Min, and Zhao Yongxiang turned serious. They believed that Sun Yuzhen was too aggressive, and Qin Shu's actions were somewhat excessive. Sun Yuzhen's face quickly showed clear and distinct handprints. You overestimate yourself. Qin Shu's red lips curled into a mocking smile. Sun Yuzhen's gaze swept past her, and she shouted angrily at Zhao Yongxiang. You coward, are you just going to watch others hit me? Is she looking for help? Qin Shu's gaze turned cold. Not looking back. This is my business with her. Anyone who intervenes will be included in my account. It was obvious who she was addressing. Luo Zhenghua, who originally intended to intervene, was stopped by LV Min, who silently shook her head at him. Zhao Yongqiang's expression was complex and indifferent, revealing a trace of uncomfortable resentment in his eyes. Qin Shu held Sun Yuzhen's chin. Did you ever think about the consequences when you wrongfully accused me? Ha ha ha. Sun Yuzhen saw no one was managing her and laughed maniacally. She exuded a gloomy and violent aura, staring at Qin Shu's enchanting face. Cursing indiscriminately, you're just a notorious seductress. Even if you didn't cheat last night, there have been plenty of men before you. You should know that in the camp. There are many people discussing you behind your back, not just me. Who told you to have a face that seduces men? You filthy Shu. Each of Sun Yuzhen's words was filled with insult. Her gaze towards Qin Shu was also full of hostility. Sun Yuzhen, shut up. Zhao Yongqiang raised his voice to stop her, his face looking extremely unpleasant. You shut up, coward. Sun Yuzhen's voice was even louder than his. Qin Shu tightened her grip on Sun Yuzhen's chin, her fingertips pressing harder, smiling without anger. I am very curious. Why do you have such hostility towards me? Did I offend you? She had this doubt deep down. She couldn't understand where Sun Yuzhen's malice towards her came from. Sun Yuzhen sneered. I just can't stand you pretending to be something you're not. You're clearly a shameless, loose woman, yet you want to act like a decent person. A slut who belongs to everyone, someone despised by all. Why you get to live better than me? You deserve to be drowned like a pig. Slap. Qin Shu deftly slapped Sun Yuzhen again. She understood now. Sun Yuzhen was the typical type who couldn't stand others being well off. To describe her, she was a born troublemaker. Anyone she set her sights on would be gossiped about behind their back. It was a sickness, an incurable jealousy. Qin Shu fiercely grabbed Sun Yuzhen's hair and pulled her back, staring in her shocked and angry eyes, warning coldly, don't let me hear your filthy words again, or I will hit you every time I do. Dealing with such people, reasoning with them is pointless. It has to be simple and brutal, making her feel fear from the inside out. After being slapped 3 times and having her scalp painfully tugged, Sun Yuzhen's eyes showed obvious fear. But the resentment and unwillingness on her face did not disappear. Sun Yuzhen shouted sharply, Zhao Yongqiang, you bastard! You worthless coward! Are you just going to watch me get beaten? Heavy footsteps echoed in the ward, and Qin Shu, seeing it was time to stop, released her grip. Stop making a scene. Zhao Yongqiang's voice sounded beside her. He was speaking to the disheveled Sun Yuzhen. Sun Yuzhen immediately turned her anger towards Zhao Yongqiang, pouncing on him and hitting him. I'm still sick, and I've been bullied, and this is how you treat me. Zhao Yongqiang didn't fight back. His hands clenched in a fist at his sides, his expression one of restraint and pain. I haven't touched you in 3 years. You know what happened with the child. Chapter 52. Desire in Man. The Jade-faced King of Hell, with a broken leg Qin Shu, who was about to sneak away quietly, stopped in her tracks upon hearing the words. Sun Yuzhen's child from her miscarriage isn't Zhao Yongqiang's? Qin Shu's eyes widened with intense interest. Sorry, she had no sympathy. She just thought the gossip was juicy. Sun Yuzhen's cries quickly faded away. She became subdued, sitting on the bed with her head down, not saying a word. Zhao Yongqiang's voice was filled with pain as he said, Let's get a divorce. Sun Yuzhen seemed to have a bucket of cold water poured over her head and immediately exploded. I don't agree. How am I supposed to live after the divorce? Her sharp, piercing voice hurt the eardrums. Zhao Yongqiang's face turned pale, and his dark eyes glared at Sun Yuzhen as he gritted his teeth and coldly questioned. When you were cheating on me, did you ever think about whether I would be hurt? Sun Yuzhen showed a mocking expression and quickly retorted. Isn't it because you can't perform? You haven't touched me in 3 years. I'm a woman with needs. I need a man's love and care. Qin Shu, Luo Shi, LV Min. The 3 were stunned by Sun Yuzhen's fierce remarks. Zhao Yongqiang can't perform? This gossip is so big, so fresh. Qin Shu felt like she just needed some melon seeds and a bottle of fruity soda. Sun Yuzhen's words were utterly shameless. She wanted to put a green hat on someone and stubbornly refused to get divorced. She took all the good things for herself. Zhao Yongqiang's face turned from white to green and then to red, looking like a furious beast. Qin Shu could see the humiliation on his face. She thought that Zhao Yongqiang, who was wearing a green hat, would be furious and resolutely choose divorce. However, after a moment of silence, Zhao Yongqiang compromised, saying, "This is the last time." After saying this, he turned and strode away. Bang! The door was slammed shut with a loud noise. Sun Yuzhen, leaning against the hospital bed, revealed a strange smile. LV Min looked at her with disdain and asked in a deep voice, "Who did you meet last night when you left the camp in the middle of the night?" Sun Yuzhen shot her a glance and sneered. "What does it have to do with you?" LV Min's tone was stern. "Sun Yuzhen, correct your attitude. This concerns the safety of the entire camp." Sun Yuzhen rolled her eyes and suddenly began to laugh slowly, her smile hiding a knife. "Don't scare me. It won't help you to stand up for Zhao Yongqiang. He owes me." Upon mentioning this matter, LV Min's demeanor changed. Her eyes were like a mother wolf protecting her cubs, with her eyes reddened with anger. "It's been 3 years. Are you trying to drive him to death before you stop?" Sun Yuzhen's lips curled into a malicious arc, her tone sharp and bitter. "If he dies, I'll be a widow. Then I can find another man who can give me children." As she spoke, her eyes sparkled with delight, as if she was looking forward to the day Zhao Yongqiang would die. "It's known that it's better to marry a widow than a living wife." "Sun Yuzhen, is your heart made of stone?" LV Min was shocked by Sun Yuzhen's viciousness, her pupils trembling as she raised her voice to question her. Sun Yuzhen raised her chin and disdainfully said, "This is my family matter. Don't act like you're some noble lady." LV Min was so angry her chest hurt, gritting her teeth as she said, "Fine, then let me ask you, who did you meet last night? Don't say it has nothing to do with me." The camp was attacked early this morning. Due to the sudden incident, all personnel entering and exiting the camp needed to be routinely questioned. Sun Yuzhen looked at her mockingly. "What does that have to do with me?" "It has a lot to do with you," LV Min said sharply. "If you don't honestly explain, you're one of those people's accomplices." Sun Yuzhen's expression suddenly darkened as she pointed at LV Min's nose. "You're talking nonsense. I was only out for a few minutes." LV Min stared at her coldly. "What were you doing out?" Sun Yuzhen naturally wouldn't tell her, was to discuss getting rid of the child with her lover. She sulked and said harshly, "Why should I tell you? If you have the ability, go investigate yourself." Sun Yuzhen acted as if she were unbothered, making people grit their teeth in anger. Luosher narrowed his wise eyes and said to the trembling LV Min, "Let's go." LV Min angrily said, "Are we just going to let her go?" Luosher calmly reassured her. "All personnel with suspicious identities will be isolated and guarded." LV Min immediately understood her husband's intention. They were going to detain her. She said to Sun Yuzhen, "You're no longer needed at the pharmacy." "Why?" Sun Yuzhen, who lost her job, immediately became furious. LV Min scolded in a low voice, "Because of your questionable conduct and your suspicion of leaking military secrets." Luosher grabbed her arm, signaling the onlookers, Qin Shu, to leave the hospital room together. "What you're doing is personal revenge. Come back. You can't do this." "I don't agree." Sun Yuzhen's frantic screams were soon cut off by the door. Outside the door, Qin Shu gently rubbed her reddened palm, her delicate red lips pouting slightly, her cold face showing a hint of grievance. Hitting someone is a physical task, and her hand hurt badly. LV Min saw this and felt distressed. "Your delicate hands must hurt from hitting her, right? You can't do that next time. Hitting people is wrong." Qin Shu's voice was slow. "You saw her face. Not hitting her wound to quell my hatred." Sun Yuzhen was simply too deserving of it. Not hitting her would be letting her get away with her provocations. LV Min remained silent, looking troubled. Luosher knew she was worried about Zhao Yongqiang and sighed inwardly. He smiled at Qin Shu, saying, "Comrade Qin, you've been wrong today. Lanzhi will be back in a couple of days. You don't need to worry too much about him." Qin Shu's eyes widened in surprise. "So soon?" Luosher said, "Things are progressing smoothly. It's not impossible for him to return tomorrow." He didn't elaborate on the reasons, but when Amudi came to the clinic to pick up Qin Shu, she learned the cause. Early this morning, just before dawn, the camp almost encountered an incident. This was related to Xie Lanzhi's mission. He had taken down Ong Tuo's hideout. Ong Tuo was captured, but some of his accomplices were fleeing. Those people wanted to vent their anger and sought revenge on the camp, but they overlooked the defenses here. They were caught on the spot, 3 people, 2 dead and 1 injured. While packing up in the clinic, Qin Shu casually asked, "So, Xie Lanzhi will be back in a couple of days? Beauty nodded with a smile. If there are no setbacks, he can return the day after tomorrow. Qin Shu lowered her eyes and smiled gently, her beautiful face blooming with a radiant smile. Great. Ong Tua has been caught, and Xie Lanzhi will come back safely. Seeing her happy, Beauty stepped forward and whispered, Sister-in-law, I heard about the incident this afternoon. Qin Shu's lips turned down, her voice cold. Beauty spoke calmly. Longo asked me to investigate Sun Yuzhen. I know who her lover is. If you have any thoughts, I will assist you. This was as good as saying it outright. If Qin Shu wanted to deal with Sun Yuzhen, he would hand her the knife. Qin Shu's beautiful eyes curved into crescent moons as she teased. What will you assist me with? Dismembering her? Destroying the body? Sister-in-law. Beauty was shocked. You can't say that. Just revealing Sun Yuzhen's true colors. Why are we even talking about killing? Qin Shu organized the medication list from today and glanced at Beauty, who looked horrified yet amused. She gently smiled. Let us go home. On the way back, Beauty told Qin Shu about Sun Yuzhen's lover's identity. After hearing it, Qin Shu felt a mix of emotions and thought this matter wasn't over yet. 2 days later, at dawn, Qin Shu lazily lay in bed with her eyes closed. She hesitated between going to the clinic for her shift or going into the mountains to gather herbs. Bang! The living room door sounded loudly, as if it had been kicked open. Qin Shu quickly got up, slipped on her shoes by the bed, and walked out. Just as she opened the bedroom door, Xie Lanzhi had just returned, bending down to place his bulging backpack in the corner. He was bare-chested, his back muscles taut with sexual tension. However, his back was now marked with many large and small scars. The scars were not deep, had not healed, and were still oozing blood. The bright red blood trickled down his narrow waist, spreading across the muscular lines of his abdomen, maintaining his bent posture. Xie Lanzhi exuded an aura of deep-seated hostility that was almost explosive. The sound of the bedroom door being pushed open startled Qin Shu. His fierce, aloof gaze pierced through her like a sword of slaughter. Chapter 53. The seductive and irresistible Xie Tuan. A fierce gaze. Qin Shu was startled by the killing intent that rushed towards her. Her feet involuntarily retreated a few steps into the room. Xie Lanzhi, noticing that he had frightened her, quickly retracted the hostility surrounding him and apologized. Did I wake you? His hoarse and fatigued voice cracked slightly, yet it still couldn't conceal his unique and recognizable tone. Qin Shu realized that something was off with Xie Lanzhi. His entire demeanor had changed. The killing intent on him was heavy, filled with bloodshed, ruthlessness, and a faint sadness. All these traits melded together, emanating a strong and dangerous aura that seemed to devour everything. Qin Shu met Xie Lanzhi's deep, weary, and dangerous eyes. She said, her voice tense, no, I just woke up and heard you come back. Although the man's hostility had diminished significantly, the aggressive aura still lingered, sending a chill from the depths of her heart. Xie Lanzhi sensed Qin Shu's rejection and distance from him. He picked up a blood-stained coat and spoke coldly. I'll go wash up. Ah, okay. I'll make you breakfast. Qin Shu responded a beat too late, hastening towards the kitchen. Her hurried steps resembled someone fleeing out of fear. Xie Lanzhi, with his icy, wintry gaze, watched her slender figure disappear from view. A sudden pain surged in his back, causing him to frown in discomfort. He averted his gaze and turned to walk in the opposite direction. While he was washing up, Qin Shu quickly cooked a pot of steaming noodles. Sitting at the dining table in the living room, she lowered her brows, deep in thought. When a bathroom door made a noise, Qin Shu abruptly looked up. Xie Lanzhi emerged, wearing military green pants, drying his wet hair with a towel in one hand. His upper body was muscular, droplets of water tracing down his defined lines, soaking the edges of his pants. Every movement of the man contained a masculine beauty of strength, exuding a rich, hormonal scent. Qin Shu only noticed the pale wound on Xie Lanzhi's body. She immediately stood up. I made noodles, eat some, and I'll help you with your wound. Hearing her voice, Xie Lanzhi paused his action of drying his hair. His star-like deep eyes revealed a hint of surprise. Qin Shu's attitude had returned to how it was before, her words carrying a subtle closeness. Xie Lanzhi walked calmly to the dining table and sat down. Qin Shu placed the steaming noodles in front of him and handed him a pair of chopsticks. Her movements were natural, showing no trace of the previous panic. As Xie Lanzhi ate, he could clearly feel Qin Shu's hand, smeared with ointment, gliding over his back. It felt both soothing and numbing, igniting a ticklish sensation within him. Xie Lanzhi tightened his grip on the chopsticks, the muscles in his back tensing up. "Relax," a soft and alluring voice came from behind. Xie Lanzhi unconsciously eased up. But in the next moment, a delicate hand landed on his sensitive side waist, where there was a wound that appeared minor on the surface, but was actually deep. "This wound is getting infected. Why haven't you treated it?" Qin Shu squatted on the ground, her brows knitted tightly, her voice serious and soothing. As she spoke, her fragrant breath wafted over to the man's taut waist. Xie Lanzhi paused in his eating, mumbling, "The situation was urgent at the time. I didn't have time to handle it. But you can't just leave it. If you delay any longer, it will get infected." Qin Shu complained while quickly and steadily applying a thick layer of ointment evenly over the pale wound. Xie Lanzhi's tense body trembled uncontrollably. Qin Shu looked up and asked softly, "Does it hurt?" The man's expression was blank as he replied, "Not really." If it weren't for the slight tremor in Qin Shu's hands, one would see the fine beads of sweat forming on Xie Lanzhi's forehead. No one could tell that he was enduring a pain that was beyond what most could bear. The ointment in Qin Shu's hands was potent, and the stimulation it brought was significant. The more severe the wound, the more intense the pain from the medication would be. Seeing the man's face devoid of expression, Qin Shu softened her movements. Aside from the side of his waist, Xie Lanzhi didn't have any other serious injuries. However, the accumulation of minor wounds made his body feel hot. After Xie Lanzhi finished eating, Qin Shu brought over a bowl of fragrant medicinal soup. He leaned against the headboard, his eyes closed, his cold face shrouded in weariness. Qin Shu sat by the bed, presenting the soup to him. "Drink this before resting." Xie Lanzhi opened his unfathomable black eyes, took the bowl, and drank it in one gulp. A hint of surprise crossed his face as he said softly, "It's a bit sweet." This was the least bitter and somewhat sweet medicine he had ever had. Qin Shu squinted and smiled. "A little sweetness is good. It can improve one's mood." Xie Lanzhi was too repressed, carrying a heavy emotional burden. At this moment, a bit of sweetness could lighten his spirits. Xie Lanzhi's gaze flickered, staring at the empty bowl in his hand, remaining silent for a long time. Qin Shu took the empty bowl from his hands and casually asked, "Was the mission successful?" Aside from a few stragglers, everything went very smoothly. Xie Lanzhi lifted his eyelids and looked directly into Qin Shu's beautiful eyes. He seemed to want to say something, his face showing a rare expression of conflict. But in the end, he said nothing and slowly closed his mouth. Just because Xie Lanzhi was silent didn't mean Qin Shu wouldn't ask. She just approached it more delicately. If you're troubled by something, it's better to talk about it. Expressing it can make you feel better. Qin Shu had been paying attention to Xie Lanzhi, sensing the faint sadness hidden beneath his intense hostility. Her roundabout concern made Xie Lanzhi, leaning against the headboard, feel a warm current flowing into his heart. His expression softened slightly, and a barely detectable arc appeared on his thin lips, though it was fleeting. Xie Lanzhi's calm voice broke the silence. This mission went very smoothly. Ong Tuol was captured alive. Qin Shu nodded, becoming a quiet listener. He had planted a large field of toxic plants, managed by a group of children. By the time we arrived, they had all been dealt with. Qin Shu was taken aback. "What do you mean by dealt with?" Xie Lanzhi's eyes were filled with killing intent, as he said in a low voice. "They were all slaughtered. The entire hillside was stained with blood." Qin Shu's face turned pale, terrified by such cruel methods. "Those children are all gone?" "Not a single survivor." Xie Lanzhi's voice tightened, as if it were laced with ice. The killing intent around him surged again, and his eyes grew increasingly furious. He continued, "A large part of them were taken from us." Qin Shu's expression was a mix of shock and anger. "Beasts, a group of utterly rampant devils." Qin Shu finally understood where Xie Lanzhi's intense hostility came from. If it were her, she would probably have sent Ong Tuol straight to hell with a single needle. Anger colored Qin Shu's delicate brows and eyes, wishing she could tear Ong Tuol apart. Seeing her puffed-up demeanor, Xie Lanzhi chose to bury the next words deep within his heart. If Qin Shu knew that some of the children were willingly traded by their parents for money, she wouldn't know how angry she would become. As Xie Lanzhi lowered his gaze in silence, Qin Shu was pulled back to rationality by the sudden quietness from her fury. She looked at Xie Lanzhi, who had a blank expression and a slightly clenched jaw, knowing he didn't need any consolation. Having endured the baptism of war, Xie Lanzhi had witnessed far more brutal things than this. The past cruelty that happened to innocent children is hard to accept. Qin Shu opened her arms and casually asked, "Do you want a hug?" Xie Lanzhi glanced at her outstretched little arms. He answered with action, his strong arms wrapped around Qin Shu's slender waist, holding her in a warm embrace. Xie Lanzhi lay sideways on the bed, holding the petite Qin Shu, who exuded a delicate fragrance. "Stay with me for a while longer." His low, hoarse voice carried a barely perceptible fatigue and softness. Qin Shu responded with an almost inaudible hum, her thin back pressed against his steady heartbeat, counting the rhythm of the man's heart. Their breaths intertwined. In the warm atmosphere, an ambiguous flavor emerged invisibly. After Xie Lanzhi fell asleep, Qin Shu turned over, gazing at his strikingly attractive brows and eyes. The man's sleeping face was plain, warm, and gentle, yet also proud and aloof. No matter how gentle and harmless his expression, the inherent distance he maintained with strangers was indelible. Qin Shu couldn't help but reach out her hand, wanting to touch Xie Lanzhi's brows and eyes. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of a glaring mark. On the man's bare shoulder, there were bruises from teeth marks that still lingered. Qin Shu's memory instantly returned. She almost forgot that Xie Lanzhi had a mistress outside. Qin Shu's actions were quicker than her thoughts, struggling to escape the man's embrace. Sensing her restlessness, Xie Lanzhi's hand on her lower back gently patted her. His Adam's apple bobbed as he spoke in a dark, seductive voice, "Don't make trouble." Chapter 54. Holding her, fiercely seizing her sent Qin Shu, feeling quite helpless, stopped struggling. A long sigh echoed in the room. Qin Shu stared at Xie Lanzhi's sleeping face and had to admit one thing. She had progressed from being a face control to being obsessed with abs, then to being captivated by Adam's apple and voice. Until now, Qin Shu was certain of it. Xie Lanzhi had a face that could ruin nations, and very few women could resist him. His looks, physique, skin tone, and even every strand of hair pierced the heart. A demon. Qin Shu glanced at the man's elegant and handsome face, muttering quietly. After a while, her eyelids slowly closed. Sleeping Qin Shu didn't see Xie Lanzhi's tightly shut eyes, which slightly trembled. The corners of Xie Lanzhi's lips curled up, as if dreaming of something happy. He lay across Qin Shu's waist, his long-fingered hand skillfully pulling her into his embrace. A perfectly snug hug. It seemed they were deeply in love. The curtains were half drawn, and light poured through the gap, cascading over their tightly intertwined figures. The high value and warm scene was a visual treat. In the quiet space, 2 steady breaths echoed. Cough, cough. It hurts so much. Uncle, save me, I don't want to die. A frail body curled up on the blood-stained ground, emitting weak and violent coughs. Xie Lanzhi stepped in the blood and mud, watching the child on the ground, whose face was twisted in pain. A small hand stained with blood grasped Xie Lanzhi's military boot. Uncle, please save me. Captain, this child is not going to make it. Let's go. The desperate and tender voice, along with the urgent urging, rang in Xie Lanzhi's ears. Suddenly, the world spun. What Xie Lanzhi saw converged into a sea of blood. A blood-red waterfall flowed from the sky, and the thick blood on the ground rose, filling his military boots. Uncle, I miss home. Please save me, Uncle. It hurts so much. The child soaked in the river of blood, her originally clear eyes filled with silence and despair. Xie Lanzhi sniffed the salty scent of death and slowly crouched down. He softly said, "Be good, close your eyes. I'll take you home." The little girl obediently closed her eyes. Her breathing stopped. Xie Lanzhi picked up the light, weightless body and waded through the river of blood, crossing the blood-red waterfall. Behind him, on the blood-colored hillside, one after another, ragged and frail bodies crawled up from the ground. They stared eagerly at the direction Xie Lanzhi was leaving. Uncle, I want to go home too. Uncle, I miss my parents, I miss my sister. Uncle, I don't want to stay here, please take me home. One after another. The tender, tearful pleas rushed into Xie Lanzhi's ears. They turned into a sharp knife, stabbing fiercely at Xie Lanzhi's heart, as if an invisible hand was gripping his heart. Lying in bed, drenched in sweat, Xie Lanzhi suddenly opened his eyes. He breathed heavily, gasping for air. The fluctuating emotions could not calm down for a long time. In front of Xie Lanzhi flashed the hillside adorned with seductive red flowers, filled with the shadows of innocent souls. He seemed to still smell the rich scent of blood in the air. Xie Lanzhi's gaze lowered slightly, seeing Qin Shu lying in his arms, her sleeping face peaceful. He embraced her, burying his face in her delicate, fair shoulder, fiercely seizing her scent. The man, with a fierce aura, radiated suppressed, irritable, angry, and sad emotions. Xie Lanzhi regarded Qin Shu as a kind of spiritual painkiller. He desperately inhaled the tranquil fragrance that could soothe his emotions. The two did not kiss or engage in any crossing of boundaries. Yet, they expressed ambiguity and intimacy to the fullest. Xie Lanzhi invaded all territories belonging to Qin Shu with his own scent, like animals in nature marking their partner with their aroma. The overwhelming possessiveness was utterly irrational. In her sleep, Qin Shu, being held too tightly, let out a soft whimper. In an instant, Xie Lanzhi's rationality returned. The coldness in his eyes faded, replaced by a hint of gentleness. This touch of gentleness was quickly replaced by a tangible anger. On Qin Shu's pure and delicate arm, several glaring blood marks fell into Xie Lanzhi's dark eyes. He observed carefully for a moment, determining through the depth and direction of the scratches that Qin Shu had been scratched by someone from the front. Xie Lanzhi's face turned serious, and he quietly left the room. Half an hour after he left, Qin Shu groggily got up, her alluring eyes blurred, wearing a confused expression as if she didn't know what time it was. Sensing the lingering smell of blood in the air and the familiar cold aura, she opened her eyes slightly. Qin Shu glanced at the empty space beside her and called out towards the door. Xie Lanzhi? No one responded. Qin Shu got up and walked out of the bedroom. The living room was also empty. She frowned slightly and clicked her tongue. Really troublesome. Getting hurt and still running out. Qin Shu didn't know that Xie Lanzhi, upon seeing her arm's injury, had immediately gone to find Ammuti to question him. Qin Shu glanced at the time. It was well past lunchtime. She thought Xie Lanzhi wouldn't be coming back and didn't plan to cook anymore. She made a cup of malt milk and ate a piece of walnut pastry, then went to sort the medicinal herbs she had gathered from Tianying Ridge. The tianma, which had been drying for several days, was wrapped in newspaper and stored in a bag. This wild tianma is a precious medicinal material, especially the top-grade ones, which are priceless. Qin Shu had no intention of selling the cut and dried tianma. She was keeping it for her own use. She planned to go back into the mountains in the next couple of days to gather more herbs and replenish the ones she had missed last time. Sister-in-law, is Captain Xie at home? A familiar male voice came from behind. Qin Shu turned to look and saw Lang Yi, looking haggard as if he had aged 10 years. She fixed her gaze on Lang Yi's scruffy face and smiled gently, saying, "He went out, I don't know when he'll be back." Lang Yi stared at Qin Shu's delicate and fair face, his ears turning red. His posture stiffened, and feeling guilty, he lowered his head, speaking in a stammer. Thanks to Captain Xie's keen observation, we avoided irretrievable losses. I didn't know sister-in-law was from the same hometown as Qin Zhaodi, and now this matter involves sister-in-law. It's all my fault. My negligence almost let the enemy infiltrate our ranks. Stop, stop, stop. Qin Shu listened for a long time, but still didn't understand what Lang Yi meant. She smiled helplessly and said, "You don't need to beat around the bush. Just tell me directly what happened." Lang Yi raised his head to look at Qin Shu, the guilt in his eyes nearly spilling over. He nervously swallowed, saying, "The village chief from Yushan village is here. He wants to see you." Qin Shu's smile vanished. Lang Yi continued, "He seems to have some grievances against sister-in-law. If you don't want to see him, I can refuse him." The village chief not only had grievances against Qin Shu. The things that came out of his dirty mouth were simply unbearable. Huh! Qin Shu let out a cold laugh. Not directed at Lang Yi, but at that village chief who took himself too seriously. That old-fashioned man adhered to the feudal customs that women should follow their fathers when young, their husbands when married, and their sons when widowed. The moment Qin Zhaodi had an incident, he rushed over. His intentions were not good. Qin Shu sighed and said to Lang Yi, "If it were possible to refuse, you wouldn't be in such a difficult position." She put the herbs in the bamboo basket to continue drying and clapped her hands. "This matter can't be avoided. Wait for me here. I'll go change my clothes." Lang Yi visibly sighed with relief. "Thank you, sister-in-law." In the reception room, as Qin Shu and Lang Yi were about to enter, they heard Rude shouting from inside. "I don't understand what you're talking about. I only know that Zhao-Di is a good child. She wouldn't do the things you're accusing her of." Qin Shu walked to the doorway and glanced inside, where the speaker was squatting in the corner, smoking a pipe. This person was Xie Lanzhi, the village chief of Yushan village. A uniformed police officer stood in front of him, earnestly saying, "Please don't squat. Let us sit down and talk." Xie Lanzhi lifted his eyes and sneered. "Common people don't sit at the same table as officials. If you casually pin a charge on me later, I won't be able to leave." His sarcastic words made the faces of those inside and outside the room look rather grim. Qin Shu stepped inside, smiling as she said, "Uncle Wu, what brings you all the way here?" Upon seeing her, Xie Lanzhi's expression darkened instantly. He stood up, pointed at Qin Shu's nose, and shouted, "You ungrateful wolf! Despicable vixen! How dare you help outsiders bully our village? I should have drowned you when you were born." His sharp tongue left everyone stunned. Qin Shu had heard such words so many times that she had built up immunity. She smiled at Xie Lanzhi and effortlessly shut him down with a single sentence. "All right, stop flaunting your village chief authority here. Is Qin Zhaodi such a good sleeper? She is already married. Why can't you forget about her? Chapter 55. My wife is beautiful and virtuous, and her temperament is also good." Dressed in the uniform of the public security, Lang Yi, the soldier guarding outside the door. A single sentence from Qin Shu left Xie Lanzhi utterly humiliated, shocking everyone into silence. "What nonsense are you talking?" Xie Lanzhi's face turned extremely ugly as he shouted angrily, his eyes darting around the room in a panic. Feeling guilty, he misinterpreted the audience's looks as contempt. His anger intensified as he raised his wrinkled hand and pointed at Qin Shu's nose. "You little whore, do you really think that after marrying and leaving the village, you could do whatever you want? You were born in Yushan village, and you'll die as a ghost of Yushan village. If you want to return to your roots after death, then behave yourself." This idiotic, brainless, and outrageous statement was one Qin Shu had heard at least 80 times before. She rolled her eyes and retorted, "Is that for you to decide?" Xie Lanzhi raised his voice, "I am the village chief." Qin Shu scoffed, her tone dismissive. "Let's not even mention that you are just a village chief. Even if you were the town or county head, the Qin family would still treat you politely. The Qin family is highly respected in the village, town, and even the county. Firstly, because of the connections accumulated by her grandfather when he was alive, treating and saving people. Secondly, the Qin family, being a scholarly family, retains its dignity even if the clan has fallen on hard times. During the most difficult times, to protect both clan members and villagers, all the men of the Qin family with offspring fought against the enemy. 18 young men went to battle. None returned alive. One even died the night before the announcement of surrender. Upon hearing about the Qin family, Xie Lanzhi visibly shrank back. The Qin family is a prominent clan in Yushan village, not only holding strong family values, but also consistently united on major issues. Qin Shu did not want to discuss family matters further and glanced at Lang Yi, whose face was vividly expressive. She pointed at Xie Lanzhi, her red lips parting to unleash another thunderbolt. "Qin Zhaodi's first husband is your own nephew. The biological father of Qin Zhaodi's eldest son is this nearly 60-year-old Xie Lanzhi." Lang Yi's face turned green. Qin Zhaodi not only had an affair with Xie Lanzhi, but they also had a son. The other people in the room looked at Lang Yi with sympathy. Goodness, what a chaotic ethical relationship. Xie Lanzhi glared at Qin Shu, his anger palpable. "Shut up. I didn't do anything. Don't you dare put a hat on me. 'Cause I know." Qin Shu's beautiful eyes shifted slightly, a smile curling at the corners of her lips. Xie Lanzhi visibly panicked, not daring to speak again. Qin Shu's voice was soft and nonchalant. It was Qin Zhaodi who confessed it herself. Laowu's face turned deathly pale, his eyes wide open. Losing all his previous arrogance, he did not see the puzzled expressions of others in the room, because Qin Zhao had never mentioned this matter. The reason Qin Shu knew so clearly was from her previous life. After Qin Zhao died, her eldest son, who was turned into a eunuch by Lang Yi, was taken back home by Laowu. Not long after, the truth that he was Laowu's biological son was revealed. Seizing the moment while Laowu was in a daze, Qin Shu exchanged glances with Lang Yi and the public security officer. The officer in uniform stepped in front of Laowu and stated in an official tone, "We have evidence that Qin Zhao was a spy who stole information. She has admitted it herself. We are here to detain her today. Please sign here." Laowu, stripped of all dignity, trembled as he took the pen. Just as he was about to sign, a woman's heart-wrenching scream came from outside. "Let me go. I'm innocent. I want to see Lang Yi. I want to see our village chief." It was Qin Zhao, brought in by two public security officers, her hair disheveled and in a pitiful state. Qin Shu walked to the window, coldly observing Qin Zhao's desperate struggles, her gaze icy and merciless. Qin Zhao was quick to notice Qin Shu's attention. With a resentful glare at Qin Shu, her expression became even more deranged upon seeing Lang Yi beside her. "Qin Shu, you little whore, seducing countless men. You won't die a good death. Lang Yi, you bastard, you heartless scoundrel. How could you abandon your wife and children?" Amid Qin Sao furious curses. Laowu signed the arrest documents. Lang Yi stepped in front of Laowu, expressionless, and said firmly, "I want a divorce. Give me the introduction letter." In this era, a divorce required an introduction letter. Just as Laowu was about to refuse, he was met with Qin Shu's cold, piercing gaze. Suppressing his pent-up anger, he waved his hand, and the introduction letter was produced. At that moment, chaos erupted outside again. Qin Zhao attacked the public security officers, scratching one person's face before rushing towards the reception room. Qin Shu's pupils contracted sharply, and she shouted, "The mad dog is coming. Quickly shut the door." Qin Zhao's frenzied demeanor was even more dangerous than a mad dog. Blocked by armed soldiers outside, Qin Zhao yelled at the top of her lungs, "Qin Shu, you shameless seductress, come out here." Qin Shu lifted her chin slightly, smiling brightly. "You go out first and show us how it's done." Qin Zhao was so furious that she spat at her. "Pa!" With the introduction letter in hand, Lang Yi walked to Qin Shu's side, glaring fiercely at Qin Zhao. He raised the introduction letter, his tone carrying a hint of relief. "From today on, I have nothing to do with you." Finally free from this year-long torment of marriage, Qin Zhao's face changed dramatically as she looked back and forth between Lang Yi and Qin Shu. As if she realized something, she growled, "You two aren't having an affair, are you?" Upon hearing this, Lang Yi's face turned red with anger. Qin Zhao, as if possessed, opened her mouth to curse. "Oh good. Qin Shu, you've stolen a man right under my nose. You two are sneaking around behind my back and expect to kick me out? Not a chance." Qin Shu glared at Qin Zhao with cold eyes, warning in a chilling voice, "Watch your mouth." The more she tried to stop it, the more Qin Zhao got carried away, spewing even filthier words. "You dog couple, engaging in shameful acts, but not letting anyone speak about it. I want everyone to know about your scandal. Qin Shu, you shameless hussy who specifically seduces men. You filthy foot." The words that followed were so vulgar that they were hard to hear, knitting the brows of those present. Just as Qin Shu was about to retaliate, she suddenly noticed something and obediently closed her mouth. Qin Zhao wore a smug expression, sneering, "Aren't you good with words? Why aren't you talking now? Feeling guilty?" Just as she was basking in her triumph, a shadow fell from the sky. Ouch! Qin Zhao was hit squarely. She fell hard, her body nearly breaking. "Who the hell did this to me?" Qin Zhao's voice was extraordinarily loud, almost deafening. "Shut up, you shameless creature." A furious voice filled with murderous intent rang out from Qin Zhao's side. The familiar voice sent a chill down Qin Zhao's spine. She looked up to see a bruised and battered face. It was her lover, the lame Lulu, dressed in a dignified military uniform. Xie Lanzhi walked alongside Amut. Lulu was thrown over by Amut. Xie Lanzhi had heard all of Qin Zhao-De's insulting remarks. He coldly instructed AMUT to throw Lu over so they could confront each other. AMUT was clever enough to do so, but with a bit too much force, accidentally hitting Qin Zhao-De in the process. Xie Lanzhi stepped forward to Qin Zhao-De, lifting the tightly bound Lu and casually throwing him to the ground. His black eyes, capable of seeing through hypocrisy and lies, looked down at Qin Zhao-De, whose face was twisted in anger. My wife is beautiful and virtuous, and her temperament is good. You cannot defame her because of your jealousy. A deep and magnetic voice struck each word like a hammer on Qin Zhao-De's heart. It was clearly a gentle tone, yet it conveyed a dangerous warning. Qin Zhao-De met the man's obsidian-like dark eyes, and her heart was in turmoil. She trembled, her lips quivering as she stammered. She is just a seductress who lures men. Xie Lanzhi frowned slightly, a dangerous glint flashing in his narrow black eyes. He curled his lips coolly, his deep voice carrying a chilling danger that made one's scalp tingle. Words spoken by someone who colluded with spies and was unfaithful and marriage lacked credibility. Xie Lanzhi lifted his long, imposing leg and walked towards Qin Shu, who stood at the reception room door. What brings you here? Qin Shu smiled obediently at the approaching man. Xie Lanzhi lowered his eyelashes, his tone gentle. I heard that Qin Zhao-De is being uncooperative, so I sent the lame Lao Lu to confront her. He glanced at the bewildered Lang Yi, noticing the introduction letter in his hand, and spoke softly. The procedures need to be handled quickly, don't waste time. Lang Yi, feeling awkward, immediately responded, I'll go right away. He shot out like an arrow, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Qin Shu looked on in disbelief at Lang Yi's rocket-like departure. Xie Lanzhi shifted slightly to block her view and casually remarked, Lang Yi seems to be about the same age as you. Do you get along well? His voice was clear and smooth, with a subtle tone that hinted at displeasure. They were indeed the same age. Qin Shu, not picking up on it, nodded with a smile. As Xie Lanzhi's gaze darkened slightly, she added, Lang Yi runs really fast, like a leopard. Xie Lanzhi pressed his lips together. He clearly knew that Qin Shu and Lang Yi couldn't possibly have anything going on. Hearing her veiled praise for Lang Yi made Xie Lanzhi feel quite displeased. Amuti noticed this and cast a sympathetic glance at Qin Shu, sensing that she might be in for a rough time with Lan Ge. To prevent any unpleasantness between the two due to an outsider, he cheerfully walked up to Qin Shu. Sister-in-law, guess what just happened with Lan Ge and me? Qin Shu was indeed distracted, retracting her distant gaze and curiously asking, what happened? Amuti gleefully replied, Qin Zhao-De's 2 sons got beaten up. The elder son has a fracture, and the younger son has a broken leg. Chapter 56. The bare-chested Xie Lanzhi bewitches his wife. Qin Shu's expression was one of surprise, her beautiful eyes slightly widened. Is this what they call retribution? In her past life, Lang Yi had personally ruined 2 children. In this life, Lang Yi had deviated from his originally tragic path, leaving no reason for him to strike again. The 2 little beasts who had done nothing but bad things since childhood still could not escape their fates of being ruined. Qin Shu instinctively looked in the direction where Lang Yi had left. Even though there was no one there anymore, she still couldn't retract her gaze for a long time. This scene fell into the eyes of Xie Lanzhi and Amuti. Both of their expressions nearly cracked. Xie Lanzhi realized that Qin Shu truly cared about Lang Yi, and a sense of crisis surged within him. Amuti was worried about Qin Shu. Is she trying to cheat on Lanzhi in front of him? This is not good. Should he give Qin Shu a hint? She looks so good. Should he chase after her? A warm hand pinched Qin Shu's delicate chin. The man's deep and cold voice contained an imperceptible chill and displeasure. When Qin Shu looked up, she collided with Xie Lanzhi's deep and dangerous gaze. When he focused on someone, even if his eyes were fierce, one could still detect a hint of deep affection. Qin Shu's heart raced uncontrollably. She completely forgot the man's question. Her mind was filled with Xie Lanzhi's face, which brought both disaster and charm, along with his gentle and captivating eyes. The astonishment and daze in Qin Shu's eyes were clearly captured by Xie Lanzhi, dissipating some of his displeasure. Xie Lanzhi's rough fingertips gently caressed the delicate skin of Qin Shu's jaw. This affectionate and ambiguous action made Qin Shu's cheeks flush. Even her ears turned an enticing shade of pink. So many people were watching. Qin Shu coughed lightly to cover her embarrassment and pulled down Xie Lanzhi's hand. Feeling uneasy, she shifted her gaze, her flustered eyes fixed on a certain spot. Qin Shu was looking precisely in the direction where Lang Yi had left. Xie Lanzhi's gradually softening dark eyes were suddenly invaded by a chilling intent. He asked in a deep voice, "He's long gone. Why are you still looking?" "Huh?" Qin Shu looked up in surprise, her expression confused. Xie Lanzhi couldn't tell if she was pretending to be silly or genuinely didn't understand. He asked straightforwardly, "You care about Lang Yi a lot. Do you like him?" Two young people of the same age could easily spark a flame. They could go from curiosity to budding romance, and then to being deeply in love. Xie Lanzhi wasn't sure what kind of care Qin Shu had for Lang Yi, or if it was both. What? Qin Shu's expression cracked open. What does this have to do with her liking Lang Yi? Qin Shu glared with her beautiful eyes and, in a sweet yet fierce voice, said, "Repeat what you just said." As long as Xie Lanzhi dared to say it again, she would Cold War with him for 3 days. No, a whole week without speaking to him, and she wouldn't even cook for him. Seeing the anger in Qin Shu's eyes, Xie Lanzhi didn't know how to soften his stance. He maintained a cold expression, his tone firm and indifferent as he accused her. "After Lang Yi left, you looked at him 3 times in total, and you were absent-minded while talking to me." The accusation in his eyes conveyed 3 words. "You are cheating. Is that so?" Qin Shu's anger instantly diminished by over half. Did she really look at Lang Yi that many times? Ti chimed in, "Yes, I saw it too." Qin Shu's body stiffened, her expression a bit guilty and regretful. It was her fault for getting lost in her past life memories, causing misunderstandings. Heaven knows, Lang Yi was just a little kid in her eyes. Xie Lanzhi clearly observed the subtle changes in Qin Shu's expression, and his heart stirred slightly. Was he really that good-looking? His tone was as light as a sigh, tinged with a hint of disappointment. A handsome man with such a noble demeanor, surrounded by an air of grievance and sadness, would make anyone feel heartache. Especially for Qin Shu, who was a face control, her heart was tugged even more. Qin Shu's delicate brows slightly furrowed, and she blurted out an explanation. "He's not as good-looking as you. If we talk about the whole camp, there's no one more handsome than you. I just feel a bit sorry for Lang Yi. Don't think too much. I have nothing to do with him." No matter how many times she spoke sweetly, as long as it made Xie Lanzhi feel better, some things wouldn't be further scrutinized. Qin Shu's spontaneous flattery made Xie Lanzhi feel quite comfortable. However, he still wore a disappointed expression, his brows lowered and his moderately full lips pressed together. Seeing that Xie Lanzhi didn't believe her, Qin Shu took the initiative to grab his arm and gently shook it. "Really, you're taller, handsomer, and have a better figure than him." With her gently shaking arm and sincere praise, who could resist Qin Shu's charm? As the one being flattered, Xie Lanzhi almost couldn't hold back. He stared at Qin Shu's hand holding his arm, swaying back and forth, his Adam's apple rolling slightly, his gaze deepening. Just then, a piercing wail came from the reception room. "Who is it? Who hurt my son?" It was Lao-Wu's angry voice. Qin Shu released Xie Lanzhi's hand and rushed to the reception room door to see the commotion. Xie Lanzhi gazed at the wrinkled fabric on his arm where she had gripped it, his voice barely audible. "Little liar." Just moments ago, she had praised him to the skies, but the slightest disturbance drew her attention away. Having watched the entire awkward interaction, Ti approached Xie Lanzhi. "Lanzhi, were you just jealous?" Xie Lanzhi glanced at Ti, his tone questioning. "What do you think?" Ti nodded innocently. "I think so." Xie Lanzhi gave him a meaningful smile, his voice calm. "You're overthinking it." "Jealous? Impossible." He was just. Xie Lanzhi couldn't quite articulate it. There were too many factors involved, but he was definitely not jealous. To Ti, Xie Lanzhi's outright denial came off as being tsundere. After all, this young man was pursued by countless girls in the capital, expressing their desire to be with him. Yet Xie Lanzhi remained aloof, teaching them a lesson on safety in battle. Meanwhile, Qin Shu figured out the reason behind Lao-Wu's enraged wails. Qin Zhaodi's 2 children were severely injured and had been sent to the hospital, and the hospital had called the camp. Learning that his son had been maimed, Lao-Wu, who always favored his son over his daughter, could hardly accept it. He grabbed the police officer's hand, ordering, "You need to arrest the person who hurt my son. I want to see that person executed." Comrade, there are designated personnel for this matter, and we have official duties to attend to. You cannot leave. Comrade, please let go. Qin Shu watched as Lao struggled with the police officer, curling her lips. The little troublemaker has become a eunuch. She wondered who the hero was. Qin Shu wanted to say to that ruthless person, well done. Sister-in-law, Qin Zhaodi has been taken away. Amu Ti's voice came from behind Qin Shu. She turned around and found Xie Lanzhi was gone. Where's Xie Lanzhi? Amu Ti replied, Lanzhi went to see Master Luo. Ong Tua has been captured and needs to be interrogated, requiring senior officers to be present. Qin Shu didn't understand these procedures, but nodded as if she did. You said Qin Zhaodi has been taken away. Where will she be sent? Muti's face darkened, and he said coldly, the mistakes she made are very serious. She will be sent to a women's prison and will spend the rest of her life inside. Qin Shu thought this outcome was quite good. The wronged Lang Yi was free from a terrible marriage that had schemed against him. All the warriors who fought against the Ong Tua forces returned safely. Qin Zhaodi would spend her remaining years in prison, and her 2 children would no longer bully the innocent girl from her past life who had been hanged from a tree. It truly echoed the saying, good is rewarded with good, and evil with evil. It's not that retribution doesn't come, but the time has not yet arrived. With a smile on her face, Qin Shu fell into deep thought, unaware that Amuti was looking at her with sparkling eyes. Amuti felt that there was a very magical power about Qin Shu, ever since she exposed Qin Zhaodi's collusion with others. A series of events that followed developed in a positive direction. The biggest gain was that the team fighting against the Ong Tua forces did not suffer serious casualties. And then there was that kid, Lang Yi, who finally took off the green hat he had been wearing. All the credit for this should go to Qin Shu. Unfortunately, her words and actions had many loopholes and could not be made public. Qin Shu did not take credit for herself and did not feel that she had exerted much effort. From beginning to end, she had only moved her lips a little. Now that Qin Zhaodi's matter was finally over, Qin Shu smiled and said, you go ahead, I'm going home. She brushed past Amuti and walked toward the family quarters. Sister-in-law, wait. Amuti caught up and said in a low voice, sister-in-law, Lan Gu saw that you were injured and interrogated Sun Yuzhen at noon today. Qin Shu's hand, covered by her clothes, rested on her scratched arm. Her delicate skin had been scratched to the point of bleeding, and even a light touch sent a sharp pain through her. Qin Shu frowned slightly and asked, what did they find out during the interrogation? There must be some unexpected developments. Otherwise, Amuti wouldn't bring it up. Amuti's expression was somewhat unsightly as he dryly said, she just met with her lover. There's no big problem. Qin Shu paused her steps, her lips twitching. They've met with their lover, and it's still not a problem? Amuti replied, this matter is very obscure, and there's no substantial evidence. Zhao Yongqiang won't pursue it, so it has been downplayed. This was the first time Qin Shu encountered such a bizarre situation. She couldn't understand why Zhao Yongqiang, who was almost made a cuckold and on the verge of becoming an accidental father, would want to settle things quietly. Amuti coughed lightly and said, sister-in-law, I just wanted to let you know that Lange has released Sun Yuzhen. Luo Shi had someone detain Sun Yuzhen in the hospital ward, intending to keep her there for a while to make her behave. After Xie Lanzhi interrogated her, he directly released her. Qin Shu casually said, let her go. After all, she doesn't have any real issues. Seeing that she was not angry, Amuti let out a sigh of relief and advised, stay away from that woman for a while. She acts like a mad dog, biting anyone she sees. Got it. Qin Shu felt that Sun Yuzhen would probably not come to provoke her in the short term. Those 3 slaps at the health clinic should intimidate her for a while. That night, after finishing her wash, Qin Shu leaned against the head of her bed, flipping through a thick medical book when Xie Lanzhi, bare-chested, walked in. Qin Shu, focused on studying the medical book, initially didn't pay attention, until the book was snatched from her hands, closed, and thrown onto the wooden cabinet beside the bed. When Qin Shu looked up, the scene that met her eyes almost made her nose bleed. Chapter 57. Qin Shu drunk, her face blushing, feeling tipsy. Xie Lanzhi was wearing very little clothing tonight. So little that it seemed intentional. He was dressed in shorts that were very popular in Hong Kong at this time, accentuating his long legs, which appeared agile and strong. With broad shoulders and a narrow waist, his slim figure had just the right lines, each movement exuding a sense of powerful beauty. As Xie Lanzhi approached, a strong scent of hormones mixed with a hint of soap fragrance rushed towards her. Qin Shu's nose felt a bit itchy. She instinctively touched her nose, afraid she might actually have a nosebleed. Qin Shu quickly lowered her head and mumbled, "Why don't you wear some clothes?" Xie Lanzhi looked at her, biting her red lips lightly, her cheeks slightly flushed, her expression full of discomfort. He suddenly smiled, his expression intriguing. In an instant, Xie Lanzhi leaned in closer, his bare chest right in front of Qin Shu. Their distance closed rapidly, the space becoming narrow, and an undeniable ambiguity spread between them. Qin Shu's eyes widened, staring at the enticing muscles before her, holding her breath. Was he trying to seduce her? The warmth of the man's breath was still approaching. They were so close that it seemed they would embrace in the next second. Just as Qin Shu thought Xie Lanzhi was about to do something embarrassing, he threw his arm across her and grabbed the white short-sleeved shirt that was lying on the bed. He straightened up, quickly putting on his shirt, his thin lips slowly moving. "Zhao Yongqiang will be coming over soon. He is in a bad mood, so I'll drink a couple of glasses with him. His cool, detached voice carried a hint of nonchalance. Is that all?" Qin Shu looked confused and lost. It was hard to tell whether she felt disappointed or relieved. She quickly collected her emotions and kindly asked, "Should I fry some dishes for you guys?" Xie Lanzhi declined. "No need, I brought some snacks. And there are still some dishes left from dinner, enough for us." As he was putting on his shirt, he accidentally tugged at the injury on his waist, causing him to pause. Seeing Xie Lanzhi frown slightly, Qin Shu remembered that he was still injured. Her eyelids twitched. "You can't drink too much. It has to be in moderation, or else your wound will get inflamed and won't heal properly." Xie Lanzhi pulled down his shirt to cover the injury on his waist and said without looking up, "I just want to have a little, not too much." If it weren't for feeling sorry for Zhao Yongqiang's troubles, I wouldn't even let him in the door. Xie Lanzhi's gaze flicked to the medical book on the table as he reminded her, "Reading at night strains your eyes. Go to bed early." "Got it." Qin Shu covered her mouth with her hand and yawned. She slipped under the silk quilt, her voice soft and gentle. "When you go out, don't forget to turn off the light." "Okay." The footsteps gradually faded away. The light switch made a crisp sound, and the bedroom fell into darkness. After Xie Lanzhi left, it didn't take long for Qin Shu to fall into a deep sleep. In the middle of the night, she was awakened by a suppressed, sobbing sound. The muffled cries were not loud, but filled with heart-wrenching emotion, making one feel moved. Qin Shu climbed out of bed, rubbed her eyes, and looked sleepily at the closed door. "Brother, my heart. It hurts, I'm such a damn loser." It was Zhao Yongqiang, crying bitterly and intermittently lamenting. His voice came through the bedroom door into Qin Shu's ears. Xie Lanzhi's cool voice rang out, "You're not a loser. All the grievances you are bearing now are traded for saving many lives. Don't say you regret it now." "I don't regret it," Zhao Yongqiang shouted with vigor. "Who dares to say I regret it? I'll take him down." Xie Lanzhi turned back to glance at the bedroom, softly admonishing, "Keep your voice down. A Shu is sleeping." Burp. Zhao Yongqiang, his face flushed, let out a drunken belch. He looked enviously at Xie Lanzhi, speaking the truth after drinking. "Your wife doesn't have feelings for you, yet she takes care of you so well. She is a good woman." Xie Lanzhi shot him a glance, frowning slightly, and coldly replied, "Her goodness doesn't need you to mention. I'm just envious of you. You don't know my pain. 3 years. 3 years. In these 3 years, I couldn't even stand up. What kind of man am I? I'm worse than a coward." As Zhao Yongqiang spoke, his eyes reddened again. He lifted the wine glass on the table and downed it in one gulp. After Zhao Yongqiang's mood calmed a bit, Xie Lanzhi's deep voice sounded. 3 years ago, in that battle, you were seriously injured but held on until the rescue team arrived. Not only did you minimize our losses, but you also protected countless civilians behind you. The first-class merit medal is the organization's recognition of you. You are neither a loser nor a coward. You are a hero who deserves to be remembered." This acknowledgement from a rival made Zhao Yongqiang burst into tears like a dog. Woo-woo. He clung to Xie Lanzhi's arm, sobbing loudly. His heartbreaking cries were so infectious that they drew Qin Shu out of the bedroom. Qin Shu, draped in Xie Lanzhi's military jacket, quietly stepped out of the room. Leaning lazily against the doorframe, she observed Zhao Yongqiang, whose head was resting against Xie Lanzhi's arm. Wailing in pain, Xie Lanzhi noticed her immediately, his eyes filled with surprise. "Did I wake you?" Qin Shu replied, her voice a bit nasal. Upon hearing her voice, Zhao Yongqiang immediately sat up straight, his expression awkward as he turned his head to wipe away his tears. "Sister-in-law, do you want to join us for a drink?" Qin Shu walked toward the two of them, sitting beside Xie Lanzhi, her eyes sparkling with a gentle smile as she focused on Zhao Yongqiang. Under the gaze of such beautiful and enchanting eyes, Zhao Yongqiang's already flushed face turned as red as a monkey's butt. "Can you tell me about your specific dysfunction?" Qin Shu boldly asked. Xie Lanzhi abruptly turned his head, his handsome face filled with astonishment, his deep eyes staring at her. Zhao Yongqiang wished he could find a hole to hide in. What was this situation? As an older brother, he was being asked such a private question by a younger sister-in-law who was almost a decade younger than him. He felt utterly embarrassed. Qin Shu's question jolted Zhao Yongqiang awake from his drunken stupor. He leaned against the table to stand up, just as he was about to leave, when Xie Lanzhi's large hand pressed him down. He raised his eyes, staring intently at Zhao Yongqiang. "Shu's medical skills are quite good. Let her take a look at you. After all, you had varying reactions back then." In just a few days, Qin Shu had restored his various functions to normal. Zhao Yongqiang looked at him with a face that said he was crazy. "You haven't even finished a glass of wine tonight, and you're already drunk?" Xie Lanzhi's breath caught for a moment, and he said impatiently, "If she wants to see you, let her see you. Don't waste time." He stood up and forcefully pressed Zhao Yongqiang down onto the chair. "No, this isn't suitable. I'm fine." Zhao Yongqiang quickly refused, knowing he had to save face. His refusal was ineffective. Qin Shu's fair and delicate hand was already on his wrist. The pulse is deep. The superficial pulse is thin. The flow of qi and blood is obstructed, leading to deficiencies in yin and yang, and thus causing the channels to be weak. The straightforward words left Zhao Yongqiang unable to lift his head. Even Xie Lanzhi felt a bit awkward. Qin Shu, a young girl, spoke these words with a straight face, giving off an impression of being very knowledgeable. It seemed she was well-versed in the male body structure. To Zhao Yongqiang, who was looking down, she said, "Open your mouth and stick out your tongue." Zhao Yongqiang, feeling embarrassed, couldn't lift his head and refused to comply. Qin Shu exchanged a glance with Xie Lanzhi, who kicked Zhao Yongqiang lightly. "Just do it. I guarantee you'll regain your vigor." Her tone was serious, yet carried a hint of temptation. "Really?" Zhao Yongqiang suddenly raised his head. Without needing Xie Lanzhi to speak, Qin Shu provided the answer. "It's not a big problem. A course of medication will restore it." With the wine buzz hitting him again, Zhao Yongqiang decided to follow whatever Qin Shu said next. After a round of observation and questioning, Qin Shu removed her hand from feeling Zhao Yongqiang's pulse. "It's not a big problem. Mainly, you have quite a few internal injuries that need to be treated. We also need to address your impotence issue, but the treatment cycle is relatively long, and you won't see significant effects until about a month later. Most of the herbs needed are quite common, but a few are tricky and will need to be sourced fresh. The treatment costs around 150 to 6. If you agree, I will write you a prescription." Once she entered her professional mode, Qin Shu seemed like a different person. Her businesslike tone and professional attitude were very convincing. Zhao Yongqiang swallowed hard and asked in a tense voice, "Sister-in-law, you're not just trying to cheer me up, are you?" Qin Shu shot him a cold glance. "What benefit do I get from cheering you up? Considering Xie Lanzhi's sake, I'm only charging you for the cost of the herbs and not taking any treatment fees." She yawned sleepily, glancing at the wine and food on the table, and added, "You can't drink alcohol during the treatment." Okay. Zhao Yongqiang hurriedly nodded. Seeing his excited demeanor, Qin Shu quietly muttered, "It's not a big deal. Why cry so badly in the middle of the night?" Her voice was barely audible. Only she could hear it. Because Zhao Yongqiang cried so pitifully, Qin Shu thought he was born impotent, the hardest condition to treat. Little did she know, it was just a functional disorder caused by injuries. This situation was something Qin Shu could easily heal. Zhao Yongqiang was so excited he became incoherent. "Sister-in-law, thank you. I will never forget your great kindness. From now on, you are my dear sister-in-law. I'll go home and get you the money right now." He turned and ran out, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Xie Lanzhi, with a helpless expression, said to Qin Shu, I'll go check on him. Given Zhao Yongqiang's state, he might very well fall asleep on the way. After Xie Lanzhi left, Qin Shu, feeling bored, noticed half a cup of white wine belonging to Xie Lanzhi on the table. She bent down to look for something on the ground. Soon, she found a plain-looking wine box under the table. Picking it up, she spotted the words "Special Brew from Certain Hall" on it. Having developed a good tolerance for alcohol in her previous life, Qin Shu felt a bit tempted. Special brews from this era couldn't be bought even with money. You also needed power. Slowly, Qin Shu reached for the wine glass on the table. Half an hour later, just as Xie Lanzhi walked through the door, his face flushed. Qin Shu, under the influence of alcohol, pointed at his nose and exclaimed, "Tell me, who is your mistress outside?" Chapter 58. The Scheming Leader Xie. Shu is in trouble. Qin Shu's expression was fierce, her voice both delicate and charming, completely lacking in lethality. Affair? Xie Lanzhi stared at the swaying Qin Shu with a puzzled look, her face slightly flushed and unsteady. "What nonsense are you talking about? I don't have an affair." He walked directly to Qin Shu's side, wanting to help her to the bedroom to rest. Xie Lanzhi, who had come back ready to sleep, felt quite complicated upon encountering a little drunkard. "Don't touch me." Qin Shu pouted her red lips, gazing at Xie Lanzhi with seductive eyes. The faint scent of alcohol wafted from her lips as she questioned him fiercely. "Honestly confess, who is your affair?" Xie Lanzhi stared into her hazy eyes, as if trying to lure someone's soul away. His voice was hoarse as he coaxed her gently. "No, I don't have an affair. I'm going back to sleep." He tentatively approached Qin Shu. Unexpectedly, Qin Shu lunged directly into his arms. Afraid she would fall, Xie Lanzhi stepped forward and opened his arms to catch her. Qin Shu tugged at the man's sleeve, pointing at the lighter-colored bite marks on his arm. "Then what is this?" Xie Lanzhi held Qin Shu's waist with one hand and looked down at the bite mark being poked by her delicate fingers. This glance almost made him laugh in anger. "So that is how it is." No wonder Qin Shu kept insisting he had an affair. Xie Lanzhi pulled Qin Shu closer, their bodies pressed tightly together. He pinched her chin, bringing her closer to his arm, his deep voice carrying a hint of danger. "Take a good look. Who exactly left this bite mark?" Qin Shu's pupils were unfocused, as she shook her head slightly, staring dazedly at the neat little bite mark. A soft hum of protest escaped her lips. "Who knows who your affair is?" Although she said this, her slightly intoxicated peach blossom eyes were filled with thick accusation. Seeing that Qin Shu was quite drunk, Xie Lanzhi thought to himself that he was talking to a drunkard. When Qin Shu tried to break free from his embrace, Xie Lanzhi lifted her by the waist and walked toward the bedroom. Qin Shu wrapped her arms around his neck, tilting her head to ask Xie Lanzhi, "Where are you taking me?" "To sell you," Xie Lanzhi joked. Drunk Qin Shu didn't hear him. She was captivated by the perfect contours of the man's face, his exquisitely defined profile. Qin Shu swallowed hard, murmuring dreamily, "So beautiful, it's making me a bit thirsty and a bit hungry." The two words, barely audible, reached Xie Lanzhi's ears, causing him to pause momentarily. He looked down at the stunningly dazed Qin Shu in his arms. No matter how beautiful, it's still someone else's." Suddenly, Qin Shu got angry. She turned her head away, no longer looking at Xie Lanzhi. Her cute, proud little gesture made him want to laugh. Xie Lanzhi quickened his pace, kicked the bedroom door open, and rushed to the bedside. He placed Qin Shu on the bed, leaned over her, and pushed his arm in front of the little drunk cat. "Take a good look. This is what you bit. I don't have an affair. All I have is you. This wild cat that I can't tame." Qin Shu's red lips slightly parted, her eyes wide in surprise as she stared at the bite marks in front of her. Her dark eyes remained fixed, looking very serious. Just when Xie Lanzhi thought she might remember something, Qin Shu slowly spoke up. "I don't believe it." Immediately, a familiar dull pain shot through Xie Lanzhi's arm. Qin Shu was biting him again. Xie Lanzhi let out a hiss, his tense body pressing heavily against Qin Shu. "Ow, that hurts." He pressed down on Qin Shu, causing her delicate brows to furrow, and she immediately released her bite. Qin Shu's charming eyes glistened with a layer of moisture, instantly exuding a different allure. But she still saw the two identical bite marks on Xie Lanzhi's arm through the mist. Qin Shu's expression relaxed as she suddenly wrapped her arms around Xie Lanzhi's neck. "It's great. I'm not the third party." Her soft, drunken voice whispered in Xie Lanzhi's ear, making his heart race. He looked down in surprise, seeing Qin Shu's genuinely relaxed smile, which filled his vision. Her lips curved slightly, her eyes hiding a wild and untamed charm, revealing her most authentic self deep down. Such a woman, soft on the outside, yet strong within, completely satisfied a man's desire for conquest. Xie Lanzhi felt a gentle breath brushing against his neck, the unique, faint fragrance lingering in his nose, refusing to dissipate. He gazed at the lazy, enchanting Qin Shu, whose beauty captivated the soul, his breath deepening. Then he heard a low hum from her. "You're so heavy." Qin Shu's soft, drunken words rang in Xie Lanzhi's ears, stirring his heart. But she seemed unaware, her face innocent and confused, her eyes appearing to have hooks. Every aspect of her voice, every charming expression, was irresistibly enticing. By the time Xie Lanzhi regained his senses, his lips had already landed on Qin Shu's flushed face. The temperature in the room grew increasingly high. After an unknown amount of time, Qin Shu felt a wave of pain in her chest. She pouted her red lips, softly calling out, "Xie Lanzhi, my chest hurts." Qin Shu felt an indescribable heaviness, as if an invisible hand was tightly gripping her heart, making it impossible to escape. It was heavy and suffocating, making her feel like she couldn't breathe. Is this the aftereffect of intoxication? Xie Lanzhi lifted his head, his deep, shimmering black eyes fixed on the aggrieved little expression of Qin Shu. The fire in his heart was instantly doused with a bucket of cold water. Rationality returned to Xie Lanzhi, and he recalled how Qin Shu had been bullied before. In a dangerous situation, Xie Lanzhi propped himself up on the edge of the bed and hurriedly got up to leave. Lying in bed, Qin Shu was suddenly hit by a cold breeze, mumbling complaints about the cold. Unconsciously, she tightened her loose clothing. Qin Shu wouldn't know that. In her state of confusion, she had been easily ensnared by Xie Lanzhi. Fortunately, she was drunk, completely unaware of what had happened. Qin Shu soon fell asleep, her slightly parted lips murmuring incoherent words. However, the name Xie Lanzhi was pronounced particularly clearly. The next day, Qin Shu woke up with a splitting headache, feeling as if she had been hit with a blunt object. She opened the drawer of the bedside cabinet, took out a dried herb from a black wooden box, and began to chew it hard. The bittersweet taste spread in her mouth, relieving her headache considerably. Just as she sighed in relief, she looked down and saw the marks all over her body. Hours later, they had changed color, making her look as if she had been abused. Fragments of last night's drunken memories floated in Qin Shu's mind. She suddenly widened her eyes, instinctively touching her chest. "Ow, that hurts." Qin Shu sat up straight, her back to the door, pulling down the straps of her nightgown. The horrifying fingerprints that met her eyes were shocking. Qin Shu's gaze went blank. No wonder it hurt so much. Xie Lanzhi's strength was indeed too much. Before her anger could rise, her expression changed. "Wait, I wasn't wearing this last night. Who changed your clothes?" Chapter 59. Exposed shoulder bite marks. Do you remember what happened last night? Aside from Xie Lanzhi, there shouldn't be anyone else. Thinking about being seen by Xie Lanzhi and being ravaged like this, Qin Shu's face turned both shy and angry. However, this was a misunderstanding of Xie Lanzhi. He, who had never touched a woman, had deliberately turned off the lights last night and fumbled in the dark to help her change clothes. After using his hands to understand Qin Shu's body structure, Xie Lanzhi was forced to take a cold shower. Until dawn, he didn't dare to return to the bedroom. Qin Shu checked herself and, relieved to find that she hadn't lost her virginity, decided to teach the opportunistic Xie Lanzhi a lesson. After alleviating her hangover, Qin Shu carried a bamboo basket and entered Tunying Ridge alone. Having been here in her previous life, she headed straight for the slope where she had discovered wild Tianma. This trip turned out to be a disaster. Xie Lanzhi finished his morning training and returned home, only to find Qin Shu missing, nearly digging up the entire camp in search of her. Tunying Ridge. Qin Shu squatted on the sunlit slope, putting the dug-up wild Tianma into the bamboo basket. She stood up, wiped the sweat from her forehead with the back of her hand, and surveyed her surroundings. After a while, she shouldered the bamboo basket and walked confidently to the left. Following her memories from her previous life, Qin Shu walked for nearly an hour and arrived at a steep cliff. leaning over to look down the high and steep cliff. She saw more than 10 blooming Dendrobium candidum. Tianying Ridge truly deserved its name as the mountain of herbs, with a plethora of medicinal plant varieties. Dendrobium candidum is one of the 9 great medicinal herbs. In a few years, it would be classified as a key protected endangered medicinal plant. There are many types of Dendrobium, and the more than 10 plants she discovered were of top quality in both species and medicinal efficacy. She placed the bamboo basket down, stretched her fingers, and skillfully climbed down the cliff. During this time, Qin Shu almost stepped into thin air twice, but with her agile skills and practiced movements, she reached the rocks growing Dendrobium candidum. After bringing the precious herbs back up, it was already an hour later. It was close to noon. Qin Shu, dirty all over, touched her stomach. She shouldered the bamboo basket again and walked through the dense forest full of wild fruits. After eating a few fruits, she continued on her journey to collect medicinal materials. Thanks to her previous life experience, Qin Shu gained a lot this time in the mountains, filling her bamboo basket with valuable herbs. Though these herbs looked unremarkable, they could be exchanged for top-notch luxury apartments in major cities in the future. Even now, they could be traded for a courtyard house in Beijing, albeit a smaller one. Qin Shu didn't intend to sell all these herbs for money. With wild herbs nearing extinction in the future, artificially cultivated herbs were too inferior. She planned to keep these herbs for personal use, preserving them for decades using the unique preservation method of the Qin family. On her way back, Qin Shu discovered a patch of ground covered in plants resembling white bean sprouts. She immediately recognized them as Wuling ginseng seedlings, indicating that there was Wuling ginseng underground. It could replace a certain herb for treating Zhao Yongxiang. Qin Shu stood in place, biting her lip, showing signs of hesitation. It was getting late. In another hour or two, the sun would set. She hadn't even said a word before entering the mountains, not knowing whether Xie Lanzhi was looking for her. Qin Shu suddenly realized that her reckless behavior of entering the mountains was immature and impulsive. She decided to temporarily give up on this patch of Wuling ginseng and come back to dig it later. However, plans couldn't keep up with changes. On her way down the mountain, she encountered Xie Lanzhi, Muti, Zhao Yongxiang, and Lang Yi, who had come looking for her. The group was fully armed, their expressions unusually serious, and their aura was tense. The sound of Qin Shu stepping on the dry branches startled them, and the weapons in their hands immediately pointed at her. With her dirty and disheveled appearance, Qin Shu looked completely unrecognizable. Xie Lanzhi recognized her and was the first to lower his weapon. He rushed to Qin Shu, his long legs wrapped in military pants, striding before her, suppressing the anger in his eyes as he scrutinized her. "Did you encounter any danger? Are you hurt?" Qin Shu looked too disheveled, like she had rolled around in the dirt. "What are you doing here?" Qin Shu looked up at the man before her, her expression filled with surprise. Then she added, "I'm fine. I didn't encounter any danger, and I'm not hurt." Upon learning that she was okay, Xie Lanzhi's cold expression instantly darkened, and his deep, ink-like eyes brewed a storm of danger. "Why didn't you say anything before going into the mountains? Do you know how dangerous it is to go into the mountains alone? This isn't a joke, with your small arms and legs. Even a dangerous beast would find you easy prey. If something really happened, I wouldn't even be able to find your body." The man's expression was stern, his voice cold as iron, and his gloomy eyes fixed on Qin Shu. In the month they had been together, Xie Lanzhi had always been measured and had never lost his temper. His sudden outburst left Qin Shu stunned. At first, her expression was blank, but soon her eyes reddened, and tears uncontrollably streamed down her face. Damn it, she really didn't want to cry, but even the slightest emotional trigger would make her face flush. Once stimulated, her tear-prone constitution would become even more uncontrollable. Seeing Qin Shu's eyes turn red, the anger on Xie Lanzhi's face instantly vanished. As he observed the tears sliding down her face, he stiffened slightly, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes. He spoke tightly to remedy the situation. "Don't cry. I won't yell at you anymore." His words were dry, tinged with a bit of panic and uncertainty. Qin Shu, reflecting on herself, noticed this and raised her hand to punch Xie Lanzhi's chest. "Can't you speak nicely? Why shout? You scared me." Her voice, tinged with sobs, sounded soft and gentle. There was little complaint, more like a statement. Xie Lanzhi pressed his lips together tightly, unable to say a word. The moment Qin Shu's eyes turned red, his heart softened. The instant tears began to fall, he couldn't bear to scold her even a bit. But he didn't believe he was being harsh. He thought it was justified. The dangers of Tianying Ridge were unimaginable. Even a small cut could attract beasts with the scent of blood. Qin Shu, with her petite frame, could easily be in danger in the mountains. Sister-in-law, we finally found you. Zhao Yongqiang stepped forward, alleviating the tension between the two. You don't know how worried Xie Tuan found you missing. He was almost digging the camp 3 feet deep. Muti stepped forward. Sister-in-law, are you okay? Brother Lianji made quite a fuss looking for you. Following closely behind, Lang Yi added, because of this, Captain Xie was even made to write a 5,000-word self-reflection. Upon hearing that Xie Lanzhi had to write a self-reflection because of her, Qin Shu paused in her actions of hitting the man, her fierce expression fading away. Reflecting on Xie Lanzhi's earlier words, while his tone had been harsh, every word conveyed his concern for her. A wave of guilt surged in Qin Shu's heart, and she turned her head to wipe away her tears. In a low voice, she said, I'm sorry for making you worry. Thoughts of teaching Xie Lanzhi a lesson were completely cast aside. Qin Shu decided that after returning, she would prepare a nourishing meal to properly take care of Xie Lanzhi. Xie Lanzhi, already softened by her apology, felt the last trace of anger dissipate upon hearing her remorseful words. He reached out to gently wipe away the 2 streaks of dirt on Qin Shu's face that had been washed away by her tears. His actions clumsy, yet filled with tenderness. You went into the mountains to collect herbs? Xie Lanzhi's voice, now devoid of anger, flowed gently into Qin Shu's ears. She seemed to recall something and suddenly looked up at the man whose expression had softened slightly. I found a patch of wooling ginseng. I was planning to dig it up. I was worried it would get too late and you would be anxious, so I gave up. Since we stumbled upon such good herbs, why don't we dig up that patch of wooling ginseng before we leave? Xie Lanzhi's eyes deepened slightly, and he asked softly, are you worried that I would be anxious, so you gave up? Qin Shu, with red eyes, nodded vigorously. Xie Lanzhi couldn't help but smile, the corners of his lips curving up. He raised an eyebrow and said, then let's not waste time. Let's dig out that black spirit ginseng and go down the mountain. Qin Shu didn't expect Xie Lanzhi to be so easy to coax, and immediately led a few people back the same way. The area occupied by the black spirit ginseng was about 4 to 5 square meters. It would take Qin Shu 2 to 3 hours to dig it out alone. With the help of 4 men, they managed to dig up all the underground black spirit ginseng before dark. The black spirit ginseng has effects such as replenishing energy and strengthening the kidneys. It can be used in medicine, for making soup, for brewing wine, or can be eaten directly. The largest black spirit ginseng that Qin Shu dug out weighed nearly a pound, while the smaller ones were about the size of a pinky finger. There were so many black spirit ginseng that the bamboo basket couldn't hold them all. Xie Lanzhi took off the inner lining of his military uniform and packed the ginseng to take with him. On the way down the mountain, they encountered a group of wild chickens. Xie Lanzhi, who was carrying the bamboo basket, and Zhao Yongqiang, who was holding the ginseng, almost acted simultaneously. The two pulled out thumb-sized stones from their pockets and quickly threw them at the flock of chickens. 2 wild chickens that had flown into the air fell to the ground one after the other. Zhao Yongqiang glanced at Xie Lanzhi and teased, your speed is impressive. You must have been practicing a lot lately. He shifted his gaze downward, scanning Xie Lanzhi's abdomen, hinting at something. Xie Lanzhi slightly curled his lips, implying that even without practice, he was still faster than Zhao Yongqiang. The sarcasm was evident, and his eyes carried a hint of disdain. Zhao Yongqiang noticed Xie Lanzhi's deliberate show-off and pointed at him from a distance, saying, you can only talk big. Do you think I can't see that you're still a? That last word was swallowed by Zhao Yongqiang as he caught sight of Qin Shu. He almost forgot that there was a woman present. Xie Lanzhi picked up on Zhao Yongqiang's unspoken meaning and shot him a warning glance. Qin Shu didn't realize that the two were bantering, and after the flock of chickens flew away, she picked up the 2 unconscious wild chickens. After that, the journey went smoothly. Before dark, the group safely returned to the family compound. Qin Shu took the bamboo basket off Xie Lanzhi's shoulder and said to Amyuti, Zhao Yongxiang, and Lang Yi, "You all don't go back. Stay for dinner. I'll make you stewed wild chicken tonight. I also picked quite a few mushrooms and dug some bamboo shoots during the day to make delicious food for you." Zhao Yongxiang laughed and said, "Then I won't be polite. Thank you, sister-in-law." Amyuti and Lang Yi echoed him in unison. Qin Shu quickly finished washing up and headed straight to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Tonight's meal was very lavish. Black spirit ginseng stewed wild chicken, bamboo shoots stir-fried with meat, small fried mushrooms, garlic stir-fried greens, black spirit ginseng stir-fried with wild boar meat, and a steamed egg custard, along with a large bowl of steamed rice. 6 dishes, 1 pot of chicken soup, and a large bowl of white rice. The abundance of food was comparable to a New Year's Eve dinner. Qin Shu ate half a bowl of rice and drank a bowl of chicken soup before getting up from the table. She took the bamboo basket containing the herbs to the kitchen and sorted the herbs separately. In the living room, Zhao Yongxiang and the others praised Qin Shu's cooking skills while enjoying their meal. When they all left, Qin Shu finished organizing the herbs. Seeing Xie Lanzhi tidying up the dining table, she stepped forward to stop him. "I'll clean up. You go wash up." It was a simple task. Xie Lanzhi took the bowls and dishes into the kitchen. When he came out, he was holding a net bag containing cans and malted milk powder. Xie Lanzhi then pulled out a thick stack of cash from his pants pocket and handed it to Qin Shu. "This is all from Zhao Yongxiang earlier." Qin Shu took the money and immediately said, "It's too much." Xie Lanzhi's voice was gentle, 200 exactly, including the treatment fee. Zhao Yongxiang said that when he fully recovers, he will give a heavy gift in appreciation. "Then I'll wait for his heavy gift." Qin Shu's face was filled with a confident smile, determined to heal Zhao Yongxiang. After discussing this, Xie Lanzhi suddenly began to take off his clothes. Qin Shu was startled. "What are you doing? We were just talking nicely. Why are you taking off your clothes?" Xie Lanzhi draped his jacket over a chair, revealing 2 bite marks on his shoulder, one deep and one shallow. He stared at Qin Shu with a mysterious look in his eyes. "Do you still remember what happened last night?" Chapter 60. Did I really bite him? Qin Shu looked at the bite mark on Xie Lanzhi's arm and exploded on the spot. This person was having an affair and still thought it necessary to report to her. Qin Shu forced a smile and retorted, "What should I remember? Remember that Xie Lanzhi didn't completely take me? Or that he went out in the middle of the night to find his lover to relieve his desires?" Xie Lanzhi's eyes narrowed slightly, instantly discerning that Qin Shu had forgotten about biting him last night. He brought the bite mark on his arm close to her eyes, just a few centimeters away. "Take a good look at this bite mark. Is it exactly the same?" Qin Shu rolled her eyes secretly. Of course it's the same. It came from the same person. But she couldn't help but wonder if Xie Lanzhi had more than one lover. She stared at the man suspiciously, her expression hard to describe. Xie Lanzhi's eyelids twitched, and he asked, "Have you remembered?" Qin Shu looked puzzled and impatiently replied, "Remember what? Can you be clearer?" Xie Lanzhi took a deep breath, clamped her chin with one hand, and enunciated, "This is a bite you gave, there is no lover." Qin Shu's eyes widened in shock. She quickly reacted and retorted, "Impossible." Qin Shu remembered clearly that the day after Xie Lanzhi mistakenly ate mutton and made her cry, she suddenly had bite marks on her body. That night, Xie Lanzhi's desires had been terrifying, and she was too aware of it. It was just that it was a struggle, and the process was very torturous. They couldn't achieve the best experience of unity of body and mind. Although she was drunk last night, she vaguely remembered some images. Xie Lanzhi held her tightly, biting her neck until there was hardly a good spot left. Even her arms had numerous marks all over them. It was evident that the man had desires again last night. Xie Lanzhi didn't touch her, which meant he must have gone to find his lover. Qin Shu believed her reasoning was correct, but it was unfair for Xie Lanzhi to slander her. Xie Lanzhi clearly saw the anger, disdain, and subtle detachment on Qin Shu's face. Not to mention, Qin Shu's reasoning seemed to have taken a wrong turn again. To prove his point, Xie Lanzhi brought the arm with 2 bite marks close to Qin Shu's mouth. "This is what you bit. If you don't believe me, bite again for comparison." The man's gritted teeth voice made Qin Shu's certainty begin to waver. She carefully examined the muscular arm in front of her, staring at the 2 identical bite marks. Unable to help herself, Qin Shu reached out and gently touched the bite mark, feeling increasingly guilty. One of the bite marks had a bloody imprint, clearly left by sharp teeth. The position was just like her canine teeth. After hesitating for a long time, Qin Shu weakly asked, "Did I really bite him?" She had no memory of it at all. Xie Lanzhi took a deep breath, his voice low, "You should bite again." Until this matter was clarified, not only would Qin Shu be suspicious, but he also couldn't endure being wronged like this. After being innocent for more than 20 years, suddenly being accused of improper conduct, who could he explain this to? Qin Shu glanced at Xie Lanzhi, feeling a little restless. "So, I really did bite?" She wanted to understand what had happened. If Xie Lanzhi had no lover, that would be great. After all, she didn't want to be a third party. If the truth came out someday, she would be the executioner who intervened in a loving relationship. Xie Lanzhi gazed at her solemnly and succinctly said, "Bite." If this matter was not resolved today, neither of them could settle down. Qin Shu hugged Xie Lanzhi's arm, opened her delicate lips, and bit lightly under the 2 bite marks. Xie Lanzhi felt nothing, as if a nail just scratched him. Compared to the previous 2 bites, this one felt like a tickle. Qin Shu released her mouth, staring blankly at the 3 identical bite marks. It really was her bite. The so-called lover turned out to be me. Xie Lanzhi had never had anyone else. It had always been her. Qin Shu's mind exploded, and her brain went blank. Not knowing how to place her hands and feet, she felt awkward and embarrassed. Her toes could dig out a courtyard. Seeing Qin Shu's guilty look as she lowered her head, Xie Lanzhi knew that the matter had finally been clarified. He rubbed his arm, which felt as if it had been kissed, dispersing the tingling sensation in his heart. Xie Lanzhi spoke earnestly. "In the future, if there's anything, you must speak up. Don't wait until misunderstandings deepen and cause more serious conflicts. Most of the time, I'm busy with work and training, and I don't have time to comprehend many things." He reached out and patted Qin Shu's head, adding gently, "Military families are mostly like this. You've worked hard." Qin Shu felt like she was going to be consumed by Xie Lanzhi. Clearly, it was her fault, but he was the one comforting her. Qin Shu sighed inwardly and obediently replied, "Got it. Let us go back. I need to take a shower." Xie Lanzhi pinched her reddened earlobe and turned to leave. Qin Shu touched her earlobe that had been pinched by the man, watching Xie Lanzhi's broad, muscular back, with a wide top and narrow bottom. His inverted triangle shape radiated a sense of security. If Xie Lanzhi had no lovers and his lifestyle was clean, it seemed she didn't need to insist on a platonic marriage anymore. However, as soon as this thought emerged, Qin Shu forcefully suppressed it. No way. Xie Lanzhi's external conditions were simply too terrifying. For the sake of her life, Qin Shu shook off the thoughts in her mind. The next day, after having breakfast, Qin Shu asked Xie Lanzhi how to mail items home while applying medicine to his back. Upon learning that someone from the army went to Yunjuan City every day, Qin Shu handed Xie Lanzhi a letter and 200 yuan in cash. "I've been away from home for a month, so I wrote a letter and included this money to send back." "Okay." Xie Lanzhi took the money in the envelope, then asked, "Is there anything else?" Qin Shu, eager to dry the herbs she collected yesterday, waved her hand and replied, "No." As soon as she left the room, Xie Lanzhi went to the wardrobe, took out 1,000 yuan in cash, and combined it with the 200 he had. He stood silently in front of the wardrobe for a few seconds, then took out a lot of food coupons. He then turned and went to the storage cabinet. Xie Lanzhi pulled out a net bag and filled it with several cans. Milk powder, brown sugar, and candies. When he stepped out with the items, Qin Shu saw everything clearly. "Why are you taking so much?" Xie Lanzhi said expressionlessly. "This is my small token of appreciation. When I'm less busy, I'll accompany you back." They hadn't held a wedding or met each other as parents. This was something Xie Lanzhi felt guilty about. After marrying the daughter of the Qin family, he couldn't just show no acknowledgement at all. Seeing his evasive gaze, Qin Shu said in a tight tone, "People say that after 3 days of marriage, you should return home. Isn't it too late to bring this up now?" It was meant as a joke, but Xie Lanzhi took it seriously. He frowned tightly, apologizing, "I overlooked it. Should I take a leave?" Qin Shu burst out laughing. "I was just teasing you. Even if you want to go back, you have to wait until you're fully recovered." Xie Lanzhi seemed almost healed, aside from some external injuries. In reality, during his time in the mountains, The internal injuries were affected by the environment, leaving hidden dangers. Qin Shu had gathered several herbs yesterday, specifically for Xie Lanzhi. To completely eliminate the hidden dangers, his body needed a period of nurturing and adjustment. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. This morning, Qin Shu opened her eyes and was surprised to see Xie Lanzhi still lying in bed. Fast asleep. It has been nearly 2 months since the two of them have been together, and it was the first time she saw the man's sleeping face in the morning. Qin Shu's body suddenly stiffened as she realized their position was inappropriate. Why was Xie Lanzhi sleeping while holding her? Moreover, the awkwardness of the other person in the morning, greeting her warmly through the thin straps of her nightgown. Qin Shu's cheeks turned slightly red, and her body instinctively moved back, wanting to avoid the feeling that made her flustered, her heart racing. However, just as she was about to escape from the man's embrace and breathe a sigh of relief, her slender waist was tightly grasped by a large hand, skillfully pressing her into the man's strong embrace. Chapter 61. Early morning is the time for accidental sparks. Qin Shu was forcefully embraced by the man, his chest exuding a strong scent of hormones. The large hand, resting on her waist, kept tightening its grip. Qin Shu thought Xie Lanzhi had woken up, and despite the pain in her ribs, she whispered, "Xie Lanzhi, let go, I need to get up." The response was the man's even and steady breathing. Qin Shu secretly raised her eyes and met Xie Lanzhi's slightly less sharp but still handsome sleeping face. Unlike the man's external indifference, his young and strong body remained warm. Realizing Xie Lanzhi was still asleep, Qin Shu let out a sigh of relief and began to quietly retreat. However, just as she avoided the unusual sensation against her groin, the man pulled her back again, his wide and hot palm pressed against Qin Shu's soft lower back, applying just enough force to push her against his strong and firm chest. Xie Lanzhi's low, hoarse mumble broke the silence. "Be good, don't move." His deep and sexy voice was enticing and made her heart race. But Qin Shu tensed up, realizing that Xie Lanzhi's hand had swiftly slid down, landing precisely on her rear. This brought their bodies almost into complete contact. A certain spark seemed to take control of the situation, running rampant and reckless. Qin Shu's heart raced to the point of almost jumping out of her throat, and her cheeks flushed a tempting red. She cursed at the man, whose eyes were tightly shut. Pervert! In the early morning, the emotional young man and woman lay in the same bed, the perfect moment for things to go awry. Qin Shu did not want to be taken advantage of, nor did she wish to suffer that fate. When Xie Lanzhi's breathing became more even and the hand on her waist relaxed slightly, she quickly slipped out of the man's embrace like a fish. Qin Shu glanced at the man, who was frowning tightly and breathing increasingly unevenly, about to wake up. She didn't bother to tidy her disheveled nightgown and rushed out of the room. Just as Qin Shu stepped out, Xie Lanzhi opened his sharp eyes, revealing a hint of annoyance. He dangerously stared at the swaying curtain, his lips pressed into a straight line. In the living room, Qin Shu let out a deep breath. While she was lowering her head to fix her spaghetti-strap nightgown, she suddenly realized that the hem was wrinkled. The floral pattern's colors had darkened. Qin Shu's expression froze for a moment before breaking into a smile. Bang! Qin Shu stood there, dazed for a long time, before suddenly rushing into the bathroom. The door slammed shut with a loud bang, startling Xie Lanzhi, who was getting dressed in the bedroom. He slightly turned his head, his handsome profile illuminated by sunlight, looking confused as he glanced outside. During breakfast, Qin Shu seemed noticeably less communicative with Xie Lanzhi due to her embarrassment. Xie Lanzhi also seemed preoccupied, not noticing Qin Shu avoiding his gaze several times. After breakfast, Qin Shu handed a bowl of herbal medicine to Xie Lanzhi, who was dressed in black pants and a white shirt. She tentatively asked, "Aren't you going to training today?" Recently, Xie Lanzhi had been working tirelessly on special training, causing many to complain that he was too harsh. It seemed he was completing some sort of mission, ignoring the cries of those around him and refusing to take a day off. Looking at his attire today, Qin Shu felt it seemed more like he was going out than going to training. Xie Lanzhi drank the bittersweet herbal medicine in one gulp, as if it were water. He stood up, picked up the jacket on the bed, and said in a deep voice, "The subordinates of Ong Tua have appeared in Yunjin City. I'm taking people to check the situation. We can't let them harm innocent people." Qin Shu's eyes lit up. So you're going to Yunjin City today? Yes. As Xie Lanzhi put on his jacket and was about to remind Qin Shu to behave at home, he caught sight of her sparkling eyes. His words halted, and he pressed his lips together, asking, "Do you want to go too?" Qin Shu nodded vigorously. "I want to go to the city to handle some medicinal materials, so they don't pile up at home and get moldy." They want to get moldy. Seeing Xie Lanzhi had recovered and was as strong as a wild beast, she felt it was time to earn her first pot of gold in this life. Having been spoiled in her previous life, she still preferred a life of wealth and comfort. It wasn't that being with Xie Lanzhi was suffering. Rather, she wanted to return to the peak of her previous life and reclaim everything that once belonged to her. "All right, you can ride in the same car with me." Xie Lanzhi hesitated for a moment, but nodded in agreement after hearing Qin Shu also wanted to go to Yunjin City. "Xie Lanzhi, you're so nice." Qin Shu did not expect things to go so smoothly and immediately gave the man a thumbs up. Her genuine joy made her voice sweet, as if coated in honey. In Xie Lanzhi's eyes, this was a form of adorable charm. He coughed lightly, adopting a serious tone. "Go pack your things. We leave in half an hour." "So soon?" Qin Shu turned and dashed back to the bedroom. When she came out again, Xie Lanzhi was sitting at the dining table in the living room, playing with a dangerous weapon. The direction of his gun pointed directly at the bedroom. As a result, when Qin Shu lifted the curtain, she found herself staring down the dark muzzle. She merely glanced at it, her expression unchanged, and walked over to Xie Lanzhi as if she hadn't seen it. Hearing her footsteps, Xie Lanzhi holstered his gun. When he saw Qin Shu carrying a bag of fertilizer, his eyebrows raised slightly. "All packed?" "Yes, it's all in here." Qin Shu patted the bag, filled with half a bag of medicinal materials. "Then let us go." Xie Lanzhi stepped forward, picked up the fertilizer bag, and paused. He looked at Qin Shu in surprise and asked, "So light?" Qin Shu smiled. "Most of it is dried medicinal materials. How heavy could it be?" To capture On-2O subordinates, a total of 8 people from the camp went to Yunjin City, including Xie Lanzhi, Amuti, and Lang Yi. When they set off, Xie Lanzhi personally drove a military green jeep, with Qin Shu sitting in the passenger seat. Along the way, Qin Shu listened to Xie Lanzhi talking to the people in the back seat and learned about the heinous acts On-2O had committed. They not only produced toxins, but also recklessly committed atrocities, harming and killing women and children in the inland areas, behaving extremely rampantly. On-2O subordinates were no pushovers either, carrying dangerous weapons. They audaciously infiltrated the borders, likely to commit inhumane acts. Qin Shu understood that this mission was quite dangerous. The imposing jeep stopped at a bustling department store in Yunjin City, and Qin Shu got out, carrying the fertilizer bag. She quietly reminded the man sitting in the car, "Make sure to be safe." Xie Lanzhi gazed deeply at Qin Shu, clearly seeing the concern and worry in her eyes. He took out a stack of cash with food coupons from his pocket and handed it to Qin Shu. "Go to the department store to browse, buy something you like, and then we'll go to the state-run restaurant for a nice meal at noon." Qin Shu looked at the cash, which was at least 100 yuan, and refused. "I have money." "You do, but not much." She had no intention of buying anything and didn't need that much money. Xie Lanzhi forcefully stuffed the cash into Qin Shu's hands. "I know you have it. This is for emergencies. Don't be stingy." Qin Shu held the cash in her hands, speechless for a long time. This was the first time in this life, apart from family, that a man had given her money. She tucked the cash away and smiled at Xie Lanzhi, saying, "Got it. You go ahead and be busy." Xie Lanzhi nodded and gently said, "I'll come to pick you up in the afternoon. If you can't wait long, go wait for me at the nearby police station." "Understood." Qin Shu stood there, watching as the 2 imposing BJ-212 jeeps drove away. These were the only 2 cars from the 963rd Unit, one of which was also Commander Luo's vehicle. In this era, the streets were filled with pedestrians, and only well-off families could afford to ride the enviable bicycles. However, as an open city leading the forefront of domestic economy and fashion, Yunjin City features spacious streets where cars occasionally pass by, and cyclists are constantly on the move. Currently, Yunjin City lacks skyscrapers, as well as the glitz and glamour of nightlife. Yet, its current level of prosperity is unparalleled in the country. Qin Shu picked up the bag of fertilizer by her feet and brushed past stylishly dressed men and women, heading towards a small alley next to the department store. Although she was strikingly beautiful, her ordinary attire did not attract much attention. It wasn't until she entered the alley that she encountered two young men, smoking and dressed in a flashy manner. "Little sister, where are you headed?" asked the tall young man, blocking Qin Shu's path with a rough tone. He took a puff of his cigarette and casually blew the acrid smoke in her face. Qin Shu covered her mouth and nose, feeling choked, her beautiful brows furrowing as she glared at the much taller young man with cold eyes. She mumbled, "I'm going to the Yubai herbal shop." Initially, the tall young man didn't notice Qin Shu's appearance. However, when he met her captivating peach blossom eyes, he was momentarily stunned. He scrutinized Qin Shu, who was wearing oversized, loose clothing that could not conceal her curvaceous and soft figure. He swallowed hard and said in a fierce tone, "Take your hand away." Another young man leaning against the wall shouted, "Rangu, this side is almost done. Should we leave?" "Wait," called out the one named Rangu, not turning his head. Seeing that there was no lewdness in his gaze, Qin Shu slowly lowered her hand. At the same time, she placed the bag of fertilizer down and took out a silver needle from her sleeve with her other hand. As Qin Shu lowered her hand, Ranji's eyes sparkled with astonishing light. He straightened up from his casual stance, discarded the cigarette from his fingertips, ruffled his hair a couple of times, and buttoned up his floral shirt. Excitedly, Rangu asked Qin Shu, "Do you have a boyfriend?" Chapter 62. Divorced women are more flavorful. Qin Shu's expression was hard to describe. She looked at the young man in front of her, who seemed to be displaying like an animal in mating season. Afraid of being overly sentimental, Qin Shu coldly said, "I don't have a partner, but I have a husband. Just got married not long ago." The excitement on Ranji's face disappeared, and his expression visibly fell. He snapped, "What are you wandering around for after getting married? Go away." His furious demeanor resembled that of someone who had failed in courtship. Qin Shu had already confirmed that this kid wanted her to be his wife. This heiress seemed conservative, but actions were quite bold. Young men and women often married quickly after finding mutual attraction. Qin Shu realized that the young man was not an unlimited scoundrel and picked up the fertilizer bag again. She repeated, "I'm going to the Yubai herbal shop." Rangu shot her a fierce glare and said, "Can't you understand human words? I told you to get lost." This was the nearest route to the Yubai herbal shop. So Qin Shu naturally wouldn't listen to him. She looked at Rangu expressionlessly and said, "Move aside, don't block the way." Her fierce tone lacked any real threat. Qin Shu's vivid and beautiful face made Rangu swallow hard, feeling quite pathetic. His attitude remained unpleasant as he threatened, "Get lost. Don't make me hit you." "Rangu, what are you doing?" Another young man with a center part stepped forward. Upon seeing the picturesque and alluring Qin Shu, he could not help but widen his eyes. "Where did this girl come from? She really looks good. She looks like the type that could be easily bullied, the kind that would cry if you pushed her." The young man named Rangu kicked the center-parted guy in the butt. "What are you staring at? She's a respectable woman." The center-parted guy chuckled and said in a low voice, "So what? If she's willing, we can all have some fun together." "Fun my ass." Rangu cursed angrily. He glanced at Qin Shu and coldly said, "Why aren't you getting lost? Are you waiting for us to make you happy?" Qin Shu couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. If these two were shameless thugs, she would take them down one by one with a needle. But they were just verbally crude, without any actual crossing of the line. With the time wasted on this entanglement, she could have already taken a long way to the Yubai herbal shop. Bang! Just as Qin Shu was about to give up on this shortcut, a bang echoed from the alley. Both Rangu and the center-parted guy changed their expressions simultaneously. "That kid has a gun." Rangu growled and rushed into the alley. The center-parted guy, hearing the gunshot, felt his legs go weak but still stumbled after him. Qin Shu, who had been preparing to take a detour, allowed a quiet breath. Now, she didn't need to take the long way around. She hoisted the fertilizer bag on her back and walked into the alley at a leisurely pace. "Damn you! How dare you hurt my brother? I'll kill you." Qin Shu hadn't walked far when she saw Rangu grabbing a short man by the hair and smashing his head against the brick wall. A few young men in floral shirts, with bruises on their faces, stood around. One of them had a bullet graze his arm. Qin Shu smelled a faint scent of blood, but continued on, seemingly indifferent. Her brazen appearance and calm demeanor instantly attracted everyone's attention. Qin Shu was beautiful and delicate, looking like an easy target for bullying. Everyone just stared at her without anyone stepping forward to trouble her. As Qin Shu brushed past them, she caught a glimpse of the man being beaten by Rangu pulling out a knife from the back of his waist. At this moment, she still maintained a cool and detached attitude, ready to watch the show. Just then, Rangu, tired from beating, bent over to rest his knees. Without his tall figure blocking the view, the beaten man revealed his true face, wearing a tube skirt wrapped with a piece of cloth around his waist. Qin Shu's pupils constricted sharply, and her hand acted before her brain could process. The silver needle she held shot out like lightning. The man in the tube skirt lunged at Ranji's abdomen with the dagger. "Rangu, watch out!" Ranji's friends shouted, raising their voices in warning. The knife tip pierced through Ranji's floral shirt, barely touching his abdomen. The man holding the knife seemed to be shocked and suddenly dropped it, collapsing to the ground. "Damn! How dare you sneak attack me? You must be tired of living." Rangu, who had almost been stabbed, was furious and kicked the man several times. Qin Shu squeezed into the crowd, her cold eyes assessing the man in the tube skirt. She asked in a low, deep voice, "Do you know Ong Tua?" As soon as the words left her mouth, the man suddenly looked up, glaring at Qin Shu with fierce eyes. He asked in broken Mandarin, "How do you know Tua Yi?" "Yeah, more like a grandson." Qin Shu squatted down, pulled the silver needle out of the man's wrist, and waved it in front of him. She coldly asked, "Are you one of Ong Tuo's men?" The fierce-looking man grinned wickedly and started speaking rapidly in dialect. Qin Shu couldn't understand, but that didn't mean she had no moves. The silver needle in her hand swiftly and ruthlessly stabbed into the man's face. The screams followed. The man's expression twisted in pain. This scene startled Rangu and the others, making them step back in shock. However, this was just an appetizer. Qin Shu's next round of silver needle interrogation left them dumbfounded. The long, thin silver needles jabbed into the man, making him scream. His face pale as paper, sweating profusely. Rangu felt uneasy all over, as if the long silver needles were piercing him. Qin Shu finally confirmed from the man that he was indeed one of Ong Tuo's subordinates. She wiped the bloodied silver needle on the unconscious man's clothes and stood up to look at Rangu and the others. She asked coldly, "Why did you beat him?" Rangu angrily replied, "He almost assaulted a girl in the ice room." Qin Shu's gaze instantly turned cold as she kicked the unconscious man. "Indeed a beast. A piece of trash that can't change its ways." Qin Shu said to Rangu, "Take him to the police station and emphasize that he was carrying a gun and is Ong Tuo subordinate." Xie Lanzhi had specifically instructed that if they couldn't wait for him, they should go to the nearby police station. This indicated that this task was a collaboration with the local police. Rangu looked at Qin Shu suspiciously and asked warily, "Do you know this person?" Qin Shu shook her head. "I don't know him, but I know the police are looking for him, and taking him in will count as a merit." Upon hearing this good news, Rangu patted his chest and agreed, "We'll take care of this." As Qin Shu picked up the fertilizer bag, Rangu boldly leaned closer. He tentatively asked, "What is your name? Which area do you run in?" Qin Shu glanced at Rangu and said with a half-smile, "I hang out at the foot of Tianying Ridge in the 963 compound." Rangu was taken aback. He knew Tianying Ridge. But what kind of place was the 963 compound? He had never heard of it. While Rangu scratched his head in confusion, Qin Shu noticed that the young man looked a bit familiar. She didn't think much of it, hoisted the fertilizer bag, and continued walking toward the Yubai herbal shop. Police station. Xie Lanzhi quickly caught one of Ong Tuo's subordinates based on the information gathered by the local police. As soon as they brought the man to the police station, Tao Ran arrived with a group of brothers. The unconscious man was thrown into the police station by them. "This man has a gun. He claims to be Ong something's subordinate. We heard you were looking for him, so we brought him in for a reward, right?" 5 or 6 young men shouted loudly, attracting Xie Lanzhi and others from the office. Xie Lanzhi recognized the identity of the unconscious man at a glance, having crossed paths with Ong Tuo's subordinates before. He walked up to Tao Ran and the others, his cold, emotionless black eyes scrutinizing the crowd. "How did you know his identity?" Tao Ran looked up and saw a man towering half a head above him, exuding an air of authority and a chilling presence. He felt an overwhelming sense of pressure and replied defiantly. He said it himself. Xie Lanzhi glanced at Tao Ran coldly, his sharp gaze seeming to penetrate the heart. Tao Ran dared not meet his eyes, lowering his gaze slightly and touching his nose. Xie Lanzhi inadvertently caught sight of the man whose arm was bandaged in a unique way. This was a wrapping method exclusive to Qin Shu. Xie Lanzhi's eyes suddenly turned cold, his voice dropping a few degrees. Have you seen Qin Shu? Uncle Qin? Tao Ran laughed and denied. Never seen her. He looked Xie Lanzhi up and down, feeling an indescribable sense of rejection and awe towards this person. Xie Lanzhi possessed qualities that he did not have, exuding a calm, reserved, and domineering presence. Tao Ran, with his talkative nature, after denying it, still mockingly teased. Want to recognize your uncle? Just shout on the street. And you'll find uncles everywhere. Muti's face darkened, sternly warning, what are you talking about? Watch your mouth. Tao Ran shrugged indifferently, his expression casual. Xie Lanzhi was not angry and patiently said, it's a girl, not very old. The young man with the center part suddenly realized, is she very fair-skinned, beautiful, and carrying a fertilizer bag? Xie Lanzhi's gaze fell on him. Have you seen her? The center-parted young man pointed to the man who had fainted on the ground, saying with lingering fear, she was the one who took him down. Xie Lanzhi did not expect to catch a subordinate of Ongtua, and it was also related to Qin Shu. His facial expression softened significantly, the tension at the corners of his lips easing. Only then did Tao Ran understand that the Qin Shu mentioned by Xie Lanzhi was actually a girl. He smacked his lips and regretfully said, that girl is really pretty. Too bad she's married. The center-parted young man encouraged him from the side. If you like her, go after her. Divorced women are even more interesting. Tao Ran stroked his chin and really began to consider it. He murmured to himself, it doesn't seem impossible. A seemingly delicate but untamed, beautiful girl was exactly to his liking. The center-parted young man said enthusiastically, Brother Ran, if you marry a beauty as your sister-in-law, you'll definitely have a lot of face. Tao Ran nodded seriously and commented, look at her clothes, all torn and tattered. Her current man must be stingy. Once I marry her, I'll buy her many beautiful dresses so she can change and show me every day. The two were immersed in their plan to turn Qin Shu into a family member, oblivious to the darkening expression on Xie Lanzhi's face. Chapter 63. Team leader Xie faces a wall of jealousy, his cold, deep-set eyes narrowed slightly, exuding a chilling aura that felt like ice piercing to the bone. Was he stingy? These two kids really dare to say that. And where was Qin Shu dressed in rags? Although the clothes were not new, they were made of soft and comfortable pure cotton fabric. Xie Lanzhi was furious at being undermined right in front of him, and Muti and the others also turned serious. Muti glanced at the visibly restrained Xie Lanzhi and stepped forward, angrily stating, Wangu, someone is eyeing your sister-in-law. I can hear you. Xie Lanzhi's hands, hanging by his side, clenched into fists. He was trying hard to suppress the urge to lash out, his gaze turning menacingly towards Tao Ran. Muti understood his concerns. Even without wearing a military uniform, it was not easy to just fight anyone. He lowered his voice and suggested, should I help them loosen their bones? Xie Lanzhi took a deep breath and calmly replied, no rush. He pointed to the man who was barely conscious on the ground and said to the two soldiers, take him to the interrogation room. Yes, Commander. The two soldiers stood tall, saluting with loud voices. Their booming voices seemed intentional, immediately startling Tao Ran and Zhongfen, who were lost in dreams of marrying Qin Shu. Their expressions turned to shock as they stared wide-eyed at Xie Lanzhi. This young man was actually a high-ranking officer. Xie Lanzhi turned back, his cold gaze sweeping over Tao Ran and the others as he said in a low voice, you all come to take a statement too. Naturally, Tao Ran and the others dared not refute and obediently followed to the interrogation room. After everyone left, Zhao Yongxiang approached Xie Lanzhi and patted him on the shoulder. With a delicate wife attracting attention, you need to keep a closer eye on your sister-in-law. Xie Lanzhi curled his thin lips into a cold smile and said, no matter how much they covet, she is still mine. His words were domineering, exuding unparalleled confidence. Zhao Yongxiang laughed mischievously, teasing, Then why do I smell such a strong scent of vinegar? Before Xie Lanzhi's expression turned dark, he quickly slipped away, standing in place. The suppressed anger of Xie Lanzhi burst forth like a beast breaking free from its cage, exuding a terrifying aura that seemed ready to sweep everything away. How dare they covet the wife of the Xie family? They really didn't know what was good for them. Not to mention that he would never divorce Qin Shu. In the Xie family, divorce was not an option unless one became a widow. 2 hours later, Tao ran and the others walked out of the police station looking dejected. Each of them held 10 yuan, but no one felt happy. During the statement taking, they felt like their ancestors had been dug up. Upon learning that they were street thugs, they received over an hour of ideological education. They were practically scolded for being idle, only pursuing food, drink, and entertainment. Tao Ran rubbed the money in his hands, cursing, "Damn it, this money feels so suffocating." Zhongfen, equally furious, retorted, "Who says it isn't? Aside from my deceased mother, no one has ever lectured me like that. Don't want it? Give it to us." A cold voice came from behind. Tao Ran turned around to see 7 or 8 tall men with imposing demeanor. The leader was the aloof and proud Xie Lanzhi, who was coldly staring at him. Tao Ran immediately put on a fake smile, lightly clapped his hands, and said, "How could I not want it? This money is an honor. I'll put it on a pedestal when I get home." But in his heart, he was thinking of spending it on a good meal. This money felt too hot to hold. Xie Lanzhi walked straight up to Tao Ran, exuding an intimidating aura that made people tremble. Seeing that he was coming for him, Tao Ran instinctively stepped back. Xie Lanzhi quickly closed the distance, his hand rising. Tao Ran immediately hugged his head with both hands, fearfully warning, "This is the police station. If you dare to hit me, I'll shout that an officer is hitting someone." Xie Lanzhi paused, his lips twitching, his expression hard to describe. His hand fell heavily on Tao Ran's shoulder. "Stay away from other people's wives." His voice was cold, laced with a hint of mockery. Tao Ran's shoulder sagged under the force, and he grimaced. This man had a strong grip. His shoulder felt like it was about to be crushed. Tao Ran cautiously looked up at Xie Lanzhi's cold face, which was shrouded in an aura of chill. He was also quite rebellious, and, wanting to provoke a reaction, retorted, "I'm not even eyeing your wife. Why are you so worried?" Xie Lanzhi's hand, which was resting on Tao Ran's shoulder, moved to his neck, the long and powerful fingers lightly pulling him closer. The tall Tao Ran stumbled, nearly falling onto Xie Lanzhi. Feeling vulnerable and embarrassed, he exploded, "What are you doing? Don't touch me." Xie Lanzhi's face darkened, a dangerous storm brewing in his eyes. He leaned closer to Tao Ran, coldly stating, "Qin Shu is my wife. How does that not concern you?" Tao Ran, Zhongfen, and others. The expressions of everyone present were as colorful as a palette, a sight to behold. Xie Lanzhi released his grip on Tao Ran's neck and forcefully pushed him a meter away. A cold smile crept across his lips as he said in a calm tone, "If there is a next time, I will arrest you for violating military marriage laws." Tao Ran's face momentarily twisted, and he was left dumbfounded. Xie Lanzhi turned and beckoned to the people behind him. "Let's go to the department store." Amudi raised his voice, laughing as he asked, "Lan Ge, are we going to pick up sister-in-law?" MHM. Xie Lanzhi opened the door of the jeep, stepped in with his long legs, and took the driver's seat. The two imposing military vehicles sped away. Tao Ran stood there dazed, utterly stunned. Damn, he had really stepped up. How dare he covet the team leader's wife? No wonder Xie Lanzhi had always treated him with disdain. Zhongfen admired, "Ran Ge, you're so brave." The legs of the trembling Tao Ran were almost giving way. But he feigned calmness and said, "Of course. Don't you know who I am?" If he could have just let go of the tree he was holding on to, his words might have been more convincing. "I know where the 963 compound is." A man in a green floral shirt exclaimed in realization. As soon as the words left his mouth, he garnered 5 pairs of curious eyes. Swallowing hard, he said, "That's the 963 unit. The one that strikes fear into the hearts of foreign enemies." Tao Ran's face turned pale, his expression cracking. His legs turned to jelly, and he collapsed onto the ground. They knew there was a military base at the foot of Tianying Ridge, but they didn't know the specific unit number. The 963 unit was an elite force that had been battling foreign evil forces for a long time. It was said that anyone who had participated in battles had blood on their hands. Zhongfen looked at Tao Ran with sympathy, his voice trembling as he said, "Ran Ge, you really have a big fate." The others echoed with lingering fear. That man was the commander, and he must have taken many lives. His temper seemed quite good. If it were me, I would have surely dealt with Ran Ge. Tao Ran wiped the cold sweat from his face. "Stop talking. If you keep this up, I'll cry. You buy herbal shop. Is this it?" "Yes, that's the one. Don't move, I'll come." "Ouch, it hurts a bit, be gentle." Xie Lanzhi and Amudi walked into the open herbal shop, one after the other. As soon as they entered, they heard ambiguous sounds coming from the partition, leading to all sorts of imaginations. Chapter 64. The Jade-faced King of Hell becomes the painful brother if the one crying out in pain wasn't a man. Anyone who heard it would probably think of something inappropriate. Even so, Xie Lanzhi, who was just cornered in front of others, still had a grim expression. He strode over to the partitioned area, where only a curtain separated them, and directly lifted the fabric aside. The moment the curtain was lifted, a man's piercing screams erupted from inside. Xie Lanzhi's dark eyes fixed on a man sprawled on the bed, his head tilted back as he let out a shrill cry. "It hurts. My old back. Little lady, be gentler." The man was being subjected to violent kneading by Qin Shu, who was challenging the limits of the human body. Qin Shu pressed down on the man's legs, nearly folding him in half. She even sweetly uttered words that sent chills down one's spine. "This is just the beginning. Soon, you'll be calling for your parents." As soon as she finished speaking, Qin Shu released the man's legs and stepped on his waist. A clear, cracking sound echoed. The veins on the man's neck bulged, and he began to cry out for his parents. "Oh my God, are you trying to kill me?" Qin Shu stood up and walked around to the front of the man, pressing her hands on his neck. "The last one will definitely give you a transformative experience." Crack! The sound of the man's neck bones resonated chillingly. The man lying on the bed could no longer make a sound. Xie Lanzhi noticed the sweat on his face, appearing at a visibly rapid rate. "All right." Qin Shu clapped her hands and said with a beaming smile. She turned to wash her hands and saw Xie Lanzhi standing at the door, tall and elegant, with a cold demeanor. Qin Shu's eyes lit up with a smile. "How did you find me?" Xie Lanzhi replied emotionlessly. "I finished handling things and came to pick you up." Amudi peeked in and saw the man on the bed, baring his teeth in pain. "Sister-in-law, what are you doing?" "I heard the commotion from far away." Qin Shu casually replied. "This pharmacy owner has severe cervical spondylosis, so I treated him." The pharmacy owner, Fan Yaozong, climbed up from the bed, rubbing the relaxed muscles of his neck. He said excitedly, "Young lady, your skills are truly amazing. In just over 10 minutes, I've rid myself of years of pain. This miraculous effect is comparable to a miracle cure." Qin Shu slightly parted her red lips and humbly said, "This is my unique Qin family massage technique. It works quickly for skeletal ailments. Not that impressive." Fan Yaozong shook his head and smiled. "You're too modest. I've had massages before, but none have had such miraculous effects." Fan Yaozong squinted at Xie Lanzhi and Amudi and asked, "Do you know these two?" "Yes." Qin Shu raised her eyebrows and looked at Fan Yaozong, extending her delicate hand. "The treatment fee is 80, plus the previous cost of herbs, totaling 1,280. Fan Yaozong's eyes widened in shock, exclaiming, "Are you robbing me? 10 minutes of massage, and you charge 80? That's outright robbery." Qin Shu's unique tone remained calm. "My treatment addresses the root cause. Over the years, you've likely wasted a lot of money, so 80 is already a bargain." Fan Yaozong thought for a moment. Over the years, he had spent not just 80, but even 1,000 or 2,000 on treatments for his cervical and headache issues. He looked at Qin Shu with suspicion, asking, "Are you sure you can address the root cause? I've tried medication, massage, and folk remedies, but none have worked for my chronic problems." Qin Shu claiming to address the root cause felt like a dream to him, even though Fan Yaozong felt some relief from his headache. He didn't believe it from the bottom of his heart. Seeing his doubts, Qin Shu shrugged and generously said, "You can owe me the 80 treatment fee. Whenever you stop having issues, you can pay me back." That sounded reasonable. However, Fan Yaozong wasn't the type to take advantage of others. He took out a black cloth bag from the bedside table and began rummaging through it. How about this? I'll pay you 20 in advance, and if it works, I'll give you the remaining 60. Fan Yaozong pulled out 12 bundles of cash, counted a few bills of 1, 2, and 5, and walked toward Qin Shu, handing her the money. Your herbs are of good quality. Next time, make sure to send me these, and I'll definitely pay you a high price. Qin Shu accepted the money with a smile, saying, in all of Yunjin City, Yubai Herbal Pharmacy is the fairest. I came here with the intention of establishing long-term cooperation. After her previous life flourished, she had a long-term partnership with Yubai Herbal Pharmacy, lasting decades, with both parties knowing each other well. In this life, to avoid detours, she went directly to them for efficiency. Fan Yaozong loved what Qin Shu said, and his heart was filled with joy, unable to hide the smile on his face. Our herbs are genuine and won't be substituted with inferior products. He pulled out 6 more large bills from the black bag and stuffed them into Qin Shu's hands. You may look young, but your speech is appropriate and well-measured, even more mature than I am. This is our first business together, and I trust your character. You can keep the money without needing to repay it later. Qin Shu smiled lightly, looking at Fan Yaozong with a hint of mischief. Aren't you afraid I might run away? Fan Yaozong teased. If you really ran away, it just means I was blind and learned my lesson. Qin Shu accepted the 60 treatment fee and gently reassured him, I won't run. Our cooperation will last a long time. Standing at the door, Xie Lanzhi and Amyuti watched the two negotiate, their expressions stunned. Qin Shu didn't seem like a novice at such transactions. Her ease and composure were far beyond her age. Fan Yaozong's gaze fell on Xie Lanzhi and Amyuti, admiring their outstanding appearance, and asked Qin Shu with a smile, Are these 2 your brothers? They look tall and strong. They must not be young, right? Are they married? Having just been cornered, Xie Lanzhi felt like he had been shot in the chest with this accusation about age. He hadn't even turned 26 yet. Seeing Xie Lanzhi's dark expression, Qin Shu thought, not only is he my brother, but also my romantic partner. She linked her arm with Xie Lanzhi's and smiled. This is my husband. Fan Yaozong's smile froze for a moment before he quickly reacted and casually complimented. He looks very mature and steady. That's good. He must be caring. Xie Lanzhi nearly spat blood. The topic of age just couldn't be avoided. Qin Shu, noticing Xie Lanzhi's displeasure, gently said he's not that old. It might be related to his profession, which makes him appear more mature. Fan Yaozong indeed shifted his attention and asked, What does your husband do? Qin Shu tilted her chin slightly, proudly stating, He is a soldier. Fan Yaozong seemed unimpressed and encouraged, Oh, so he's in the army. That's good. These days, being a soldier is a decent choice. However, in the increasingly prosperous Yunjin City, that salary wasn't enough. Qin Shu didn't expect that Fan Yaozong, who had a wealth of billions in her past life and held a leading position in the pharmaceutical industry, would be so realistic at this moment, only interested in money. It was clear he was the helm of Yubai Herbal Medicine Group. Qin Shu didn't mention Xie Lanzhi's position and smiled lightly, suggesting they take their leave. It's getting late, we should go. Fan Yaozong glanced at the time and warmly insisted. My wife will be back from the department store soon. Let her show you her skills, and you can eat before leaving. Qin Shu immediately displayed a horrified expression, quickly waving her hands and instinctively calling out familiar terms. No, we have things to do. There's no need to trouble your wife. Letting Fan's wife cook for her would either lead to a disaster or poison her. But he is a formidable character who dares to confront peers, slap rivals, and punch illegitimate children. Fan Yaozong waved his hand and said, What, madam? She's just an ordinary housewife. Her cooking skills are quite good. You should stay and try some. This time, before Qin Shu could speak, Xie Lanzhi's thin lips moved, and he solemnly refused. We have matters to attend to. We must leave. Seeing that he couldn't keep them, Fan Yaozong personally escorted them out of the pharmacy. Upon seeing the 2 military vehicles parked at the door and several distinguished-looking men smoking by the cars, Fan Yaozong's expression changed. He tugged at Qin Shu's sleeve and asked in a low voice, Is your husband driving in the army? Fan Yaozong wasn't from an ordinary middle-class family. He had relatives working in government agencies and knew that only senior officers could be assigned vehicles. Xie Lanzhi was too young, not someone who would hold such a prestigious position. Therefore, it could only mean he was a driver for senior officers. Even so, being in close contact with senior officers. Xie Lanzhi's future was limitless. Qin Shu did not answer Fan Yaozong's question and smiled slightly, which undoubtedly implied her acknowledgement. Fan Yaozong's eyes flickered as he tightened his grip on Qin Shu's wrist through her clothes, his expression filled with pleading and expectation. Sister Qin, I have something to ask of you. Do you have any connections? Qin Shu, feeling pain in her wrist, frowned and said, You should loosen your grip first. Hearing Qin Shu's impatient voice, Xie Lanzhi patted the inner side of Fan Yaozong's arm. Hiss! Fan Yaozong's arm went numb, and he quickly released Qin Shu's hand. Xie Lanzhi held Qin Shu's hand and rubbed her reddened wrist. He had a cold expression and shot a displeased glance at Fan Yaozong, saying, Don't touch without permission. Faced with Xie Lanzhi's chilling gaze, Fan Yaozong's heart tightened, and he quickly apologized. I'm sorry, I got a bit carried away. Qin Shu looked at him with a puzzled expression and asked, What do you mean by what you just said? Fan Yaozong, looking troubled, said, My father and I have spent 30 years of hard work developing the Lingxin Palace treasure pill, and we are preparing for mass production. The Health Department and the Pharmaceutical Bureau have approved the drug inspection report, but the pharmaceutical factory in Yunjin City is stuck, and we still can't get the approval number. Qin Shu gasped in shock when he mentioned the Lingxin Palace treasure pill. Chapter 65. The request for recognition from Xie Tuan. Seeking affection from Shu, the Lingxin Palace Baowan. This pill has made significant contributions to the Yubai Grass Group. The reason why the Yubai Grass Group can reach a market value of hundreds of billions in the future and maintain its leading position for a long time is because of it. In the last life, the Lingxin Palace Baowan started mass production 5 years later. Once sold, it immediately became popular in Yunjin City and Hong Kong. In an era without the internet, it became a sensation across the country and even gained fame overseas within a few years. I didn't expect Fan Yaozong to develop the Lingxin Palace Baowan so early. Qin Shu's emotions were somewhat agitated, and her fingertips uncontrollably curled up slightly. Xie Lanzhi noticed this and asked in confusion, What's wrong? Qin Shu took a deep breath and shook her head at him. She asked Fan Yaozong, Is it the Zhao Jing pharmaceutical company that is obstructing you? In her previous life, Fan Yaozong had mentioned the grievances with Zhao Jing Pharmaceutical, as the two companies had been in a fierce rivalry for many years. If it weren't for the strong support from above for the domestic pharmaceutical industry, Yubai Grass might not have achieved its later success. Fan Yaozong's face showed shock and doubt. Qin Shu's mind was racing, and she immediately replied, I inquired about it when I came, and I heard that you have had long-standing grievances with Zhao Jing Pharmaceutical next door. Upon mentioning this matter, Fan Yaozong's face was filled with anger and unwillingness, and he sighed heavily. How could they, an outsider enterprise, be so oppressive? Zhao Jing Pharmaceutical is a product of a certain Japanese company. Under the guise of saving lives, they're actually plotting to monopolize traditional Chinese medicine. In the past 2 years, Yubai Grass has faced many difficulties due to their targeting. Fan Yaozong secretly observed Qin Shu, taking in the coldness that shrouded her face. He looked pained and said, The Lingxin Palace Baowan is an emergency medicine that can clear heat and detoxify, eliminate phlegm and open the orifices, and is effective for fever, febrile seizures, stroke-induced coma, encephalitis, cerebral hemorrhage, and more. It truly is a life-saving medicine suitable for all ages and has already saved many lives. I, an ordinary citizen, just want to make some contributions for more people, but I didn't expect to encounter obstacles. Listening to Fan Yaozong's heartfelt lament, Qin Shu did not show a single tear on her face. She was desperately suppressing the smile that was clearly rising in her eyes. She was fully aware of Fan Yaozong's intentions. As for the miraculous effects of the Lingxin Palace Baowan, she was more than familiar with them as a loyal fan. Qin Shu got straight to the point and asked, How do you want me to help you? Fan Yaozong glanced at Xie Lanzhi, who was standing next to Qin Shu with a cold expression. He nervously swallowed a few times and said with barely concealed excitement, I want to obtain the approval number from the pharmaceutical factory as soon as possible. Qin Shu, with a smile in her eyes, quietly looked at Fan Yaozong without expressing any reaction. Fan Yaozong understood immediately. He added, As long as you help me with this, I will definitely offer a generous reward in return. Qin Shu still appeared uninterested and asked lightly, after obtaining the pharmaceutical approval. You will certainly need to invest a large amount of capital for production. I wonder if Boss Fan needs investment support? Investment? Fan Yaozong's brows furrowed tightly. Qin Shu spoke slowly. I want to invest in Yubai Grass, taking a 5% stake, without participating in decision-making or having inheritance rights. And I will only receive 5% of the profits each year, even with a generous reward. It is not as valuable as shares in a company worth hundreds of billions in the future. Fan Yaozong was not familiar with this area, but the production funds Qin Shu mentioned were indeed a bit difficult for him at the moment. He could barely come up with a little over 10,000 yuan, which was just a drop in the bucket. While Fan Yaozong hesitated, Qin Shu gently said, I can invest 10,000 yuan. You can think about it slowly, and I will come back in 3 days. Upon hearing this, Fan Yaozong breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, I need to discuss this with my partner. Qin Shu nodded and asked, do you have a finished product of the Lingxin Palace Baowan? Yes, I'll get it for you right now. Fan Yaozong turned and rushed into the pharmacy, quickly coming out holding a wax-sealed pill. This is the Lingxin Palace Baowan, and I plan to price it at 5 yuan. Qin Shu took the pill and put it away, nodding, I'll take the medicine with me for now. See you in 3 days. She tugged at Xie Lanzhi's sleeve and walked toward the parking area. Fan Yaozong called out uneasily, you must come back in 3 days. Got it. Qin Shu waved her hand without looking back as she left with Xie Lanzhi. In the car, Xie Lanzhi and Amu Ti remained silent throughout the journey. No one mentioned the audacious transaction between Qin Shu and Fan Yaozong. Qin Shu sat in the passenger seat, resting her chin on one hand, gazing at the passers-by outside the car window. The car suddenly stopped in front of a department store, causing Qin Shu to lean forward uncontrollably. A strong arm crossed in front of her, pressing against her side, catching her securely. But this strong and powerful arm was too close. Moreover, the wide palm was pressed against her side. The warmth of the palm seemed to penetrate through her clothes and reach Qin Shu's rapidly beating heart. She couldn't believe it and lowered her head, staring intently at the arm that had crossed the boundary. Xie Lanzhi also felt the softness and was more shocked than her. The hand he had placed under Qin Shu's arm trembled slightly before quickly withdrawing. Then, he casually pulled the handbrake. Xie Lanzhi said to Amu Ti and the others in the back seat, you go to the state-owned restaurant across the street to order food. Ashu and I will join you in a moment. Okay. Amu Ti understood that the two had something to discuss and got out of the car with the others. The atmosphere inside the car became quiet, filled with a subtle and enticing fragrance. Xie Lanzhi held the steering wheel with one hand, his long fingers tapping the edge, his expression unusually serious. Qin Shu, feeling uneasy, adjusted her collar and shifted her sitting position. She glanced at the man's elegant and flawless profile and took the initiative to speak. The policies in Yunjin City have long been relaxed, and what I've done today is not speculation. The medicinal materials I sell are all in accordance with the standards set by the Ministry of Health and the Pharmaceutical Bureau. Xie Lanzhi turned his head and looked at her meaningfully. Do you know that, boss? When Qin Shu was talking to Fan Yaozong, her familiar and natural demeanor was even closer than when they first met at the camp. Xie Lanzhi suspected that the two had known each other for a long time. Qin Shu calmly denied it. It was my first time meeting him. I had heard that Yubai Grass has a good reputation, so I sought them out. Xie Lanzhi's gaze narrowed slightly, and he said meaningfully, you went to someone else's bed on your first meeting? What are you talking about? Qin Shu's breath hitched, and she stared at him in disbelief, furrowing her brows and saying, I found out he had a headache during our conversation, so I casually treated him. In reality, she knew from her past life that Fan Yaozong had a chronic headache. Therefore, during the conversation, she led the topic to this and proposed treatment. Xie Lanzhi casually rested his arm on the car window, appearing calm and composed, and asked leisurely, you want to invest in Yubai Grass? Where's the money coming from? Qin Shu raised a small cloth pouch containing 1,280 yuan in cash. I made money today. In this era, 5 yuan can buy a good meal in a restaurant. 1,200 yuan is equivalent to a substantial amount. Although it is far from enough for investment, it at least proves that she can make money. Xie Lanzhi, who was not very familiar with the pharmaceutical industry, asked curiously, is medicinal material really that profitable? Qin Shu replied with a light tone. mainly because wild ginseng is priced high. The purchase price is 2,400 yuan per pound, and I sold it too. Five-tail wild ginseng for 600 yuan. The remaining materials like tianma and TYCOON, who only brought in another 600 yuan. Xie Lanzhi nodded and continued the previous topic. 10,000 yuan is not a small amount. Where do you plan to gather it? His discerning black eyes fixed on Qin Shu, a hint of a smile hidden deep within. Qin Shu didn't realize that Xie Lanzhi was teasing her and suddenly leaned closer. With her charming peach blossom eyes, she looked eagerly at Xie Lanzhi. Honey, can you lend me some money? Her sweet and delicate voice was intentionally prolonged, with ups and downs. Xie Lanzhi felt as if his soul had almost been called away by her, as if a cluster of feathers were scratching at his heart. He thought that Qin Shu calling him honey was becoming more and more habitual, without the awkwardness of the first time. What isn't it for me if I agree? Xie Lanzhi raised an eyebrow, his tone relaxed and playful, with a hint of a smile. Qin Shu felt there was hope and immediately smiled brightly, saying, I'll make you a lot of delicious food. Whatever you want to eat, I'll make it for you. Xie Lanzhi would rather go hungry than eat in the cafeteria now. She thought this condition would definitely get a positive response. Unfortunately, under her expectant gaze, Xie Lanzhi shook his head with a smile. Qin Shu frowned slightly and straightforwardly asked, Then what do you want in return? Xie Lanzhi's gaze dropped slightly, focusing on her luscious red lips that opened and closed, his deep voice carrying a hint of hoarseness. When are you planning to make me, your husband, legitimate? Qin Shu's expression froze. She didn't expect that Xie Lanzhi was thinking along these lines. They had been married for nearly 2 months, and although they had shared a bed and occasionally had moments of intimacy, they had not yet taken the final step. Qin Shu's expression turned anxious, and her body instantly shrank back into the passenger's seat, pretending not to understand. We have a marriage certificate, stamped by the authorities. How can it be illegitimate? Seeing her play dumb, a hint of fear flashed across Xie Lanzhi's face. He mistakenly thought she was recalling past experiences of being bullied and felt resistance. Xie Lanzhi naturally shifted the topic. The medicine from Yubai Herbal has passed the inspection report from the Ministry of Health and the Pharmaceutical Bureau, so is recognized by the authorities. Aunt Min has connections with the Yunjiang City Pharmaceutical Factory. I'll ask her about it when I get back. If you want to invest in Yubai Herbal, just take the amount you need. You know where the money is. Qin Shu was stunned again. She thought it would take a lot of persuasion for Xie Lanzhi to lend her money. Unexpectedly, this man was so supportive. Not only was the money in place, but he also took care of the pharmaceutical factory side. After all, Min was the wife of Master Luo, and her involvement would be more powerful than Xie Lanzhi's. Very few people knew about Xie Lanzhi's identity as a military young master from Beijing. While Qin Shu was lost in thought, Xie Lanzhi opened the car door and easily stepped out with his long legs. He walked around the front of the car and came to the passenger side. Just as he opened the door, he met Qin Shu's dazzling, beautiful eyes. Qin Shu was so excited that she directly jumped into Xie Lanzhi's arms. She wrapped her arms around the man's neck, clinging to him like a pendant. Honey, you're so great. After handing out her good person card, Qin Shu planted a loud, sweet kiss on Xie Lanzhi's face. Smack. Chapter 66. The man in a rage is stirred by desire, and Shu is in danger. For the first time, Xie Lanzhi was actively embraced and kissed by Qin Shu. The enticing fragrance of Qin Shu filled his nostrils. He froze, his heartbeat quickening, his chest visibly rising and falling. His cold facial muscles taut, and his ears flushed red. The street outside the department store was the most crowded place in Yunjiang City. The two stood on the street, embracing each other as if no one were around. With a handsome man and a beautiful woman, their outstanding presence created a captivating scene. They looked like devoted lovers, romantic and passionate. Among the passers-by, 9 out of 10 couldn't help but stare at them. As the crowd of onlookers grew, Xie Lanzhi leaned down and whispered in Qin Shu's ear, So many people are watching. Let's leave here first. Qin Shu nestled against the man's chest, slightly turned her head and met several probing gazes. She immediately felt her face flush with embarrassment, feeling as if she couldn't face anyone. At that moment, a coat with a strong cold aura enveloped her head. Xie Lanzhi held Qin Shu's small hand and said gently, Come with me. Hand in hand, They wove through the crowd toward the state-run restaurant across the street. Inside the restaurant, Emudi and the others had already ordered their meals. It was only after Xie Lanzhi and Qin Shu arrived that everyone officially began to eat. During the meal, Zhao Yongqiang couldn't help but complain that the dishes, which used to taste quite good, now lacked flavor and were nowhere near Qin Shu's cooking skills. Emudi wholeheartedly agreed. The other soldiers who had tasted Qin Shu's cooking also chimed in. Qin Shu, blushing from the compliments, finished the lunch. After leaving the state-run restaurant, the group didn't return to the camp immediately, but instead crowded around Qin Shu as they entered the department store. Qin Shu looked up at Xie Lanzhi, puzzled, and asked, "What you guys buying?" Xie Lanzhi glanced at her indirectly and said in a low voice, "I'm not buying for myself. I'm buying you a few outfits." He wanted to avoid being misunderstood as stingy for not even buying clothes for his wife. In the morning, the word spoken by a thug named Tao Ran had lingered in Xie Lanzhi's mind. Qin Shu, unaware of this, tugged at Xie Lanzhi's sleeve upon hearing that he was buying her clothes. She whispered, "I have clothes to wear. There's no need to buy more. There will be plenty of places to spend money later." She didn't want to Xie Lanzhi too much that she couldn't repay. Xie Lanzhi furrowed his brows and said, "You have too few skirts. Let's buy a few more to change every day." Skirts? When Xie Lanzhi first saw her in a skirt, he wanted to drape a coat over her. Now, buying her skirts, was he not giving up on the idea of sharing a room? Qin Shu's breath hitched, and a chill ran down her back at the thought that flashed through her mind. Despite her heart's resistance, she didn't realize she had already become the most eye-catching sight in the department store. She was petite, with fair skin and striking features, exuding an alluring charm. Many women felt ashamed upon seeing her, filled with jealousy and envy. This was partly because behind Qin Shu followed 8 tall, strikingly handsome men. With such a scene and presence, they were a highlight wherever they went. Especially Xie Lanzhi, who stood beside Qin Shu, towering at nearly 2 meters tall, with a refined and cold demeanor. He radiated a unique nobility that made people instinctively look up to him. When Qin Shu finally noticed the gazes around her, she realized how conspicuous she was. She pulled on Xie Lanzhi's sleeve and quickened her steps to the clothing section. Xie Lanzhi pointed at Qin Shu and told the sales clerk at the counter, "Find her some skirts that fit her. They need to be pretty." The sales clerk was taken aback by the group of handsome men and beautiful women and instinctively stood up straight. She smiled and said, "We have quite a few new styles. Which one do you want?" Xie Lanzhi hesitated for a moment and said, "Bring them all out." As it was his first time buying clothes for a woman, Xie Lanzhi spoke with confidence. His commanding tone suggested he intended to buy everything on that floor. The sales clerk's eyes widened in disbelief, and she opened her mouth to say something. But upon seeing the tall men standing outside the counter, she slowly closed her mouth, turned around with a gloomy face, and resigned herself to finding the clothes. Qin Shu caught a glimpse of the sales clerk's frustrated expression. If she had come alone today, she would have likely been met with some snarky remarks. It was that the sales clerk had a bad attitude. It was just that most people who came to the department store only looked and didn't buy. They were always full of curiosity about new things. And the sales clerk's patience was wearing thin. The sales clerk managed to find more than 10 skirts in one go, which was quite a challenge for Qin Shu. In a corner shielded by a piece of fabric, she tried on each skirt for Xie Lanzhi. Some skirt styles from this era would even see a revival in 30 or 40 years. There were several light-colored skirts that Qin Shu quite liked. A woman dresses up for the one she loves. For the next hour, she immersed herself in trying on different skirts. After much selection, Qin Shu settled on 7 or 8, with 2 being popular styles from Xiangjiang. Xie Lanzhi didn't care which one she liked. With a wave of his hand, he decided to take them all. He pulled out a stack of cash and cloth tickets, saying in a deep voice, "Let us check out." The sales clerk, with a long face, was worried about the mess she would have to clean up at the counter, but upon hearing this, she perked up. She incredulously asked, "Do you mean you want all the clothes this comrade tried on?" "Yes." Xie Lanzhi's eyes held a mysterious light as he gazed at Qin Shu, and before she could speak, he added, "The daughter-in-law of the Xie family should be pampered. This is what my grandfather told my father back in the day." Qin Shu's words, along with her surprise, were swallowed down. Fine. Who asked him to be the prince of the capital? With money and power, These material possessions were merely a drop in the bucket. Qin Shu tried on more than 10 skirts, totaling a little over 200 yuan. And Xie Lanzhi paid without batting an eye. This scene caught the attention of Zhao Yongxiang and the others, who teased him about doting on his wife. Xie Lanzhi, motivated purely by a sense of pride, raised his taut chin and said solemnly, "Earning money is for spending on my wife." He glanced at the blushing Qin Shu, and the frustration of being called stingy finally evaporated. The group left just as high profile as they had arrived. The sales clerk at the counter cheerfully called out, "Feel free to come back next time." Qin Shu turned back, shyly smiled, and waved her hand. By the time they returned to the 963 camp, it was already afternoon. Xie Lanzhi returned the car to Master Luo and walked back to the family compound with Amudi and Qin Shu. On the way, they spotted Sun Yuzhen, who had her head wrapped in a scarf. After not seeing her for several days, she appeared haggard and had clearly lost quite a bit of weight. However, for some reason, when Sun Yuzhen saw the three, she turned and ran away like a startled bird. Qin Shu stared at Xie Lanzhi and asked curiously, "Why did she run?" If she wasn't mistaken, Sun Yuzhen looked terrified upon seeing Xie Lanzhi. Xie Lanzhi replied coldly, "She probably feels guilty for doing something wrong." Amudi couldn't help but laugh at this. Qin Shu looked over, raising an eyebrow, and asked, "Do you know what's going on?" Amudi gleefully explained, "Brother Lan interrogated Sun Yuzhen half a month ago and exposed all her misdeeds. Now, whenever she sees Brother Lan, she runs away. So that is how it is." No wonder Sun Yuzhen was so scared. Xie Lanzhi lowered his gaze to look at Qin Shu's arm. The scratches from Sun Yuzhen that had drawn blood had only recently disappeared. He reminded Qin Shu, "Sun Yuzhen is restless. She will definitely make mistakes again in the future. So keep your distance from her. She will eventually pay for her wrongdoings." Qin Shu curled her lips in a cold smile. "As long as she doesn't come to provoke me, I won't bother with her." Xie Lanzhi affirmed, "She doesn't dare. Unless she no longer wants to stay in the camp." After returning home, Xie Lanzhi helped Qin Shu put the beautiful dresses into the wardrobe, one by one. Qin Shu sat cross-legged on the bed, counting the money from the salary and allowances that Xie Lanzhi had handed her. She was 80% sure that Fan Yaozong would accept her investment, as long as the issue with the pharmaceutical factory was resolved. And with the sincerity of the investment that was like a timely help, there was no reason for the other party to refuse. After putting away the clothes, Xie Lanzhi suddenly said to Qin Shu, "The soldiers who lifted the wild boar at Tinning Ridge last month are on leave these 2 days. When do you think we should invite them over for dinner?" Qin Shu had previously promised those people that she would invite them over for a meal. She pressed the money she had counted on her leg and pondered. "How about tonight? Is the timing too tight?" "No, it's just right to prepare the meal now." Qin Shu got up, went to the drawer to take out some paper and a pen, and her neat and elegant handwriting danced across the white paper. With a rip, Qin Shu pinched the written IOU and handed it to Xie Lanzhi. "This is an IOU for the 10,000 yuan you lent me. When I have the money, I will pay you back with interest." Xie Lanzhi's face darkened frighteningly, emanating a low pressure that made one shiver. His voice sent chills down one's spine. "You wrote me an IOU?" Qin Shu swallowed hard and said earnestly, "Even brothers settle accounts clearly. I said before that this money was a loan." Xie Lanzhi, with a tense expression, took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. "Fine." He took the IOU, rubbed it a few times in frustration, and threw it forcefully to the top of the wardrobe. Qin Shu was taken aback by his action and opened her mouth to explain. Xie Lanzhi didn't even glance at her, leaving with heavy steps. Qin Shu stood there in a daze, not understanding how she had offended Xie Lanzhi. His unpredictable temper came and went as it pleased, making it seem like she was being unreasonable. The heavy footsteps returned. Xie Lanzhi lifted the door curtain and stormed back into the room. He grabbed Qin Shu's slender waist and forcefully shoved her against the wall, lifting her chin with his hand, glaring fiercely at her. "Is it only after I've had my way with you that you wouldn't be so polite with me?" Chapter 67, he is determined to deal with Qin Shu, utterly wicked. "Xie Lanzhi, let's have a good talk. Don't be like this." Qin Shu's breath hitched, her heart nearly stopped, and her voice trembled. At this moment, she felt as if she was balancing on a tightrope, dizzy and her heart racing. This time, Xie Lanzhi did not indulge Qin Shu any longer. Staring directly into her panicked eyes, He gently stroked her delicate chin with the calloused pads of his fingers. How did you come up with the idea of writing an IOU? Although the mysteries surrounding Qin Shu still needed to be investigated, they could not change the fact that they were already a family. A wife writing an IOU to her husband was unheard of, and Xie Lanzhi's anger surged. He tightened his grip around Qin Shu's slender waist, his gaze becoming increasingly sharp, as if he wanted to eat her alive. Qin Shu's heart suddenly stirred, and she immediately understood that the man was so aggressive because of the IOU. With a soft and delicate voice, she said pitifully, "I didn't want to either. Who asked you to have such a good family background? I was afraid you would misunderstand me as greedy. So I thought of writing an IOU to show that I am not that kind of person." Nonsense. Qin Shu had always maintained her boundaries. She wanted to leave cleanly when the time came for divorce. Her voice, tinged with grievance and a hint of tears, slipped quietly through Xie Lanzhi's heart like delicate satin. Xie Lanzhi, who had been holding Qin Shu's small chin, suddenly released her, and his cold face showed a hint of apology. "I am sorry, I misunderstood." Chief Xie believes in owning up to his actions. Knowing he had misjudged Qin Shu, he immediately corrected his attitude and apologized. Qin Shu realized once again how easy it was to coax this man. She breathed a sigh of relief internally, but maintained a fierce expression, glaring at him with her clear black eyes. "Why are you like this? You barely said a few words before getting physical. Are you going to hit me too?" Xie Lanzhi, aware of his wrongdoing, softly coaxed, "It's my fault. I won't do it again." "Another time," Qin Shu exclaimed in disbelief, raising her voice. Xie Lanzhi realized he had misspoken and immediately denied it. "No." Qin Shu shrank back slightly, pretending to be scared, her voice trembling with fear. "You're so fierce and strong. If you ever hit me, wouldn't I be doomed?" Xie Lanzhi's face turned taut, a layer of frost covering it, with veins throbbing on his forehead. He just wanted to get closer to Qin Shu and settle their status. How did it turn into domestic violence? They were husband and wife, and sharing a room was completely natural. Xie Lanzhi stared at Qin Shu, his voice firm. "I won't hit you." Qin Shu, still looking anxious, sniffled, "You just hurt me." Her shivering body seemed frightened. Seeing this, Xie Lanzhi felt increasingly guilty but couldn't find the words to say. Qin Shu gritted her teeth, made up her mind, pushed the man away, and rushed to the wardrobe. "I can't take it. I'm scared. I want to go home." As soon as the wardrobe door opened, Xie Lanzhi pressed against her back, forcefully shutting the door. His strong arms encircled Qin Shu's waist. The man's deep and pleasant voice rang from above her head. "If you keep making a fuss, I'll take you right now." A threat. This was an outright threat. Qin Shu turned around, staring at the man's perfectly chiseled jaw, and coldly asked, "What did you say? No more pretending? Are you going to show your true colors?" Just confirms that there's not a good man out there. They're all the same. Xie Lanzhi's expression turned cold, and the hand on Qin Shu's waist tightened suddenly. His narrow eyes brewed a dangerous glint as he spoke firmly. "They say that couples fight in bed, but make up afterward. There's nothing that can't be solved by sleeping together. If once isn't enough, then twice. If twice isn't enough, then..." Qin Shu's previously furious face blushed with embarrassment. She stood on her tiptoes, covering Xie Lanzhi's mouth with her hand. "Don't say that." Qin Shu glared at the man in anger and embarrassment, wishing she could bite him. This man really talks too freely, revealing everything. What he said shocked her deeply. If once isn't enough, then twice. If twice isn't enough, then more. This isn't an argument at all. It's clearly giving the man an excuse to indulge his desires and devour her whole. Xie Lanzhi's gaze burned like fire as he stared at Qin Shu, with a hint of desire flickering in his eyes. Qin Shu felt the man's heavy breathing against her palm as she covered his mouth and nose. Furious, she stepped on Xie Lanzhi's foot and snapped, "Get out. I want to change clothes." Qin Shu finally understood what it meant to lift a rock only to drop it on her own foot. She wanted to correct Xie Lanzhi's habit of being physical at the slightest disagreement, but instead, she found herself subdued by him. It was not worth the trouble. Xie Lanzhi pulled Qin Shu's hand away from her mouth, gripping her waist and pinning her against the wardrobe, completely trapping her in his embrace. He slightly arched his back like a cheetah about to pounce on its prey, locking eyes with Qin Shu's evasive gaze. The man asked in a deep voice, "Are you going back to your family?" "What the hell?" She was just pretending. Qin Shu pressed her hand against Xie Lanzhi's strong chest, her alluring peach blossom eyes glancing sideways at him. She gritted her teeth and said, "No. You hurry up and go get some snacks from the supply store." Xie Lanzhi stood still, his cold and handsome face showing obvious disappointment. Reluctantly, he loosened his grip on Qin Shu's soft waist and took a step back. Qin Shu sighed in relief, turning to casually grab a loose outfit from the wardrobe. As she turned around, she saw the tall man still standing in the room. She frowned, forcing herself to stay calm, and asked, "Why aren't you leaving? Or should I argue with you some more?" Xie Lanzhi stared at Qin Shu with an expectant expression. Qin Shu's lips, vibrant and luscious, seemed to tempt him to kiss, to ravage, and to possess. Qin Shu's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Xie Lanzhi, instantly realizing his intentions. He was determined to find an excuse to take her. Qin Shu nearly fell back in anger, using the clothes in her hand to hit Xie Lanzhi, furious and annoyed. "You better get out of here and stop being a nuisance." Was she crazy? Why was she still arguing with this man? If this continued, there wouldn't even be a bone left to eat. Xie Lanzhi, feeling dejected, rubbed his nose and extended his hand towards Qin Shu, palm up. "I have no money. Give me some for groceries." Qin Shu rushed to the bed, grabbed a handful of money and ration tickets, stuffed them into Xie Lanzhi's hand, and pushed him out of the room. She locked the bedroom door from the inside, as if guarding against thieves. Leaning against the door, Qin Shu was filled with fear, unaware that Xie Lanzhi, who had stepped out, had a smile curling at the corners of his lips. He lazily lifted his eyelids, watching the closed door with interest. His smile both rogue and mischievous. He looked like a cat that had stolen fish or a cunning fox. His entire being exuded a sinister aura, utterly wicked. Just as Xie Lanzhi was about to turn and leave, Qin Shu's alluring voice, softened by the mist, called out from the bedroom. Xie Lanzhi. Chapter 68. A Shu is tackled by Xie Lanzhi after drinking remember to deliver the medicine on the table outside to Zhao Yongxiang. Qin Shu had wanted to personally hand the second course of medicine to Zhao Yongxiang in the morning. She had forgotten in a rush. Seeing the medicine on the table upon her return reminded her of it. Xie Lanzhi walked to the table and picked up the medicine wrapped in craft paper. He called towards the bedroom. "Got it. I'm going to the supply and marketing cooperative. Do you need anything?" "No, just go quickly and come back." "Okay." After Xie Lanzhi left, Qin Shu, wearing a loose and somewhat old-fashioned dress, glanced at the empty living room and slowly relaxed her tense heart. She had been feeling overwhelmed lately. The level of danger posed by Xie Lanzhi after his recovery was even higher than she had anticipated. He appeared to be a gentleman, but was actually scheming, devious, and still unsatisfied. As she walked towards the kitchen, she began to reconsider the idea of sleeping in separate rooms. Qin Shu wandered around the kitchen, thinking that preparing meals for more than 10 people should include both fish and meat. Given the time, the likelihood of finding meat at the cooperative was very low. She turned back to the bedroom, grabbed a packet of medicinal powder, and picked up 2 bamboo baskets before leaving. An hour later, the setting sun cast its rays on the tall walls of the camp. Qin Shu, struggling with the weight of the 2 bamboo baskets, entered the camp. As soon as she stepped in, she encountered a tall soldier in uniform. "Sister-in-law," the soldier called out, rushing towards her and taking the baskets from her hands. "Wow, these are heavy. What's inside?" Qin Shu recognized the man as one of those who had surrounded her in Amuti at Tianying Ridge. She shook her sore hands and smiled. "It's fish and shrimp." The man lifted the basket and peered inside, exclaiming, "Such fat fish. At least 3 or 4 pounds, right?" Qin Shu modestly replied, "Just a little over 3 pounds. I was lucky to catch 2 in the creek." The man looked at the basket containing the shrimp and was astonished again. "Sister-in-law, how did you catch so many little fish and shrimp?" "They're not easy to catch. They're quite cunning. There's a kind of medicinal herb that emits a scent that can attract these fish and shrimp, even from 100 meters away." As they chatted, they arrived at the family courtyard. Qin Shu saw Xie Lanzhi and Zhao Yongxiang standing at the door, their expressions not looking too good. Xie Lanzhi also noticed Qin Shu walking alongside the soldier from the 2nd Regiment. He tightened his lips and said to Zhao Yongxiang in a low voice, "What I just said was only a suggestion. If you want to completely get rid of the trouble, you'll have to wait patiently a bit longer." Zhao Yongxiang let out a heavy breath, rubbing his pale, face vigorously. Okay. One word conveyed a multitude of bitter emotions. After regaining his composure, Zhao Yongqiang turned to look at Qin Shu and smiled warmly. Sister-in-law is back. I'll come to help you tonight. Qin Shu pretended not to know anything and responded with her usual warmth. No need, they're just home-cooked dishes. I can manage by myself. Xie Lanzhi stepped forward, took the bamboo baskets from the enthusiastic soldier, and said softly, "Thank you for your hard work." The soldier beamed and replied, "Sister-in-law is the one who's worked hard." Xie Lanzhi nodded slightly and turned to Qin Shu, saying, "There's no meat at the cooperative, so I bought some ready-made dishes, marinated pig ears, braised beef, and fried peanuts." Hearing that there was no meat at the cooperative, disappointment immediately appeared on Qin Shu's face. Xie Lanzhi continued, "But I went to the cafeteria on my way back and got a few pounds of meat. It's a bit fatty." Upon hearing this, Qin Shu shot him a resentful glance. "Why are you still out of breath when you speak?" Xie Lanzhi chuckled without replying and took the baskets of fish and shrimp into the kitchen. As night fell, Qin Shu brought out the fragrant stir-fried dishes to the dining table in the living room. Since there were many people eating, the guest room table was moved out and joined together. More than 10 young men with crew cuts sat upright at the table, looking somewhat restrained. The scene was quite pleasing to the eye and felt very secure. Qin Shu glanced at the scattered liquor on the table and gave Zhao Yongqiang a meaningful look. She reminded him, "Deputy Commander Zhao, you can't touch alcohol at all right now." Zhao Yongqiang nervously touched his nose and pushed the filled wine glass in front of him to the person sitting beside him, chuckling awkwardly, "I want to touch it. I'm just smelling it." Qin Shu said to the restrained crowd, "There are still a few dishes to be ready soon, so you all eat and drink as you please. Sister-in-law, I'll help you serve the dishes." Amudi stood up and entered the kitchen with Qin Shu. In the kitchen, Xie Lanzhi stood at the stove, his white shirt sleeves rolled up, revealing the muscular lines of his forearms, holding a slotted spoon as he fried the small fish and shrimp. This cold, otherworldly man seemed out of place in the kitchen. Qin Shu stepped forward, took the slotted spoon from Xie Lanzhi's hands, and urged him softly, "Hurry up and go out. If you don't, they won't even touch their chopsticks." Xie Lanzhi responded in a low voice. He picked up the stir-fried tomatoes and eggs from the counter, turned around, and nearly bumped into Amudi. Amudi extended his hand, saying, "Brother Lon, give it to me." Xie Lanzhi handed the dish over and turned to grab a few empty bowls from the cupboard. Before long, the sound of cheers came from the living room. "Commander Xie, you're fully recovered now. There's no reason to refuse the wine. You know, when you were bombed to the point of looking unrecognizable, we thought you wouldn't make it and secretly cried several times. Sister-in-law brought you back from the gates of hell. It's already spread throughout the camp. Commander Xie, you have such good fortune. What do you call this? Surviving a great disaster must bring future blessings. Commander Xie's blessings are still to come. Let us toast to Commander X." Qin Shu listened to the cheers outside, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and smiled. Having saved Xie Lanzhi, she felt a secret sense of achievement within her. After all, in her previous life, the prestigious Xie family had completely fallen after Xie Lanzhi's death. Not long after Xie Lanzhi died, his father also passed away due to illness. With the death of their only son and her husband, Mrs. Xie vanished from the capital. It was said that she went to Hong Kong and never set foot in the capital again. Qin Shu had vaguely heard that Mrs. Xie's family background was not simple, but the details were unclear. Realizing that her father-in-law's health was not good, Qin Shu thought that if she had time, she would personally check his pulse. Just as she finished serving the fried fish and shrimp, she heard someone shout from outside, "Sister-in-law, there's enough food. Don't make any more. Sister-in-law, come out to eat. We're just waiting for you." Qin Shu raised her eyebrows slightly and called back, coming. She poured the braised pork from the clay pot, holding a dish in each hand, and walked into the dining room with a smile. Someone excitedly shouted, "Sister-in-law is out." Zhao Yongqiang jokingly scolded the one closest to the kitchen. "Can't you see? Hurry up and help." Two young soldiers immediately stood up, saying, "Sister-in-law, give it to me." Qin Shu handed the dishes to them, instinctively glancing at Xie Lanzhi, who was seated at the head of the table. He might have drunk a bit, as his normally gentle face was slightly flushed, and he waved at Qin Shu. "Ah Shu, come and sit." His voice was clear, his pace unhurried, and extremely gentle. Qin Shu walked over and sat next to Xie Lanzhi, and immediately someone came to toast. Sister-in-law, your cooking skills are amazing. I toast to you. Qin Shu quickly waved her hand. I don't really drink. She hadn't forgotten the awkwardness of last time when she accidentally got too close to Xie Lanzhi while drinking. She didn't want that to happen again. Amudi raised his wine glass and clinked it with the soldier who was toasting. You can't stop this guy from eating. Come on, let's drink. After finishing the drink, the man shyly said, Sister-in-law's cooking is really too delicious. If my wife had this skill, I could laugh myself awake in my dreams. Amudi smiled and said, If it's good, eat more. Such opportunities are rare. A pair of chopsticks was sent over to Qin Shu, and Xie Lanzhi leaned close to her ear, whispering, Don't mind them. While speaking, he placed 2 empty bowls in front of Qin Shu, saying, I'll help you pick what you want to eat. Qin Shu took the chopsticks. After that, she enjoyed Xie Lanzhi's feeding with peace of mind. She made quite a few dishes tonight. Sweet and sour fish, dry pot carp, fried small fish and shrimp, braised pork, braised potatoes, black truffle scrambled eggs, stir-fried mushrooms with vegetables, and smashed cucumbers. There are also some large shrimp picked out, a plate of fried shrimp tails, along with 2 jars of canned food poured into a big bowl, and the sauced beef, pig ears, and peanuts that Xie Lanzhi bought. The table was filled with a sumptuous spread, and Qin Shu was already full after just a bit of everything. More than a dozen men gathered together to drink, occasionally speaking without any restraint. Qin Shu had heard them casually making crude jokes several times. Knowing that she was present, they held back. Qin Shu leaned closer to the relaxed-looking Xie Lanzhi. She whispered in his ear, I'm full. I'm going back to the room first. You all enjoy yourselves. Xie Lanzhi's usually cool eyes were tinged with a hint of drunken light, the corners of his eyes slightly flushed. All right, if they keep making noise, they should be about done. His voice was also tinged with the effects of alcohol, sounding slightly deep and hoarse. It's fine. It's a rare opportunity. You all drink well. Qin Shu stood up and quietly left her seat. When she pushed open the bedroom door, she heard laughter coming from behind. Zhao Yongxiang was standing on one leg on a stool, telling Xie Lanzhi's embarrassing past. You don't know, during our first mission with Xie Tuan, we encountered a fiery woman who was dealing with soil materials. That girl pointed at Xie Tuan's nose and said she wanted to take him back as her 4th or 5th husband. At that time, we almost sacrificed Xie Tuan's good looks for the mission. Ha ha, Brother Zhao, that's not fair. At least hesitate a bit. Our camp's Jade-faced King of Hell. Even that woman dared to have designs on him. It seems the old birthday star is tired of living. Qin Shu turned to look at the noisy crowd and immediately saw the uniquely charming Xie Lanzhi, whose smile was the best. He had a relaxed expression, shaking his head helplessly, with a carefree and bright smile on his face. That was a smile that came from deep within, something Qin Shu had never seen before. The most genuine side of Xie Lanzhi. Just one glance, and she understood that Xie Lanzhi was on guard against her. Qin Shu raised her eyebrows slightly, a faint smile appearing in her eyes, not caring about this realization at all, because she had never opened her heart to Xie Lanzhi either. They were merely a seemingly intimate couple on the surface, but in reality, they were strangers who didn't know each other. The bedroom door was quietly closed. The lively noise from the living room was blocked by the tightly shut door. After a long time, the clamor outside gradually quieted down. In her sleep, Qin Shu felt the bed shaking a bit, as if an earthquake was happening. She suddenly opened her eyes and found herself tightly held in someone's arms, like a child. The culprit was the drunken Xie Lanzhi. His normally pale skin was flushed, his eyes glazed and shimmering with intoxication, losing some of their usual coldness, appearing particularly gentle and harmless. His dazed gaze was fixed on Qin Shu, his thin lips moving, speaking words full of intensity. Ah Shu, I want you. An ambiguous atmosphere, woven together with the scent of alcohol, filled the air. As soon as he finished speaking, the breathless Xie Lanzhi buried his head in Qin Shu's neck. His warm lips measured the sensitive skin on her slender neck inch by inch. The stormy kiss caught Qin Shu off guard, causing her to lose the best opportunity to resist. C'est dominating. She was almost suffocating, unable to breathe. Chapter 69. A Shu in the Princess Hold, acting cutesy Qin Shu, who had lost all sleepiness, pulled her hand out from under the blanket, preparing to launch a counterattack at the right moment. Xie Lanzhi suddenly stopped, leaning close to Qin Shu's ear, and whispered, "You smell so good. What did you put on?" Qin Shu met the man's dazed gaze and caught a whiff of a refreshing yet alcoholic scent mixed in the air. Her inquisitive eyes focused on his facial expressions, unable to discern whether he was genuinely drunk or just trying to take advantage of her under the influence. Xie Lanzhi's eyes were fixed on Qin Shu's lips as he moved closer. The rich scent of alcohol mixed with a cold aura brushed against Qin Shu's face. His high nose bridge pressed against her petite nose. Just as their lips were about to touch, Qin Shu narrowed her eyes and retorted, "But you smell terrible." She raised her hand and struck a pressure point on Xie Lanzhi's body. He winced in pain and loosened his grip on her waist. Reluctantly, he reached out again, his fingers grazing the hem of her clothing. His movements were swift and aimed, completely unlike that of a drunk person. Qin Shu, noticing that he was coming at her again, had no choice but to retaliate. She utilized a military technique she had learned in her past life, successfully subduing the man who was both taller and stronger than her. After 40 years of refinement, the technique allowed her to defeat him in one move. Qin Shu felt triumphant as she patted Xie Lanzhi's head, panting with laughter. "Look at you, getting drunk and still daring to provoke me. It's easy to take you down." Her proud demeanor faded, revealing the soft and obedient side she showed to others. Seeing that Xie Lanzhi was no longer struggling, she pushed him away and got out of bed. After straightening her clothes, she glanced at the man sprawled on the bed, her clear black eyes devoid of warmth. After waiting for a long time without hearing any movement from him, she grew worried and approached barefoot. She softly called out, "Xie Lanzhi?" After a long while, the man groggily emitted a heavy nasal sound. Qin Shu realized he was too drunk to even be conscious. A gentle sigh escaped her lips as she resigned herself and sat at the edge of the bed, reaching for the collar of Xie Lanzhi's shirt. As she skillfully unbuttoned it, she grumbled, turning into a lecher after drinking. "If I were defenseless, I really wouldn't escape your clutches. You should be sober, and if you bully me again, I'll take you down with one move. Let us see if you dare to bully me again." Qin Shu's complaints grew quieter. She didn't notice Xie Lanzhi's hand, which had been hanging over the edge of the bed, tremble slightly. All her attention was drawn to the silver chain beneath Xie Lanzhi, her golden dragon compass, which she had been wearing before bed. How did it end up here? Qin Shu tugged at the chain's edge, but it wouldn't budge. Xie Lanzhi was too heavy. She pushed her slightly heavy leg aside, bracing a knee against the bed's edge, and leaned into check. Her proximity was so close that it could easily lead to misunderstandings. After being pawed at for a while, Xie Lanzhi's eyelids fluttered open slightly, and he was met with a sight that made him hold his breath. His heart raced like a drum, almost betraying him. When Qin Shu sensed something was off, she quickly lifted her head, seeing Xie Lanzhi still with his eyes closed. She exhaled slowly. Qin Shu pushed against the side of his waist, pulled out the golden dragon compass, and turned to leave, her hurried footsteps fading away. After a long time, Xie Lanzhi opened his bloodshot eyes, heavily staring at the closed door. The uncontrollable changes within him gradually settled down, recalling Qin Shu's grappling technique. He raised both hands and awkwardly, but precisely began to imitate it. Sounds of dishes being cleaned echoed from the living room. In the bedroom, Xie Lanzhi continued to replicate Qin Shu's grappling technique, growing increasingly familiar with the movements and sensing their underlying familiarity. His eyes sparkled with excitement, his already flushed face becoming more animated. What seemed like a simple grappling technique could easily subdue an opponent if executed quickly and accurately. Having experienced countless battles, Xie Lanzhi couldn't find a perfect countermeasure in such a short time. From Qin Shu's proficiency and technique, it was clear that this was only one of her moves. If he could uncover all her techniques and teach them to his soldiers, it would undoubtedly give them a significant advantage. Xie Lanzhi's rising desires were suppressed by his hidden excitement. Another layer of mystery surrounded Qin Shu. Each secret he unearthed from her was immensely rewarding. His breathing became unsteady as he listened to the sounds from the living room, his thin lips pressed into a straight line. No need to rush. They had plenty of time. Sooner or later, he he would uncover all of Qin Shu's secrets. Feeling tipsy again after a careful exploration, Xie Lanzhi slowly closed his eyes. As his breathing became deep and even, Qin Shu pushed open the bedroom door. The next day, controlled by his biological clock, Xie Lanzhi opened his clear, rational eyes and found that Qin Shu was no longer beside him. He propped himself up with his muscular arms, lazily leaning against the headboard. The silk quilt had slipped down to his waist, revealing numerous scars of varying depths across his body. Xie Lanzhi lifted the blanket and discovered he was only wearing a pitifully small pair of shorts. Last night's memories flooded his mind like frames from a movie, and he realized he had no memory of what happened after Qin Shu returned to the room. Xie Lanzhi's expression changed slightly as he felt the other side of the bed. It was cold, clearly indicating no one had slept there. Swinging his long legs over the side of the bed, he got dressed and opened the door to search for Qin Shu. The living room was tidied up, devoid of last night's chaos, spotless. The door's bolt was locked from the inside. It was clear that Qin Shu hadn't left the house. She was still in her room. Xie Lanzhi's expression darkened as he turned his steps toward the guest room. In the guest room, Qin Shu lay in bed, her cheeks flushed, her side profile exuding a sense of sweet comfort as she breathed deeply. The door opened quietly, not disturbing the sleeping figure. Standing at the door, Xie Lanzhi's gaze fell on the thin blanket covering Qin Shu, his expression turning frosty. He walked heavily to the bedside. Noticing the faint blue tint under Qin Shu's eyes, his previous displeasure vanished without a trace. He stared at her plump, slightly parted lips for a long time without speaking. Xie Lanzhi bent down, slipped one hand under Qin Shu's knee and placed the other on her delicate shoulder, effortlessly lifting her up. In her dreams, Qin Shu frowned slightly, appearing as if she was about to wake up. However, upon catching a whiff of a familiar, cold scent, she nestled into Xie Lanzhi's embrace, finding a comfortable position. Then she fell still. Xie Lanzhi gazed at her peaceful sleeping face, feeling a warmth spread within him. He carried her to the adjacent bedroom, gently laying her on the bed and covering her with the still warm silk quilt. Back in the familiar bed, covered by the comfortable silk quilt, Qin Shu let out a soft hum, almost like a little tease. The familiar environment prompted her to seek out her human-shaped pillow. Just as Xie Lanzhi sat at the edge of the bed, his lean waist was wrapped by Qin Shu's tender arms. He was no longer as flustered as he had been the first time. He gazed at the arms wrapped around his waist and gently rubbed them with his fingertips. Her skin was warm and smooth, akin to the delicate white of a peeled egg. Xie Lanzhi could almost imagine how wonderful the texture of Qin Shu's entire skin must feel. Last time, after Qin Shu got drunk, the most outrageous thing he did was also through her clothes. Without Qin Shu's nod of consent, he could not possibly do anything more excessive. Xie Lanzhi, who had long returned to normal, had the nature and needs of a man. Every day, facing the enchanting and alluring Qin Shu, he wished he could have her right away. Whether it was the secret of Qin Shu, the obedient and gentle one, or the one who would throw a tantrum, all exuded a unique charm, showcasing a blend of softness and strength. Qin Shu had a captivating allure that could make a man addicted and crazy. Given time, Xie Lanzhi believed he could not escape this norm either. With her beauty and numerous advantages, Qin Shu's many qualities made him increasingly curious. He recalled why he felt familiar with the fighting skills Qin Shu used to subdue him last night. At the age of 20, he had gone to Germany, America, and the Soviet Union for further training as an ordinary soldier. The grappling techniques Qin Shu used bore the shadow of the training he had received from those places. Xie Lanzhi gently stroked Qin Shu's cheek, his deep and hoarse voice barely audible. Shu, how many more secrets do you have that I don't know about? Chapter 70. Exhausted Qin Shu is carried by Princess Xie Tuan. Qin Shu slowly opened her sleepy eyes as noon approached. The familiar room she saw made her shiver all over, and she sat up abruptly. No, she had clearly been sleeping in the guest room last night. How did she wake up back in her bedroom? Longu, pass me that basket of tiles next to you. Qin Shu heard Emudi's voice and leaned over to lift a corner of the curtain. Outside, the sky was gloomy with no sign of sunlight. Xie Lanzhi and Emudi were bare-chested, standing in the small courtyard. Around them was a pile of mud mixed with straw, along with several baskets filled with red tiles. Xie Lanzhi wiped the sweat from his face with a towel draped around his neck. He arched his perfectly muscled back and handed a basket of tiles to Amudi, who directly picked it up and climbed the ladder to the roof. Seeing this, Qin Shu quickly got dressed and rushed out of the room. "What are you doing?" Xie Lanzhi casually looked up, his dark eyes meeting hers. "Fixing the house." His succinct words carried an unspoken depth. Qin Shu didn't grasp it and scanned the messy courtyard in confusion. Amudi, who had climbed onto the roof, leaned over and smiled. "Sister-in-law, the room I stayed in leaks. I just happen to have time today, so I'm fixing it with Longo." Qin Shu's heart sank. She asked quietly, "Can the guest room still be slept in?" She hoped her plan of sleeping separately wouldn't be thwarted. Amudi chuckled. "No, you can't sleep there. Not only is there a smell, but if it rains, it will be even more damp." After hearing this, Qin Shu felt her heart grow cold. She had just moved into the guest room last night, and now they were fixing it. If she believed they weren't doing this on purpose, she wouldn't buy it for 100 times. Perhaps her expression was too grim, so Xie Lanzhi cleared his throat and gently explained, "The weather has been bad lately, and it might rain heavily. If we don't fix it now, our room will also suffer." Qin Shu gave him a sidelong glance, her seductive eyes narrowing as she said sarcastically, "Isn't it a coincidence that the rain is coming now and not earlier or later?" No matter how he explained, he couldn't hide the fact that the man was doing this intentionally. She didn't believe it would really rain in a few days. Xie Lanzhi, feeling guilty, shifted the topic to the pharmaceutical factory's approval. "I went to find Aunt Min this morning. I mentioned the approval from the pharmaceutical factory, and she said we should have results today. So fast." Qin Shu immediately shifted her attention and walked briskly to Xie Lanzhi, ignoring the strong masculine scent that hit her. She stared at him with bright eyes. As Xie Lanzhi was shoveling dirt with a spade, he unconsciously tightened his muscles as she approached. He spoke clearly. "The section chief of the pharmaceutical factory is personally reviewing it. If there are no issues with the process, we should get the approval by tomorrow at the latest." Qin Shu's heart skipped a beat, and her enchanting face couldn't hide her smile. This was truly wonderful. Xie Lanzhi's prompt action had led to such rapid progress, something she hadn't expected at all. Feeling elated, the shadow of not being able to sleep in the guest room dissipated. While she was immersed in joy, Xie Lanzhi exchanged a glance with Amudi, who nodded expressionlessly while looking at Qin Shu below. Feigning excitement, Amudi asked, "Sister-in-law, I heard that yesterday Ong Tuo's men were caught, and you played a part in it?" This reminded Qin Shu of that street thug, Rango, who seemed somewhat familiar. She casually replied, "That guy was targeted by a group, and I just happened to pass by and gave him a few needles." But it was more than just giving a few needles. Otherwise, Tao Ran and the others wouldn't have turned pale and horrified when mentioning Qin Shu's actions. Amudi's main purpose wasn't this. He continued the conversation casually. "I noticed that those kids, whenever they mentioned sister-in-law, looked completely in awe." Qin Shu couldn't help but laugh. Those guys weren't admiring her. They were scared, fearing that the needles she used would end up in them. Seeing that Qin Shu didn't respond, Amudi worriedly said, "Sister-in-law, it's not safe for a woman like you to be outside. Why not let Longo teach you a few self-defense moves?" Upon hearing this, Xie Lanzhi's muscular chest leaned slightly forward. It was subtle but noticeable. Qin Shu glanced at Xie Lanzhi, who was slim in clothes but muscular without them. She felt grateful but also apprehensive. She feared that she might get her arms or legs broken before learning a few moves. Noticing her fear, Amudi encouraged, "Longo is the best fighter in the camp. It wouldn't hurt for sister-in-law to learn a few moves." Xie Lanzhi also put down his work, walked over to Qin Shu, and kindly said, "I'll teach you some simple and easy moves that you can learn quickly." Qin Shu, being quite perceptive, noticed the odd dynamic between the two and rolled up her sleeves, looking up at Xie Lanzhi with a sly smile. "All right, then I'll trouble Captain Xie to be my teacher for a day." With a bit of martial arts background, Qin Shu quickly started practicing with Xie Lanzhi. At first, it didn't go all out, until Xie Lanzhi inadvertently grabbed her chest, where she had hurriedly forgotten to wear an undershirt. This infuriated Qin Shu. Her captivating eyes glared at Xie Lanzhi in embarrassment and anger. This man was definitely doing it on purpose. Xie Lanzhi had clearly aimed for that. Qin Shu immediately shifted her tactics, attacking with precision and ferocity, using deadly moves. Xie Lanzhi's usually composed face visibly showed excitement. He went from being pushed back to gaining a significant advantage with his size and strength, counterattacking fiercely. MUD stood on the roof, watching intently, his expression growing serious as he scrutinized their sparring. He was increasingly alarmed, his handsome face showing concern as he eyed Qin Shu. Qin Shu's techniques were not mere show. Each move targeted vital points, designed to incapacitate. This intense mix of soft and hard attacks was lethal. If Xie Lanzhi had the advantage in size, the consequences of Qin Shu's strikes would have been dire. Qin Shu had gone from being embarrassed and furious to gradually slowing her moves, engaging in a playful back and forth with Xie Lanzhi. She demonstrated the military combat techniques she had learned in her past life with impeccable form. After all, it had been refined over 40 years, blending ancient Chinese martial arts with all traditional techniques from around the world into a new fighting style. Xie Lanzhi, learning and responding at the same time, found himself repeatedly unable to counter effectively. Time passed slowly. In the courtyard, the two figures, one tall and one short, one strong and one weak, engaged in a playful spar. Occasionally, their bodies made close contact, but neither paid it any mind. The most intense moment was when Xie Lanzhi pinned Qin Shu to the ground, his hand resting on her pubic bone. Even in such an unacceptable position, Qin Shu didn't lose her temper. They were both immersed in their combat practice until Qin Shu finally exhausted her strength. She lost her balance and knelt down on the ground. Xie Lanzhi's pupils dilated, and he quickly caught her arm, pulling her into his embrace. "Are you okay?" His voice was slightly unsteady, and the warm breath he exhaled brushed against Qin Shu's forehead. I can't anymore." Qin Shu gasped, fearfully waving her hand. "I haven't eaten since I woke up. If we keep going, I'll faint." As soon as Xie Lanzhi heard this, he effortlessly picked her up around the waist and walked steadily and quickly back into the house. Qin Shu, drenched in sweat and feeling weak all over, leaned against the man's bare chest. After a set of military combat techniques, she felt completely drained. Her hair was soaked with sweat, cascading down her forehead, and beads of glistening sweat were forming on the tip of her nose. In a charming voice, Qin Shu weakly said, "Xie Lanzhi, I'm so hungry." Lunch couldn't be made anymore, but she couldn't go on an empty stomach either. "Got it, I'll cook at noon." Xie Lanzhi carefully carried Qin Shu back to the bedroom and gently placed her on the bed. He got up to rummage through the cabinet, took out a tin of biscuits, and prepared a cup of malt milk. "You eat something first, I'll make some noodles." Qin Shu took a sip of the sweet, yet not overly rich malt milk, and reached into the tin to grab a biscuit. She watched Xie Lanzhi walk away and called out, "I want noodles with 2 eggs." Exhausted from the physical exertion, Qin Shu felt she could eat a whole cow at that moment. "Got it." Xie Lanzhi's tone remained indifferent, but if one listened closely, a hint of urgency could be detected. Leaning against the headboard, Qin Shu's alluring peach blossom eyes curved up, revealing a mischievous and radiant smile. She wasn't foolish. She could see through Xie Lanzhi's and AMUTI's probing. They were taking turns coaxing her to learn some self-defense techniques, but in reality, they wanted to obtain the improved set of combat techniques from her. Qin Shu was merely going along with it. If it could make the country stronger, why wouldn't she be happy to help? After all, powerful soldiers were always the simplest and most brutal way to deter enemies. In the kitchen, just as Xie Lanzhi sat down to boil water, AMUT walked in with a solemn expression. He lowered his voice, hesitatingly asking, "Lanzhi, I've never seen this kind of skill from your sister-in-law. Should we investigate?" Chapter 71, I believe my wife. "She has her reasons for not telling me." Xie Lanzhi covered the pot, leaning against the wall in a relaxed posture with his arms crossed. His cool, thin lips slightly curved. He said to MUT, "The Xie family has already investigated the Qin family thoroughly. If there were any problems, they would have been discovered and prepared for long ago." The arranged marriage leading to Qin Shu's arrival, which triggered a series of events, made Xie Lanzhi feel a subtle sense of relief deep down. It was fortunate that it was Qin Shu who came. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for him to stand up for the rest of his life, and he would have to leave the military forever. This life-saving grace was something Xie Lanzhi kept in his heart. Muti frowned tightly, his tone slightly uneasy as he said, "But sister-in-law is too strange." Strange was an understatement. It was as if it were written on her forehead. "I have problems. Come investigate me." Xie Lanzhi thought to himself, how could she not be strange? Qin Shu's medical skills were extraordinary, pulling him back from the brink of death. Even his leg, which had been declared to be forever reliant on a cane, had recovered completely in just a month. Qin Shu understood a lot as well. She was aware that the imported Western medicine had side effects. And although she had never attended high school, she could speak English. She could identify high-end precision instruments used for espionage and knew a combative grappling technique that combined both Eastern and Western styles. Each of these matters exposed the fact that Qin Shu was hiding many secrets. Xie Lanzhi said in a calm tone, "No need to worry. She's just a cunning little fox. She will eventually reveal her tale." He recalled the testing process of their earlier sparring, feeling increasingly uneasy. Later, Qin Shu had withdrawn her fierce attacks, clearly demonstrating the complete grappling technique to him intentionally. If that was the case, things would become interesting. Qin Shu did not hide the issues she had. It seemed she was confident that after her secrets were revealed, no one would dare to do anything to her. Muti stepped forward and lowered his voice to ask Xie Lanzhi, "Brother Lan, if sister-in-law's identity is problematic, what are you going to do?" In this day and age, those caught with issues faced a miserable fate. Going to prison and living on meager rations was considered good luck. A hint of playful amusement appeared on Xie Lanzhi's cold face. There are laws of the country and rules of the family. If there really are issues, the country will take care of it. Muti showed an expression of shock, unable to believe. "Are you going to hand sister-in-law over?" He knew how much old Master Xie valued this daughter-in-law from the Qin family. If the old man found out, he probably wouldn't be able to accept it psychologically. A faint smile emerged in Xie Lanzhi's eyes. "What are you thinking? Shu is my wife. She will return to Beijing with me in the future. Moreover, I trust Shu. She must have her reasons for not telling me." Muti shifted the topic back to the main issue. "Brother Lan, the grappling technique sister-in-law practices combines a large number of traditional Chinese martial arts with a small amount of Western techniques. This hybrid grappling combat technique fundamentally comes from what our ancestors left behind. Because it has new elements added, the moves are fierce and very lethal. If fully unleashed, the opponent would either be dead or severely injured. And I'm very sure that Germany, America, and the Soviet Union do not have this kind of military combat technique." The water in the pot boiled. Xie Lanzhi took 2 eggs from the cupboard, cracked them on the table, and dropped them into the water. In a cold voice, he asked, "Have you memorized all those moves?" Muti puffed out his chest confidently. "They are all memorized in my head." Xie Lanzhi glanced at him, his thin lips issuing an order, "Prepare to go back to Beijing and demonstrate it to my dad. Just say I plan to popularize this grappling technique in the 963rd Unit." His previous idea was to teach this grappling technique to the special forces of Longting. But then he thought that the border soldiers of the 963rd Unit often faced ruthless individuals and should strengthen their own capabilities. "No," Muti instinctively retorted. "The commander ordered me to protect you closely. Last time, during Xie Lanzhi's battle with the Ongtuo forces, he had been left at the camp. This incident had made Muti uneasy for several days. Now being sent to Beijing felt like being abandoned." Busy boiling the poached eggs, Xie Lanzhi confirmed that they were set, turned his head, and looked at Muti with a slightly sharp gaze. "I don't trust others. This matter can only be handled by you personally. The grappling combat technique that can be applied in real combat seems ordinary, but in reality, it is a killing technique, a true art of killing. Since it is a killing technique, it needs to be taken seriously and requires approval from above." Muti understood that there was no room for negotiation on this matter. He straightened his back and solemnly assured, "I will return as soon as possible." He was different from other soldiers. He was first Xie Lanzhi's officer and then a soldier of the 963rd Unit. Xie Lanzhi patted Muti's shoulder and said gently, "By the way, help me check on my parents. Let them take good care of their health." "I will." Muti smiled again and asked, "Should I bring back some local specialties?" Xie Lanzhi nodded. "I will prepare some. You can go out first." Muti stared at the boiling water in the pot, swallowing hard. Brother Lan, I'm hungry. His intention to stay for dinner was very apparent. Xie Lanzhi narrowed his eyes, looking Amudi up and down, his voice low and almost cold. This is for a Shu. It wouldn't even fill your teeth. Amudi grinned, then just make a bit more noodles. If there are too many noodles, the taste will be bad. Xie Lanzhi stirred the noodles in the pot, covered it again, and went to prepare the condiments. Seeing that there was no portion for him, Amudi pouted, looking dejected as he left. He had previously been fortunate enough to eat the clear soup noodles made by Brother Lan. The taste was simply extraordinary. The clear soup noodles tasted better than meat. Before long, Xie Lanzhi brought in a bowl of clear soup noodles with 2 poached eggs, pushing the bedroom door open. Qin Shu was leaning against the headboard, sketching in a notebook, not knowing what she was doing. Xie Lanzhi placed the noodles on the table and handed the chopsticks to Qin Shu. Just out of the pot. Eat a few bites while it's hot. His eyes concealed anticipation and nervousness, and his tone was very steady. Qin Shu sniffed the faint aroma, not raising her head as she said, "Wait a moment. I'll be done soon." Her hand moved the pen noticeably faster, her palm-sized face tense, making her exquisite features appear even more beautiful and cold. Suddenly, her pencil broke. Qin Shu furrowed her brows tightly. Xie Lanzhi took out a steel pen worth half a month's salary from a drawer. He offered the pen to Qin Shu, saying, "Try using this pen. Not now. If I draw it wrong, I can't modify it." Qin Shu closed a notebook in her hand, picked up a pencil sharpener nearby, and skillfully began to operate it. Xie Lanzhi noticed that her fingertips had turned red, a hint of tenderness flashing in his eyes. Qin Shu quickly picked up the notebook again to write and draw. Before long, she flipped to another page and continued sketching on the blank page. As she turned the page, Xie Lanzhi caught a glimpse of some shadows that appeared to be human figure sketches. At that moment, he had yet to realize what kind of surprise Qin Shu would bring him. After a long while, Qin Shu raised her head, her beautiful eyes shining with joy. All done. She took the steel pen from Xie Lanzhi's hand and flipped to the first page of the notebook. With a wave of her small hand holding the pen, several large characters flowed beautifully onto the blank first page. Detailed analysis of combat techniques. After finishing, Qin Shu placed the pen and the notebook into Xie Lanzhi's hands. She picked up the bowl on the table, taking a big bite of the noodles, exclaiming, "MMM, so delicious." The moment she took her first bite, her eyes sparkled with brilliance. What seemed like an ordinary bowl of clear soup noodles turned out to be so enticing. Xie Lanzhi flipped through the notebook in his hands, seeing illustrations of human anatomy and detailed explanations. Usually calm and reserved, the tension in his jaw tightened, and he felt an uncontrollable surge of excitement, exuding an undeniable aura. Xie Lanzhi suddenly lifted his head, his seemingly affectionate yet actually indifferent eyes fixated on Qin Shu. His gaze was heavy, as if he was assessing and contemplating. "Are you sure you want to give it to me?" Qin Shu acted completely on her whims, even too lazy to cover up her intentions. If this continued, the Xie family's old residence would soon welcome its new master. Qin Shu met Xie Lanzhi's eyes, which reflected a faint glow, and the corner of her lips curled slightly. She casually said, "You seemed interested, so I drew it down when I had nothing to do." "Nothing to do?" Xie Lanzhi lowered his gaze, staring at Qin Shu, who was holding the bowl with slightly trembling hands. The credibility of that statement was zero. After grappling with him for over an hour, Qin Shu had already exhausted her strength. While he was cooking the noodles, she managed to sketch the entire set of fighting techniques and wrote a detailed explanation, clearly intentional. The emotions in Xie Lanzhi's eyes were complex and turbulent as he tentatively asked, "Who taught you this set of fighting techniques?" Chapter 72. The child being urged to be born. Feelings are made despite knowing that Qin Shu's chances of answering were slim. He still wanted to ask her directly. What if he gained something from it? Qin Shu laughed it off and casually replied, "Maybe I'm just a natural talent in martial arts. I accidentally dreamed a dream and learned it." To return to 40 years ago, saying it was just a big dream wouldn't be an exaggeration. Qin Shu smiled brightly, showing no signs of feeling guilty for her nonsense. It was as if she really just dreamed it. If Xie Lanzhi believed her, that would be strange. Knowing that Qin Shu wouldn't tell the truth, he stopped pressing her and reached out to touch her hair. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but after a long while, he couldn't utter a word. Xie Lanzhi sighed softly, leaned closer to Qin Shu, and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead. It was a fleeting kiss, a touch, and then gone. I have something to take care of outside. After you finish eating, put the bowl on the table and wait for me to come back and clean up. Suddenly kissed. Qin Shu rubbed the spot that had just been kissed with her hand holding the chopsticks. What was this? A reward? That was a bit too stingy. Xie Lanzhi suddenly stood up, ruffled her hair again, and lightly patted her. He turned and left, walking hurriedly. Qin Shu was left stunned, thinking, what was this? Did he take her for a child? As soon as Xie Lanzhi left, Qin Shu immediately put the bowl on the table and rubbed her sore wrist. She grimaced and complained, it hurts so much. In the evening, Qin Shu was grinding medicine in the living room, preparing the last batch of pills for Zhao Yongqiang. The process was quite complicated. Lanzhi, are you home? A voice came from outside. It was LV Min. Qin Shu guessed her intention and quickly rushed to the door. Director LV, Lanzhi is not here. Is there something you need? LV Min, dressed in army green fatigues, saw it was Qin Shu and smiled kindly. You're the same at home. This is the approval document from the pharmaceutical factory. She handed several approval slips to Qin Shu. Qin Shu brushed off the residue from her hands and took them excitedly, saying, Did you get it so quickly? The approval slip clearly stated the word approved, along with the signatures and seals from the leaders of the pharmaceutical factory. LV Min explained, it was an issue at the pharmaceutical factory. An employee took the money and pressed the approval slip for the Yubai herbal shop. Once the section chief found out, he personally handled it, insisting on giving an explanation. After going through the process, they directly issued the approval. Her tone was relaxed, as if it were just an inconsequential matter. It should be noted that Fan Yaozong took 5 years in his past life to mass-produce the Lingxin Palace treasure pill. Qin Shu held the approval slip in her hand, her face blooming with a charming and radiant smile. Thank you, Director LV. You've really helped me a lot. I'm glad to help you. Qin Shu moved aside to welcome her into the house, saying, Don't just stand outside. Come in and have a glass of water. LV Min smiled and declined. I just brought back a batch of medicine from the factory and need to supervise the storage, so I won't go in. Qin Shu looked regretful and apologized. I'm sorry for troubling you with this trip and wasting your time. LV Min pretended to be unhappy and said, Look at what you're saying. You're being too polite. I treat Lanzhi like a son since neither I nor old Luo have children. You are a daughter-in-law, so you don't need to be so formal in the future. Qin Shu's face turned red, her expression shy, and she lowered her head slightly. She hadn't even met her real mother-in-law yet, and here she was being recognized as a daughter-in-law. Seeing Qin Shu's shy expression, LV Min stopped teasing her and suddenly brought up another matter. I saw Lanzhi with a Mu-Ti in the city. I don't know what they were doing driving around. Qin Shu was indifferent to this and smiled. He didn't tell me. He just said he had something to take care of. LV Min disagreed. He hasn't trained for the past 2 days, and he doesn't even know to spend some time with you. I should talk to him about this. Upon hearing this, Qin Shu became flustered and quickly waved her hands. Speaking rapidly, no need. He has responsibilities. I can't hold him back. She certainly didn't want to be in a situation with Xie Lanzhi, surrounded by danger, at risk of being devoured. As someone with experience, LV Min noticed the issue and narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Qin Shu. She asked bluntly, You and Lanzhi haven't consummated your marriage yet, have you? At a glance, it was clear that Qin Shu was still a budding flower. Xie Lanzhi had already recovered, yet they hadn't gotten closer. Something was obviously off. LV Min wasn't in a hurry to return and supervise the medicine storage. She stepped forward, grabbed Qin Shu's hand, and pulled her into the house. Qin Shu realized that what was to come was very unfriendly to her, and she felt a strong sense of resistance. LV Min didn't give her a chance to escape, pulling her inside with a serious and worried expression. In a low voice, she asked, Is it that Lanzhi can't do that yet? What can't he do? What are you talking about? Qin Shu was completely bewildered, her mind filled with question marks. LV Min mistakenly thought she couldn't cure Xie Lanzhi and slapped her thigh, filled with heartache and self-blame. Lanzhi said you could cure him and that we wouldn't have to worry about having children. So it was all a lie. As soon as these words came out, Qin Shu immediately understood what she meant. Seeing that LV Min's eyes were turning red, she hurriedly reassured her, His health is fine. It's just that we aren't close yet. So we haven't reached that point. LV Min's expression changed instantly, looking at Qin Shu in confusion. You've been married for almost 2 months, living together for more than a month. How can you not be close? Qin Shu averted her gaze, feeling guilty as she touched her nose and shyly said, "Feelings take time to develop." Then she heard LV Min, who was over 50, say something astonishing. "What feelings? It's all just made." Qin Shu widened her eyes. She was shocked, her eyes trembling slightly, and her ears turned red. LV Min couldn't help but laugh at Qin Shu's surprised expression and continued her bold statements. Feelings are mainly based on physical intimacy. If one time isn't enough, then have a few more. Only when the body gets familiar will the feelings deepen. Qin Shu's face instantly turned bright red, a lovely blush appearing at the corners of her eyes. She raised her hand to cover LV Min's mouth, shyly saying, "Please stop talking." Having experienced the 21st century, Qin Shu was not so naive as to be unable to hear such things, but she had never had any intimate experiences in her past life. She simply couldn't understand the awkwardness of discussing private matters so openly. LV Min, her eyes full of teasing mirth, pulled Qin Shu's hand away and said with less boldness, "I think the younger generation is just stubborn. You should listen to me and consummate the marriage first. Feelings can be cultivated later. Old Luo and I had an arranged marriage. We hadn't met before marriage, and we consummated it on the wedding night. After all these years, we're doing just fine." Qin Shu awkwardly dug her toes into the ground, her hands clenching shyly, her fingertips turning a faint pink. She stammered, "This matter still needs to be taken slowly. It would be best to take it slow for another 10 or 8 years until the 1990s arrived, when she could rely on the Xie family's support to thrive in the business world and return to her peak-like in her past life. What was there to delay?" LV Min squeezed Qin Shu's soft little hand and said earnestly, "The Xie family only has Lanzhi as a child. You, as his daughter-in-law, should have a son or daughter soon." Her expression was anxious, desperately persuading Qin Shu to have children, as if she were waiting to hold a grandchild. In reality, it was because Mr. Xie was in poor health, and if he could become a grandfather in his lifetime, that would be a blessing. But as soon as LV Min urged Qin Shu to have a boy, Qin Shu immediately changed the topic. The phrase "one man and half a woman" means that it can refer to either gender, which left Qin Shu at a loss for words. In this era, regardless of wealth, most families prefer sons over daughters. Qin Shu doesn't have an aversion to children, but the problem is, Xie Lanzhi is an absolute heir. Even if they slept together, they wouldn't be able to have children. Seeing Qin Shu's wavering expression, Lu Min was ready to fan the flames further when the door was pushed open from the outside. Dressed in a sharp military uniform, with broad shoulders and a slim waist, Xie Lanzhi stepped over the threshold with long strides. His pale lips were slightly pursed, and a playful smile appeared on his face. "What are you talking about? Why did you close the door?" His slow, languid tone, dragging out the last syllable, was inexplicably enticing. Qin Shu tensed up, suspecting that the scheming Xie Lanzhi had overheard their conversation. Chapter 73. The Temptation from Xie Tuan. Walking hormones. Lu Min's smile grew more genuine upon seeing Xie Lanzhi. "Lanzhi is back. We were just talking about you and Qin Shu having a baby." Upon hearing the mention of having a baby, Qin Shu's expression changed slightly, and she quickly interrupted, "The approval for Yubrikyo has come through. Director Lu personally brought it over. Look." She handed the approval document to the man standing in front of her. Thinking of Lu Min advising her to go to bed with Xie Lanzhi, and all the various reasons for sleeping together, Qin Shu felt her face turn crimson. This topic cannot continue. It's true that Xie Lanzhi is without heirs, but he is normal in other aspects. If Lu Min's words sparked any thoughts, Qin Shu would have no place to cry. Xie Lanzhi lowered his gaze to read the approval document, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips. He said to Lu Min, "Thank you for your hard work, Amin. What's so hard about that? It's you and Ah Shu who should have a baby soon. Whether it's a boy or a girl, it would make your dad happy." Lu Min, aware that Qin Shu was uncomfortable with this topic, still voiced it. In her view, the two were just young and shy, and reminders were necessary. Xie Lanzhi glanced at Qin Shu with interest, his tone languid as he chuckled. "We'll make an effort." When he said "make an effort," His gaze was intensely penetrating, fixated on Qin Shu. The look was exceedingly dangerous, causing her heart to skip a beat. Qin Shu suspected that if Lu Min weren't there, the man would devour her whole. Finally encountering someone sensible. Lu Min smiled so widely that the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes deepened. This was right. They should have more children while they are young. She looked at Qin Shu with satisfaction, appraising her curvy figure that showcased her alluring femininity. With such a charming physique, it was clear she would be good at bearing children. Lu Min stepped forward and patted Qin Shu's backside, leaving her momentarily speechless. This is too soft. The sensation was so good, it felt like kneading dough. Shu is truly blessed, and Lanzhi is too. Having 2 children in 3 years is not a problem. Lu Min was absolutely delighted with Qin Shu, unable to contain her joy. Qin Shu, however, was taken aback. What kind of place is this where people touch without warning? Xie Lanzhi had this habit, and now even Lu Min, a woman, was so unrestrained. Xie Lanzhi could almost guess how exciting Qin Shu's inner thoughts were just by looking at her expression. He suppressed his laughter and stepped forward to pull Qin Shu, whose waist was delicate and soft, away from Lu Min. Aunt Min, when I came here, I saw a lot of people gathered at the health clinic. Lu Min's expression changed. Look at me. I completely forgot about the drug inventory. She hurriedly left, but not before reminding them. You two should work hard. Don't just be busy with your own things. Xie Lanzhi waved his hand. Got it. Take care on your way. After Lu Min left, Qin Shu pried open the arm that was around her waist, her beautiful eyes flickering with fire as she glared at Xie Lanzhi. What nonsense were you saying to her? Don't you know your own body? And kids, do you expect them to pop out from between the rocks? Xie Lanzhi had long accepted the regret of not having children in this life. His expression relaxed as he raised an eyebrow. He teased, if we try hard, maybe a miracle will happen. Xie Lanzhi's gaze roamed over Qin Shu without restraint, as if weighing where to start. Qin Shu refused to back down, retorting sarcastically, if you want to have kids, then you'll need to change your wife. Given Xie Lanzhi's situation, unless he was with a woman with a high fertility rate, he was destined to have no children in this lifetime. The smile on Xie Lanzhi's face faded, his deep eyes scrutinizing Qin Shu. He took a step closer, pulling her petite frame nearer. Changing wives is impossible. I can only trouble you to try hard with me. His lowered voice whispered close to Qin Shu's ear. Then, the mischievous man lightly grabbed her backside. Qin Shu shot her head up, looking at Xie Lanzhi, who appeared nonchalant, her voice trembling as she asked, What did you just do? You scoundrel. Xie Lanzhi chuckled, unapologetically stating, Only Aunt Min can touch you, but I can't. His expression was one of entitlement, as if he had done something perfectly normal. Qin Shu's voice rose uncontrollably, questioning, How can that be the same? It is different. Xie Lanzhi raised an eyebrow, contemplatively saying, I'm your husband. I can touch you freely. You dare. Qin Shu was immediately furious. She glared at Xie Lanzhi with a mix of anger and allure, like a little cat showing its claws. Seeing her flustered, Xie Lanzhi quickly toned down his playful demeanor and stepped back to maintain some distance. Aunt Min is worried about my health issues. I told her you could solve it. Don't feel burdened. In a few years, they will accept it. Qin Shu, with a faint blush on her face, expressed her disagreement. You can hide it for a while, but not forever. It's mainly to keep it from my parents. Xie Lanzhi turned and poured himself a glass of water, his voice calm, devoid of much emotion. As he tilted his head back to drink, the prominent Adam's apple caught Qin Shu's eye. From this angle, it seemed intentional, perfectly showcasing all his attributes. Qin Shu was captivated, her gaze sweeping over his flawless physique and face. Though she was irritated by his teasing, another emotion took over. Dressed in military attire, Xie Lanzhi exuded an aura of raw masculinity, his entire being radiating extreme charm. Even his long fingers holding the cup had a deadly allure. Qin Shu wasn't infatuated, but spending time with Xie Lanzhi daily still made her vulnerable to his allure. After a brief moment of distraction, she quickly averted her gaze, feeling shame for her earlier thoughts. Continuing this way, without Xie Lanzhi taking the initiative, Qin Shu would soon be unable to resist. Like a traveler lost in the desert for too long, about to die of thirst, finding a bottle of sweet water, who could suppress their inner desire? regaining her composure. Qin Shu controlled her gaze away from Xie Lanzhi. She casually asked, I heard from Director Liu that you went to the city with Yuman. Why haven't I seen him? Xie Lanzhi set down the glass, his tone indifferent. He went back to the capital. He'll be back in a few days. Thinking of the detailed analysis of combat techniques, Qin Shu speculated that Yuman's departure might be related to this matter. That set of combat skills, due to her physical limitations, had only about a third of its lethal potential. She had heard the retired soldier teaching her say that mastering such tactics made it possible to fight 100 unarmed. Even if she grasped 6 or 7 parts, she could fend off several attackers. Qin Shu sincerely hoped that the combat techniques she learned in her previous life could be put to good use, benefiting more people. Unbeknownst to her, Xie Lanzhi had come to stand behind Qin Shu, leaning down to whisper clearly in her ear, I plan to implement the combat techniques you designed in the army. But I need my dad and some uncle's approval. His dark eyes focused on Qin Shu's profile, capturing the momentary joy that flashed across her face. The two were very close. Close enough that Xie Lanzhi could clearly hear Qin Shu's heart racing. When Qin Shu looked up, she met Xie Lanzhi's thin lips and the rolling Adam's apple, and she instinctively swallowed. It felt a bit tempting. Chapter 74. The King of Vinegar, Captain Xie, is jealous of my brother-in-law. Qin Shu tried hard to suppress her feelings and softly said, I don't understand these things. Just arrange it as you see fit. Xie Lanzhi smiled lightly, ruffled Qin Shu's hair, deliberately messing up her otherwise smooth locks. Before she could explode in anger, he left her with a few words and turned to walk away. Your family called this afternoon while you were sleeping. I told them you would call back in the evening. Qin Shu, with a fierce expression, immediately chased after him. Why didn't you say earlier? Was it my dad or my mom who called? Xie Lanzhi replied, It was your brother-in-law. He took long strides towards the communication room, intentionally slowing down to wait for the jogging Qin Shu behind him. My brother? Qin Shu asked urgently. What did he call from? Xie Lanzhi succinctly said, From the police station in town. After catching up to him, Qin Shu straightened her somewhat disheveled hair and complained that Xie Lanzhi was too mean. Their figures, one tall and one short, walked side by side, bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun, against the backdrop of their surroundings. The height difference looked adorable and heartwarming. In the communication room, as soon as Qin Shu dialed the number, it was answered on the other end. Is this a Shu? A gentle male voice came through, soothing to the heart. Hearing her brother's familiar voice, Qin Shu broke into a radiant smile. It's me. Does my brother need something? No-Heir, on the other end, spoke slowly and gently. The village has found a new accountant, and I've been replaced. Qin Shu's eyes sharpened as she immediately suspected it was the village head, He Laowu, who was behind this. He Laowu had suffered a significant loss in the camp. Qin Zhao couldn't be saved, and his son had been turned into a eunuch. He likely harbored resentment towards her, and her brother, who was the accountant in the village, was probably implicated as well. With a serious expression, Qin Shu asked, was it He Laowu's doing? No-Heir confirmed yes, and shared his thoughts. The new accountant is a relative of He Laowu's. To be honest, I didn't want to do it anymore. With the educated youth about to return to the city, I guess the policies would change too. I want to see if there are job opportunities in the city factory. As the only self-taught college graduate in the village, No-Heir believed it wouldn't be difficult for him to find a job. Qin Shu's eyes flickered with an idea, and she said into the phone, Come to the city, but you can't work in the factory. I need your help. Once the plans with Yubai Herbal were finalized, it would be impossible for her to run back and forth every day. Having her brother come to the city to help her would be like a timely gift. Sure. No-Heir agreed without asking further. He then changed the subject. The things you sent home arrived a while ago. They were so precious that Mom and Dad didn't want to eat them. I noticed there was a black-skinned cigarette in there, so I tried a few sticks, and they were quite good. Where did you buy them? The items were prepared by Xie Lanzhi, so Qin Shu had no idea what kind of cigarettes they were. At that moment, the phone's volume was quite loud. Sitting on the nearby sofa, Xie Lanzhi could clearly hear every word from her brother-in-law. When Qin Shu's gaze swept over, Xie Lanzhi slightly parted his thin lips and silently mouthed 3 words, special supply cigarettes. That meant they were not available for purchase, even with money. Qin Shu's expression showed a hint of helplessness. If her brother found out that the cigarettes he smoked were reserved for respected leaders, she couldn't imagine how he would feel. She cleared her throat and said into the phone, "Those cigarettes can't be bought outside, so save them for later. Once they're gone, they're gone." There was a long silence on Qin Hirui's end before he said with a hint of heartache, "If I had known, I would have hidden them." Second uncle took several boxes and complained that the cigarettes were cheap and inferior. At this time, most people in the countryside smoked dry tobacco, occasionally some big front doors. Red plums or Lao Dao brands. Special supply cigarettes were not sold to the public, so ordinary folks naturally wouldn't recognize them. Listening to her brother's endless chatter, Qin Shu waited for him to finish before softly asking, "When are you planning to go to the city?" "Early next month, after I'm done with the work at home." "Okay, call me when you get there, and I'll come find you." "Good." With that, it was time to hang up, but Qin Hirui hesitated and asked, "By the way, how is he treating you?" Qin Shu pretended not to understand and, holding back laughter, asked, "Who?" "That guy, brother-in-law." Qin Hirui's tone was unnatural, as if he was being cautious about something. The marriage between the Xie and Qin families was arranged by Grandpa Qin. The Xie family was now prominent, and the Xie family members had not shown their faces. A telegram sent from thousands of kilometers away demanded the two families' children to marry. This matter was like a thorn in the hearts of the Qin family, making them uncomfortable. With a smiling gaze, Qin Shu looked at Xie Lanzhi, who was sitting like a mountain, exuding a cold and aloof aura. Just by sitting there, he radiated an inherent nobility, like a commanding authority that left others in awe. "That guy." Qin Shu intentionally elongated her tone, her eyes provocatively glancing at Xie Lanzhi's tense, handsome face. Her proud little expression seemed to say, "I have someone backing me up. You can't bully me." "What? Did he bully you?" Qin Hirui's angry voice came through the phone, almost deafening Qin Shu. Sitting on the sofa, Xie Lanzhi's dark eyes calmly stared at Qin Shu, like a beast locking onto its prey, sending chills down her spine. Qin Shu felt as if his gaze was licking her, causing her hair to stand on end. She dared not meet the man's dangerous eyes, hurriedly averting her gaze to reassure her brother. "No, he's so busy he barely shows his face. How could he bully me?" Qin Hirui sounded skeptical and asked seriously, "Really?" Qin Shu calmed her emotions and laughed. "Really, you know my acupuncture skills. No one can bully me." Her mastery of acupuncture was more than enough for self-protection. "That's good. If he bullies you because of his family background, we won't take that line down. Actually, I came to the city this time to scout for opportunities. I'm planning to start small business. Yunzhench is a special economic zone, and many people are starting small businesses with the government as support. I already have some preliminary ideas. Once I start making money, supporting you and Mom and Dad won't be a problem. We won't have to live by other people's whims." His gentle voice reached Qin Shu's ears, making her eyes well up with tears. Her brother was truly amazing. In her past life, he hadn't been troubled by Hilawu, so he hadn't started his business venture so early. Qin Hirui was one of the second wave of people to start businesses, and he was among the few who made money and expanded his operations. Unfortunately, he encountered bad company. Due to involvement in corruption and economic crimes, he was sentenced to 10 years. By the time Qin Hirui came out, he was in his 40s, with gray hair making him look like he was 60. He hunched over, and the once bright spark in his eyes had faded, making him seem like a walking corpse. With a choked voice, Qin Shu said, "Brother, when you get married, you must let me approve of your wife first." "What's wrong? Why are you crying?" Qin Hirui's gentle laughter came through, laced with a hint of teasing. He knew Qin Shu had sensitive tear ducts. Her eyes would easily redden with the slightest emotional trigger. Qin Shu lowered her eyelids, hiding the fleeting killing intent that flashed in her eyes, her voice still sweet and soft. "It's nothing. I just want you to keep your eyes open and not find a two-faced, black-hearted woman. The culprit who harmed her brother in the past life would not be allowed to get involved in this life. If they dared to come, she would make them pay the price." Qin Hirui said softly, "There's still time. Your sister-in-law might still be in elementary school." Qin Shu laughed through her tears. "Are you trying to be an old cow chewing on tender grass?" Qin Hirui sighed in relief and chuckled. "Finally, you're laughing." The siblings chatted for a while longer before hanging up. Xie Lanzhi stood up, paid for the call, and walked over to the red-eyed Qin Shu. His facial features were stern as he handed over a square handkerchief, saying emotionlessly, "Don't cry." Who is crying? Qin Shu took the handkerchief and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Xie Lanzhi observed her thoughtfully and suddenly asked, "Are you very close to your older brother?" Qin Shu sniffled and replied, "Of course. My brother dotes on me the most. He always thinks of me first when there's something good to eat." A glimmer of light flashed in Xie Lanzhi's eyes as he narrowed them slightly and asked, "I remember you and your brother have different fathers?" His tone was somewhat cold, carrying a hint of subtle probing and suspicion. Qin Shu suddenly looked up, her expression astonished as she stared at the man. What do you mean by that? What could Xie Lanzhi mean? He had simply noticed that Qin Shu was very close to her brother-in-law. He felt a bit jealous. Chapter 75. The attributes of the wife-slave of the Jade-faced King begin to emerge. Qin Shu's soft and delicate voice during the call seemed to be teasing with every word. Xie Lanzhi took the handkerchief from Qin Shu's hand and gently wiped the tear stains from the corners of her eyes. He spoke slowly and softly. "I just suddenly remembered and asked casually." Qin Shu raised her chin slightly, her red lips letting out a soft hum. "Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. There are no such outdated customs in Yushan village, and it's rare for close relatives to become partners, let alone those with different fathers but the same mother, which is a half-blood relation." Xie Lanzhi's tense expression visibly relaxed. Qin Shu noticed this and wore a look of as expected. She looked at Xie Lanzhi with disdain, just about to mock his twisted thoughts. Suddenly, her eyes shifted as if she remembered something, and she pulled him out of the communication room. Xie Lanzhi was dragged a few meters away. Qin Shu's face was full of gossip, her eyes sparkling as she stared at him. "Do you often witness such explosive events?" In this feudal-thinking, uncultured environment, many people have the saying of closer kinship. Qin Shu felt that Xie Lanzhi was suspicious of her, and aside from being a bit angry, her emotions were relatively stable. Her intuition told her that the man must have more explosive stories to tell. Xie Lanzhi raised an eyebrow, teasingly asking, "Want to know?" Qin Shu nodded eagerly, "Yes. I want to know so much." This era, without the internet, was still too dull for her. Xie Lanzhi gently rubbed the smooth and delicate back of Qin Shu's hand with his fingers, his eyes filled with a hint of indulgent laughter. In some remote areas, there are customs of close relatives becoming partners, which saves on betrothal gifts and dowries. The two walk home in the warm glow of the setting sun, like a stroll. Along the way, Qin Shu's exclamations of surprise could be heard, sometimes high and sometimes low. "It can be like this? No, are they